Chapter 1: The Godly Beast Taming System. This book, though categorized as a system-centric novel, Kindle requests you return to be reading rather than skimming. Please scrutinize these things, as they are meticulously introduced throughout the text. Additionally, if you encounter any typos, please feel free to assist the author in correcting them. Thank you all. Repository of Thoughts. Text. Sister Eileen, in back. Meow. In Novelty District near Modu University in Waxia. A strikingly handsome young man, dragging a somewhat weary body, slowly opened the door of Favela. Beside him, a white cat with an equally exhausted expression followed. Upon entering the villa, neither received a response. It seems Sister Yulin has returned diet. Yukin and see the face watch, Wiki displayed the time, while back then Wu. Eyes town like 6:35, Sister Yulin went back and leaned. Meow. White cat, seeing that Sister Yulin had returned, felt sudden sense of disappointment. Yukin inspected his clothes, which were now turned covered in bloodstains. White cat saw looking dirty, it saw originally pristine ever now smeared with mud and blood. Come in, Xiao Bai, let's take a bath first. Meow. Upon hearing the word bath, Thiob immediately brightened up. They had been between monsters outside the city today and drew covered in rhyme. No town laid Thiob below their cleanliness, but title so long it to be held by Sister Yulin. Soon, the human and disputant read the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Yukin lay in the bathtub with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Meanwhile, Thiob played with bubbles somewhat boredly. Within consciousness space. System, open me personal panel. Name Yukinan. Realm pick off the 9th layer of physical cultivation realm. Ability talent godly beast taming ability awaiting awakening. Martial technique the 2nd layer of divine martial creation scripture. Weapon bright silver spear, refined iron grade. Skills tactical combat perfect level, basic gunmanship perfect level, elusive footwork perfect level. Beast taming inherited skills none. Beast tamed white tiger uncontracted. Tactical combat, basic gunmanship, and elusive footwork have finally reached its perfect level. It seems that practical combat is indeed the best way to enhance one's abilities. Moreover, the divine martial creation scripture has also been set to the 2nd layer. My combat prowess issued nope sufficient to reveal a spiritual energy practitioner near a 5th layer of the spiritual awakening realm. Yukin looked at this personal information panel with great satisfaction. If this be nearly advertising he arrived in this world. Tomorrow is the day of ability awakening. If I awaken successfully, it will become me spiritual energy practitioner. Indeed, Yukin set my traveler. He was originally used to an ordinary work around Blue Planet, working from mere learning to native reading. Oh lady, after finishing his shift, Yukin dragged his weary body home. Intending to take a comfortable bath, Yukin began dancing to a popular dance, but sleepy Dan fell head first into the toilet, instantly passing away. Yukin was somehow transported to another parallel universe's Blue Planet and became an orphan in an orphanage. The channeling mentioned dearly erased the person closest to Yukin in the orphanage. As Yukin grew up, he learned both worlds. 500 years ago, this world was similar to Blue Planet, also in name of technological prosperity. The only difference is that this Blue Planet's style sense of time is larger than the one Yukin originally came from. However, on a certain day 500 years ago, countless caves suddenly appeared on Blue Planet, and massive amounts of spiritual energy began to pour out of them. It was on his day that Blue Planet underwent a tremendous transformation, known as spiritual awakening. Blue Planet officially transitioned from the technological age to high martial age. Ability awakening is the foundation for man cultivation in this world. Those who successfully awaken fire abilities can become spiritual energy practitioners, thereby absorbing spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to cultivate their powers. System, have I really obtained the godly beast taming ability rewarded in the newbie package? Dean, products from the system are absolutely authentic. Tomorrow, once a host begins the awakening process, the godly beast taming ability will naturally be activated. Alright, you'll trust you for now. Beautify don't awaken on ability tomorrow, you're in big trouble. Dean, warning to the host, this is the missed godly beast taming system. Please do not question its capabilities. Otherwise, this system has the right to erasing the words and seek other hosts. Come me off it, don't scare me with that. Over the past 10 years, you've only given me a newbie package, and what's more, it's labeled as deadly. Yet the highest recorded ability level in this world is only SSS. What's even more infuriating is that the original ability was also SS level, beauty why pet it out. How do you warm, if I want olive, give me back me SS level ability first. You can recall at how, upon the system's arrival, it detected his SS level ability and deemed it unsuitable for its shust. The system then wiped out his SS level ability and bestowed upon him the so-called godly beast taming ability, leaving him feeling utterly desolate. But what's even more infuriating is that this Niakai system, after granting the newbie package, didn't give Yukinana anything for the whole wide Earth. It said that only after Yukinana awakens his ability can the system's other functions be unlocked. Ding, diseased godly beast taming system, so its functions can only be used after the host successfully contracts the beast. After unlocking the system's various beast taming functions, the host can rapidly enhance the thyre abilities through the system's functions. Humph, you trusty Onsmori. If I don't awaken tomorrow, neither of us will be spared. Over the past 9 years, whenever Yukinana get both these system's functions, the system may always reply the same way. Yukinan had no choice but to complain about 10th next this consciousness space. Alright, this system is still some waterfall, whether it's the divine martial technique or Ziobai, they've been a great optome. The most convenient thing is the system's basis otherwise, dealing with the hunted monsters would be a huge hassle. As Yukinan recall at the event soft had passed few years, an image of a beautiful woman floated into his mind. The future depends on whether I can successfully awaken my ability tomorrow. While if there is still time, issued the cook. Sister Yuling will be back soon. Immediately, Yukinan go to top tabletop. Xiaobai, stop playing. Sister Yuling will be back soon. Meow. After hearing this, Ziob immediately packaged a pen jump head to top tabletop with a leap. Subsequently, Yukinan changed it into a different set of clothes to cook, while Ziob went to Yukinan's bedroom to take a nap. Xiaobai, you're peeing down my bed again, damn it. After finishing cooking, Yukinan intended to go back to his room to change into pajamas. However, when he opened the door, he found Ziob pulling his sheet towards the bottom of the bed. Seeing the tight waist exposed, Ziob let out a meow, and ran off to do it in extremely fast speed. Meow, you jerk, you want to run, today, I'll show you with our sorry sword. Immediately, Theto engaged in act-on human chase within the villa. Oh no, accurately speaking, it was a Tigeranaman chase. Just as the human and the kid were casing Jakother, the villa door suddenly opened. Xiaobai, in back. As Seongu monitored at the villa, the chasing Yukinan and Ziob immediately froze in place. In an instant, the atmosphere within the entire villa tightened up, with that wolf humans and the beast staring at Jakother for 2 or 3 seconds. You Xiaor, how many times have I told not to be Ziobai? Sister Ling, eat it.
Half an hour later. Waiter, I was impulsive just now, I shouldn't have hit you without understanding the situation, please don't be angry with me. At that moment, Yu Qian was seated at the dining table, engrossed in his meal, while Chen Yiling was apologizing to him while serving him food. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai was punished by Chen Yiling to face the wall, currently pressed against it, not daring to move. Ahem. Chen Yiling's voice was soft and delicate, and as Yu Qian inadvertently looked up, he was met with the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful face. In an instant, Yu Qian's composure shattered. How could there exist such an enchanting woman in this world? Ahem, I wasn't really angry, Yiling Jia, no need to. Before Yu Qian could finish his sentence, Chen Yiling joyfully pulled him into her embrace. Hee, I knew my little waiter was the best. At that moment, Yu Qian was oblivious to Chen Yiling's words. His mind was a blank canvas. So fragrant and soft, could this be paradise? As Yu Qian reveled in this heavenly experience, Xiao Bai, still facing the wall, witnessed the scene and felt all its fur bristle with indignation. However, bound by Chen Yiling's command, it could only obediently remain against the wall, though the claw marks on the surface clearly betrayed its furious sentiments. The despicable master dares to encroach upon my territory. Next time, I shall urinate on your bed. Sensing something amiss, Chen Yiling quickly helped Yu Qian up. What's wrong, little waiter, did I hug you too tightly? Ah, I'm fine, Yiling Jia. Let's eat. Yu Qian, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, hurriedly shifted the conversation and picked a piece of meat to place in Chen Yiling's bowl. Hee, you're so wonderful, little waiter. Chen Yiling beamed as she placed the meat into her mouth, a look of pure bliss adorning her face. As Yu Qian gazed at the beauty before him, his thoughts drifted back to when he first met Yiling Jia. 10 years ago, Yu Qian found himself reincarnated as an orphan. Upon awakening, he discovered himself lying beneath a large tree, dirted and confused. Before he could fully comprehend his situation, a modestly dressed little girl, resembling a celestial being, appeared before him. Little brother, why are you here all alone? Where are your family? Me, family, where am I? Yu Qian's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, unable to recall anything. The little girl, observing his bewildered state, soon brightened with realization. I know, you must also be an orphan. Do you have nowhere to go? Before Yu Qian could finish, the girl gleefully continued, That's wonderful, I'm an orphan too, I live in a nearby orphanage, would you like to come back with me? I assure you, our grandfather, the director, is very kind even if the other children don't like me much, he cares for me dearly, so if you come, he will surely welcome you. With that, the little girl extended her hand towards Yu Qian. Captivated by her angelic smile, he found himself momentarily entranced. Unconsciously, he took her hand, and thus, he was led back to the orphanage. As the girl had promised, the director welcomed Yu Qian with open arms. Due to Chen Yiling's long-standing isolation in the orphanage, she and Yu Qian became inseparable friends as he willingly kept her company. The reason Yu Qian chose to stay with Chen Yiling was also due to the arrival of the system, which enlightened him about the reasons behind her isolation. Since Chen Yiling was a year older than Yu Qian, he naturally became her younger brother, affectionately nicknamed Little Waiter by her. Little Waiter, tomorrow marks the final stage of the college entrance examination. Are you prepared? With Chen Yiling's voice breaking the silence, Yu Qian's thoughts returned to the present. Don't worry, Yiling Jia, it's just an awakening of abilities, I'm certain I can succeed, he replied confidently. Moreover, I believe my awakened abilities will rank just as high as yours. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiling's expression shifted to one of concern. Qian, regardless of what abilities you awaken, I will always be by your side. So, you need not feel too pressured, alright? Her tone was laced with deep care, and her gaze reflected a special sentiment. Yu Qian was acutely aware of Chen Yiling's feelings and understood her worries. In this world, for a spiritual practitioner to become powerful, the rank of their awakened abilities was crucial, akin to their innate talent. Higher-ranked abilities enabled practitioners to traverse further, while lower-ranked abilities made it nearly impossible for practitioners to transcend their limitations. The ranks of abilities ranged from highest to lowest as follows: SSSS, ABCDF. Chen Yiling possessed the highest rank, SSS, a rarity in all of Huaxia. It was precisely for this reason that she was admitted to the prestigious Magic City University of Spiritual Practitioners. This villa was also a reward from the university for her exceptional talent. This villa district was not only expensive but also, more importantly, it was the area with the most concentrated spiritual energy in the entire Magic City, aside from the university itself. Chapter 3: The Awakening Ritual of Superpowers. Yu Qian gently embraced Chen Yiling. Rest assured, Sister Yiling, don't you know me, even if my awakened power turns out to be weak, I can always rely on you in the future. I understand you all too well. I know you possess that indomitable spirit, which is why I worry about you, Chen Yiling replied, leaning against Yu Qian's shoulder, her hands playfully tugging at his shirt. Look at the scars on your body. Ever since I awakened my powers, you've been recklessly venturing outside the city to battle the beasts, returning each time covered in wounds. Yu Qian scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I was just too idle. I finished my high school courses in a year, while you still have to attend university. Staying home alone isn't particularly entertaining. Moreover, fighting outside not only provides some practical experience but also ensures that even if I do rely on you in the future, I won't be a burden, right? You always have your excuses. Do you know how much I worry every time I see you injured? Chen Yiling lamented, her expression tinged with sorrow. Alright, Sister Yiling, as long as I can awaken an A-grade power or higher tomorrow, I can continue attending school with you, and you won't have to worry about me anymore. Yes. I believe in you. After all, your grasp of knowledge is exceptional, your awakened power will surely be outstanding. Absolutely. The two of them nestled together, savoring their brief moment of tranquility. Sister Yiling, it's getting late. You should rest early. Alright, I'll wash the dishes. You're the one preparing for the college entrance exam, after all, I can't let you overexert yourself. Chen Yiling cheerfully replied as she rose from Yu Qian's embrace. It's nothing, just washing a few dishes. What's so difficult about that? No way, I'll do the dishes, and you should go to sleep. Fine, if you insist, then I'll leave the work to you, Sister Yiling. I'll head to bed first. Good night. Good night. Unable to argue with Chen Yiling, Yu Qian retreated to his room, where he casually lifted the sleeping Xiaobai, who had dozed off against the wall. By the way, Xiaobai, I have a surprise for you tomorrow. What surprise? Just as Yu Qian turned to ask, he noticed Chen Yiling scurrying to the kitchen with some dishes in hand. A surprise, now I'm a bit excited. With that thought, Yu Qian dismissed further contemplation, carrying Xiaobai back to his room. Once inside, he locked the door and tossed Xiaobai onto the bed. Xiaobai, not only did you wet my bed today, but you also dared to frame me in front of Sister Yiling. Speak, how do you want to die? Xiaobai, thrown onto the bed, immediately fluffed up in alarm at Yu Qian's menacing approach. Meow, meow, meow. Xiao Bai's front paws pressed together as it wildly swatted at Yu Qianan. Even if you beg me today, you can't escape this beating. Prepare to meet your doom, meteor strike. With that, Yu Qianan leaped and delivered an elbow strike upon Xiao Bai. Meow. A piercing cry erupted from Xiao Bai's mouth the following morning. After completing his morning routine, Yu Qianan entered the dining room. On the table, a warm glass of milk was pressed beneath a sticky note. My dear little brother, I've already left for school. I've prepared breakfast for you, so remember to eat. Today is the day of your power awakening. I believe you will awaken an ability even more formidable than mine. Go for it, love, your sister Yiling. Reading the note warmed Yu Qianan's heart. Rest assured, Sister Yiling, I will surely keep pace with you. In the future, I shall protect you. After collecting his thoughts, he devoured the breakfast prepared by Yiling before setting off for school. Xiao Bai was left at home, as Yu Qianan had been a bit too rough the previous night, leaving Xiao Bai with a bruised visage. At Magic City No. 1 High School. Brother Qianan, wait for me. As Yu Qianan was about to enter the school, he heard a hurried voice from behind. He paused and turned to see a chubby figure rushing towards him. I'm exhausted. You really need to lose some weight. Yu Qianan sighed at the sight of his friend, Qin Shu, who had just caught up to him. Brother Qianan, you still don't know me? I am just naturally predisposed to gain weight. I could gain weight just by drinking water. Losing weight is an unattainable dream for me. Indeed, your constitution is rather unique. Qin Shu, the chubby friend, was Yu Qianan's only true companion in this world. They had been classmates since elementary school. Despite his average academic performance, he managed to stay in the same class as Yu Qianan because his father was the director of the Magic City Education Bureau. Brother Qianan, enough about that. What level of power do you think you will awaken today? Well, at the very least, it should be an SSS level. Ha, I knew it, only an SSS level would be worthy of you, Brother Qianan. To Qin Shu, Yu Qianan had always seemed godlike, and he, as a devoted follower, held unwavering faith in him. Thus, it was only natural for him to believe that Yu Qianan would awaken the highest level of power. What about you? What level do you think you can awaken? Me? Qin Shu scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. I don't have grand aspirations. If I could awaken an A-grade power, I would be eternally grateful. That way, I could follow in my father's footsteps and not be aimless. Understanding Qin Shu's perspective, Yu Qianan nodded. After all, higher-level power wielders were indeed rare. Even S-level abilities were scarce across the entirety of Huaxia, with those individuals representing the pinnacle of the nation's strength. A-grade power wielders could indeed become city leaders, and Qin Shu's father was merely an A-grade power wielder himself. Alright, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. We should hurry over. Got it, Brother Qianan. With that, the two made their way to the awakening venue. Greetings, candidates, welcome to the final assessment of this year's college entrance examination, the Superpower Awakening Ceremony. I am Wang Zhan, the officiating examiner for today. You may call me Teacher Wang. Instantly, cheers and applause erupted from the gathered candidates. Ahem, please maintain silence. Under the examiner's control, the crowd quickly quieted down. Candidates, I trust one need not elaborate further on the awakening of superpowers, as you have covered it in your cultural studies. The assessment will now commence. Please proceed in an orderly manner as the supervising teachers call your names. Any disruptions to the assessment order will result in disqualification. Now, let the supervising teachers begin reading the list. Chapter 4. Awakening. The excited Qin Shu soon, countless candidates began their extraordinary awakening. Wang Chang, step forward. Place your hand on the awakening stone. When it glows, it signifies your successful awakening of abilities. All right. With exhilaration, the candidate named Wang Chang placed his hand on the awakening stone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the stone began to shimmer with various colors: white light, green light, blue light, purple light. Wow, it's purple. This Wang Chang has awakened a sea-level ability. Awakening a sea-level ability signifies that he can certainly become a spiritual practitioner of the heavenly realm in the future. Even if he doesn't achieve great wealth, he will ensure a life free from worries. After awakening his sea-level ability, Wang Chang was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Ha, I have awakened a sea-level ability. I can finally provide a better life for my parents. Suddenly, he burst into tears, and those who knew him understood the reason behind his emotions. After all, Wang Chang came from humble beginnings, and his parents had nearly exhausted their savings to fund his education. Now that he had awakened a sea-level ability, it was the best outcome for a family like his. Wang Chang, Sea-level ability Guardian of Kaiji, a defensive type ability. Following Wang Chang's awakening, the apparatus displayed the name and type of his ability. Congratulations, student. You have successfully awakened your ability, keep up the hard work. Thank you, examiner, I will strive to improve. Next, Zhang Yaozu. Present, D-level ability, Titan Strength, a strength type ability. Next, Shenling. Present, C-level ability, Healing, a healing type ability. As more candidates underwent their awakenings, many succeeded in manifesting their abilities. However, most were C-level or below, with only a handful achieving B-level, while E and F-level practitioners were numerous, and a few candidates even faced failure in their awakenings, but soon, someone awakened an A-level ability, and it was a formidable attack type. Qin Wu, A-level ability. Dominant Blade, an attack type ability. Qin Wu, ISNT he the blade enthusiast from the Qin family, no wonder he could awaken an A-level ability, perfectly aligned with his combat style. Indeed, how enviable. An A-level ability is sufficient to secure a place in the top 10 of the Spiritual Practitioner University. As Qin Wu observed the displayed ability level and name on the device, his expression remained unfazed, as if it were all anticipated. Well done, young man. Train diligently, and you shall undoubtedly become a master of the blade. Thank you, examiner, I will continue to work hard. Although the examiner was genuinely pleased for him, Qin Wu remained impassive, merely offering a polite response before descending from the awakening platform. Amidst the crowd, many candidates congratulated him, yet Qin Wu merely nodded slightly and sat down in silence. Is A-level all there is? Perhaps I still need to exert more effort. After this brief interlude, the awakening of abilities continued, and soon, the majority of candidates in Magic City had completed their awakenings. Nearly 10,000 candidates participated, yet only 200 to 300 awakened B-level abilities, and a mere handful achieved A-levels, while none surpassed the threshold. This illustrates just how rare SSSS-level practitioners truly are. Next, Qin Chu. Seventh brother, it's my turn now. I'm off. Go ahead, relax, and believe in yourself. Rest assured, seventh brother, await my good news. Qin Chu then approached the awakening platform, where he initially appeared relaxed but soon felt a surge of anxiety. Trembling, he extended his hand toward the awakening stone. Student, do not be nervous, relax. Thank you, examiner. Encouraged by the examiner, Qin Chu steeled himself and pressed his hand against the awakening stone. White light, green light, blue light, purple light, orange light, red light, radiant gold. What, it's a radiant golden glow that can only be activated by an S-level ability. An S-level ability, the first S-level of the year has finally emerged. What's that little chubby boy's name? I recognize him, he seems to be the close friend of Yu Qian, the academic prodigy from Magic City No. 1 High School. His father is the director of the Magic City Education Bureau. If I'm not mistaken, his name is Qin Chu. Close friend of Yu Qian? Who is Yu Qian? You don't know Yu Qian, he finished all high school courses in a single year and has an exceptionally talented sister as well. You primitive person, go back to your mountain. How can you not know this news? At this moment, the awakening platform witnessed Qin Chu's extraordinary ability, astonishing even the examiner, who quickly regained composure. With an excited countenance, he proclaimed loudly, Qin Chu, S-level ability. Lord of Earth and Rock, an elemental defensive type ability. As the examiner announced, the candidates below erupted in astonishment. It's a rare elemental type, Qin Chu is incredibly fortunate. Congratulations, Qin Chu, you have successfully awakened an S-level ability, a rare elemental type. You are destined to become a formidable practitioner in the Saint Emperor realm. Hearing the examiner's enthusiastic congratulations, Qin Chu stared in disbelief at the data displayed on the awakening device. I awakened an S-level ability, and it's elemental. Yes, indeed. Congratulations. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Qin Chu dashed off the awakening platform and quickly reached Yu Qian, seizing his arm. Seventh brother, did you hear? I awakened an S-level ability, and it's elemental. As the crowd witnessed Qin Chu sprinting towards Yu Qian, many candidates who had never seen Yu Qian before finally beheld the legendary genius scholar's true form. Wow, what a handsome young man. How can he be so charming? I wish I could kiss him. Yu Qian, who originally intended to remain low-key at the back of the crowd, suddenly became the center of attention due to Qin Chu's exuberance, especially among the female students who were utterly smitten. Yu Qian. It's you again. 2 years have passed, and you remain as captivating as ever. In the past, you could rely on your looks and grades to be the center of admiration, but today is the day of awakening abilities. If you fail to awaken a high-level ability, your appearance and past achievements will become mere gossip, and today I shall reclaim the glory that should have belonged to me. Yu Qian. We'll see about that. A richly dressed young man in the crowd glared at the adored Yu Qian, his fists clenched in resentment. I heard that, let go of me, I'm getting dizzy. Upon hearing Yu Qian's response, Qin Shu obediently released his grip, yet remained exhilarated. Seventh brother, I never dreamed I could awaken an S-level elemental ability. This is truly S-level, and it's elemental. Alright, Chubby One, being able to awaken today indicates that your talent is indeed commendable. Hee, is that so? No wonder my father often tells me to spend more time with you. He truly has foresight. I recall a saying, one becomes like the pig when close to pigs, and like the coal when close to coal. I must have been influenced by seventh brother, which is why I could awaken an S-level elemental ability. It's one becomes like the vermilion when close to it, and like the ink when close to it. Is it? Well, the meaning is the same. In any case, I must have been influenced by seventh brother. You really are next, Yu Qian. Just as Yu Qian and Qin Shu were conversing, the examiner's voice resounded once more. Chapter 5 of the Awakening Stone Shatters, an SSS-level Beast Master. It's my turn now. Well, go ahead, Qian. I have faith that you will surely awaken an SSS-level ability. Upon hearing Qin Shu's encouraging words, Yu Qian returned a reassuring glance and, surrounded by the crowd, approached the awakening platform. Yu Qian, a prominent figure in Magic City, not only completed his entire high school curriculum in just a year but also has an extraordinarily gifted sister. May you continue to uphold this honor. Go forth, young man. The examiner, having heard of Yu Qian's reputation, expressed genuine astonishment at his identity and warmly extended his goodwill. The students understood. Thank you, teacher. Well, let us begin. Yu Qian took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of nervousness. System, I hope you have not deceived me. Today's success hinges upon you. He then placed his hand directly upon the awakening stone. A brilliant display of colors erupted as the awakening stone illuminated with white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red hues. At the moment Yu Qian's hand touched the stone, it radiated a dazzling white light, swiftly transitioning into a vibrant green, and in an instant, it emitted a resplendent golden glow. A golden glow, S-level. Truly, the academically gifted possess remarkable talents. Not only is their learning aptitude exceptional, but their abilities are equally enviable. The radiant golden light emanating from the awakening stone elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Even the examiner displayed admiration. Yet among the candidates, a boy who had previously harbored resentment towards Yu Qian wore a grim expression upon witnessing his S-level awakening. How is this possible? How could he possess such high aptitude for abilities? This cannot be. It is absolutely inconceivable. Even if you are S-level, what of it? I shall undoubtedly prove to be stronger, and I will awaken an SSS-level ability. As this individual seethed with jealousy, the surrounding candidates erupted in further exclamations. What? This is a kaleidoscope of colors. Yu Qian has awakened an SSS-level ability. Good heavens, this is utterly unbelievable. There are so few SSS-level abilities nationwide. Wow, indeed, a handsome man. Not only does he possess striking looks, but his talent shines just as brightly. I would love to marry him. Yu Qian, Yu Qian, Yu Qian. Instantly, his name was chanted in unison by the crowd of candidates. I knew Qian could awaken an SSS-level ability. Qian, you are my idol. Qin Shu joined in the cheers. However, at that moment, Yu Qian stood frozen on the awakening platform, as within his consciousness, he was exhilarated by the system's voice. Ding! Detection confirms that the host has successfully awakened a divine-level Beast Master ability. All system functions are now unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Omniscient Eye, Advanced Mode, System Mall, Beast Master Sharing Mode, and Divine Beast Affinity function. Detailed descriptions of each feature must be reviewed by the host independently. Detection indicates that the host has officially become a divine-level Beast Master, and a newcomer gift pack for Beast Masters has been awarded. It has been stored in the system space and can be claimed at any time. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yu Qian was elated. Truly, the system is an essential asset for traversers. The author has not deceived me. At that moment, Yu Qian refrained from hastily reviewing the new system functions, instead choosing to exit his consciousness space, as the awakening ceremony was still underway. However, as Yu Qian's awareness returned, he quickly noticed something amiss with the awakening stone before him. The stone, which had been radiating a myriad of colors, now displayed 4 additional hues, transforming from a spectrum of colors into a dazzling array of 9. What? Even the examiner beside him widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the awakening stone, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. The candidates below also became aware of the stone's transformation, equally perplexed. 9 colors? What level of ability is this? I have never heard of such a thing. Could there be an ability level beyond SSS? Yet, as the audience looked on in astonishment, the awakening stone began to tremble violently, its brilliance intensifying. Suddenly, amidst the collective gaze, the stone shattered with a resounding crack, the brilliant 9-colored light dissipating into the air. What on earth? The awakening stone has been obliterated. What level of talent does Yu Qian possess that even the awakening stone cannot measure, causing it to shatter? At that moment, the examiner on the awakening platform stared blankly at the now fractured stone. It was Wang Zhan, the host of the awakening ceremony, who first regained his composure, hastily moving to examine the instrument's data. SSS level Beast Master, a special, versatile ability. With Wang Zhan's exclamation, the gathered crowd instantly discerned the level and type of ability Yu Qian had awakened. SSS, what level is this? Is there any mention of such a level in the book? High Marshal All explained. Does it matter whether it is recorded or not? It is undoubtedly stronger than SSS, and moreover, the type of ability is not documented in the book. Yes, what profession is a Beast Master? Can they truly control those ferocious beasts? Haven't the military already tested those beasts, finding them utterly untamable? Instantly, Yu Qian's abilities sparked a wave of controversy among the crowd, yet, Yu Qian paid no heed to their disputes, instead inquiring of his system with a hint of confusion. System, what is happening? Wasn't mine a divine level ability? Why is it showing as SSS? Host, your aptitude as a Beast Master is indeed divine level. The reason it displays as SSS is that this world has yet to explore any existence above SSS level. SSS merely indicates that the instrument could not identify your true ability level, but it has indeed detected that your ability exceeds SSS, hence the display. Reassured by the system's explanation, Yu Qian prepared to step down from the platform when Wang Zhan hurriedly approached him. Yu Qian, congratulations on awakening an SSS level ability. Yu Qian smiled in response. Thank you, examiner. Ahem, Yu Qian, I have a question to ask. What would you like to inquire about, teacher? Upon receiving Yu Qian's permission, Wang Zhan excitedly posed his query. Your ability is that of a Beast Master, yet this is the first occurrence of a Beast Master in Blue Star. I am curious, what precisely is this ability? Can it truly tame ferocious beasts? Teacher, I cannot answer that question just yet, as I have only just awakened and do not fully understand my ability. However, I can confirm that I can indeed tame ferocious beasts. Upon hearing Yu Qian's response, Wang Zhan was taken aback. You can truly tame ferocious beasts. Just as Wang Zhan was about to say more, a commanding voice suddenly echoed from outside the examination venue. That student with the SSS level ability, we at Jing University want him. Chapter 6. The battle for talent among the universities. What? It's actually Kyoto University, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the renowned universities for spiritual practitioners wait until the ability awakening ceremony concludes before they can conduct special recruitment? Why is Kyoto University so impatient to make an early appearance? It goes without saying, it must be because Yu Qian has awakened an SSS level ability. It is noteworthy that since the resurgence of spiritual energy, he is the first to attain such a prestigious rating among spiritual practitioners. An individual nearby excitedly explained. The sudden appearance of the recruitment teachers from Kyoto University instantly ignited fervent discussions among the many candidates present. They whispered among themselves, astonished and exhilarated by the unfolding events. However, just as all eyes were focused on the 3 special recruitment teachers from Kyoto University who had just entered, several resounding shouts suddenly echoed from beyond the entrance. Ha! Kyoto University is so eager, but we at Chuan University are also very interested in this student. A hearty laugh rang out. Jiang University is equally keen to recruit this outstanding student. Shortly after, another voice chimed in. Since everyone has expressed their intentions, we at the High Martial Arts Academy naturally cannot lag behind. We must strive to compete as well. A third voice joined the fray. With the pronouncement of these 3 declarations, 3 more teachers responsible for special recruitment from other universities appeared at the entrance. Each of them wore expressions of excitement and smiles, evidently captivated by Yu Qian's extraordinary ability level, and had come to vie for this immensely promising talent. In an instant, the atmosphere became palpably tense and competitive. Soon, the 4 special recruitment teachers from different spiritual practitioner universities, under the fervent and envious gazes of the surrounding candidates, steadily approached the awakening platform. At this moment, Wang Zhan, standing next to Yu Qian, wisely and swiftly stepped aside, yielding the stage to these teachers poised to determine the fates of countless individuals. Greetings, this student, I am Wang Yangming, the teacher responsible for special recruitment in the Magic Capital region for Kyoto University this year. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations, you have successfully awakened your own unique ability. Even more remarkably, you possess an unprecedented SSS-level ability, which signifies that you have officially entered the ranks of spiritual practitioners. At this moment, Yuqian did not display the same excitement as the other candidates. Rather, he remained composed, offering a humble smile as he politely responded, "Hello, I am Yuqian, thank you, Teacher Wang, for your congratulations." Wang Yangming, witnessing this, could not help but nod in satisfaction, praising, "Haha, splendid." To maintain such composure in the face of such a sudden surprise, without panic, yet showing proper decorum, neither overly humble nor excessively proud, indeed marks you as a remarkable talent. His eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he could already envision a bright future for this young man. The teachers from the other 3 universities also regarded Yuqian with appreciation. A student with such exceptional talent and character would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Thus, they dispensed with pleasantries and directly extended invitations to Yuqian. Yuqian, if you are willing to join Kyoto University, I can personally assure you a special recruitment slot, along with a scholarship of 10 million and a top-tier spiritual technique. What, a scholarship of 10 million and a top-tier spiritual technique? Such generous rewards are truly astonishing. 10 million Chinese yuan would suffice for an ordinary family's living expenses in the magic capital for a lifetime. The scholarship of 10 million is nothing compared to the top-tier spiritual technique, which is a coveted treasure even among extraordinary practitioners. It's worth far surpassing that of 10 million Chinese yuan. You must understand, the realms of spiritual practitioners are classified into 9 major levels of body refinement: spirit realm, profound spirit realm, earth spirit realm, heaven spirit realm, extraordinary realm, monarch realm, saint emperor realm, and finally, the imperial ancestor realm. However, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, only one practitioner has attained the imperial ancestor realm in 500 years in our nation, and there are merely a handful of saint emperors remaining from the countless battles over the centuries. The extraordinary and monarch realms constitute the backbone of our nation's strength. Thus, a spiritual technique that even extraordinary practitioners covet is indeed a rare gem. The candidates in the audience, upon hearing Kyoto University's offer, were equally taken aback, gazing at Yuqian with envy. "Teacher Wang, Kyoto University is still so stingy. Last year, you offered similar terms to another student, only to have them snatched away by Magic Capital University. This year, you're offering the same to the first SSS-level talent. It seems Kyoto University is not interested in nurturing such promising individuals. We shall not hold back." The special recruitment teacher from Chuan University scoffed at Wang Yangming's proposal, then turned to Yuqian. "Yuqian, our Chuan University is willing to offer 20 million in scholarship and 2 top-tier spiritual techniques. If you choose to join us, we will certainly provide you with the finest educational resources. Our Jian University can also offer 20 million in scholarships and 2 top-tier spiritual techniques, so can the High Martial Arts Academy." Following the announcement from the Chuan University teacher, Jian University and the High Martial Arts Academy quickly matched their offers. However, it was evident that the teachers from Jian University and the High Martial Arts Academy spoke with a heavy tone. This was evidently their utmost limit, particularly for the High Martial Arts Academy. Despite being the earliest established university for spiritual practitioners, it has been overshadowed by the rising prominence of other universities, especially Kyoto University and Magic Capital University, which have quickly surpassed it to become the leading institutions in the nation. The rewards proposed by the 3 spiritual practitioner universities immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Qin Shu, witnessing the fierce competition for Yuqian among the 4 major universities, felt genuine joy for him. All eyes present were fixated on Yuqian, except for one pair that radiated endless resentment and jealousy. Upon hearing the jibes and offers from the Chuan University teachers, Wang Yangming's expression soured significantly. Yet he could only endure, for Kyoto University had granted him limited authority before his arrival, leading him to silently criticize the foolishness of the university's decision-makers. However, Yuqian, upon hearing the heartfelt invitations from the 4 universities, felt a pang of guilt, as his intended choice was Magic Capital University. Just as Yuqian was about to decline, a melodious voice rang out from the entrance. "Magic Capital University is willing to offer 50 million in scholarships, 1 extraordinary technique, and 3 top-tier spiritual techniques as an enrollment incentive for Yuqian." Chapter 7 of the Ice Flame Goddess, Chen Yiling. As the voice resonated, every individual present turned in astonishment towards the entrance. The special recruitment instructors from the 4 prestigious universities of spiritual energy, upon realizing that representatives from Magic City University had arrived, and that they were offering exorbitant rewards right from the outset, were visibly dismayed. At that moment, Yuqian, upon hearing that familiar voice, couldn't help but smile. "So this is the surprise that Sister Yiling spoke of." Before long, 3 figures entered amidst the envious gazes of the candidates. Wow, so handsome, so beautiful. Could these 2 women and 1 man possibly be instructors from Magic City University? They seem far too youthful, and undeniably striking. What instructors? They look just like students. the girl in the lead is none other than the super genius who awakened dual SSS level abilities last year, hailed as the Ice Flame Goddess, Chen Yiling. What, she is the Ice Flame Goddess, dual SSS level abilities, how astonishing, and she is so beautiful, no wonder she is called a goddess. Absolutely captivating. As the trio made their entrance, the surrounding crowd quickly recognized Chen Yiling's identity, and their astonishment swiftly transformed into fervent admiration. They excitedly discussed amongst themselves, their eyes shimmering with reverence for this legendary figure. Chen Yiling's beauty and prowess left them utterly enchanted, and her arrival ignited the atmosphere of the examination hall. Soon, Chen Yiling and her companions arrived at the ability awakening platform, under the intense scrutiny of eager gazes. At that moment, Yu Qian met Chen Yiling's gaze, both their eyes brimming with joy and an indescribable emotion. Yu Qian, congratulations on awakening the first SSS ability in Blue Star. Your future is boundless. Chen Yiling proclaimed, extending her hand towards him. While Yu Qian was not taken aback, he understood that Chen Yiling had always presented a persona of aloofness and coldness in front of outsiders. It was only in the company of acquaintances that she revealed her gentle side. When alone with Yu Qian, she fully unleashed her true self. The moment their hands clasped, Yu Qian felt the delicate warmth emanating from her hand, a coolness laced with a gentle heat. For a fleeting moment, he found himself slightly entranced. Hey, Qian, if you don't let go soon, those boys might just devour you with their eyes. The girl beside Chen Yiling couldn't help but chime in. Upon hearing her words, Yu Qian suddenly noticed the envious glares from the surrounding boys, as if he had snatched away their most treasured possession. Instead of feeling embarrassed, Yu Qian, amidst the covetous stares, gently squeezed Chen Yiling's hand and shot a provocative glance at the onlookers. Sensing his playful gesture, Chen Yiling withdrew her hand and shot him a look of reproach. You little rascal. Goodness, you scoundrel, how dare you take liberties with our goddess right before our eyes? Hold on. Are you really going to challenge him? He is an SSS level spiritual energy user. Never mind, if the goddess isn't angry, I won't hold it against him. Observing the boy's reactions, Yu Qian felt a wave of satisfaction. So this is the thrill of being impressive. He then turned to the girl, Sister Lili, what brings you here? Why, is it only permissible for my sister Yiling to attend, while I cannot? Sister Lili, you know I warmly welcome your presence. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Now, you two, this is an assessment, so mind your manners. Qian, did you hear that? Behave yourself. What? Upon hearing Chen Yiling's words, the two immediately composed themselves, though Lili still stuck out her tongue at Yu Qian. However, the intimate banter among the three left the crowd in a state of shock. Even the special recruitment instructors from the 4 prestigious universities were taken aback. Did you hear that? It seems they know each other. From their conversation, it appears Yu Qian is the Ice Flame Goddess's brother. Incredible, this news is sensational. Yu Qian is actually the brother of the Ice Flame Goddess. Moreover, one possesses dual SSS level abilities while the other has just awakened the first ever SSS ability in Blue Star. Both are the most gifted spiritual energy users in Blue Star, and they are siblings. How extraordinary. Meanwhile, the special recruitment instructors from the 4 universities wore expressions of regret. They never anticipated that the legendary Ice Flame Goddess would have such a remarkably gifted brother. It seems that today, none of our institutions will be able to enroll this prodigy. Magic City University is indeed fortunate, securing students of such exceptional talent for 2 consecutive years. The instructor from Chuan University sighed, gazing at Chen Yiling and Yu Qian with regret. The other instructors lamented the good fortune of Magic City University, feeling a deep sense of loss, especially the instructor from Jing University. Wang Yangming internally cursed the powers that be at Jing University. It's all your fault, you miserly old fools. If only you had allocated more funds last year, both Chen Yiling and Yu Qian could have been our students. Thank you, esteemed teachers, for your kindness. As you are now aware of my circumstances, I have compelling reasons to attend Magic City University, and I hope for your understanding. Yu Qian, you speak too highly of us. The choice is ultimately yours. Whichever university you choose, we shall harbor no grievances. Regardless of where you study, you will always be the pride of our nation. We only hope that after your studies, you will remain true to your roots, with a heart dedicated to your homeland. In times of need, may you rise to the occasion. The words of the instructors profoundly resonated with Yu Qian, his gaze turning resolute. Rest assured, esteemed teachers, I shall never forget my mission and responsibilities as a child of Huaxia. Whenever my country is in need, I will not fail Huaxia. Excellent, that is the spirit of a son of Huaxia. The special recruitment instructors applauded, their faces reflecting smiles of contentment. Since that is the case, we shall not intrude further on your sibling reunion. The ability awakening ceremony has yet to conclude. Let us see if there are any other promising candidates. The special recruitment instructors from Chuan University, Jiang University, and Gaowu Academy then prepared to return to the admissions area, awaiting the conclusion of the ceremony. Wang Laosher, let us go. There is nothing for us here. Alright, you all go ahead, I'll catch up shortly. The special recruitment instructors from the three universities, seemingly oblivious to Wang Yangming's ulterior motives, headed toward the exit. However, Wang Yangming leisurely trailed behind them, and as soon as they left, he swiftly turned back. Allow me to introduce you to Kyoto University. Chapter 8, Is the Beast Master actually weak? Ah, are you asking me? Qin Chu stared blankly at the person before him, his face awash with confusion. He had never anticipated that Wang Yangming, the special recruitment teacher from Kyoto University who had just returned, would suddenly approach him with such a question. Yes, it's you. Would you consider coming to Kyoto University? With your S-class extraordinary ability, we can offer you a scholarship of 1 million and a tome of celestial techniques as part of your grant. What do you think? Would you contemplate it? Wang Yangming's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he feared missing out on another rare talent. Cough, I apologize, Teacher Wang, but actually, Yu Qianan is my older brother, so wherever he goes, I will follow. What? Yu Qianan is your brother? Wang Yangming exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Not a biological brother, but close enough. Upon hearing Qin Chu's response, Wang Yangming was immediately overcome with a sense of helplessness. Those old bastards at Kyoto University, it's all your fault. Birds of a feather flock together. It seems even geniuses are no exception. If only they had accepted Chen Yiling back then. With this thought, Wang Yangming cursed certain individuals at Kyoto University several times in his mind. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Kyoto University, several elders simultaneously sneezed. What is going on? Which little rascal is cursing me behind my back? The other members of the meeting looked at the elders with curiosity, while the elder in charge swiftly changed the subject. Cough, let us continue discussing this year's enrollment matters, particularly regarding the admission quotas for Magic Capital No. 1 High School. At the awakening ceremony venue, after receiving Qin Chu's response, Wang Yangming's spirits fell once more. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only sigh helplessly before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Yu Qianan and Chen Yiling had also departed from the awakening platform and approached Qin Chu. Hello, Sister Yiling. And hello to this lovely lady too. Oh, the little chubby one has quite the sweet tongue. Not bad. When you come to the Magic Capital, I'll look after you. Hee, then I shall rely on the fairy sister for care in the future. Giggling, Qin Chu's flattery delighted Lili immensely. Alright, chubby boy, this is Sister Lili, Yiling's roommate and best friend. You can just call her Sister Lili. Sister Lili, this is Qin Chu, my good brother. Yu Qianan then introduced the two to each other, while he glanced at the boy who had come with Chen Yiling and the others. And this is... Hello everyone, I am Zheng Jiwen, I am in the same class as Chen and Li. Since you have chosen Magic Capital University, we will all be in the same school, so you can call me Senior. Hello, Senior Zheng. Zheng Jiwen spoke sincerely, his gaze towards Chen Yiling and Lili clean and respectful, which made Yu Qianan harbor no ill feelings. Alright, everyone, let's not linger here. Let us move to the back and chat. Upon seeing that everyone was acquainted, Lili pulled Chen Yiling towards some empty seats at the back. The three of them exchanged smiles before following suit. Meanwhile, the extraordinary ability awakening ceremony continued, and within the examination hall, a gaze filled with resentment was fixated on Yu Qianan. Next, Zhang San. Here. B-class ability, puppeteer, mental type ability. I'm B-class, I actually awakened a B-class ability. Next, Li Si. Here. A-class ability, Lord of Rivers. Elemental type ability. Wow, another elemental type, although it's only A-class, it's still quite powerful. Before long, nearly all candidates had completed their awakenings, yet no one had surpassed A-class. The combined total of A and B classes was merely a few hundred, a stark contrast against the nearly 20,000 candidates present, making them seem exceedingly rare. At that moment, only one candidate remained unawakened, and he was the very one who harbored resentment towards Yu Qianan. The examiner on the awakening platform felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing only one candidate remained. Sigh, why is there only one S-class this year? If it weren't for the anomaly that is Yu Qianan, the results for this year's entrance exam in the Magic Capital would surely rank among the lowest across provinces. Forget it, let us hasten to finish and wrap things up. Last one, Shinsu. I'm here. Come up quickly. The examiner had little hope left and merely wished to conclude the proceedings and head home for a meal. Hearing the examiner's impatient tone, Shinsu felt a surge of resentment. Just wait. Once I awaken an extraordinarily powerful ability, you will all look up to me. With that, Shinsu approached the awakening stone, a wave of nervousness washing over him. I can do this. I will definitely awaken an ability stronger than Yu Qianan's. With a resounding slap, Shinsu's hand landed heavily on the awakening stone. Hey, classmate, there's no need to be so forceful. If you break it, you'll have to compensate with a pounding. The examiner intended to issue a warning, but was instantaneously struck dumb by the dazzling golden light radiating from the awakening stone. It's actually S-class. Despite Shinsu awakening an S-class ability that shocked the examiner, he remained fixated on the awakening stone, his eyes filled with bloodshot fervor. No, my talent cannot be limited to this. I will definitely grow stronger, change for me. At that moment, the other candidates gazed enviously at the golden light shining from the awakening stone. Wow, another S-class, this year the magic capital has produced two. So enviable, S-class. That must mean a future powerhouse of the sacred emperor realm in Huaxia. Wait, what is he doing? Why isn't he coming down? Shinsu, you've already awakened successfully, you are now the S-class Silver Moon Demon Wolf, a beast transformation type warrior ability. You may release your hand now. However, the examiner's words evidently failed to deter Shinsu's obsession. Impossible, this cannot be, my talent exceeds S-class, I will surely surpass Yu Qianan. The examiner finally understood. It was evident that Shinsu had been affected by Yu Qianan's prowess. However, this guy is too arrogant, not to mention whether you can surpass him. Yu Qianan's SSS level ability is unique in all of Blue Star. To think you can surpass him, isn't that just a dream? The examiner grew somewhat displeased. Even if he was S-class, such a mentality would surely hinder his future prospects, thus he chose not to offend him. Classmate, please exercise some rationality, this is the Extraordinary Ability Awakening Assessment venue, not a place for you to throw a tantrum. Hurry and step down, gather your emotions, and choose a university wisely, your future will surely bear fruit. Hearing the examiner's somewhat stern words, Shinsu finally calmed down and withdrew his hand. Seeing this, the examiner relaxed, but just as he was about to announce Shinsu's awakened ability, he was interrupted by Shinsu's furious roar. Yu Qianan! Shinsu's furious shout immediately captured the attention of all candidates, startling even several examiners. Qin Shu and the others were equally puzzled as they turned their gazes towards the awakening platform. Shinsu, why is it this guy, what is he going on about now? Shinsu, do I know him? Upon hearing Qin Shu's question, Yu Qianan furrowed his brow, trying to recall who Shinsu was, but still couldn't he remember. Brother Qianan, have you forgotten? He was our class vice president in the first year, but after you took a break from school, he took over your class. However, this guy has a rather reclusive personality and behaves oddly, so the other students don't really like him. Oh, it's him. I didn't pay much attention to him, but it seems I haven't had any interaction with him. What is he trying to do? Who knows, perhaps he has gone mad again. Whatever, the assessment is over. We should go celebrate. However, at that moment, Shinsu on the awakening platform, upon seeing that Yu Qianan and the others paid him no mind, felt an even greater surge of anger. Yu Qianan, don't think that just because you have awakened an SSS class ability, your future is limitless. Do not forget that your ability is that of a beast master. It is well known that extraordinary beasts are brutal and lack intelligence. Even if you can tame them, you will never be able to command any formidable beasts. And you are destined to lack formidable strength. In later stages, without extraordinary beasts, you are nothing but a waste. Shinsu's words immediately astonished everyone present. Indeed, our abilities, though not as high as his, enhance our own strength. If a beast master has no extraordinary beasts, they could indeed be considered, well, you know. Instantly, the gazes of those around turned towards Yu Qianan with an unusual intensity. Chapter 9 of the battle. Upon hearing Shinsu's words, Qin Shu was instantly consumed by rage. The position of Yu Qianan in his heart was not to be tarnished by anyone, especially not in such a public setting where Yu Qianan was being insulted. You impotent fool! How dare you utter such nonsense? Even without a beast companion, Brother Qianan can still easily overpower you with one hand. Beside him, Chen Yiling was also incensed. Yu Qianan was undoubtedly her Achilles heel. An icy chill radiated from her, causing the temperature around them to plummet. The onlookers felt a wave of trepidation wash over them at Chen Yiling's fury. Was this the power of the ice flame goddess? Just a mere hint of her aura was so terrifying. Observing this, Shinsu couldn't help but feel a sense of dread, realizing that Chen Yiling and Qin Shu were on the verge of confrontation. He steeled himself and continued, "Yu Qianan, the only thing you can rely on is the protection of others. That if you are truly a man, dare you to face me in battle right now. If you win, I shall retract my previous words, but if I win, it shall prove that you are nothing but a waste of space. Your former reputation as a genius will be utterly obliterated. How dare you seek death?" Furious at Shinsu's shamelessness, Qin Shu was ready to pounce on him. However, just as he was about to act, Yu Qianan intervened, firmly grasping Qin Shu's shoulder. "Brother Qianan, let me go, I must teach him a lesson today." "Calm down, allow me to handle this." "But do you still want to acknowledge me as your elder brother?" Qin Shu, hearing the cold confidence in Yu Qianan's tone, relented. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by Shinsu's challenge, but soon their anticipation grew. Both were newly awakened with their powers, both at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. A confrontation between them would undoubtedly reveal whose abilities were superior. "Qianan, are you confident?" "Fear not, Sister Yiling, you are well aware of my strength. Although we have only just awakened our powers, I feel no pressure at all. Junior, while I have high hopes for you, please do not underestimate your opponent. After all, beast transformation specialists excel in close combat, while your powers, oh, don't worry about it. We all know the extent of Qianan's abilities, just watch." Zhang Jiwen's words were abruptly cut off by Li Li. "Thank you for your concern, senior. My previous opponents were mindless beasts. Now, I finally have the chance to experience battling against a power user." Upon hearing Yu Qianan's declaration, Zhang Jiwen was taken aback. Had Yu Qianan truly hunted beasts before? Those were ferocious creatures, even the weakest among them could rival an entry-level power user. Zhang Jiwen glanced at Chen Yiling and the others, only to see their eyes filled with unwavering trust in Yu Qianan. Looking back at Yu Qianan, he felt momentarily dazed. The maturity and determination in those eyes, tinged with a hint of ferocity, were clearly the hallmarks of someone who had endured bloody battles. "So, Shinsu, I accept your challenge. But let me make one thing clear: in our fight, I will show no mercy, and you will bear the consequences." Upon hearing Yu Qianan's tone, reminiscent of the depths of hell, Shinsu shivered, yet his long-standing resentment and anger propelled him to muster his courage once more. Since I dared to challenge you, I shall not play dirty. Regardless of the outcome, I will willingly accept it, and remember, it might not be I who loses. Very well. As soon as Shinsu agreed, Yu Qianan turned to Wang Zhan. "Teacher Wang, may we borrow the school's training ground? Are you certain you wish to engage in battle?" Wang Zhan was reluctant to allow the duel, knowing both were exceptionally talented. Any mishap could be a significant loss for China. "Teacher, I am absolutely certain. Please, you must agree." Shinsu, fearing Wang Zhan's refusal, urged him eagerly. "Fine, I will grant you this one time. However, I expect you to hold back." Wang Zhan, seeing no point in further opposition, declared the end of the power assessment and led the two towards the training ground of Magic City No. 1 High School. Following this, Wang Zhan escorted Shinsu and Yu Qianan away from the assessment venue, with the other candidates trailing behind to observe. Meanwhile, the recruitment teachers from various universities, seeing the candidates emerge from the assessment venue, began to promote their institutions. Yet, the next scene left the recruitment teachers bewildered. What's happening? Shouldn't they be coming our way? Why are they all heading in the opposite direction? The recruiters from the 4 major power user universities were equally perplexed and approached a student. "Excuse me, where are you all going? Why aren't you coming to inquire about our university?" "Ah, hello, teachers, we're heading to the training ground to watch the power user duel." "A duel? Who is fighting?" "It's Yu Qianan and Shinsu. They seem to have a conflict, and Shinsu believes that beast tamers without beasts are worthless, so he proposed this duel to prove his point." "Isn't that ridiculous? Where are the proctors? Why aren't they stopping this?" Upon hearing that the duel involved Yu Qianan, the recruitment teachers were immediately incensed. Yu Qianan was the first SSS-class power user. Even if a beast tamer's physical form was weak, such talent could easily lead him to the Imperial realm. Teacher Wang wanted to intervene, but Shinsu was adamant about fighting, leaving Wang Zhan with no choice. "If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. If I delay any longer, there will be no seats left," the student exclaimed before dashing towards the training ground. Seeing this, the recruitment teachers exchanged glances and followed suit towards the training ground. On the training ground, Yu Qianan and Shinsu stood atop the platform. "Since you have made your decision, I shall not speak further. This duel is merely for sparring, lethal force is prohibited, and both parties are participating voluntarily. Do you have any questions?" "None." None. Very well, let the duel commence. With that, Wang Zhan stepped off the platform, leaving it to the two combatants, while the platform quickly filled with candidates eagerly awaiting the battle. Chen Yiling and Qin Shu occupied the front row, with Qin Shu gritting his teeth as he glared at Shen Su on the platform. Brother Qianan, give it your all, annihilate that impotent fool. On the platform, Shen Su's fury intensified upon hearing Qin Shu's taunt, and he promptly unleashed his powers. Instantly, his clothing was shredded by his beastly transformation, morphing him into a silver-furred werewolf, his size doubling. With razor-sharp claws and a mouthful of silver fangs, Shen Su's werewolf form exuded a savage aura. His crimson eyes locked onto Yu Qianan, as if he viewed him as prey, but as Shen Su transformed, the audience erupted in shrieks. Ah, pervert! Chen Yiling appeared to have anticipated this, closing her eyes during Shen Su's transformation while covering Li Li's eyes. Ah, just as I thought, he truly is impotent. Even that part is so small, not even transformation can save him. Qin Shu's remark snapped Shen Su back to reality, prompting him to glance down. His clothing had already been torn apart by the transformation, leaving him exposed before the crowd. Shen Su felt a wave of shame and anger, hastily gathering some larger pieces of fabric to cover himself. Oh dear, Shen Su, as a man, such modesty is unacceptable. I have an ancient remedy. Would you like to try it? Hearing Yu Qianan's mockery only fueled Shen Su's wrath. Yu Qianan, you seek death. With that, Shen Su became a blur, charging towards Yu Qianan. Watching the wolf claw rushing towards him, Yu Qianan narrowed his eyes, activating the misty steps to effortlessly evade Shen Su's initial attack. Realizing his strike had missed, Shen Su swiftly repositioned himself and swung his claws again at Yu Qianan, yet Yu Qianan remained unperturbed, dodging the attack with another swift movement, leaving Shen Su's claws to strike the platform instead. The sturdy platform, capable of withstanding entry-level powers, now bore a deep claw mark. Chapter 10. A one-sided assault. In an astonishing turn of events, two successive and ferocious attacks were effortlessly evaded by Yu Qianan, inciting an explosive fury within Shen Su. His anger erupted like a volcano, his eyes wide with rage as he fixed his gaze on Yu Qianan, bellowing, "Die!" With this thunderous cry, the aura of a werewolf radiated from Shen Su, intensifying as if a true malevolent wolf had descended upon the earth. Empowered by his werewolf form, his speed and attack potency surged exponentially, this being a hallmark of beast transformation ability users. He darted forward, his figure moving like lightning, claws slashing with a relentless ferocity akin to a torrential downpour directed at Yu Qianan. Yet, in the face of such a brutal onslaught, Yu Qianan remained unflustered, a faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze was clear and resolute, seemingly dismissive of Shen Su's fierce onslaught. Just as Shen Su's claws were about to make contact, Yu Qianan executed a swift maneuver, employing a flawlessly executed technique known as the Phantom Steps. This technique, elusive as a specter, rendered his trajectory inscrutable. Each time Shen Su believed he had Yu Qianan cornered, the latter would miraculously evade his grasp in an unfathomable manner. The scene unfolded with Shen Su's relentless assaults while Yu Qianan danced gracefully amidst the chaos, evading every strike with the elegance of a butterfly flitting through the breeze. Witnessing this spectacle from the sidelines, Zhang Jiwen was left utterly astounded, his disbelief palpable. His eyes widened in shock as he murmured, "Is that the yellow-level movement technique, Phantom Steps, from Magic Capital University?" He then turned to Chen Yiling, who stood nearby, her demeanor composed, a subtle smile hinting at her satisfaction. Zhang Jiwen quickly grasped the implications, and naturally, Chen Yiling, being a student of Magic Capital University, would possess such a technique, and it was entirely plausible for her brother, Yu Qianan, to have mastered this remarkable skill as well. However, what truly astonished Zhang Jiwen was Yu Qianan's flawless mastery of the Phantom Steps. The cultivation tiers in Blue Star range from low to high: yellow, Shen, Earth, Heaven, Extraordinary, Sovereign, Saint, and Emperor levels. Moreover, the proficiency with which a spirit user grasps each technique is categorized as beginner, proficient, or perfect. While Phantom Steps is merely a yellow-level technique, Yu Qianan had astonishingly refined it to perfection at the body refinement stage. Such innate talent was indeed formidable. Yu Qianan's prowess did not go unnoticed by the instructors from various universities, who expressed their admiration for his exceptional aptitude. This young man bore the potential of a future emperor. Although they had heard from other students about the limitations of beast tamers, in their eyes, even without the capability to tame beasts, Yu Qianan's remarkable insight and mastery of various techniques would undoubtedly render him formidable. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the stage grew increasingly tense. Shen Su, now thoroughly incensed by Yu Qianan's provocations and mockery, found himself engulfed in a frenzy of rage, his anger surging like molten lava. "Ah! Yu Qianan, you coward, is your only recourse to evade? Have the courage to face me head-on!" Shen Su roared, his voice echoing with unbridled fury and resentment. In response to Shen Su, his eyes sharpened, locking onto Shen Su with the intensity of a hawk. the corners of his mouth curling into a cold, ruthless smile, reminiscent of a predator poised to pounce on its prey. Very well. Since you are so eager, I shall oblige. As his words faded, Yu Qiannen's form vanished like a phantom, leaving Shinsu in a state of alarm, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Desperately, he scanned the surroundings for any trace of Yu Qiannen, but to no avail. Just as panic gripped him, a colossal iron fist suddenly loomed large in his line of sight, hurtling towards him with the force of a mountain. What? Shinsu's face drained of color as terror engulfed him. In that split second, he had no time to react. Raising his arms instinctively to shield his face, a thunderous crash resonated through the arena, followed by the sickening crack of bones fracturing. Yu Qiannen's formidable punch had struck Shinsu's arm with such force that it shattered his bone, sending searing pain coursing through his body. Simultaneously, Shinsu was propelled backward, crashing against the edge of the platform. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yu Qiannen reappeared before him. Did you not claim that beast tamers are worthless? How is it that you now lie on the ground? Yu Qiannen. Bang! Did I permit you to speak? Before Shinsu could finish his retort, Yu Qiannen's fist collided with his nose, blood gushing forth. Shinsu turned his head, his vision clouded with crimson, blood trickling into his mouth, creating a ghastly sight, yet he glared fiercely at Yu Qiannen as if he wished to devour him whole. Oh, still not convinced? Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Shinsu's face. Yet, he stubbornly turned his head again, continuing to glare at Yu Qiannen. You little wolf cub, quite obstinate, aren't you? Today, I shall show you just how worthless a beast tamer can be. With that, a torrential barrage of punches rained down upon Shinsu. In an instant, the tables had turned, and the aggressor became the target of a relentless onslaught. Speak, who is the worthless one now? Yet, even amidst the beating, Shinsu found himself unable to utter a word. Even if he wished to, the words eluded him. Ah, I didn't expect that your bravado would falter so easily. Let's see just how tough you truly are. The arena became a spectacle of farcical combat. The audience sat in stunned silence, save for Chen Yiling and Li Li, who regarded the stage with calm composure. Qin Chu, however, was animatedly perched on the railing, fervently cheering, "Come on, brother Qiannen. Give it to that weakling." The instructors from various universities were equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Goodness, Yu Qiannen is astonishingly formidable, that SA Beast transformation user, an S rank at that, yet he was felled by a single punch? Even Wang Zhan, the referee, found himself momentarily dazed but quickly regained his composure. Yu Qiannen. Cease at once. Chapter 11. Breaking Doubts, National College Entrance Examination Top Scorer. Upon hearing Wang Zhan's call to halt, Yu Qiannen ceased his assault. In truth, for Yu Qiannen, there existed no deep-seated enmity with the individual before him. He merely sought to administer a slight reprimand. Now that his objective had been achieved, it seemed rather pointless to prolong the altercation. As for why Shinsu harbored animosity towards him, that was of little consequence to Yu Qiannen. As long as the other party refrained from instigating or provoking him, Yu Qiannen was naturally disinclined to invest energy in such trivialities. However, should this individual persist in his obstinacy and dare to offend him once more, Yu Qiannen would undoubtedly show no mercy, ensuring he would vanish entirely from this world. What a dreary affair, compared to the untamed beasts outside the city that had yet to awaken their intellect. This fellow was pathetically weak. He might struggle to defeat even a beast of comparable strength. Yu Qiannen cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Shinsu, then retrieved a tissue from the spatial pocket of his trousers to wipe the bloodstains from his hands. Having completed this task, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance, as if the events unfolding behind him were utterly unrelated. Witnessing this entire episode, Wang Zhan found himself at a loss for words. After all, this confrontation had been initiated by Shinsu, and Yu Qiannen had not employed any lethal techniques during the skirmish. Consequently, Wang Zhan hurried onto the stage to assess Shinsu's injuries. Goodness, Yu Qiannen's strikes were rather severe. Upon seeing the ghastly wounds adorning Shinsu's body, Wang Zhan could not help but exclaim. Shinsu was now unrecognizable, with both arms broken and his previously beast-like form reverted to human shape. Wang Zhan wasted no time, recognizing that this was a genius who had awakened an S-class ability, and quickly lifted Shinsu, sprinting towards the medical room. At this moment, Yu Qiannen approached Chen Yiling and the others. His profound gaze met Chen Yiling's, and in that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, both sharing a knowing smile. The depth of that smile, laden with unspoken understanding, required no words. Wow, that was absolutely incredible, brother Qiannen. That so-called Shinsu is utterly no match for you. How dare he claim that your ability is mere trash? In my eyes, he is the real waste, Qin Shu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed like an ardent fan in response to such effusive praise. Yu Qianan merely smiled modestly, revealing no hint of arrogance. Hee brother Qianan, your performance today was truly eye-opening. I can already foresee that the entire nation will be stirred by your prowess, Lily interjected with a playful laugh upon hearing this. Yu Qianan felt a tinge of bashfulness, scratching his head and humbly replying, Sister Lily, please do not exaggerate. I merely performed adequately. However, Lily was evidently not inclined to let him off easily, pouting mischievously, Humph, spare me the modesty, you were undeniably exceptional. No matter what, I must come over to your house for dinner tonight, and we shall celebrate your Sure, everyone is welcome, Qin Shu, please invite your parents as well. Absolutely, brother Qianan. Yu Qianan then turned his gaze towards Zhang Jiwen, as he held a favorable first impression of him. After all, he was a classmate of Yiling and Lily, and his character seemed worthy of friendship. Senior Zhang, you should join us. Ah, can I really come too? Zhang Jiwen appeared quite taken aback by Yu Qianan's invitation, considering this was their first meeting. Of course, since brother Qianan has invited you, it is a privilege. Lily chimed in, you are indeed fortunate. Zhang Jiwen felt quite touched by the invitation. Thank you, Junior Yu Qianan. I will be there on time. Great. Soon after, the group departed the training ground, while the onlookers among the examinees gazed in astonishment as Yu Qianan and his companions left. It seems that talent truly holds great significance. Although Yu Qianan's ability is that of a beast master, his innate gifts are more than sufficient to compensate. Indeed, it is likely that this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination will be Yu Qianan. Not only in Modu, but let us not forget that Yu Qianan also achieved full marks in theoretical knowledge. With his SSS level innate ability, he is surely destined to be the national champion. Meanwhile, the special recruitment teachers regarded Yu Qianan's departing figure with admiration, though tinged with regret. Alas, such a prodigy would shine brightly wherever he goes. Now that he has chosen Moda University, we can only envy him. Let us go. We have tasks to attend to. The special admissions teachers then left the training ground, returning to the admissions plaza, with the examinees following suit, as they still hoped to be selected by prestigious schools. At the entrance of Modu No. 1 High School, Chen Yiling remarked, Qianan, now that the assessment has concluded, we shall return to school. I will submit your information afterward. With your talents, you should receive your admission notice before the end of the school day. I will bring it back for you. At this point, Chen Yiling resumed her aloof, goddess-like demeanor. Alright, Yiling, you all go ahead, I need to buy groceries for dinner. Upon hearing that Yu Qianan was going grocery shopping, Lily transformed into a little glutton. I want to eat braised pork, sweet and sour carp, and stir-fried beef. Okay. No problem. Brother Qianan is truly obedient. Alright, Qianan, we shall take our leave now. Goodbye, brother Qianan, and to you too, little fatty. Farewell, sister Lili. Soon after, Chen Yiling, Lili, and Zhang Jiwen returned to Moda University. Qin Shu, you should head home as well. Just come by my place at 7 tonight. Alright, brother Qianan. Qin Shu then walked home with excited strides, eager to share his joy with his parents. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yu Qianan's expression brightened with excitement. With his godlike beastmaster ability now successfully awakened and all system functions unlocked, my journey through parallel worlds is about to commence. First, I shall return home. It seems I need to contract a beast to utilize those The pact of success, Yu Qianan sprinted home with remarkable speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. Xiaobai, come quickly, I've awakened my beast mastery abilities. Yu Qianan exclaimed with fervor upon hearing his call. Xiaobai dashed out of the bedroom, eyes wide and rather than explaining immediately, Yu Qianan scooped him up and rushed towards the basement. Once in the basement, Yu Qianan set Xiaobai down. Under the expectant gaze of Xiaobai, he bit his finger, allowing a single drop of crimson blood to fall gently onto Xiaobai's forehead. System, initiate the pact. Yu Qianan whispered. Acknowledged, host, the system responded. As soon as the words were spoken, the blood drop seamlessly merged with Xiaobai's forehead, vanishing without a trace. Immediately thereafter, an extraordinary force surged within Yu Qianan, sending delightful shivers coursing through him. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered a subtle connection had formed between himself and Xiaobai, as if their souls were now intricately intertwined. This sensation was profoundly unique, beyond the scope of verbal description. Xiaobai appeared equally thrilled, leaping joyfully and emitting cheerful sounds. The traditional pact ceremony for beast masters is typically quite complex, however, with the System-S assistance, the process was completed in an instant. Furthermore, through this system-mediated pact, the bond between Yu Qianan and Xiaobai was fortified, their loyalty reaching new heights. Simultaneously, as the pact solidified between the human and the beast, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in by an Yu Qianan keenly sensed this anomaly and felt a rush of excitement. This is the rhythm of a breakthrough. He dared not delay and promptly entered a meditative state, channeling the divine martial transformation scripture with all his might. A soft sound emanated from their dantian, followed by an explosive surge of powerful energy. Entering the spirit realm, accomplished. Yu Qianan rejoiced internally. With the aid of the divine martial transformation scripture, Yu Qianan's advancement was as smooth as a boat gliding downstream, quickly achieving the second level of the spirit realm. Nearly 3 minutes later, he broke through again, ascending directly to the third level of the spirit realm. After another 5 minutes, Yu Qianan's strength surged once more, reaching the fourth level of the spirit realm. However, it seemed that the surrounding spiritual energy had finally been exhausted, gradually stabilizing. Both Yu Qianan and Xiaobai recognized that their breakthroughs had reached a temporary conclusion and began to focus on solidifying their newly attained realms. After all, a solid foundation is paramount on the path of cultivation. 1 hour later, boss, I feel incredibly powerful right now. An excited yet youthful voice resonated in Yu Qianan's mind. Xiaobai, you can speak now. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? I can only speak after transcending to the extraordinary realm. For now, I am communicating with you through mental resonance. Ah, I understand now, this mental resonance must be an innate ability of beast masters. Yet, Yu Qianan soon realized something was amiss. You little rascal, who are you calling a daydreamer? Take this, Shaolin grab. With a yelp, ow. Xiaobai immediately covered his lower body, trembling on the ground, while his gaze towards Yu Qianan seemed to convey, you old scoundrel, that was truly sneaky. After reprimanding Xiaobai, Yu Qianan clapped his hands, feeling quite pleased. Next time you dare to be so disrespectful, I shall demonstrate my other remarkable move. Enough of that, let's get down to business. System, open my personal panel. Named Yu Qianan, age 18, realm 4th level of the spirit realm, ability talent God tier beast mastery ability beast white tiger Xiaobai cultivation method 2nd layer of the bright silver spear, forged from refined iron skills, tactical combat, perfect level, basic gunplay, perfect level, elusive steps, perfect level, beast master inheritance skills. A nun gazing at his rejuvenated personal panel, Yu Qianan felt, indeed, the awakening of his god tier beast mastery talent, the successful pact with Xiaobai, and his advancement to the 4th level of the spirit realm were remarkable achievements. Yu Qianan was not surprised by his breakthrough to the 4th level of the spirit realm, for he had long since honed his foundation to an extraordinary level. It was merely the absence of awakened abilities that had delayed his progress, and now it felt like a natural culmination. But I have yet to explore the newly unlocked system functions. I wonder what delightful surprises they might hold. With that thought, Yu Qianan began to investigate the various capabilities of the system. System functions. 1. System space, initial space of 100 cubic meters. The host space expands tenfold with each major realm breakthrough. 2. Open system mall. The host can exchange system currency for all items within the mall. System currency acquisition obtained by hunting extraordinary beast energy users. Currency conversion rates. Refinement realm 1 system currency, spirit realm 10 to 90 system currency, profound spirit realm 100-900 system currency, earth spirit realm 1-000-9-000 system currency, heavenly spirit realm 10-000-90-000 system currency, extraordinary 1-000-000-9-000 system currency, Saint Emperor realm 10-000-000-90-000 system currency, Emperor realm 100-000-1-000-000 system currency. 3. Sharing function. The host can share 20 of each beast's various ability values and inherit one innate divine ability from each beast. Additionally, the host and beast's realms will rise in synchrony. Note: both the beast master and the beasts can cultivate independently. When the beast master levels up, the beasts will too, and vice versa, with no adverse effects. 4. Divine beast affinity. Beasts can be attuned to the beast master's exclusive equipment, providing comprehensive attribute enhancements. Each attunement increases all attribute values by 20. 5. Omni-Eye. Advanced version of the Insight Eye. The original function allows the host to view their personal panel and the basic information of others or objects. Omni-Eye of the host can view their complete information panel at any time, as well as the full information of other individuals, albeit at the cost of system currency, with fees varying based on the significance of the information. Having reviewed the system functions, Yu Qianan exclaimed, "Incredible!" Chapter 13 of the Defiant System Function. System, activate the Beast Master sharing feature. Beep, the sharing function has been activated and will permanently become one of the host's Beast Master abilities. As the system's prompt echoed, Yu Qianan immediately felt an extraordinary force surge within him, initiating a remarkable transformation in his body. He distinctly perceived that his five senses had become increasingly acute, as if the world had sharpened before his eyes, allowing him to effortlessly capture the most subtle sounds and scents. Simultaneously, his physical attributes experienced a tremendous enhancement. His strength, speed, and bodily resilience had all seen significant improvement. Wow, is Xiaobai really this powerful? A mere 20% boost has nearly doubled my physical prowess. Yu Qianan exclaimed in astonishment, his heart brimming with joy and excitement as he reveled in his newfound abilities. He moved his body, and a series of pops and cracks emanated from his joints, while every muscle and bone resonated with a deep rumbling sound, as if celebrating the birth of this new strength. Casually, Yu Qianan picked up the gleaming silver spear beside him, gently caressing its cold surface, feeling its weight and texture. This spear had accompanied him for an entire year, yet at this moment, he made a startling decision. Steeling himself, Yu Qianan gripped the silver spear tightly and suddenly thrust it towards his thigh. A sharp, metallic snap echoed as the spear's tip forcefully struck his leg. Instead, it shattered as if it had collided with an incredibly hard metal surface. Indeed, with my current physical attributes, even weapons forged from the finest steel cannot breach my defenses. Yu Qianan exclaimed, picking up the broken spearhead from the ground, his spirit soaring. After testing his physical capabilities, he turned his attention back to the system's marketplace. System, open the system marketplace. Instantly, a vibrant array of items appeared before Yu Qianan's eyes. Although he had anticipated treasures, he was still taken aback, his gaze ablaze with excitement as he beheld the offerings. So many exquisite items, techniques, skills, equipment, and various rare materials, with the lowest tier being of imperial quality. As Yu Qianan browsed through the marketplace, his excitement escalated, nearly drooling at the sight. Ability Fusion Card. Ability Advancement Card, what are these? Ability Fusion Card can be used by multi-ability spiritual practitioners. Upon use, it allows the fusion of multiple abilities into a new one, promoting their levels. Note, only usable by practitioners with divine abilities below the god level. Ability Advancement Card. When used by a practitioner, it can elevate their level by 1. Note, ineffective for practitioners with divine abilities. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yu Qianan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Such treasures exist. Ever since humanity in this world discovered the potential to awaken abilities, I have never heard of anyone being able to fuse abilities or even elevate their levels. But these two cards can achieve that. Perfect. Since Sister Yiling possesses dual abilities, I can not only use it for her but also assist Qin Shu in advancing. And what if I sell it? Yu Qianan pondered, only to immediately dismiss the thought. No, if this treasure leaks, I would likely be captured the next day. Forget it, I'll just get Sister Yiling an ability fusion card. 100 million system coins, why don't you just go rob a bank? Ding, the prices of all items on the system marketplace are reasonable. The ability fusion card not only fuses abilities but also enhances their levels, thus its steep price. Upon hearing the system's reply, Yu Qianan calmed down. True, just like Sister Yiling, whose dual abilities are all SSS level. Once enhanced, they reach the divine level. Divine abilities are indeed worth this price. He then looked at the price of the ability advancement card. Why is this so cheap? Only 1 million system coins. However, when Yu Qianan attempted to purchase it, a notification popped up indicating insufficient system coins. He suddenly remembered that he was still quite impoverished. Almost forgot, I just activated the system marketplace, I surely don't have a single coin. He sighed, well, I'll buy it later. But when he checked his balance, he was pleasantly surprised to find he had 260 system coins. System, you're way too stingy, only giving me this little startup capital. Host, this is not startup capital but rather the system coins obtained from the beasts you previously defeated. Is that so? Well, having something is better than nothing. Let's see what I can purchase with this amount. Yet, after flipping through a few pages, he angrily closed the system marketplace. What a ripoff! The cheapest items cost a minimum of 10,000 system coins. I can't afford anything. Grumbling as he closed the marketplace, Yu Qianan turned his attention to the next feature. System, activate the Divine Beast Affinity feature. Ding, the Divine Beast Affinity feature has been activated and will. The exclusive equipment is exorbitantly priced. Regarding the exclusive equipment required for the Divine Beast Affinity, Yu Qianan had just seen it in the system marketplace. It consisted of a set of 5 pieces, each costing 10 million system coins. Yu Qianan then activated his all-seeing eye to examine Xiaobai's information. Name: Xiaobai, juvenile stage, realm of spirit realm, 4th level race, divine beast, white tiger beast master. Yu Qianan skills: white tiger roar, core divine ability, metal elemental affinity, sharp golden claw. Description: one of the 5 elemental divine beasts, the divine beast white tiger, a god of the west, governs the metal element in the west, known as the god of war. Why is there only one core divine ability? Yu Qianan furrowed his brow upon seeing Xiaobai's skill set and promptly kicked the nearby Xiaobai. Xiaobai, why do you only possess one core divine ability? It seems the previous lesson was insufficient. I wouldn't mind letting you experience another move, 1000-year kill. As Yu Qianan approached with a mischievous grin, extending his hands, Xiaobai immediately bristled, hurriedly sitting firmly on the ground, fearful of being caught. I will tell you. Xiaobai quickly pleaded. Now that's more like it, speak. Yu Qianan nodded in satisfaction. The reason I currently possess only one core divine ability is that my strength is insufficient. Once I reach a certain level, I will awaken new core divine abilities. Xiaobai explained. Is that so? Does that mean the abilities awakened later are stronger? Yu Qianan pressed further. Not exactly. My inherited memories only tell me that as my strength continues to rise, my core divine abilities will gradually awaken. Each core divine ability is of the same level, with no distinction in strength. As for why it is arranged this way, I do not know. Chapter 14: The Abundant Beginner's Gift Pack for Beast Tamers. After listening to Xiaobai's explanation, Yu Qianan fell into deep contemplation. Such an arrangement, undoubtedly, was intended for his training. After all, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. Awakening each ability one at a time would allow him to grasp them more effectively. With this thought, Yu Qianan steadied his mind and ceased to be troubled. After all, these were all innate divine abilities. Perhaps this was indeed the most suitable path for him. Without hesitation, he activated the shared ability, inheriting Xiaobai's first innate divine ability. In an instant, a mysterious and profound sphere of light appeared deep within his consciousness, gradually merging with him. As the sphere integrated, Yu Qianan successfully mastered Xiaobai's innate divine ability, the White Tiger's Roar of Heaven. It turned out to be a sonic spiritual technique. Moreover, its power was simply beyond imagination. After grasping this innate divine ability, Yu Qianan could not help but exclaim in awe. According to the information within the inheritance, when perfected, the White Tiger's Roar of Heaven could instantaneously obliterate an enemy's consciousness, even shattering their very soul. Even when facing an opponent of a significantly higher realm, it could induce a momentary state of daze. Truly worthy of being a divine beast's innate ability, Yu Qianan chuckled with excitement. With this skill, he would possess greater advantages and strategic choices in battle. When confronting an adversary, suddenly unleashing the White Tiger's Roar of Heaven would surely catch them off guard, playing a crucial role. Even when faced with a more formidable spiritual practitioner, he could leverage this move to create an exceptional opportunity for himself, thus altering the course of battle. It seems there is still a grand gift pack yet to be opened. Remembering the Beast Tamer Beginner's Gift Pack stored in the system space, Yu Qianan hurriedly opened it. Ding! The Beast Tamer Beginner's Gift Pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. Exclusive weapon for Beast Tamers, White Tiger Divine Spear, Peak Spiritual Artifact, Divine Spiritual Technique, 9 Spears of Divine Slaughter, Sacred Elixir, Spirit Shaping Liquid. Gazing at the 3 treasures suspended within the system space, Yu Qianan was left drooling. What in the world, is this truly what a beginner's gift pack can yield? Clearly, Yu Qianan was immensely thrilled, for he had previously received a necessary beginner's gift pack for transmigrators, but he had assumed this Beast Tamer beginner's gift pack would merely provide some novice gear akin to those in games. Yet, unexpectedly, it was so bountiful. Each item was enough to drive any spiritual practitioner into a frenzy. Suppressing his excitement, Yu Qianan reached out to grasp the White Tiger Divine Spear. The moment he held it, an enigmatic sensation surged within him, as if this magnificent spear had been tailor-made for him. This white spear was entirely pristine, its shaft straight and exuding a chilling luster. Its appearance was further adorned with an intricate carving of a white tiger, its body coiling around the shaft, claws firmly gripping it, while its tail naturally cascaded down to the spear's end. The tiger's head was positioned at the spear's tip, mouth agape, revealing sharp teeth, its gaze radiating authority and dominance. One word, absolutely stunning. Yu Qianan gently traced the patterns on the White Tiger Divine Spear, his eyes filled with admiration and excitement. He then proceeded to examine the information regarding the White Tiger Divine Spear. White Tiger Divine Spear, Divine Weapon, Current Tier, Peak Spiritual Artifact, can be upgraded using system currency. Note, although the White Tiger Divine Spear is a divine weapon, if the user's own strength is insufficient, it can only unleash the power commensurate with the current user's capabilities. Indeed, it can be upgraded, that currency must be for upgrading. Subsequently, Yu Qianan clicked on that currency, and a system prompt box appeared. Do you wish to spend 1 million system currency to elevate the White Tiger Divine Spear to the extraordinary tier? Upon seeing the price displayed in the prompt box, Yu Qianan did not hesitate and directly chose no. Alas, the road ahead is long and arduous. It seems he must work hard to earn money. This world categorizes weapons into tiers, ranging from inferior, medium, superior, peak, extraordinary, supreme, divine, and even the unverified divine weapons. Merely elevating to the extraordinary tier requires 1 million system currency, let alone the even pricier treasures in the system shop, which made Yu Qianan let out a resigned sigh. Following this, Yu Qianan took out the Sphere of Light. Is this the divine technique? How do I learn it? Just as he was scrutinizing the sphere in his hand, it seemed to have heard his voice, transforming into a streak of flowing light that swiftly dove into his brow. Instantly, a scene materialized in his mind: a figure with an indistinct face wielding a long spear, continuously swinging it, each motion possessing cataclysmic power. As the vision played out, Yu Qianan comprehended the cultivation method for the 9 spears of divine slaughter, albeit only the first spear's technique was revealed. The other 8 remained enveloped in mysterious energy, inaccessible to him. Though it was merely the first spear, the profundity contained within it left Yu Qianan astonished. Upon opening his eyes, excitement sparkled within them. He understood just how extraordinary the power of this spear could be. If fully unleashed, it would undoubtedly allow him to battle beyond his realm. After a lengthy period, Yu Qianan reluctantly withdrew from his enlightenment, not out of a lack of desire to learn, but because he had other matters to attend to today. Truly, worthy of being a divine technique, just the first move was so formidable, Yu Qianan mused inwardly, filled with anticipation for the subsequent techniques. After a moment of reflection, Yu Qianan turned his gaze to the final reward. Sacred Elixir, spirit-shaping liquid capable of repairing a shattered dantian, assisting spiritual practitioners in regaining their cultivation abilities. Yu Qianan softly recited its description, revealing a hint of wry amusement. The item is indeed excellent, but it is of no use to me. My dantian is not shattered. Looking at the spirit-shaping liquid in his hand, a glimmer of disappointment crossed his eyes. After all, he had just acquired several treasures immensely beneficial to him, and this vial of spirit-shaping liquid seemed somewhat superfluous in comparison. However, Yu Qianan quickly came to terms with it. Regardless, it is a sacred-grade elixir. I can find an opportunity to sell it later and make quite a profit, he muttered to himself, then placed the spirit-shaping liquid back into the system space. Next, Yu Qianan pulled out his phone to check the time, realizing it was already 2 in the afternoon and he needed to go grocery shopping first, then visit the orphanage to invite Grandpa Director for a meal. Resolute in his decision, Yu Qianan playfully kicked Xiaobai. Stop pretending, we're leaving, come with me, meow. Xiaobai immediately looked quite miffed, but seeing Yu Qianan already heading outside, it could only follow with a face full of grievance. Boss, wait for me. Chapter 15 of the Mysterious Grandpa Dean. Before long, Yu Qianan had completed his shopping and arrived at the orphanage. As he stepped through the gate, he immediately spotted the elderly headmaster languidly reclined on a deck chair in the yard. However, his eyes were anything but innocent, slyly glancing at the leg of a nearby female caregiver who was sunbathing the blankets. Old man! Yu Qianan suddenly shouted, his voice echoing throughout the courtyard. The unexpected outburst startled the once relaxed headmaster, causing him to fumble and raise the newspaper in his hands to shield his face. After a considerable pause, the old headmaster cautiously lowered the newspaper, revealing a mischievous grin. By the heavens! The old headmaster was so startled that he toppled over, chair and all. Be careful, old man! Yu Qianan rushed forward to help him up. You little rascal, are you teasing me again? The old man scolded. I would never. It is you who is peeking like a thief. Yu Qianan's words were cut short as the old headmaster covered his mouth. Hush, you impudent boy, keep your voice down. If you keep babbling, I might just reveal all your childhood mischief to that girl Yiling. Seeing Yu Qianan quickly waving his hands, the headmaster finally released him. At that moment, a melodious laugh rang out from the female caregiver, who was cradling the small white cat comfortably in her arms. Hello, Sister Yen Yen. Ah, little brother Qianan, you've come to visit the old headmaster again. Yes, he then took out the prepared gifts and a bank card from his backpack, presenting them to the headmaster. Old man, these are the supplies for this month, please accept them. The headmaster accepted the gifts and the card, he patted Yu Qianan on the shoulder, speaking with pride. Just leave them here. You're one of the few who remembers this place and brings supplies every month. You certainly make it hard on yourselves. Yu Qianan shook his head with a smile. Old man, we grew up in this orphanage, it is our home, and you are our family. It is only right for me to come and see you. Besides, don't the other kids come back occasionally to visit? You should just enjoy your retirement. The headmaster gazed at the now-grown Yu Qianan, his heart swelling with pride and satisfaction. Ha, indeed, the best decision I ever made in my life was to establish this orphanage. Watching you all grow up has made my life worthwhile. The headmaster's hearty laughter filled the courtyard, enveloping it in warmth and joy. By the way, little Qianan, today should be. You must have awakened some powers, the headmaster inquired with a grin. Yes, I have an SSS level beast master ability. Yu Qianan replied nonchalantly. Oh, an SSS level beast master ability, that is quite impressive, but just. The headmaster's words were abruptly cut off as he sputtered tea across the yard, nearly choking. What did you say? The headmaster sprang up from the chair, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring intently at Yu Qianan. Beside him, Chen Yanyan wore a similar expression of shock, her mouth agape in astonishment. An SSS level ability, the headmaster inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his inner turmoil, and then reconfirmed with Yu Qianan. If the awakening device is accurate, you truly possess the SSS level beast master ability. Yu Qianan shrugged, his tone casual, as if it were merely an insignificant matter. The headmaster and Chen Yanyan exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment and confusion. Though they had never heard of an SSS level before, they were well aware of the implications of such a ranking, and Yu Qianan's calm demeanor surprised them immensely. At this moment, the expressions of the headmaster and Chen Yanyan shifted from shock to seriousness, exchanging a silent communication. The headmaster then turned his gaze back to Yu Qianan, displaying a reassuring demeanor. Ah, you little rascal, you have truly made something of yourself. With such powers, your future is bound to be extraordinary. Congratulations, little brother Qianan, just remember your sister when you become powerful. As for Yanyan's words, Yu Qianan responded earnestly, rest assured, I will never forget my roots or all of you. Ha ha. That's all we ask of you, as long as you stay true to yourself, everything will be well. The headmaster nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, he instructed Chen Yanyan to take the supplies away and started chatting with Yu Qianan about everyday matters. 1 hour later. Alright, old man, enough with the idle chatter, remember to come over for dinner tonight, I must head back to prepare. Yes, don't worry, I haven't lost my wits yet. Please send my regards to Sister Yanyan. With that, Yu Qianan departed with the small white cat. As he watched Yu Qianan leave, the headmaster's expression turned grave, a palpable aura of pressure emanating from him. What a remarkable boy. An SSS level ability, such talent is truly rare. And to think I personally raised him, it would be a shame not to enlist him in the military. With that thought, the headmaster retrieved his phone and sent a text to a certain number. My back hurts. Come see me at once. After sending the message, he reclined back in his chair and began humming an operatic tune. Time ages the body, yet burdens abound, dreams are fleeting, a touch of deep affection, 3 parts of shallow earth, and a half wall bathed in slanting sunlight. Meanwhile, Yu Qianan paused in his steps outside the orphanage, glancing back with narrowed eyes. Name Mugushingwa, 91 years old, human, Huaxia Nation ability Heavenly Thunder Emperor SSS Realm Peak of Body Refinement, Damage Dantian skill unlocks with 100,000 system coins, character synopsis a retired soldier who established an orphanage in Magic City 30 years ago, now serving as its headmaster. More information requires payment of 1 million system coins to unlock. This was the information panel Yu Qianan had just glimpsed while testing the functions of his all-powerful eye regarding the old headmaster. An SSS level ability, a damaged Dantian, a retired soldier. It seems the old man's past is not so ordinary. Yu Qianan also understood why the system had given him a bottle of spirit liquid. It was clearly intended for the headmaster. Well then, since the old man has chosen to conceal this, it must be for some reason beyond words. I shall wait for the right moment to present him with this spirit liquid. With that, Yu Qianan dismissed further thoughts and set off towards home. Chapter 16 of the dinner. Before long, the clock struck 6 in the evening. Ding dong, Xiaobai, go open the door. YQN, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, called out loudly upon hearing the doorbell. Meow.at that moment, Xiaobai was lazily sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in watching Tom and Jerry reluctantly responding to YQN's summons. He slowly slid off the sofa, his hind legs dragging across the floor as he made his way to the door. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaobai finally managed to position himself in front of the door, stretched languidly, and with a leap, turned the doorknob to swing the door open. Three figures appeared just outside. Hey, I knew it was Xiaobai. The chubby boy in front swiftly scooped up Xiaobai and entered the villa. Wow, it smells amazing. What delicious dish are you cooking, QN Go? The moment he stepped inside, the chubby boy caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen and hurriedly ran in, still holding on to Xiaobai. Why is the chubby boy here so early? Are uncle and auntie already here? It's my mom, of course. She said she'd arrive early to avoid being impolite. They're waiting outside. Alright, please keep an eye on the stove while I go greet uncle and auntie. But, I can't cook. With that, YQN dashed out of the kitchen, not bothering to check if QNCH could handle it. Uncle QN, auntie yes, you've arrived. Look, there is no need to bring so many gifts just for a meal. Please, make yourselves comfortable. As soon as YQN stepped out, he spotted QNCH's father carrying several large bags of gifts, with QNCH's mother standing beside him. He hurriedly took the gifts and set them aside, pulling QN's parents toward the living room. Little QN is so considerate, unlike that rascal QNCH who only knows how to annoy us. Upon seeing YQN, QN's mother couldn't help but feel an overwhelming fondness, showering him with praise. I'm not as good as you say, auntie. The chubby boy can be a bit of a handful, but he has a good heart. Look, he has inherited your excellent genes, awakening an S-class ability. It seems that young QN knows how to flatter. If you were my son, I would surely be grinning from ear to ear in my dreams. Hearing YQN's words, QN's father felt a wave of comfort. My genes are indeed formidable. All my children are S-class geniuses. Come now, you're getting a bit too proud. The fact that QNCH awakened an S-class ability, I believe it's all thanks to little QN. QN's mother shot a glance at QN's father and happily remarked to YQN. True enough, young QN has indeed awakened an SSS-class ability, making it quite possible that QNCH has benefited from QN's brilliance. At this point, QN's father and mother exchanged a knowing smile, both grateful for their earlier choice. Had they not supported QNCH and YQN's friendship back then, it's unlikely QNCH would have awakened an S-class ability today. This perfectly illustrates the old adage. One who flies with phoenixes must be a noble bird, one who associates with tigers and wolves must be a fierce beast. Feeling the warmth of QN's parents, YQN was somewhat overwhelmed. Uncle and auntie, I still have dishes cooking in the pot. Please sit and relax for a moment while I finish the rest. Alright, you go ahead, we'll sit here for a bit. Naturally, QN's father and mother were aware of YQN's excellent culinary skills and didn't hesitate. Immediately, YQN retreated back to the kitchen. Seeing YQN's flustered demeanor, QNCH teased, QN Go can't even handle my parents' chatter. Go on, hurry up and get out there. Noticing YQN's awkward expression, QNCH felt a sense of satisfaction and took Xiaobai with him outside. When more guests arrive, please help me entertain them. Understood. With that, YQN resumed his bustling preparations for the evening's gathering. Before long, GX and Go and CHNY New York N arrived at YQN's home. Hello, Grandpa G, and greetings to the beautiful sister. Good, so it's the little rascal QNCH. Congratulations on becoming an S-class ability user. Thank you, Grandpa G. Where's that rascal YQN? He's in the kitchen cooking. He asked me to greet you first. Grandpa G, please come in and take a seat. Good, it's been a while since I've had a meal prepared by that little brat YQN. The moment I caught a whiff of this aroma, my appetite was awakened. With that, GX and Go and CHNY New York N, under QNCH's guidance, entered the living room. Just then, QN's father and mother spotted GX and Go and quickly stood up to pay their respects, but were interrupted by GX and Go's unexpected light cough. The two instantly grasped the unspoken message in GX and Go's gaze and promptly adjusted their address. Director G, greetings. I presume you are the Director QN and Mrs. QN from the Education Bureau of Modu. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your attentive care towards the siblings YLing and YQN. I shall forever remember this kindness. Cough. Director G, you flatter us. YLing and YQN are indeed well-behaved, sensible, and resilient. We merely offered a bit of assistance. The key lies in the children's own efforts. Upon hearing GX and Go's words of gratitude, QN's father and mother felt a twinge of anxiety and hurriedly explained, they are indeed exceptionally good children, and I hold a great fondness for them. Today, we are all here to celebrate the children's achievements, so there is no need for such formality. Please, let us sit down and chat leisurely. Alright. With GX and Go's invitation, QN's father and mother felt reassured and settled down, though they had caught the underlying implication in his earlier statement. Soon, they began discussing everyday matters, but after a while, QNCH could no longer contain himself and found an excuse to slip away. Before long, the clock ticked to 8:15 in the evening. Here it is, the last pot of rich beef rib soup is ready. YQN placed the final dish on the dining table just as the villa's door swung open. Wow, it smells divine. A figure, drawn by the tantalizing aroma that filled the house, dashed to the table in the blink of an eye. Hee. QN brother is so wonderful, you've made all my favorite dishes. YQN smiled at LL, who was leaning over the dining table, thoroughly enjoying the aroma. What are you thinking? I specifically cooked according to YLingJ's tastes, it's not for you. Upon hearing YQN's playful banter, LL was unfazed, instead responding with a grin. Hee. What YLing loves to eat is also what I adore, so it's effectively for me. Thank you, QN brother. Seeing LL's shamelessness, YQN felt exasperated and decided to ignore her. After placing down the soup, he made his way to the living room. Alright, everyone else here, please wash your hands and let us eat. Chapter 17 National Top Scholar. Upon hearing Yu Qianan's words, Chen Yiling set aside her belongings and made her way to the living room, beckoning everyone. Grandpa Gu, Uncle Qi. The girl Yiling has returned, so, everyone, don't just stand there, let's all go and eat. It's been ages since I've had a meal prepared by that lad Qianan, and tonight, I intend to indulge in several bowls. Alright. With that, the group proceeded to the dining room. Grandpa Gu, please take this seat. Yu Qianan pulled out the chair at the head of the table for Gu Xinghua to sit down. In the eyes of Yu Qianan and Chen Yiling, Gu Xinghua was not merely an elderly guest, but rather a cherished family member. Yu Xinghua did not decline, for he truly regarded the two as his own descendants. Everyone, please take a seat. We are all family, and there is no need for excessive formality. After settling into his chair, the old gentleman encouraged everyone to sit down, and soon everyone found their places. Yu Qianan and Chen Yiling naturally took their seats to the right of the elder, while Qin father and mother sat on his left, and the others found their respective spots. Just as Yu Qianan was about to invite everyone to begin their meal, Chen Yiling placed a sheepskin bag on the table and spoke up. Before we eat, I would like to share some joyous news. Observing, indeed, Chen Yiling smiled and announced, first, Qianan and Qin Chu have both awakened their SSS and S-level abilities, respectively, and they have successfully been admitted to Magic City University. The admission letters were delivered to me this afternoon. As she spoke, Chen Yiling retrieved 2 admission letters and 2 bank cards from the sheepskin bag, handing them to Yu Qianan and Qin Chu. Upon hearing the news of his admission, Qin Chu immediately sprang to his feet, his gaze fixated on the admission letter in Chen Yiling's hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Noticing his reaction, Chen Yiling smiled and gently handed the admission letter to Qin Chu. Overwhelmed with joy, Qin Chu rubbed his hands together and carefully accepted the letter, as if it were a rare treasure. However, upon actually holding the admission letter, an uncontrollable excitement illuminated his face, his body trembling slightly with exhilaration. I am also a student of Magic City University. Haha, Mom, Dad, your son has achieved success. As these words left his lips, tears welled in Qin Chu's eyes, cascading down his cheeks. Sitting beside him, Qin mother reached out to grasp his hand tightly, while gently patting his back with the other. Her gaze radiated warmth and affection as she softly said, "Good child, your father and I are so proud of you." Across from them, Qin father beamed with pride and joy at witnessing his son achieve such remarkable success, his heart swelling with emotion and satisfaction. Lily, sensing the atmosphere had turned sentimental, quickly stood up, raising her glass of juice, and cheerfully declared, "Now, let us raise our glasses together, to celebrate the successful awakening of abilities for our brother Qianan and brother Qin Chu, and their admission to Magic City University. Cheers." Her words shattered the silence and ushered in a joyful ambience. Indeed, today is a day of great celebration. Everyone should be happy, so raise your glasses. Gu Xinghua chimed in, his face alight with a radiant smile, proud of Qianan and Qin Chu. Hearing their remarks, Qin Chu quickly wiped his tears, standing to raise his glass. His gaze was resolute and confident, brimming with anticipation for the future. The others followed suit, rising to lift their glasses, collectively exclaiming, "Cheers!" In an instant, the dining room was filled with laughter, joy, and well wishes. After finishing their first round of drinks, Chen Yiling continued, "The bank cards I just handed out contain the rewards from Magic City University for you both. The spiritual techniques can only be collected after you enroll." "Alright, Sister Yiling. The second piece of news pertains to Qianan." "About me?" Yu Qianan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Chen Yiling then spoke with an air of mystery, "It concerns this year's National College Entrance Examination top scholar. According to the statistics, Qianan has already been earmarked by the Education Bureau as this year's top scholar. The official announcement will be made in a week." "Ha, I knew brother Qianan would surely achieve the top spot. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses once more in honor of this year's top scholar, brother Qianan. Cheers!" Following this, the group enjoyed their dinner in a warm and joyful atmosphere. The banquet continued until 11 o'clock that night, when everyone began to prepare to leave. "Ah, you youngsters, no need to see us off. Just head back." Gu Xingguo and Qin father, having indulged a bit too much, were slightly tipsy, while Chen Yanyan and Qin mother assisted them. "Alright, please be careful on your way home. Sister Yanyan, I leave Grandpa Gu in your care, please message me once you reach the orphanage." "Okay. Aunt Qin, would you like me to drive you back?" "No need, I can drive as well. I will take these two home." "Very well, then please take care on the road." "Don't worry, dear. Sister Yiling, Brother Qianan, we shall take our leave now." "Alright." With that, the group boarded their vehicle and departed. "I will be staying with Yiling tonight." "Alright, what about Senior Zhang?" "Magic City University is right next door, I'll walk back on my own." "Okay, then I won't see you off, Senior. You all should head back now." After Zhang Jiwen left, Yu Qianan and the others returned to the villa. "You two chat for a bit. I will clean up the dining room and kitchen." "Brother Qianan is so wonderful, whoever marries you in the future will surely have a blessed life." Upon hearing Li Li's words, Yu Qianan's face flushed slightly, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Chen Yiling, who was likewise looking at him. Their eyes exchanged a unique sentiment. "Oh, something seems off with you two, your gazes are practically intertwining." Hearing Li Li's comment, the two hastily averted their eyes, with Yu Qianan awkwardly scratching his head, saying, I'll go clean up now." "You all continue chatting." Yu Qianan dashed into the dining room, while Chen Yiling, her cheeks slightly flushed, shyly retreated to the living room. Seeing this, Li Li wore a grin full of gossip. "Summer plans. Stop talking nonsense, I haven't." Chen Yiling retorted playfully. "Oh, come on, your eyes were practically sparkling just now, and you still deny it. Hurry up and tell me, do you and Qian have something going on or not?" "What do you mean by something?" "We're siblings, for heaven's sake." Chen Yiling's voice carried a hint of shyness. "Siblings, you don't even share blood ties, and Qian calls me sister too, does that mean I can't have feelings for him?" Li Li declared with unabashed confidence. "You like Qian?" Upon hearing Li Li's words, Chen Yiling's expression turned flustered. She hadn't anticipated such a statement from Li Li. Are you jealous now? Just a little joke, and it spills out the truth, you can't deny it anymore, can you? Come on, spill the beans." Li Li laughed triumphantly. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Chen Yiling's face flushed crimson. She glanced nervously towards the direction of the dining room, and after confirming that Yu Qian was oblivious, she hastily pulled Li Li upstairs. "It's not convenient to talk here. Let us go to my room." Alright. Li Li responded cheerfully, following Chen Yiling to the bedroom on the second floor. After they left, Yu Qian emerged from the dining room, glancing towards the second floor with a faint smile gracing his lips. With the 20% enhancement from Little Bai's shared attributes, his senses had become exceedingly acute, allowing him to clearly overhear the conversation between Chen Yiling and Li Li. "Yiling, wait for me. I will grow stronger swiftly, and then I shall stand beside you in another capacity." Before crossing into this world, Yu Qian had often felt that the notion of love was a mere distraction, a sentiment echoed in countless web novels. However, since his arrival, Chen Yiling had illuminated his existence like an angel. To Yu Qian, she was not merely a sister, she was akin to a childhood sweetheart, a feeling he had never experienced in his previous life. As they grew up together, Yu Qian found himself utterly enamored with Chen Yiling. Each time he faced bullying from other children, Chen Yiling would shield him, her hands on her hips, fiercely reprimanding the group of kids, a sight forever etched in Yu Qian's memory. Love transcends mere feelings, it manifests in actions, it compels one to focus on her, to think of her incessantly, to yearn to be by her side, to derive joy from her happiness, and to feel heartache at her sorrow. Having witnessed the so-called love in his previous life, Chen Yiling's presence was like that of a celestial being, reigniting the warmth in his once cold heart. In all honesty, after a decade of companionship, Chen Yiling had become an inseparable part of Yu Qian's heart. Following Chen Yiling's awakening of her SSS-level abilities, Yu Qian's purpose for becoming stronger crystallized, to protect, to safeguard family, friends, and Chen Yiling. Only by acquiring formidable strength could he defend those he cherished in this martial arts-esteemed world. Before long, Yu Qian finished tidying up the dining room and kitchen and he ascended to the second floor, hearing Chen Yiling and Li Li still engaged in conversation, so he refrained from interrupting and instead took a shower before retiring for the night. The next morning at 8, Chen Yiling and Li Li descended from the second floor, yawning. "Wow, it smells wonderful." Li Li, who had appeared drowsy moments ago, instantly perked up and dashed to the dining room, resembling a hungry cat as she leaned over the table, inhaling the aroma of the breakfast Yu Qian had prepared. "Good morning, Lili. Breakfast is ready, you can eat after you wash up." Yu Qian emerged from the kitchen, freshly cleaned. "Hee, Qian is so wonderful, from now on, Yiling is truly fortunate." Lili's tone hinted at deeper implications, but before Yu Qian could react, she hurried off to the restroom. A smile tugged at Yu Qian's lips. Evidently, with Lili's assistance, Chen Yiling had likely begun to solidify her feelings as soon after. The three gathered around the dining table to enjoy breakfast together. "By the way, Qian, are you still planning to train outside the city this summer?" "Yes, I've formed a contract with Little Bai and intend to utilize the summer to hone my abilities." "What?" Cough, cough, you formed a contract with Little Bai? Lili's shock was palpable, nearly causing her to spit out the food she had just taken a bite of. Even Chen Yiling looked surprised. "Qian, while I'm not certain what powers a beast master possesses, forming a contract with a beast is no trivial matter. Little Bai is merely a pet cat, its assistance to you is minimal, you cannot let your emotions cloud your judgment." Observing the reactions of the two women, Yu Qian understood their concerns and proceeded to clarify. "Yiling, do I strike you as someone unreliable?" "In truth, Little Bai is not just a pet but a mystical beast." "A mystical beast, with Little Bai's tiny stature, how could it possibly be a mystical beast?" Hearing Lili's remark, Little Bai, who had been munching on cat food nearby, expressed its displeasure, immediately emanating an aura indicative of its fourth-tier spirit realm status. "Meow." Sensing Little Bai's energy, both women were taken aback, particularly Lili, who nearly toppled from her chair. "Fourth-tier spirit realm? How is this possible? Did I misspeak? Little Bai truly is a mystical beast?" Chen Yiling, equally bewildered, struggled to reconcile the fact that after living together for a decade, Little Bai had always presented itself as an ordinary pet cat. Moreover, mystical beasts were typically fierce and wild, making it hard to fathom how such a gentle creature could belong to that category. "Qian, what on earth is going on?" Prepared for their inquiries, Yu Qian relayed his premeditated explanation to the two. "As for why Little Bai is a mystical beast yet diverges from the typical traits of such creatures, I am uncertain. However, upon returning home yesterday, my powers sensed Little Bai's presence, compelling me to form a contract with it. Initially, I was perplexed, but as the sensation grew more intense within my mind, I completed the contract with Little Bai. Only after that did I learn that Little Bai is indeed a mystical beast with a highly distinguished lineage. I suspect that Little Bai's demeanor is unlike that of other mystical beasts due to its high bloodline. The higher the bloodline, the greater the spiritual intelligence and wisdom." After hearing Yu Qian's explanation, the expressions of the two women softened somewhat, yet they still found it difficult to accept the notion that Little Bai was a mystical beast. "I believe Qian's hypothesis holds merit. The powerful mystical beasts within those forbidden grounds are also highly intelligent, unlike the lowly beasts that mindlessly slaughter and attack our human territories." "Well said, Li." With Lili's endorsement, the two women were finally convinced of Yu Qian's assertions. However, the image of Little Bai's diminutive form engaged in battle was enough to spark a flurry of thoughts. Chapter 19 Companionship and Trials. What a coincidence, 10 years ago, I found Little White, and then you awakened the ability of a beast master. Could this be fate? Chen Yiling initially dismissed such metaphysical notions, yet the bond between Little White and Yu Qian indeed possesses an air of mystery. Now you must believe what I say. There are undoubtedly destined events, much like your connection with Qianan. Let's eat, shall we? You talk too much, Lili was about to retort when Chen Yiling swiftly inserted a piece of fried dough stick into his mouth. Suddenly reminded of their conversation from the previous night, a hint of crimson adorned his cheeks. By the way, Qianan, what exactly can your beast master ability do? Is it truly incapable of enhancing your own powers in any way? Chen Yiling inquired, her beautiful eyes betraying a flicker of concern. Hearing her worried words, Yu Qianan felt a warm wave wash over him, filling him with warmth. He smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, Yiling. My ability is not lacking at all. Not only can I forge contracts with various powerful beasts, but I can also share a full 20% of their total attribute values. Whether it be exceptional senses, offensive power, defensive capabilities, or speed, I can draw 20% of the strength from any attribute the beast possesses. What on earth, this is simply extraordinary." Lili, who had just stuffed a fried dough stick into his mouth, was momentarily rendered speechless by Yu Qian's astonishing revelation. Chen Yiling, too, was left dumbfounded. A staggering 20%. If one were to contract 5 beasts, wouldn't that amount to possessing the body of an indomitable giant? If contracts could be made without limitation, wouldn't you become invincible? However, beasts are not so easily contracted. Little White was merely a fortuitous encounter. Indeed, patience is key. One will eventually find the right beast for a contract. Even now, your physique surpasses that of an ordinary spirit user, aside from those specifically trained in physical prowess. Lily said, his face brimming with envy. At that moment, Chen Yiling gazed at Yu Qianan with a smile, her eyes reflecting an indescribable sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from her heart. Ever since she awakened her powers, it seemed that Yu Qianan had been propelled by an invisible force to venture outside the city, facing dangers and trials with increasing frequency. Each time he returned, his once vigorous body bore the marks of harrowing battles, as if he had just survived a fierce conflict. Chen Yiling understood all too well that Yu Qianan's relentless effort stemmed from the immense pressure of her SSS-grade abilities. Throughout the past year, witnessing the new scars adorning his body caused her heart to ache as if pricked by 1,000 needles, yet, she was acutely aware of Yu Qianan's indomitable spirit. Thus, despite her endless worries and concerns, she resolutely chose to silently stand by his side, offering unwavering support. Now, hearing of Yu Qianan's awakening of such formidable powers, the tension in Chen Yiling's heart finally dissipated. By the way, regarding my ability to share beast attributes, please do not disclose this to anyone. It could lead to numerous complications. Upon hearing Yu Qianan's words, both girls nodded in understanding. Such an extraordinary ability would undoubtedly attract attention, and if it fell into the wrong hands, it could indeed become troublesome. Rest assured, I am renowned for my discretion. I certainly won't let anything slip. Lili's remark elicited eye rolls from both Yu Qianan and Chen Yiling. While I may occasionally let something slip, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. You can count on me. Yu Qianan and Chen Yiling both recognized Lili's character. Though he appeared to be a joker, he was indeed a reliable companion. Qianan, how about joining us for summer training? We are about to embark on a mission. A mission, yes. University isn't solely about studying within the confines of the school. To enhance students' practical experience, the school assigns various tasks. By accepting and completing these tasks, students can earn credits, which can then be exchanged for the resources they require for cultivation. You'll understand more about the specifics once you enroll. Is that so? Yu Qianan felt intrigued after Chen Yiling's explanation. After all, his previous endeavors had solely revolved around combat without yielding much reward. Those low-tier beasts were hardly worth anything. At best, they could be sold for meat, which was exceedingly cheap. Thus, after slaying beasts, Yu Qianan had only fed Little White and discarded the rest, as their basic needs were already taken care of by Magic Capital University. Exactly, Qianan, you can join us. Yiling and I, along with a few friends, have accepted several tasks, all involving hunting beasts and gathering materials. If you come along, it would be beneficial for all of us, and you can be with your sister Yiling every day. I'm going with you guys, hehe. I knew you would agree. Qianan, alright, let us eat. With that, the three of them finished their breakfast amidst a peculiar atmosphere. Name, Chen Yiling, age 19, human. Abilities, Eternal Ice Domain SSS, Purifying Fire Abyss SSS Realm Earth Spirit Realm Level 3 Skills, 10,000 System Coins Unlock Personal Profile. At the age of 1, a beast invaded the city, resulting in the death of her parents, while she survived by being hidden by them in a basement. Later, she was discovered and taken in by an orphanage director. She awakened her dual SSS grade abilities a year ago and was accepted into Magic Capital University, earning the title of the Ice Flame Goddess. Name Lily, age 19, human abilities A Dream Space S Realm Mystic Spirit Realm Level 9 Skills, 10,000 System Coins Unlock Personal Profile of 500,000 System Coins Unlock. After breakfast, Chen Yiling and Lily returned to the living room to chat, while Yu Qianan sat beside them, reviewing their information panels. In the consciousness space, he pondered, System, why can I see all of Yiling's personal profile, a portion of the old man's, but not a single detail about Lily? Ding, personal profiles will be displayed based on the general public's familiarity with the individual within the host's city. Information that is widely known will be shown, or anything that the host can easily inquire about will also be displayed. Conversely, information that is less known will require the corresponding system coins. What a ripoff! Yet, Yu Qianan soon realized that since such information was obscure, it likely meant that the individual did not wish for it to be known. Their identity must be quite significant. Never mind, knowing it serves no purpose for me now. My primary focus is to swiftly enhance my strength and earn system coins. However, upon reading Chen Yiling's profile, a pang of sorrow struck Yu Qianan's heart. Yiling's parents were tragically killed by beasts, but thankfully, she was too young at the time to remember those horrific moments. Otherwise, she might have been haunted by those shadows forever. The old man likely chose not to reveal this to Yiling, wishing to spare her the heartache. Since fate has brought me to Yiling, I shall protect her in this life and ensure she suffers not a single harm. Chapter 20 Journey to the Black Fiend Forest. After a thorough discussion, the three of them agreed to embark on an outdoor training adventure during the summer vacation. In the ensuing 3 days, Chen Yiling and Li Li efficiently managed their various school affairs. Meanwhile, Yu Qianan was not idle. He procured a variety of supplies necessary for their expedition and researched detailed information about their destination, the Black Fiend Forest. Once all the preliminary arrangements were meticulously organized, Yu Qianan arrived early at the designated meeting point to await Chen Yiling and the others. "Brother Qianan, why are you carrying such a small bag? Are we not supposed to stay in the Black Fiend Forest for 2 months? Qin Chu exclaimed, struggling to retrieve 2 bottles of water from his overstuffed backpack, offering one to Yu Qianan. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I possess the ability of Beast Mastery, which also comes with a beast space," Yu Qianan replied casually. "This space not only accommodates my beast companions but can also store various items." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Qianan waved his arm nonchalantly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chu's enormous backpack vanished, evidently absorbed into the so-called beast space. However, the truth was that the beast space Yu Qianan spoke of did not actually exist. The real secret behind his ability to carry numerous items with ease was his possession of a system space. He refrained from revealing the truth to his companions, fearing it might incite unnecessary trouble or panic. Thus, he cleverly concocted this seemingly plausible excuse. "Wow, that ability is incredibly convenient, it's practically the ultimate skill for travel and thievery," Qin Chu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Yu Qianan. "Get lost. I'm not some bandit engaging in murder and theft, you must be watching too many dramas," Yu Qianan retorted. "Hee, I was just making a comparison, but brother Qianan, your ability is indeed quite handy. I was worried about lugging around a heavy bag every day. Now, with your beast space, there's no need for such burdens during our training." Observing Qin Chu's delight, Yu Qianan smiled and shook his head. Bai, who was napping on the windowsill, paid no heed to their conversation and simply rolled over to continue his slumber. However, he too pondered why he possessed a system space rather than a beast space. Later, while browsing the system shop, he discovered an excellent item that could serve as a substitute for the beast space. Moreover, it was priced at only 10,000 system coins. During this training expedition, Yu Qianan planned to gather the requisite 10,000 coins to acquire that item. It was compact enough that Bai wouldn't need to follow him around every day. He could simply keep Bai inside and carry him in his pocket. Before long, a voice from outside announced Li Li's arrival. "Brother Qianan." This call infused the entire courtyard with vitality. Upon hearing Li Li's voice, Yu Qianan and Qin Chu exchanged glances before hastily exiting the house. When they saw that Chen Yiling and Li Li were accompanied by 2 other boys and a girl, Yu Qianan's curiosity was piqued. At that moment, he suddenly felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Chen Yiling and the others were clad in combat attire, particularly the black, form-fitting outfits worn by Chen Yiling and the other 2 girls, which accentuated their figures exquisitely. Chen Yiling's perfect physique was further highlighted by the tight fabric, showcasing her alluring curves that were impossible to overlook. Why Yu Qianan couldn't help but swallow hard, quickly realizing his lapse in composure, and he hurriedly adjusted himself to approach Chen Yiling. "Yiling, Li Li, you've arrived." Yu Qianan greeted them with a warm smile. "Yes, you must have been waiting for a while, right?" "We were delayed due to some school matters," Chen Yiling replied. "Actually, it wasn't too long. We just arrived not too long ago," Yu Qianan responded with a smile. He then turned his attention to the 2 unfamiliar faces, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. One of the boys was impressively tall, towering over 2 meters, with broad shoulders bearing a hefty sword, exuding an aura of strength. The other girl appeared gentle and demure, standing around 165 centimeters tall, her eyes clear as water, radiating a soft glow. Though she did not possess the stunning beauty of Chen Yiling, she was nonetheless attractive, adding an air of tranquility and grace to the group. As Yu Qianan activated his all-knowing eye, he quickly gleaned their basic information. Namely Yuanquan, age 19, race human, realm Xianling 7th level, ability talent iron-blooded warrior A-class, personal profile a scholar from a humble background, straightforward and responsible, nicknamed Big Guy, second-year student at Magic Capital University, name Ojangwan, age 19, race human, realm Xianling 6th level, ability talent healing hands A-class, personal profile a scholar from a humble background, gentle and kind-hearted. Second-year student at Magic Capital University. Noticing Yu Qianan's gaze on them, Chen Yiling began the introductions. This is Zhangwan, a healing-type psychic. And this is Li Yuanquan, a warrior-type psychic. They are both my classmates and very reliable companions. Before Chen Yiling could finish, Qin Chu, ever so familiar, greeted the 2 newcomers. "Hello, seniors. I am Qin Chu, brother Qianan's #1 little brother." "Well, hello to both of you. Jiangwen responded shyly, her face flushing with a charming hue as she softly replied. Li Yuanquan boisterously remarked, no wonder you're an S-class defensive talent. You're quite sturdy, a man should have such a physique. However, you might want to shed a bit of that excess weight, you should definitely work out more. Qin Shu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded awkwardly, ahem, the senior is right. I will certainly strive to lose weight. The banter between Li Yuanquan and Qin Shu lightened the atmosphere, which had been slightly tense, transforming it into a lively and relaxed laughter erupted among the group, dissipating any lingering nervousness. Following Li Li's introductions, Yu Qianan and Qin Shu quickly integrated into the small circle, growing more familiar with one another. Soon, they began to discuss their plans for the upcoming summer training. The reason Yu Qianan decided to join Chen Yiling and the others, bringing Qin Shu along as well, stemmed from his curiosity about how trained psychics engaged in combat, considering he had primarily relied on brute force thus far. With 2 months of summer vacation ahead, accompanying Chen Yiling and her companions would allow him to quickly adapt to the combat style of psychics and facilitate his own growth. As for Qin Shu, Yu Qianan regretted mentioning his training plans to him, as he had been unable to resist Qin Shu's persistent pleas to join. Chapter 21 The Black-Scaled Serpent. Yu Qian retrieved the meticulously. He promptly marked several locations on the map. Sister Yiling, this here denotes the habitat of the fangtooth boar, which is also one of your mission objectives, to collect the boar's fangs. Do you intend to head there first? Indeed, the fangtooth boar generally possesses strength at the initial spirit realm, with the most formidable reaching the mysterious spirit realm. Since both Fatty and I have only just stepped into the initial spirit realm, this location seems the most suitable for our objective. However, I may be somewhat of a burden to you. Junior, such words are unnecessary. We all need to go there to complete our task, and it was a mutual decision to include you. Exactly, assisting you is our duty as seniors, haha. Zhang Jiwen and Li Yuanquan were unfazed by this, their excitement palpable at the prospect of honing their skills alongside an SSS-grade genius. Even Jiang Wen expressed her eagerness to train with Yu Qian. Very well, since everyone has no objections, our first target shall be the fangtooth boar. Splendid, I have longed to hunt exotic beasts. Earlier, I wanted Brother Qian to take me along, but he refused. Qin Shu, brimming with enthusiasm, could hardly contain his eagerness to test his current capabilities. Stupid Fatty, that was for your own good. When I ventured out alone, I faced countless perils, and if I brought you along, we might both end up dead outside the city without anyone knowing. Upon hearing Qin Shu's complaints, Yu Qian felt a surge of frustration. Seeing Yu Qian's ire, Qin Shu quickly covered his mouth and hid behind Li Li. Little Fatty, why are you hiding behind me? With your size, I can't protect you. At Li Li's remark, Qin Shu glanced down at his physique, which was considerably larger than Li Li's, feeling quite embarrassed. With a sheepish chuckle, he retreated behind Li Yuanquan. Qin Shu's antics incited laughter among the group. Yu Qian shot a glare at Qin Shu and picked up the map. Xiao Bai, let us depart. Meow. Responding to Yu Qian's call, Xiao Bai leapt from the windowsill onto Yu Qian's shoulder. Together, Yu Qian and Chen Yiling walked out of the house side by side. Wait for me. Li Li hurriedly stepped forward, linking arms with Chen Yiling. Zheng Jiwen and Jian Wen followed closely behind. Junior Qin Shu, let us keep pace. Yes, senior. Soon, Li Yuanquan and Qin Shu trailed after, with Qin Shu still lingering behind Li Yuanquan. The group advanced towards the territory of the fangtooth boar within the dense forest. Yu Qian and his companions cautiously approached the area inhabited by the fangtooth boar. At that moment, the presence of the black serpent had evidently gone unnoticed until it launched its attack, prompting Chen Yiling and the others to react immediately. Black-scaled serpent. Zhang Jiwen quickly identified the serpent, but it was already too late to intervene. As the serpent was about to sink its fangs into Qin Shu, a flash of silver suddenly shot forth. With a resounding crash, a silver spear plunged into the ground beside Qin Shu, creating a crater. The spear was firmly embedded in the black serpent. From the moment Yu Qian detected the serpent to the instant he dispatched it, a mere second had elapsed. Ding, you have slain an initial spirit realm exotic beast, earning 10 system coins. As the black-scaled serpent fell, the system's notification echoed in Yu Qian's consciousness. However, he paid it no heed, his expression grave as he addressed Qin Shu. Fatty, did you not hear me calling? Why do you look at me with such bewilderment? Is there something on my face? Boss, Qin Shu felt a wave of shame wash over him, at a loss for words. Enough. We too failed to notice the black-scaled serpent lurking nearby. Calm down, Qian, it is only natural for Qin Shu to be inexperienced on his first outing. Chen Yiling and Li Li's reassurances gradually quelled Yu Qian's anger. Alright, Fatty, I might have been a bit harsh earlier. However, this is not home. We are in a perilous area teeming with exotic beasts. Although the military has cleared this place multiple times, there are certainly powerful beasts that have evaded capture. We have only just awakened our abilities, so we must exercise utmost caution and never let our guard down. I understand, boss, rest assured, I will adapt swiftly and strive not to burden everyone. Ah, it is merely a black-scaled serpent of initial spirit realm level. You are fine, Qin Chu. I recognize that Qian is only looking out for you, but growth is not instantaneous. I have faith that you will adapt in no time. Li Yuanquan stepped forward to comfort Qin Chu, attempting to ease the tension. Yu Qian, choosing silence, bent down to retrieve the white tiger god-slaying spear, yanking the serpent off and squeezing a walnut-sized crystal from its head. Boss, is this the spirit core? Indeed, any exotic beast that has entered the initial spirit realm will possess a spirit core within its head. The more powerful the beast, the larger the spirit core. These cores contain pure spiritual energy, which can be embedded in weapons and, when forged by a craftsman, can bestow various effects upon them. However, just as Yu Qian was about to hand the spirit core to Chen Yiling, a white figure flickered, and the core vanished from his hand. Yu Qian. It turned out that Xiao Bai, perched on Chen Yiling's shoulder, was savoring something with great delight. I almost forgot, the spirit core has another use. It can be consumed by exotic beasts to enhance their levels. Seeing Xiao Bai devour the spirit core, Yu Qian's heart soared with joy. I nearly overlooked this. Rather than cultivating myself, I can simply feed Xiaobai the spirit cores, with the shared benefits. As Xiaobai levels up, I shall too. Yet, watching Xiaobai finish a spirit core of initial spirit realm level, it seemed to have gained only a slight boost, leaving Yu Qian somewhat exasperated. Oh well, it will come in time. There will be more spirit cores and system coins. Chen Yiling and the others, witnessing Xiaobai consume the spirit core, shared the same realization. Li Li and the others regarded Yu Qian with envious eyes. Qian, your beast master abilities continue to astonish us. As long as there are sufficient spirit cores, Xiaobai can rapidly grow and soon surpass us. Even if your cultivation lags, with Xiaobai. Chapter 22 Hunting the Razorback Boar. Well, now that the danger is past, let us hasten to our destination, Chen Yiling declared, prompting the group to cease their playful antics. In light of the recent events, Yu Qianan promptly reorganized the team. Li Yuanquan led the way, closely followed by Qin Chu, while Chen Yiling and Li Li flanked the sides. Yu Qianan and Zhang Jiwen brought up the rear, and the most vulnerable member, the caretaker, was positioned in the middle of the formation. Despite being doused in beast-repelling potion, it was of little use against the formidable or starving exotic beasts. The previous encounter with the black-scaled snake clearly indicated that it was in a hunting state, lying motionless within the thicket. Otherwise, with Yu Qianan's acute senses, he would have detected any slightest disturbance immediately. The reason Yu Qianan took the rear was also due to his astonishing reaction speed, which had left several of his companions in awe. Although they possessed higher realms of power, none could match Yu Qianan's swiftness in response to the ambush, especially for Zhang Jiwen, Li Yuanquan, and Zhang Wan, who were unfamiliar with Yu Qianan. Their perception of his capabilities underwent a profound transformation. This junior is anything but ordinary. He resembles a freak of nature, indeed, a freak. Before long, the group arrived at the territory where the razorback boars roamed. Senior Zhang, what is your assessment? Based on my analysis, these droppings were likely left about half an hour ago. Judging by the tracks on the ground and the direction of the broken branches, the herd of razorback boars should be approximately 3 kilometers ahead. Alright, everyone, stay concealed and let us move out. Shortly thereafter, the group advanced towards the direction indicated by Zhang Jiwen. Snorts echoed through the air, and indeed, as Yu Qianan and the others approached within 100 meters of their target, they heard the distinctive calls of the razorback boars. With agility, Yu Qianan leaped up into a large tree. From his vantage point, he observed 23 razorback boars resting beside a small pond 100 meters ahead. Among the herd stood a colossal razorback boar, its entire body a vivid crimson and as large as a truck. The target was too distant for Yu Qianan to discern the leader's details at that moment, so he descended from the tree. There were approximately 32 boars, with one being a massive, truck-sized specimen. This giant razorback boar should be at the third level of the Xianling realm. Zhang Jiwen, utilizing information from the database, provided an estimated assessment of the boar strength. Zhang Jiwen, age 19, human. Ability, Supreme Brain S. Realm, 9th level of Xianling. This was the information Yu Qianan had previously acquired through his omniscient eye. Zhang Jiwen's ability endowed him with an exceptionally intelligent mind and remarkable comprehension. At just 19, he had already mastered the art of reading extensively, akin to a living database. Not only could he recall everything with perfect clarity, but he also possessed formidable data calculation and analytical skills. Consequently, many in the university preferred not to train alongside Zhang Jiwen. In a spar, he could analyze even the color of one's undergarments, leaving no secrets to be had. Furthermore, due to his extraordinary intellect, Zhang Jiwen had caught the attention of the military early on and was recruited directly upon graduation. With someone like Zhang Jiwen on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in influencing the course of battle. In light of this, let us proceed according to the battle plan. Sister Lili will use her illusionary techniques to control the herd of razorback boars. Senior Li Yuanquan and I will initiate the attack, while Qin Shu will safeguard Sister Zhang Wen. Sister Yiling and Senior Zhang will provide support from the side. Understood. The group promptly sprang into action, swiftly reaching the front of the razorback boar herd. Upon spotting the humans, the boars immediately became alert. The colossal Crimson leader assumed a combat stance, its eyes burning red as it fixated on Yu Qianan and his companions. Razorback boar leader class, 3rd level of Xianling. Characteristics: aggressive and ferocious, with a formidable attack capability. It shows no fear of death and will impale any enemy that stands before it with its 2 enormous tusks. Weakness: eyes. A series of deep, menacing roars erupted from the razorback boar leader. Its eyes glinted with a vicious light, glaring intently at Yu Qianan and the others, filled with hostility and provocation. Suddenly, the leader charged towards them with astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. Humph, filthy pig, you think you can charge at us? Dream on, Lili shouted, swiftly forming hand seals and channeling her immense mental power. Instantly, an invisible wave of psychic energy surged forth, enveloping the entire herd of razorback boars. The once menacing leader, barreling towards Yu Qianan and the others, suddenly froze in place, as if struck by a binding spell, rendered utterly immobile. Its expression turned dazed, thoughts became muddled, and it lost all awareness of its surroundings. Qianan, now, Yu Qianan and Li Yuanquan exchanged glances and sprang into action. However, just as Li Yuanquan prepared to strike down the boar leader, a shadow zipped past him. He focused and realized that Yu Qianan had surged ahead, racing towards the razorback boar leader. Basic spear technique: strangling spear method. Yu Qianan thrust the white tiger god-slaying spear forward with a speed akin to lightning. With a piercing sound, the spear, empowered by its formidable might and razor-sharp edge, plunged into the left eye of the razorback boar leader. The force of the strike was as thunderous as it was potent, with the spear almost fully embedding itself within the beast's skull. In an instant, the razorback boar emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The impact of Yu Qianan's assault abruptly disrupted Li Li's illusionary control, awakening the boar from its phantasmal stupor. At that moment, Yu Qianan unleashed a thunderous roar. Strangling kill. As his words echoed, his arm bulged with sinewy veins, muscles taut with power. Simultaneously, he channeled his abundant spiritual energy into the white tiger god-slaying spear, causing it to radiate with a brilliant light. He then swiftly rotated the spearhead, churning the boar's brain matter. Bang! The razorback boar leader had no time to react as half of its head, as fragile as tofu, was instantly pulverized by the white tiger god-slaying spear. In that moment, countless fragments of red and white flesh, blood, and brain matter splattered everywhere, raining down like droplets of rain. Yu Qianan was also doused in the visceral remnants. Ding! Kill a 3rd level Xianling realm exotic beast, earning 300 system coins. Following this, the massive body of the razorback boar thudded to the ground. Li Yuanquan gazed in shock at the razorback boar leader that had been slain by Yu Qianan with a single spear thrust. Senior Li Yuanquan, let us finish this swiftly. Oh, right. Li Yuanquan snapped back to reality, brandishing his large blade as he charged towards the remaining boars. The remaining razorback boars were predominantly at the spirit realm, with the strongest barely reaching the 9th level of the spirit realm. Under Li Li's illusionary control, Yu Qianan and Li Yuanquan dispatched the boars with the ease of cutting through vegetables. In less than a minute, 31 razorback boars lay slaughtered. The system notifications continued to resonate within Yu Qianan's consciousness. Ding! Kill a 9th level spirit realm exotic beast, earning 90 system coins. Ding! Kill an 8th level spirit realm exotic beast, earning 80 system coins. Once the battle concluded, Xiaobai dashed over to the corpse of the razorback boar leader. Displaying its tiny claws, it expertly extracted the boar's spiritual core, swallowing it in one gulp, before turning its gaze towards the other boar corpses. Wow, it's all mine. Chapter 23. Entering the 5th level of spirit realm before long, Xiaobai darted back and forth over the corpses of the sharp-toothed pigs, swiftly excavating all the spirit cores. As he gazed at the scattered spirit cores on the ground, Xiaobai couldn't help but drool. Without a second thought, he settled down to feast. The others, witnessing this, did not intervene. Wow, Qianan, you're amazing. You managed to slay the sharp-toothed pigs of the 3rd level of the Xianling realm. Having dispelled the illusionary control, Lili, along with Chen Yiling and a few others, approached Yu Qianan and Li Yuanquan. Chen Yiling cast a look of admiration at Yu Qianan. Boss, wow, you're incredibly strong. Qin Shu attempted to express his awe, but the gruesome scene made him feel nauseous. No sooner had he spoken than he rushed to a nearby tree to vomit. The others could not help but chuckle at the sight. Fatty, I have a task for you. Go collect those sharp-toothed pigs. Boss, can I skip this one? Ugh. Upon hearing Yu Qianan's words, Qin Shu glanced at the myriad of sharp-toothed pig carcasses and immediately felt the urge to retch again. No way. Since this is a trial, you must acclimate to the bloody battles. Fine. Qinshu covered his mouth and nose, feeling quite unwell, but knowing he had to obey his boss, he trudged toward the corpses of the sharp-toothed pigs. As the weak point of the sharp-toothed pigs was their eyes, both Yu Qianan and Li Yuanquan had directed their attacks at their eyes, resulting in the pigs' heads being left in a state of disarray. Blood and viscera splattered across the ground, presenting a decidedly gruesome sight. However, this also allowed Qinshu to save some effort, as the tusks could be easily extracted from the pigs' mouths. The only drawback was the repulsive visuals. With each pair of tusks Qinshu removed, he would retch anew. Ah, poor Qinshu, but it's so disgusting. Lily thought to empathize with Qinshu, yet, my senior and I will wash off the blood. Okay. Subsequently, Chen Yiling and the others spread out to guard their surroundings, wary of attracting other beasts with the scent of blood. Yu Qianan and Li Yuanquan plunged into a nearby pool to cleanse themselves of the sanguinary remnants. Before long, both had washed off the blood, and Qinshu had collected all the tusks. Is this enough? Yes, Junior. This task is ongoing, so we only need to gather the tusks from one herd of sharp-toothed pigs this time. Alright, then let's move on to the next target. Just as Yu Qianan was about to call everyone to leave, he felt a surge of energy rising within him. A breakthrough. Yu Qianan looked at Xiaobai, who had finished devouring all the spirit cores. Consequently, Xiaobai successfully ascended to the 5th level of the spirit realm. Due to their shared abilities, Yu Qianan experienced a concurrent upgrade. Boom, in an instant, Yu Qianan completed his ascension, an aura radiating from him. Everyone? Qianan, did you just break through? Li Yuanquan stared at Yu Qianan in astonishment. Yes, I inadvertently broke through. Let us hurry to the next target. Yu Qianan offered no further explanation, sheathing the white tigeress divine spear as he approached Chen Yiling. Inadvertently? Is it really possible to ascend like this? A large question mark appeared on Li Yuanquan's honest face. Qianan, you've broken through? Yes, to the 5th level of the spirit realm. This is too rapid. Are there any side effects? Though Chen Yiling was equally astonished, her predominant concern was for Yu Qianan's well-being. Fearing that such a swift ascension could harm him, feeling Chen Yiling's deep concern, Yu Qianan felt warmth in his heart. Yiling, fret not. Everything is within my control, it won't affect me. Alright, but please don't put too much pressure on yourself. I hope we can all continue to thrive. Yes, I will be careful. However, we must leave this place swiftly, the scent of blood will soon attract other beasts. Okay, Lily, Fatty, seniors, let us proceed to the next target. Sure thing. Li Li and Qinshu promptly joined them, while Zhang Jiwen and the others, still somewhat astonished, quickly followed suit. Old Zhang, our junior is no ordinary freak. Perhaps this is the potential of an SSS-level beast master. Zhang Jiwen gazed at the departing Yu Qianan, reflecting deeply. Throughout their journey, every time Yu Qianan acted, Zhang Jiwen meticulously recorded his data using his formidable intellect, yet, each time, the data failed to quantify Yu Qianan's true strength, a situation he had never encountered before. It seemed as though Yu Qianan was never exerting his full power, making it impossible to ascertain the extent of his capabilities. In truth, even Yu Qianan himself was unaware of how powerful he had become, as he had never truly tested himself since awakening his extraordinary abilities. With the Divine Martial Transformation Sutra, the Beastmaster sharing function, the exclusive White Tigeress Divine Spear, and his synergy with Xiaobai, Yu Qianan's strength could no longer be measured by ordinary standards. Not to mention the enhancements from the Divine Beast Spirit and Divine-level spiritual techniques. After sharing their sentiments, they continued to follow the group. Shortly after the group departed, a figure appeared quietly at the edge of the pool. Indeed, an SSS-level spiritual energy user. No wonder the old man values him so much and hastily dispatched me to protect him from the shadows. The figure gazed at the multitude of sharp-toothed pig carcasses before shifting its gaze toward the direction Yu Qianan and the others had taken, revealing a look of astonishment. Just then, a powerful tiger surged from the thicket, roaring as it lunged at the figure. How could a beast at the Earth spirit realm be lurking near the outskirts of the Blackshaw forest? As the beast was about to pounce on the figure, he merely raised a hand and extended a finger. In an instant, a violent bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through the creature's skull in the blink of an eye. Moments later, the beast collapsed to the ground, its body exuding a strong odor of charred flesh. A creature of the 7th level of Earth spirit realm, it must have been out searching for food, drawn here by the scent of blood. However, these little creatures were clever enough not to linger. Otherwise, encountering this tiger would have spelled trouble. The figure then extracted the spirit core from the beast's head. Recently, those fallen ones have been quite active. The old man must have sent me to protect this boy because of that. Otherwise, with these little creatures' abilities, they pose no real threat. His gaze sharpened, and his expression turned icy. Fallen ones, if you dare to act recklessly, I won't hesitate to unleash another massacre. With that, the figure vanished, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Yu Qianan and the others had departed. Chapter 24 of the Tremor in Huaxia. As Yu Qianan embarked on his journey of self-discovery, the entire nation of Huaxia found itself engulfed in tumult. Have you heard? The results of this year's National College Entrance Examination have been announced. I know, the top scorer hails from the Magic City, and I believe his name is Yu Qianan. Indeed, it is rumored that he achieved full marks in the humanities, and his abilities have awakened an unprecedented SSS-level power. What, SSS level? I've never heard of such a grade. Surely you jest. If you had, it wouldn't be the first occurrence, would it? True enough, that does sound a bit foolish. My apologies. Not only did the citizens of Huaxia engage in fervent discussions, but even the official military and various powerful families were shaken by the news. In an instant, all factions began to take action. In a conference room in the capital, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table spoke gravely, urging the gathered council members to share their thoughts. However, his inquiry was met with a profound silence. At that moment, an elderly man in military attire, adorned with 3 stars on his epaulets, broke the quiet. Chairman, an SSS-level spiritual energy user is a historic first since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Regardless of whether his ability is that of a beastmaster, his potential warrants our utmost investment. General Xian Yuan, I must express my disagreement, another elder interjected, his expression betraying displeasure. Sima, what scheme are you concocting now? Why is General Xian Yuan so agitated? I'm only considering the welfare of Huaxia. After all, cultivating an SSS-level spiritual energy user demands immense resources. If it were another type of ability, I would remain silent. However, acquiring a mythical beast, the cornerstone of a beastmaster's power, poses a significant challenge. And what of it? If necessary, I shall venture into the Forbidden Lands myself to capture a few mythical beasts for him to bond with. General Xian Yuan retorted. Ha! If General Xian Yuan is willing to take such risks, I shall have no objections, but have you considered that such formidable beasts cannot easily be subdued by a mere mortal? If you were to fall in those treacherous lands, Huaxia would lose a crucial military leader. Is it worth sacrificing a national hero for an uncertain young talent? Should Huaxia face an invasion from mythical beasts or the encroachment of the fallen, who will bear the responsibility for the ensuing chaos? Just as General Xian Yuan was rendered speechless by the rebuttal, a middle-aged man beside him interjected. Elders, please temper your tempers. I too have reviewed the records of the national top scorer. While his ability is that of a beastmaster, his combat prowess is not to be underestimated. After awakening his powers, he faced off against another newly awakened student, who was an S-class beast transformation user. Even while transformed, that student was swiftly defeated by Yu Qianan. Thus, I believe this young man possesses immense potential, and with proper guidance, he could become a formidable spiritual energy user. Ha! The young man from the Gu family has a discerning eye, much better than some old curmudgeon. General Xian Yuan quipped. Xian Yuan Hong, if you continue to refer to me in such a manner, do not blame me for turning hostile. Oh, I'm so terrified. Come, bite me. As tensions threatened to escalate, the middle-aged chairman interjected firmly. Everyone, calm yourselves, this is a national assembly, we must maintain decorum. With the chairman's admonition, the 2 elders settled into their seats, each turning their heads away, unwilling to concede. The chairman, observing the 2 stubborn elders, felt a sense of helplessness. The other council members appeared indifferent, as if the matter did not concern them. I understand that both of you are acting in the interest of Huaxia, but this issue is of paramount importance, and we cannot afford to be careless. The emergence of Yu Qianan has already attracted the attention of other nations and even the fallen. While both of your arguments hold merit, we must acknowledge that he is the first SSS-level spiritual energy user. Regardless of the heights he may or may not achieve in the future, we must regard this with due seriousness. However, given the tense situation at the front lines, resources cannot be diverted lightly. Therefore, I propose a hands-off approach for Yu Qianan, allowing him time to develop independently. If he demonstrates exceptional abilities, we shall consider prioritizing his training and resources. Do any of you dissent? No dissent. I have no objections. The other council members unanimously supported the chairman's decision, and even General Xian Yuan and the elder from the Sima family could not voice further opposition. I concur. I agree. Sensing General Xuanyuan's reluctance, the chairman continued, Given that he is an SSS-level spiritual energy user, we must ensure his safety. General Xianyuan will be responsible for Yu Qianan's protection, but military forces cannot be excessively diverted. Upon hearing the chairman's words, General Xianyuan's eyes lit up. I shall obey. If I can't utilize military resources, I still have my own means, he thought. With an SSS-level talent, he could undoubtedly become the most powerful spiritual energy user in Huaxia. At that time, what mythical beasts or foreign forces, or even the fallen sects, would pose a challenge, Seeing General Xuanyuan's smug expression, the elder from the Sima family felt a surge of indignation. With the emergence of Yu Qianan, the SSS-level user, numerous unstable factors had surfaced within Huaxia, necessitating vigilance to ensure the nation's peace and stability. If required, force may be employed to suppress any threats. We shall comply with the chairman's orders. Indeed. Today's session is concluded. We shall disperse. With that, the chairman exited the conference room, followed closely by the other council members. Humph. The elder from the Sima family scoffed at General Xianyuan before striding away. Before long, only General Xianyuan and the middle-aged man remained in the conference room. Young Gu, how is your father faring these days? General Xianyuan, my father is quite well, enjoying a comfortable life at the orphanage. That's splendid. General Xianyuan laughed heartily as he made his way out of the conference room, with the middle-aged man following closely behind. Inside a jeep, the middle-aged man inquired, Young Gu, what arrangements has your father made? Indeed, nothing escapes Uncle Xuanyuan's notice. I've fought alongside your father for decades, I know his little schemes all too well. Just the other day, he summoned me to discuss Yu Qianan and he holds him in high regard, even more so than his own grandson. Now that the young man is off on his adventures, the old man has tasked me with providing covert protection. Wow, that old coot dares to issue orders, entrusting you, a general, with protection. Is he not concerned about the potential crises at the front? Cough, my father merely speaks in jest, he would never joke about national matters, thus, he has sent my younger brother to provide protection instead. That's acceptable. Your younger brother represents the family's strength and will not significantly affect the front lines. However, to assign a 9th-tier Sane Emperor to guard a newly awakened young man is a notion only your father could conceive. Since your father has made arrangements, I shall refrain from If you require assistance in matters where you cannot act, do not hesitate to seek me out. I still possess some influence, sufficient to handle certain situations. Understood, uncle. And as for Sima, despite his constant opposition, his loyalty to Huaxia is unquestionable. You may proceed without worry, he will not sabotage your efforts. Got it. Regarding Yu Qianan's significance, I need not elaborate further. You must ensure his safety, however, do not shield him excessively. A genius that has not weathered storms is akin to a flower in a greenhouse, fragile and of little use. General Xuanyuan's gaze revealed the weight of experience as he stared out at the moonlit night. Uncle, rest assured, I understand. Indeed, with so many eyes watching, you should depart swiftly. Farewell, uncle. With that, General Gu exited the vehicle, adjusted his attire, and strode away. Shaoli, let's hit the road. Yes, sir. The jeep slowly pulled away. Chapter 25 of The Crimson-Faced Tiger. Meanwhile, a multitude of outsiders had descended upon the City of Magic, all drawn by the enigmatic figure of Yu Qianan. Their true intentions, however, remain shrouded in mystery. In the Blackshaw Forest, Qianan, look over there. Chen Yiling suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a thicket ahead. Her voice caught the attention of the others, who turned to follow the direction of her finger. Yu Qianan was no exception. His gaze followed Chen Yiling's indication towards the dense underbrush through the lush leaves. A dark object seemed to be nestled within. Qin Shu, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward and cautiously parted the foliage, eager to discern what. We found the Earth Spirit Mushroom. His face radiated a triumphant smile as he reported to Yu Qianan. The other team members, upon hearing this delightful news, quickly gathered around. The Earth Spirit Mushroom, a terrestrial-grade spiritual herb, was imbued with a substantial amount of spiritual energy. It could be consumed raw or refined into the Earth Spirit Liquid, a potion beneficial for Earth Realm cultivators, enhancing their cultivation by an entire realm. In an instant, the all-seeing eye transmitted the information regarding the Earth Spirit Mushroom into Yu Qianan's consciousness. Standing before the mushroom, he curiously observed its form, which resembled an inverted black iron pot. Far from aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, it matched the unattractive depiction found in the texts, dark and unappealing. Nearby, Lily couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. Oh dear, who would have thought that Brother Qianan would judge by appearances? Transform, Gua. At that moment, a light cough interrupted, and Chen Yiling looked at the two of them with a smile. Alright, you two, stop your banter and hurry up and harvest the Earth Spirit Mushroom. Let's not forget, our task is to collect 5 of them, and we've only found the first. Lily's optimistic demeanor elicited a knowing smile from the others, yet Chen Yiling appeared somewhat exasperated, unsure whether to commend or chastise her. Sister Li has a point. I previously researched the Earth Spirit Mushroom and discovered that it has very stringent growth requirements. Since one has flourished here, it is highly likely that others are nearby. Zhang Jiwen adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Junior Qianan is correct. Let us search meticulously in this vicinity. We may uncover even more Earth Spirit Mushrooms. If Sister Yiling's task is 5, then any additional mushrooms we find will surely belong to us. Qin Shu mused, his not-so-bright eyes twinkling with excitement, and he eagerly began his search. Observing this, Yu Qianan collected the Earth Spirit Mushroom before joining Chen Yiling and the others in their hunt. Before long, Qin Shu and Li Li each discovered another mushroom, leaving only 2 more to fulfill their task. Soon after, Yu Qianan also stumbled upon another specimen hidden within a thicket. Everyone, come look here, so many Earth Spirit Mushrooms. At that moment, Zhang Wen's excited voice rang out, prompting the group to halt their activities and move towards her direction. Upon reaching Zhang Wen, they were astonished to find her standing before a 3-meter-high cave entrance, where dozens of Earth Spirit Mushrooms thrived upon the cave walls, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy that was tantalizing. There are so many Earth Spirit Mushrooms in this cave. Zhang Wen exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, at that instant, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly materialized from within the cave behind her. Not good. Sister Zhang Wen, run! Yu Qianan shouted urgently. His senses warned him of the immense danger lurking behind those crimson eyes. His warning heightened the vigilance of the others, yet Zhang Wen, driven by curiosity, turned to discover what lay within. In that fleeting moment, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the cave, followed by the sudden emergence of a crimson-faced tiger, leaping toward Zhang Wen. The crimson-faced tiger of the 9th level of the Xianling realm. Zhang Jiwen discerned the creature's rank at a glance, his expression instantly turning grave. Yet, the situation had become perilously urgent, demanding immediate action. Zhang Wen gazed in terror at the charging tiger, her heart filled with dread and despair. She attempted to flee but, overwhelmed by panic, slipped and fell to the ground. Despair washed over her as she instinctively raised her hands to shield herself from the impending attack. Reacting swiftly, Chen Yiling and the others rushed to Zhang Wen's aid without hesitation, but time was of the essence, and every second counted. Just as they were about to reach her, a spear appeared like lightning, infused with potent spiritual energy, striking the tiger's forehead with force. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as the spear met the tiger's forehead, sending sparks flying. Despite the white tiger god-slaying spear being crafted from precious materials, Yu Qianan's cultivation level was insufficient. The spear merely left a shallow mark, failing to inflict significant damage. The enraged crimson-faced tiger roared in fury, utilizing its formidable spiritual power to withstand the spear's assault, preventing it from advancing further. Simultaneously, Yu Qianan was violently thrown back by the overwhelming recoil, landing in Zhang Wen's embrace. This unexpected attack granted Chen Yiling and the others a crucial moment. Upon witnessing Yu Qianan being flung away, Chen Yiling's heart raced with alarm, swiftly followed by anger. Her once lustrous black hair transformed into a striking blend of red and white, resembling an intertwining dance of ice and fire. Frostbind! With a commanding shout, a wave of frigid air erupted from her, encasing everything within a 30-meter radius in ice, including the ground, trees, and even the air itself. Even the ferocious crimson-faced tiger was ensnared in this icy grip, transformed into an ice sculpture. Fireball! Simultaneously, Chen Yiling waved her hands, conjuring a massive fireball that formed in her grasp. The fiery orb, a meter in diameter, blazed fiercely, radiating intense heat. Seeing this, Li Yuanquan wasted no time, swiftly scooping up Zhang Wen and Yu Qianan before dashing away. He feared that Chen Yiling's fireball could harm them, compelling him to distance them from the battlefield as quickly as possible. Then, with a flick of her finger, Chen Yiling sent the colossal fireball soaring toward the frozen tiger, resembling a cannonball. As it hurtled through the air, the fireball collided with the ice sculpture, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Ice shards scattered in all directions, while flames danced through the air, creating a dazzling spectacle of colors. Chapter 26. Little Brother, who called for little brother, hiss. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Qin Shu gasped in astonishment. After Chen Yiling swiftly vanquished the red-faced tiger, she immediately relaxed her combat posture and hurried to Yu Qian's side. At this moment, Yu Qian had also risen from the ground, his hands slightly tingling from the recent backlash. Little brother, are you alright? Did you sustain any injuries? Chen Yiling approached Yu Qian anxiously, inspecting him for wounds. Feeling the depth of Chen Yiling's concern, warmth flooded Yu Qian's heart. He smiled at her, saying, "Sister Yiling, I'm perfectly fine. I was just jolted a bit." Chen Yiling furrowed her brows and asked, "Jolted, did you suffer any internal injuries?" Yu Qian quickly shook his head, saying, "No." He even patted his chest a few times to emphasize that he was indeed unscathed. Just then, Zhang Wen, who had been stunned by the earlier fright, finally regained her composure, her face filled with regret and self-reproach. I'm so sorry, Qian, it's all my fault for putting you in harm's way." As she repeatedly apologized to Yu Qian, she swiftly activated her abilities to heal his injured hands. Yu Qian immediately felt the tingling sensation in his hands dissipate, replaced by a warm, comforting feeling. He hastily reassured Zhang Wen, "It's alright, senior sister, I'm truly fine." Moreover, none of us noticed that there was a red-faced tiger lurking in the cave. Yu Qian's comforting words slightly eased Zhang Wen's guilt, yet she still felt profound remorse. If it weren't for her carelessness, Yu Qian wouldn't have found himself in such a perilous situation. "Senior sister, look, didn't you just happen to find a dozen precious earth spirit ginsengs?" Our mission has been successfully accomplished, and everyone can even get several for themselves. Indeed, Wen. It's just a red-faced tiger of the 9th level of the profound spirit realm. Our Qian is quite resilient. Yu Qian. At this moment, Li Li and the others also approached Zhang Wen, joining in to console her. "Alright, Wen, this isn't your fault. Remember this lesson, you mustn't be so careless in the future." Chen Yiling's tone was somewhat cold, but Zhang Wen understood her character and accepted it. "I understand, I won't make such a mistake again." "Good." At that moment, Qin Chu cautiously raised his hand. Should we gather those earth spirit ginsengs first?" Qin Chu's words instantly broke the heavy atmosphere, and everyone exchanged smiles. "Fatty, then this task falls to you." Hee, I love this job." "Big treasures, here I come." Receiving Yu Qian's command, Qin Chu excitedly dashed towards the cave, where the earth spirit ginseng seemed to shimmer like golden ingots, filling him with exhilaration. He couldn't wait to rush into the cave, his eyes gleaming with greed. As Qin Chu harvested the earth spirit ginseng, he silently rejoiced in their good fortune. These ginsengs could not only be used for alchemy but also enhance one's cultivation, truly priceless treasures. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was busily rummaging through the area where the red-faced tiger had just fallen. "Meow, how strange, I clearly saw the spirit core drop over here." Before long, Xiaobai joyfully discovered a massive ice block containing half of the red-faced tiger's head. Its eyes sparkled with excitement as it rushed towards the ice block. "Meow, the spirit core is mine." However, when it attempted to dig into the ice block with its tiny paws, it found it exceptionally hard, unable to budge it no matter how much effort it exerted. Chen Yiling was a practitioner at the 3rd level of the earth spirit realm, and she had been in a furious state when she cast the ice. Even though Xiaobai was a divine beast with 5th level strength in the spirit realm, it was still challenging to break through the ice created by Chen Yiling. Frustrated, Xiaobai scratched its ears and complained, "Meow, why is this ice so hard?" It exerted all its strength to swing its little paws, but to no avail. At that moment, Xiaobai turned with teary eyes, looking pitifully at Chen Yiling. Seeing Xiaobai's woeful expression melted Chen Yiling's heart, she quickly extended her finger and effortlessly melted the ice block. As the ice dissolved, the half-head of the red-faced tiger fell heavily to the ground. Upon witnessing the ice melt, Xiaobai's previously pitiful demeanor transformed into one of greed, even drooling in anticipation. Just as Xiaobai was about to extract the red-faced tiger's spirit core, Yu Qian's voice echoed in its mind. "This is the spirit core of a 9th level profound spirit realm beast. Are you sure you can consume it?" "Don't worry, boss, as long as the spirit core is not more than 3 major realms above me, I can eat it. The energy will just be stored, and I can only absorb the spirit power I am currently capable of." Hearing Xiaobai's explanation, Yu Qian felt relieved. "Alright, just don't overdo it. I don't want to have to find another beast contract for you." "Xiaobai, you rascal." Yu Qian abruptly severed the mental connection with Xiaobai and then surveyed the surroundings. So this is Sister Yiling's strength. At that moment, within a 30-meter radius, everything was encased in ice, exuding an eerie chill. The temperature near the cave was scorching, creating a stark contrast of ice and fire. Moreover, Chen Yiling's battle form, with her hair of red and white intermingled, and her eyes one red, one white, was exceptionally enchanting. A 9th-level profound spirit realm monster, while Yu Qian could only inflict superficial wounds before being forcefully repelled, Chen Yiling had been able to eliminate it in an instant. At this moment, Yu Qian's desire to grow stronger intensified. "Little brother, what are you thinking about? Just as Yu Qian's thoughts drifted, he heard Li Li's voice and he turned to find Li Li grinning at him. Little brother, whose little brother, sister Li Li, you must be mistaken. Upon hearing this address, Yu Qian snapped back to reality but feigned ignorance. Humph, I heard it all. Yiling called you little brother. Ha, so Qian has such an adorable nickname. Li Li said proudly. Did Sister Yiling really call me that? I didn't hear it, you must have misheard, my name is just Qian. Yu Qian continued to play dumb, attempting to cover the truth. At this moment, Chen Yiling realized that in her haste, she had inadvertently revealed the affectionate nickname she had for Yu Qian. She quickly intervened, explaining, Li Li, you misheard, I was just calling Qian. Oh? Li Li looked at them both skeptically, understanding that this was certainly a little secret between them. Alright, perhaps I did mishear. Li Li shrugged helplessly, deciding not to expose them. The others, did we mishear too? Chapter 27. Entering the 7th stage of Spirit Realm. Soon, Qin Chu had gathered all the Earth Spirit Ginsengs. In total, there were 18, plus the 3 previously collected, amounting to 21 Earth Spirit Ginsengs. 7 come quickly. Look at all these Earth Spirit Ginsengs, we are going to strike it rich. Qin Chu exclaimed, her eyes gleaming greedily as she gazed at the pile of ginseng on the ground. The others, including Yu Qian, approached, their hearts brimming with joy as they beheld the numerous ginsengs. Li cheerfully remarked, there are 21 Earth Spirit Ginsengs in total. After setting aside 5 for the task, we have 16 left. With 7 of us, each person can have 2, while 7 and Yiling can take 3 each. How does that sound? I concur. I agree. So do I. Zhang Jiwen, Li Yuanquan, and Qin Chu all endorsed this fair and reasonable distribution plan. However, at that moment, Zhang Wen quietly interjected, I shall forego my share, please give it to 7 and Yiling. Though her voice was soft, it surprised the others. They looked at Zhang Wen with confusion, and before anyone could inquire, she continued to explain, if it weren't for 7 and Yiling coming to my aid, I might have been bitten to death by that red-faced tiger. Therefore, I cannot accept this portion. Her tone was resolute and sincere, with gratitude evident in her eyes. Yu Qian quickly waved his hands, saying, Senior sister, you are being too modest, this is the result of our collective effort, and we should share it together. Moreover, you were the one who discovered it, how could you possibly forego your share? Although Yu Qian had his own greedy inclinations, he was generous towards friends. After all, the fact that Zhang Wen was friends with Chen Yiling indicated her reliability. In the face of benefits, Yu Qian would naturally not be stingy when someone displayed gratitude. No, it was my carelessness that nearly put 7 in danger, I truly cannot accept it. Zhang Wen shook her head vigorously. Seeing her so persistent, Yu Qian was at a loss for how to persuade her. If it had been Qin Chu, he could have resolved the matter with a firmer tone. However, now he was confronted with a girl, one of such kind disposition, and he genuinely did not know how to handle it. Just as Yu Qian was feeling awkward, Chen Yiling spoke up to his rescue. 1, I understand you wish to express your gratitude, but have you thought about why 7 saved you in the first place? Why did he save me? Chen Yiling smiled gently and explained, because 7 considers you a friend. When friends are in danger, how could one possibly stand by idly? Thus, while your desire to express gratitude is quite natural, there are certainly other ways to convey your appreciation. The Earth Spirit Ginseng can aid you in enhancing your strength, and once you become more powerful, wouldn't you be able to assist us even better? A different approach. Zhang Wen lowered her head, momentarily. I am the healer. In the future, if 7 gets injured, I can support him. Zhang Wen finally came to a realization, her spirits lifted as she looked up, chest puffed out. 7 I shall always provide ample support. Yu Qian, LLL Chen Yiling? In an instant, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily covered her face while crouching down. Humph, I shall ignore you all. Just then, Yu Qian felt a surge of spiritual energy erupting within him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against his meridians and acupoints. This sensation startled him. Am I about to break through again? Simultaneously, Yu Qian cast his gaze towards Little Bai. He observed that Little Bai's previously diminutive form was now swollen, filled with the immense spiritual energy from the core of the 9th stage of Mysterious Spirit Realm, transforming it into a round, plump sphere. To his astonishment, Little Bai had now reached the 7th stage of Spirit Realm. Clearly, it had successfully absorbed the energy from the core, enhancing its own strength due to the bond of shared abilities between Yu Qian and Little Bai. When Little Bai advanced from the 5th to the 7th stage of Spirit Realm, Yu Qian's own realm was likewise affected, prompting an automatic ascension. Feeling the relentless surge of power within, Yu Qian decided to temporarily distance himself from the group to find a quiet place to complete his breakthrough. He turned to Chen Yiling and said, Sister Yiling, I suddenly have a stomachache and need to step away for a moment. Please rest here for now. Chen Yiling, unaware of any unusual behavior from Yu Qian, assumed he was genuinely unwell and nodded. All right, please go ahead, we will wait for your return. Having received Chen Yiling's consent, Yu Qian swiftly departed, racing toward the distance. He needed to find a secure and secluded spot to ensure the smooth completion of his breakthrough. Before long, Yu Qian discovered a cave and, after ensuring there were no dangers inside, entered to initiate his ascension. He found a clean patch of ground to sit cross-legged, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. Then, he began to circulate the divine martial transformation scripture, causing the spiritual energy within him to erupt once again. Yu Qian closed his eyes, fully concentrating on guiding the energy within his body along a designated pathway. As the technique flowed, he could feel a powerful force surging within him, as if striving to break free from its constraints. In no time, Yu Qian broke through to the 5th stage of spirit realm. Advancing to the 6th stage, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to a certain summons, wildly pouring into Yu Qian's body. His skin glowed faintly, and he appeared to be bathed in spiritual radiance. Soon, Yu Qian's realm broke through yet again, reaching the 7th stage of spirit realm. Upon achieving this stage, Yu Qian felt an unprecedented surge of power welling up within him. His aura grew more robust, and his eyes shone with determination and confidence. After breaking through to the 7th stage of spirit realm, Yu Qian immediately began to stabilize his realm. He remained vigilant, maintaining focus as he consolidated and stabilized his newfound level. Phew, the 7th stage of spirit realm, my strength has increased once more. After considerable effort, Yu Qian finally succeeded in stabilizing his realm. He let out a long sigh, filled with joy and satisfaction at his enhanced capabilities. However, he realized that his recent breakthroughs had come too swiftly. He needed to take time to solidify his foundation and adapt to his new strength. While Yu Qian was eager to elevate his power quickly, he understood that establishing a solid foundation was equally paramount. If one is to undertake a task, it must be executed to perfection. Chapter 28 of The Strength of Yu Qianan. After stretching his body, Yu Qianan discreetly concealed the fluctuations of his spiritual energy and promptly made his way back. Qianan, my dear brother, have you been stricken with constipation? You've been gone for such a long time, teased Lili upon Yu Qianan's return. Lili, I was in the midst of my meal, why bring that up now, he retorted. Before him sat Chen Yiling and a few others, gathered around the cave entrance, roasting the freshly slain red-faced tiger meat. Hee, I completely forgot, my apologies, everyone. Chen Yiling exclaimed. Qianan, come join us for dinner. It's just finished cooking. Ah, splendid. Yu Qianan thought about how to explain his absence, but Chen Yiling's words provided him with a perfect escape. At that moment, the cave was filled with an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Yu Qianan approached, gazing at the golden, crispy roast, his stomach betraying him with a loud growl. Well then, I shall not hold back, he declared. Ah, dear brother Qianan, look how eager you are. Dig in, this piece was roasted by Yiling herself. Lili chuckled as he handed a piece of meat to Yu Qianan. As Yu Qianan took a bite, a rich flavor exploded in his mouth. The meat was tender and juicy, cooked to perfection. Delicious. Upon hearing his praise, Chen Yiling felt a surge of happiness. After all, she rarely cooked, as Yu Qianan usually prepared meals for her. Finally, she had the opportunity to showcase her culinary skills, and receiving Yu Qianan's approval filled her with immense satisfaction. When the suggestion of roasting meat arose earlier, she had thought to take advantage of Yu Qianan's absence to prepare a feast for him. Of course, it's delectable. Yiling studied under our guidance to master this dish. I wonder what prompted someone to suddenly wish to learn cooking today. Lili remarked with a mischievous grin as he glanced at Chen Yiling. Knowing Chen Yiling harbored feelings for Yu Qianan, he decided to tease her, eager to observe her reaction. However, Chen Yiling, aware of the presence of others, suppressed her shyness. She did not wish to display overly intimate gestures in front of everyone, lest it lead to unnecessary complications. Yet, deep within, she was filled with joy and sweetness, for her feelings for Yu Qianan had only grown deeper. What's wrong? Is it forbidden for me to roast a piece of meat for my brother? Chen Yiling feigned calmness as she spoke. All right, your word is law. Lili replied with a smile. She recognized Chen Yiling's attempts to mask her emotions but had no intention of exposing her. Instead, she hoped Chen Yiling would confront her feelings bravely, rather than continue to evade them. You cheeky girl, even at mealtime, you can't keep your mouth shut. Chen Yiling exclaimed, shoving a skewer of meat into Lili's mouth. With his mouth stuffed, Lili mumbled indistinctly, fully aware that Chen Yiling was not genuinely angry, merely a bit bashful. The others burst into laughter, assuming the two were merely engaging in playful banter without further thought. Yu Qianan looked at Chen Yiling beside him, a blissful smile gracing his lips. Junior Qianan, we have completed the 2 peripheral missions, it is time to delve deeper into the Blackshaw Forest. What are your plans? Zheng Jiwen inquired after the meal. Why Yu Qianan contemplated for a moment. How about this, you all proceed with the combat missions, while Fatty and I will train at the periphery. After all, our strength is not yet sufficient to contribute meaningfully and may instead hinder you. Let us reconvene here in a month to tackle the remaining tasks together. No way, it's far too dangerous for the 2 of you to act independently. I cannot agree. Chen Yiling immediately rejected Yu Qianan's proposal, having nearly faced peril earlier that day. How could Chen Yiling possibly allow Yu Qianan to leave her side? Seeing the resolute expression on Chen Yiling's face, the others chose silence, all eyes turning to Yu Qianan. Lily cast an innocent gaze at Yu Qianan. Dear brother Qianan, don't blame us, we wouldn't dare provoke your Yiling sister. Yu Qianan felt somewhat helpless at that moment. Delving into the depths of the Blackshaw Forest would undoubtedly increase the danger, especially with him and Qin Shu, who had only just awakened their abilities. While Yu Qianan's strength was beyond ordinary measure, Qin Shu was undeniably a novice at the first level of the spirit realm. Reluctantly, Yu Qianan pressed on, Sister Yiling, even if we remain by your side, venturing into the Blackshaw Forest remains perilous. We might hinder you or even put everyone at risk. If I and Qin Shu act independently, it would grant you more freedom to maneuver. No, regardless of your arguments, I will not permit you to act alone. Chen Yiling seemed unwavering in her decision that Yu Qianan must remain by her side, ignoring any explanations he offered. Faced with Chen Yiling's refusal, Yu Qianan had no choice but to reveal his true strength. Sister Yiling, if I can assure you of our ability to protect ourselves at the periphery, would you then agree? Yu Qianan gazed earnestly at Chen Yiling. Confused by his words, Chen Yiling looked at him quizzically. The others shared her bewilderment, all awaiting his clarification. With a slight smile, Yu Qianan then revealed his cultivation level to everyone. 7th level of the spirit realm. The group was struck with astonishment, unable to fathom that this young man had already reached such a formidable stage. Just 2 days prior, he had been at the 5th level. How could he have advanced to the 7th level so rapidly? It was nothing short of miraculous. However, Yu Qianan did not stop there. He retrieved the white tiger god-slaying spear from the system space and gripped it firmly. As he held the spear, a powerful aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of pressure among those present. This is Chen Yiling, and the others gazed at Yu Qianan in amazement, feeling the overwhelming power he radiated, moved by his strength. In the midst of their astonishment, Yu Qianan tightened his grip on the spear, his aura surging once more simultaneously. He silently recited, first shot of the 9-spear god-slaying, the startling swan. In an instant, Yu Qianan leaped into the air, the white tiger god-slaying spear enveloped in violent spiritual energy, aimed at the massive boulder that Chen Yiling had previously frozen. With a resounding crash, the ice rock, comparable to a spirit realm boulder, shattered explosively upon impact from the startling swan. Ice shards scattered, as if the very world had been shaken. Yu Qianan descended gracefully, his gaze filled with confidence and determination. How could I fail, having cultivated the divine martial transformation scripture, combined with inheriting 20% of Xiao Bai's attributes, and wielding a peak spiritual artifact like the white tiger god-slaying spear, not to mention utilizing a divine-level spiritual skill? If I can't break a stationary boulder, I might as well dig a pit and bury myself. He turned to Chen Yiling, smiling as he asked, Sister Yiling, are you now at ease? Chen Yiling and the others stared wide-eyed and Chapter 29 is Separate Actions. Qian and Ge, you are truly my idol. Qin Shu gazed at Yu Qianan with unabashed admiration, his eyes shimmering with excitement. His reverence for Yu Qianan had always been profound, but witnessing the formidable prowess he displayed only intensified his admiration. Especially that shot just now, it was as if a war god had descended, captivating Qin Shu entirely. In this moment, Yu Qianan seemed to transcend the realm of mere mortals, appearing godlike in Qin Shu's eyes. Simultaneously, those around them were equally astonished. They found it hard to fathom that a newly awakened practitioner could not only elevate his realm at such an astonishing pace but also possess an offensive capability capable of shattering ice stones comparable to the strength of an Earth Spirit Realm expert. While the ice stones still fell short of truly rivaling a genuine Earth Spirit Realm master, it was enough to demonstrate that Yu Qianan, at the 7th level of the Spirit Realm, already posed a potential threat to those of the Earth Spirit Realm. It is essential to recognize the vast chasm that lies between the Spirit and Earth Spirit Realms, marked by the formidable barrier of the profound Spirit Realm. Such prowess, transcending realms, was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Chen Yiling and Li Li, well acquainted with Yu Qianan, were similarly taken aback. Qianan, have you taken some sort of enhancement? Li Li exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at him. No, that was merely a strike close to my full potential, Yu Qianan replied, scratching his head with a smile. Clothes? Li Li's eyes widened even further, her mouth agape as if she could swallow an egg whole. She hurried to Yu Qian'an's side, tugging at his face and then touching his body, seemingly trying to confirm the reality of the person before her. Li, what are you doing? Personal boundaries, please. Yu Qian'an quickly stepped back, embarrassment painted across his features. Don't move, I need to see if you're truly human, how else could you be so powerful? Li clung tightly to Yu Qian'an's arm, refusing to let go. Yu Qian'an sighed helplessly, regretting having revealed his strength so readily. In that moment, he could only desperately shield his private areas. He cast a pleading glance at Chen Yiling, hoping she would rescue him from this predicament. Chen Yiling, having regained her composure from the shock, saw Yu Qian'an being so inappropriately handled by Li and stepped in to pull Li back. Alright, Li, Shannon and I have grown up together. He is undoubtedly human. But how could he be so extraordinary? I am only at the 9th level of the profound spirit realm. Wouldn't that mean he surpasses me? How will I continue to bully Qian'an? Yu Qian'an retorted, listen to yourself. What are you even saying? Qian'an, what exactly is going on? Zheng Jiwan's abilities were working at full capacity, yet he could not fathom how Yu Qian'an had achieved such feats. His mind felt as if it might explode, yet he remained clueless. The other team members also turned their gazes toward Yu Qian'an, as if beholding a monster. Faced with their scrutiny, Yu Qian'an could only shake his head in resignation and began to explain, actually, my beast master ability is not confined solely to controlling beasts. It also bestows powerful enhancements upon myself. In other words, my physicality is akin to that of a beast. His revelation struck like a thunderclap in the ears of the gathered crowd. They widened their eyes, mouths agape, wearing expressions of incredulity. A humanoid beast. Li suddenly burst forth with excitement, her eyes sparkling. I knew it, Qian'an is no ordinary individual, he even admits to being a beast himself. Yu Qian'an felt several black lines form on his forehead, his heart sinking in exasperation. I meant that my physical strength is comparable to that of a beast, not that I am a beast. I don't care. You read just too extraordinary. Yu Qian'an was left utterly speechless, sighing inwardly. Meanwhile, others looked upon Yu Qian'an with a mixture of envy and joy, thrilled by the revelation of his extraordinary talent. Chen Yiling also wore a smile of relief. At that moment, Yu Qian'an turned to Chen Yiling. Sister Yiling, can we now agree to let Qin Chu and me act independently? Hearing his request, Chen Yiling felt a twinge of internal conflict. Alright, but you must promise not to overexert yourselves. Understood. Yu Qian'an then turned to Qin Chu. Fatty, gather your things. We are heading out for training. His voice rang out suddenly, causing Qin Chu to pause in surprise before breaking into an expression of delight. Huh, training? Alright. As he packed his belongings, he did so with unreserved enthusiasm, showing no hesitation and brimming with anticipation. Before long, Qin Chu had readied his gear and quickly approached Yu Qian'an's side. Sister Yiling, we are off to train, you all take care. Yu Qian'an smiled at Chen Yiling. Be careful. Chen Yiling nodded, her gaze revealing a hint of concern, though trust prevailed. Got it, Yu Qian'an replied, offering her a reassuring look. He then turned to Li and the others. Sister Li, seniors, Qin Chu and I will be off now, you all keep it up. Okay. With that, Yu Qian'an led Qin Chu toward the cave entrance. Qin Chu glanced back at Chen Yiling and the others, waving them goodbye. Sister Yiling, seniors, farewell. Upon saying this, Qin Chu turned and fell into step with Yu Qian'an, the two of them disappearing into the great outdoors. As they departed, the onlookers were filled with anticipation, wondering what level of prowess Yu Qian'an would achieve a month hence. Hey, they've gone far, and you're still staring. Li teased, waving her hand playfully in front of Chen Yiling's worried gaze. Chen Yiling, now aware of her demeanor, felt a bit embarrassed and withdrew her gaze. I'm jealous, Qian'an, that insufferable younger brother of mine, has surpassed me, and you worry about him but not me. Li pouted, feigning indignation, her eyes wide as if genuinely envious. Ignoring Li's words, Chen Yiling simply rolled her eyes. Women, once they have a man, they forget their dear friends. Li mumbled, returning to her seat. Understanding Chen Yiling's anxiety for Yu Qian'an, she chose not to disturb her further. However, it was evident that Yu Qian'an's strength was already sufficient for survival in the periphery of the Blackshaw Forest. Even if he encountered Earth Spirit Realm beasts, Yu Qian'an's abilities would allow him to escape with ease. After Yu Qian'an and Qin Chu departed, Chen Yiling and the others began discussing their upcoming plans. Chapter 30 Earth Escape and Earth Flow Barrier. Goodness, is the talent of beast masters truly this terrifying? The second elder of the Gu family, who had been covertly protecting Yuqian, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment upon witnessing Yuqian's astonishing shot. He never expected that a mere youth with a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the spirit realm could unleash such formidable power. That shot was even comparable to that of an average Earth spirit realm expert, simply monstrous. After Yuqian and Qin Chu departed, the second elder of the Gu family promptly retrieved his satellite phone and meticulously relayed all he had seen and heard over the past few days to his older brother. An SSS-level beast master, you say? It seems we have struck gold. I am truly looking forward to your subsequent performances. I wonder if you will continue to surprise us. The second elder of the Gu family wore an excited smile as he murmured to himself. He then resumed his pursuit of Yuqian and Qin Chu, continuing to protect them from the shadows. At this moment, Yuqian had already become a peerless treasure in the eyes of the second elder of the Gu family. Such a prodigious talent must not encounter any mishaps. He firmly believed that as long as Yuqian existed, the future of the Huashan nation would undoubtedly rise and overshadow the entire Blue Star. Fatty, defense. Yuqian's voice echoed through the woods. Understood. Earth escape, earth flow barrier. Qin Chu responded loudly. They found themselves in a forest at the outskirts of the Black Shale Forest, engaged in a fierce battle with a ferocious Black Panther. Qin Chu rapidly formed hand seals, placing his palms upon the ground. In an instant, a towering rock and earth wall, 3 meters high and a meter thick, erupted from the ground, standing firm before Qin Chu. The Black Panther, which had been lunging at Qin Chu, was abruptly obstructed by the newly formed earthen wall. Its sharp claws raked against the wall, producing a piercing sound of friction. However, despite the panther's strength having reached the 5th stage of the spirit realm, it could only inflict damage of slightly over half a meter deep on the wall. Clearly, the wall's fortitude exceeded the Black Panther's attacking prowess. Fatty, keep going. Yuqian shouted from the sidelines. Heeding Yuqian's command, Qin Chu stood resolute, determined to give his all. Earth escape, cliff sword. Qin Chu bellowed once more, forcefully stomping his foot. Instantly, sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, resembling swords aimed at the Black Panther. These spikes, imbued with tremendous power, surged toward the panther at astonishing speed, compelling it to evade. The Black Panther nimbly leaped, attempting to dodge the onslaught of earth spikes, yet Qin Chu did not grant it a moment's respite, continuously manipulating the surrounding earth to conjure more spikes. The entire scene grew exceptionally intense, with the Black Panther finding itself in a defensive predicament. While Yuqian closely observed the battle's progression, ever ready to lend a hand, this confrontation not only tested Qin Chu's strength and skills but also presented a challenge to their teamwork. The Black Panther evaded Qin Chu's attacks, its crimson eyes keenly scrutinizing him. Though Qin Chu maintained his offensive, he too pondered how to vanquish the Black Panther before him. No way, my leader is so formidable. I must strive harder. It's merely a 5th stage spirit realm big cat. I can do this. Since witnessing Yuqian's overwhelming power firsthand, Qin Chu had been ensnared in deep inner turmoil. He was both anxious that his strength might not keep pace with Yuqian's and fervently eager to remain by Yuqian's side. Hence, he yearned to grow stronger, believing that even if he could not match Yuqian's strides, he should at least possess adequate strength and qualifications to continue following him. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Qin Chu. Since its speed is so swift, I merely need to restrict its movement. With that thought, Qin Chu swiftly summoned his earth elemental abilities, manipulating the surrounding soil. Earth escape, earth explosion star. With a low shout, the soil around him seemed to come alive, detaching from the ground and hurtling toward the Black Panther. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the Black Panther was taken aback. It immediately sought to flee, but the encroaching soil encircled it like a shadow, leaving no opportunity for escape. In the blink of an eye, the Black Panther was entirely enveloped by the soil, with not a single gap remaining. Suddenly, a 3-meter diameter earthen sphere descended heavily upon the ground, encapsulating the Black Panther. Given the panther's large size, the sphere barely managed to contain its body, though its head remained exposed. At this moment, the Black Panther roared in fury, attempting to break free from the sphere's confinement. Yet, the solidity of the earth was beyond imagination, and its limbs were firmly bound, rendering it immobile. Meanwhile, Qin Chu's spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted. With his cultivation at the 2nd stage of the spirit realm, he could only execute such large-scale techniques a few times. Upon seeing the Black Panther ensnared, Qin Chu fought against his fatigue, intently fixated on the panther. His breaths came in rapid succession, sweat streaming down his face, but his gaze remained resolute and focused. At that moment, a flash of lightning surged forth, and a spear pierced through the Black Panther's head like a bolt from the blue. Ding! Killed a 5th stage spirit realm beast, earning 50 system coins. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yuqian paid it no heed, extracting the spear from the panther's head. Seeing the Black Panther slain by Yuqian, Qin Chu exhaled a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. He felt as though all his strength had been drained, as if he had lost every ounce of energy. Yet, his face radiated joy and satisfaction, for he knew he had achieved his goal. Boss, I didn't let you down, did I? Indeed, Fatty, you did exceptionally well. Yu Qian smiled and nodded, expressing his affirmation and praise to Qin Shu. Upon hearing Yu Qian's response, Qin Shu felt a swell of pride. He realized that his efforts had been recognized and rewarded, which further solidified his confidence and determination. He resolved to continue striving to enhance his strength, steadfastly following Yu Qian's side. Qin Shu sprawled upon the ground, one hand shielding his eyes, bursting into laughter. His laughter brimmed with joy and self-assurance, resonating throughout the forest. In that moment, he cast aside all weariness and pressure, reveling in the euphoria of victory. Little Bai skillfully approached the Black Panther's corpse, extracting the spirit core from its head. Just as Little Bai intended to consume the spirit core, Yu Qian swiftly snatched it away. Meow. Boss, why are you stealing my snack? You still have plenty of spiritual energy left to refine. You can have it after you finish refining. Yu Qian, though eager to enhance his own strength, understood the importance of patience. Upon hearing Yu Qian's words, Little Bai comprehended that Yu Qian had his best interests at heart, and thus refrained from causing a ruckus. Meow, fine, you are the boss, what you say goes. Chapter 31. Immersive leveling. Hey, Fatty, is that possible? Your techniques are quite impressive. Yu Qian walked over to Qin Shu and effortlessly pulled him up the hee-hee. As an avid anime enthusiast, I have long been well versed in the skills of various characters from anime. Moreover, I just happened to awaken an Earth attribute ability, so I decided to attempt to emulate the skills of those anime characters. To my surprise, I succeeded. It seems the effect is rather good. After Qin Shu got up, he scratched his head and smiled innocently. Impressive, Yu Qian expressed his envy with a thumbs up. In fact, Yu Qian had been a devoted fan of anime in his previous life, particularly fond of Naruto. Thus, when he saw Qin Shu actually utilizing jutsu from the series, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He couldn't help but think of his own beast taming ability, which stirred a flicker of disdain within him. Oh well, at least it's a divine level power, I can make do with that. Subsequently, Yu Qian said to Qin Shu, let us take a short break, I'll take you to level up afterward. Alright, brother Qian. The two then turned the leopard into barbecue, enjoying their meal while planning their next training session by a deep pond on the outskirts of the Blackshaw Forest. Brother Qian, all distracted, you take the opportunity to attack. Alright. At that moment, Yu Qian and Qin Shu were engaged in battle with a 10-meter-long tortoise-like beast. This tortoise beast was covered in a thick shell and sported a pair of sharp tusks, appearing quite ferocious. Yu Qian's gaze sharpened as he activated his all-knowing eye to scan the spirit water tortoise before him. Spirit water tortoise, a 9th-tier beast in the spirit realm. A water attribute beast, inhabiting lakes, ponds, or marshy areas. Naturally violent, it will attack any creature that encroaches upon its territory. It excels in defense and utilizes water attribute abilities to strike, while one must also be wary of its mouth, as its terrifying bite force is capable of crushing a tank. Weakness, internal organs and noise. Soon, Yu Qian acquired detailed information about the spirit water tortoise through his all-knowing eye. Weaknesses are its internal organs and noise. Yu Qian, observing the massive spirit water tortoise before him, carefully analyzed how to counter it. Fatty, I've discovered the weaknesses of this spirit water tortoise, you just need to keep it occupied from here on out. Understood. Qin Shu, upon hearing Yu Qian's words, had no doubts. He trusted Yu Qian's strength and wisdom, believing he would surely find the tortoise's vulnerabilities. Big turtle, taste my earth trap, Qin Shu shouted, subsequently unleashing his ability. As his power activated, the ground beneath the spirit water tortoise suddenly collapsed. The tortoise fell directly into the pit, but due to its massive size, the hole only submerged half of its body. The spirit water tortoise was instantly enraged, letting out a furious roar as it unleashed its water abilities, causing torrents to erupt around it, washing away the soil beneath. At that moment, Yu Qian swung the white tiger's spear down heavily upon the tortoise's shell. Buzz, the spear struck the shell, producing a deep, resonant sound. Yu Qian felt as though he had struck a great bell, a shockwave immediately coursing through his hand. It's incredibly tough. Yu Qian marveled at the recoil he felt in his hand. Although he hadn't used his full strength, that strike could still be compared to an attack from someone at the initial stage of the mystic spirit realm. Yet, he still failed to inflict damage upon the tortoise's shell. Nevertheless, his blow was not in vain. The spirit water tortoise grew even angrier. Though the strike had not breached its shell, the internal organs had been damaged by the recoil. The tortoise's eyes turned red with fury, and it unleashed a powerful water column directed at Yu Qian. Witnessing this, Qin Shu immediately reacted. Earth escape, earth flow wall. With Qin Shu's shout, a solid 5-meter-tall earthen wall appeared in front of Yu Qian in an instant. However, the water column attack from the spirit water tortoise showed no signs of abating, crashing toward the earthen wall. Though earth conquers water, Qin Shu was merely at the 2nd tier of the spirit realm, and the power disparity between him and the 9th tier spirit water tortoise was too great. In just a second, the 5-meter-thick wall was shattered. Qin Shu's expression changed dramatically. He had no time to react and could only shout in terror, "Brother Qianan, be careful!" Yet, in the face of the surging water column, Yu Qianan remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of panic. "Xiaobai, it's your turn," Yu Qianan softly said. Just as the tortoise's attack was about to strike him, a white figure appeared before him like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai's body rapidly expanded, transforming from an adorable kitten into a 2-meter-long white tiger. It radiated an overwhelming aura that sent chills down one's spine. Without hesitation, Xiaobai extended its sharp claws and fiercely struck the water column. With a resounding crash, the water column was instantly shattered, scattering countless droplets everywhere. The spirit water tortoise, realizing its water column attack could inflict no harm upon Yu Qianan and the others, reluctantly retracted the assault. Subsequently, it propelled its massive body forward, roaring with fury, charging straight at Yu Qianan and Xiaobai. Seeing this, Xiaobai's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. White tiger roar, accompanied by Xiaobai's roar, its innate divine ability was unleashed, resembling a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave erupted from Xiaobai's mouth. Like a surging torrent, it surged toward the spirit water tortoise with thunderous force. This sound wave was imbued with infinite power, obliterating everything in its path. Immediately, Xiaobai's innate ability struck the spirit water tortoise with tremendous force. The tortoise's massive body was involuntarily pushed back several meters by the overwhelming impact. Sensing an unprecedented threat, the spirit water tortoise withdrew its head and limbs into its shell, attempting to shield itself. However, Xiaobai's innate ability was not an ordinary physical attack but a sonic assault. This method rendered the tortoise's shell incapable of providing adequate defense. Within Xiaobai's soundwave, not only was the power immensely potent, but it also carried the overwhelming pressure of a divine beast's bloodline. This bloodline suppression instilled fear within the spirit water tortoise, causing its body to tremble. Merely seconds later, the spirit water tortoise completely lost its ability to resist, remaining motionless. Meanwhile, blood began to flow from its head, staining the ground around it a deep crimson. Chapter 32 The Divine Beast, the White Tiger Ding. Upon vanquishing the 9th-tier extraordinary beast in the spirit realm, 90 system coins have been acquired. With the demise of the spirit water turtle, the system's announcement resonated within Yu Qian's consciousness. Xiaobai, retrieve. Upon hearing Yu Qian's command, Xiaobai promptly ceased the manifestation of its innate divine ability. Its once massive form swiftly diminished, reverting to a charming little cat, which then gracefully leaped onto Yu Qian's shoulder. Beside them, Qin Shu bore witness to this spectacle, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. With wide eyes fixed on Xiaobai, he stammered, "Qian, was that majestic white tiger just now truly Xiaobai?" Yu Qian smiled and nodded. Indeed, Xiaobai's true form is the white tiger. The white tiger. Qin Shu was once again struck by awe, an ancient and enigmatic legend swirling in his mind. He couldn't help but cast a questioning gaze toward Yu Qian, his eyes brimming with curiosity and a desire for affirmation. Why Yu Qian, fully aware of Qin Shu's thoughts, offered him a reassuring smile and a confirming glance. He then turned to approach the lifeless spirit water turtle. Could it truly be the legendary divine beast, the white tiger? Qin Shu murmured, his initial shock gradually transforming into exhilaration. Unable to contain his inner excitement, he dashed to Yu Qian's side, his gaze fervently fixed on Xiaobai, his face radiating reverence and anticipation. His voice quivered with enthusiasm. "Xiaobai, no, great deity of the West, are you indeed the divine beast of the Huaxia mythos, the white tiger?" Upon hearing Qin Shu's admiration, a glimmer of pride flashed in Xiaobai's eyes. It nimbly leaped down from Yu Qian's shoulder and landed gracefully on the ground, transforming back into its imposing white tiger form. It sat there regally, exuding an air of nobility as if to assert its majesty before Qin Shu. Meow. Meow. Xiaobai emitted a series of crisp meows, yet the juxtaposition of its tiger form rendered the sound rather comical. However, Qin Shu was entirely absorbed in his excitement, oblivious to this detail. In his eyes, only the magnificent silhouette of Xiaobai remained, filling him with a Yu Qian stood to the side, observing this scene with a bemused shake of his head. He found Qin Shu's blind admiration somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, he understood that the white tiger, a creature of myth, appearing vividly before them warranted such a reaction. Even Yu Qian had felt a surge of exhilaration when the system rewarded him with a white tiger, equaling Qin Shu's fervor. "Great white tiger, could you grant me an autograph?" Qin Shu asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he rummaged through his pockets for paper and pen. However, upon searching, he realized he was in the midst of a training expedition with Yu Qian and had no paper or pen at hand. Without hesitation, he discarded his pants, presenting his rear toward Xiaobai. "Great white tiger, you can sign here," Qin Shu said eagerly. Upon witnessing Qin Shu's rather undignified posture, Xiaobai was instantly repulsed. Without a word, it swiped a paw toward Qin Shu. Qin Shu felt a tremendous force, sending him flying, crashing into a large tree. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, turning instead to inspect his posterior, which bore a clear, crimson paw print. "Ha, I have received the autograph of the divine beast, the white tiger," Qin Shu exclaimed, dancing with joy as if he had acquired the most precious treasure in the world. Yu Qian and Xiaobai exchanged glances, their lips twitching in response to Qin Shu's exuberance. "Boss, is your little brother's mind not quite right? I, too, am perplexed by this rotund fellow's peculiar proclivities. How disappointing, I had hoped to gain my first fan, yet it turns out to be a weirdo." Xiaobai, wearing an expression of disdain, reverted to its kitten form. Yu Qian shook his head in exasperation and resumed tending to the spirit water turtle's corpse. The mental exchange between Yu Qian and Xiaobai was evidently lost on Qin Shu, who remained preoccupied with his posterior, even taking a photograph with his phone. Soon, Yu Qian finished processing the spirit water turtle's remains and turned to Qin Shu. "Alright, Fatso, next target." Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's spirits soared. He quickly pulled up his pants and rushed to Yu Qian's side, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Qian, you are truly my deity, even the white tiger bows to your might." Yu Qian's lips twitched slightly, casting a glare at Qin Shu. "Fatty, if you can't speak properly, then say less, understood?" "Hee, mere slip of the tongue, it was divine might." Yu Qian shook his head helplessly, then spoke with earnestness. "Alright, we have a tough battle ahead." With that, he pulled out a tattered map and examined it intently. At that moment, he focused on a location marked with an ant symbol. After careful consideration, a plan began to form in Yu Qian's mind. "I currently possess fewer than 2,000 system coins, still far from the required 10,000. The location marked by the ant symbol is precisely the lair of the iron-armored ants. If we can seize it, I am certain we can gather the necessary coins. Fatty, are you ready to break through?" "Yes, I am on the verge of breaking through to the third tier of the spirit realm." "Good, we shall let you break through first, then commence the extermination of the iron-armored ants." "Understood." With that, Yu Qian led Qin Shu toward the lair of the iron-armored ants. Earth collapse. Sword of the cliff. Beneath the feet of 10 iron-armored ants, an invisible hand seemed to tear the ground asunder, creating a vast pit into which they fell. Instantly, countless rocky spikes erupted like bamboo shoots after rain, piercing through the 10 iron-armored ants. At that moment, a figure appeared in the pit like a wraith, with a spear sweeping through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea. The 10 iron-armored ants were utterly vanquished. As the battle concluded, Qin Shu sat on the ground, panting heavily. Meanwhile, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into Qin Shu's body like a torrent breaching a dam. Boom, a tremor enveloped Qin Shu, akin to a tranquil lake disrupted by a massive stone, and he finally broke through to the third tier of the spirit realm. Concurrently, Yu Qian within the pit extracted the spirit cores from the 10 iron-armored ants. Kill a first-tier extraordinary beast, acquire 10 system coins. Kill a first-tier extraordinary beast, acquire 10 system coins. 10 system notification sounds echoed with. After Yu Qian and Qin Shu arrived near the iron-armored ant lair, Yu Qian had instructed Qin Shu to achieve his breakthrough through combat. The 10 iron-armored ants were lured there using the flesh of the spirit water turtle. Chapter 33 United we stand, our strength unyielding. Fatty, first solidify your realm, then proceed according to the plan. Alright, brother Qian. Thereafter, Yu Qian, accompanied by Xiaobai and Qin Shu, sought a secure location to prepare for their impending venture. Within a cave, Qin Shu was meditating to consolidate his cultivation, while Yu Qian was refining the details of their strategy. The iron ant nest, as indicated on the map, was a vast enclave teeming with thousands of iron ants. The majority consisted of worker ants, generally possessing only the strength of the body refinement stage. However, over 200 soldier ants resided there, most of which were below the 6th rank of the spirit entry stage. The most formidable adversaries were the guardian ants, tasked with protecting the ant queen, whose prowess ranged from the 7th to the 9th rank of the spirit entry stage, numbering around 20 to 30. The strongest among the iron ant tribe was the iron ant queen, recorded on the map as being at the 3rd rank of the profound spirit stage. The information on the map was a month old, and it was certain that the strength of the iron ant nest had only increased since then. Yu Qian meticulously analyzed the strength of the iron ant nest. Given my current capabilities, without resorting to trump cards, I would be able to contend with foes below the 6th rank of the profound spirit stage. Coupled with Xiaobai's cooperation and Fatty's support, capturing this iron ant nest should pose little difficulty. Yet, Yu Qian remained troubled. Although Xiaobai and I might encounter little danger, Fatty had only just broken through to the 3rd rank of the spirit entry stage. Despite his strength being on par with the 7th rank, facing such a vast number of iron ants would likely overwhelm him. A wave of concern surged within Yu Qian, and at that moment, Qin Chu emerged from his meditative state. Upon noticing Yu Qian's furrowed brow, he immediately grasped the source of his anxiety. "Your brother Qian, do not worry, while my strength may be lacking at present, I should be capable of self-preservation." Qin Chu confidently patted his sturdy chest, exuding assurance. "I am a geomancer, my strength lies in resilience." He grinned widely, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Fatty, you must ponder this carefully. This is no trifling matter," Yu Qian admonished with a serious demeanor. "Brother Qian, to be honest, I too fear death, yet, as long as I am alongside you, I am willing to be your steadfast support." Qin Chu gazed earnestly at Yu Qian, determination sparkling in his eyes. Hearing Qin Chu's heartfelt words, Yu Qian felt a swell of emotion. "Very well, if that is the case, let us embark on this grand undertaking together." "Let's give it our all," Qin Chu exclaimed with fervor, his voice brimming with resolve. The fists of Yu Qian and Qin Chu collided in the air with a resounding thud. They exchanged smiles, their laughter echoing as if they were ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. At that moment, Xiaobai interjected, somewhat displeased. "Meow, don't forget about me." Xiaobai leapt up, its little paw meeting the fists of Yu Qian and Qin Chu. "Indeed, and with brother Hu, we are a trio of brothers." Yu Qian felt a surge of emotion within him. In his previous life, he had accomplished little and died alone. Now, heaven had granted him a second chance to begin anew. He silently vowed to seize this opportunity and avoid repeating past mistakes. He would strive to cultivate, becoming a formidable force to protect himself and those around him. Additionally, he would cherish the bonds of friendship, facing future adversities and challenges together. In this lifetime, he was determined to safeguard each companion by his side. "Let us set forth." With that, Yu Qian, Xiaobai, and Qin Chu sprang into action, proceeding his plan towards the iron ant nest. The night enveloped the Black Death Forest in impenetrable darkness, rendering visibility non-existent and creating an eerie atmosphere. Yu Qian, Xiaobai, and Qin Chu lay hidden in a thicket, holding their breath while quietly observing their surroundings. Before them, a colossal ant mound loomed, its earthen rise rivaling the height of a two-story building. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true iron ant nest lay buried beneath the earth, their true lair. Brother Qian, it is now deep into the night, and the iron ants have likely retreated to their nest. "Should we commence our operation?" Qin Chu whispered. "Not so fast, they have only just returned, and their energies remain high. Let us wait a moment longer." Thus, the trio remained motionless, blending seamlessly with their surroundings, as if rendered invisible. Their ability to approach the iron ant nest so closely was attributed to a special plant sap smeared upon them, emitting a unique aroma that perfectly masked their presence, preventing the iron ants from detecting them. They lay in silent anticipation, waiting patiently for the opportune moment. Chirp, chirp, as the sharp, urgent calls of the iron ants rang out, the few sentinel ants on guard outside the nest retreated within. "Fatty, prepare for action." "Certainly," Qin Chu immediately replied. In that instant, he approached the iron ant nest with the swiftness of a shadow. Upon reaching a distance of roughly 3 meters from the nest, he halted, his gaze resolutely determined. Without hesitation, he unleashed his unique ability, Earth Escape Earth Wall technique. As his words fell, the earth surrounding the iron ants seemed to come alive, swiftly rising to form a robust earthen wall. This wall expanded, enveloping the entire nest while leaving only a small entrance. "Xiaobai, it's your turn," Yu Qian called out. "Meow." Responding to the command, Xiaobai instantly transformed into its white tiger form. Its body swelled in size, its fur hardening like steel, and its sharp claws glimmered ominously. In the blink of an eye, it stood before the entrance of the ant mound. "White tiger roar." Xiaobai unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the mountains and forests. This was Xiaobai's innate divine ability, possessing unparalleled might. The powerful sound waves surged forth like a torrent, penetrating the ground and resonating throughout the iron ant nest. In an instant, the nest erupted with the cries of countless iron ants. These anguished sounds intertwined, creating a chilling cacophony. A ding, killed a body refinement stage beast, earning 9 system coins, killed a 6th rank spirit entry stage beast, earning 60 system coins. Instantly, the system's kill notifications rang ceaselessly. At that moment, Yu Qian disregarded the alerts, promptly silencing the system notifications, and retrieved the White Tiger Slayer spear, positioning himself at the entrance of the iron ant nest. The underground passage of the iron ant nest amplified Xiaobai's sound wave power. Any iron ants of the 7th rank of the spirit entry stage or below within the range of the sound waves would surely perish. Chapter 34 Overnight Wealth. In an instant, the entire iron-armored ant nest erupted into a cacophony of noise. Before long, an enormous soldier ant, resembling a pot lid, cautiously emerged from the entrance. However, just as this soldier ant sought to survey its surroundings, Yu Qian unhesitatingly swung his spear, piercing its head in the blink of an eye. Following this, Yu Qian swiftly extracted the lifeless body of the soldier ant from the burrow. As anticipated, several more soldier ant heads soon poked out from within the tunnel. Faced with this situation, Yu Qianan showed no hesitation. The white tiger spear in his hand became a harbinger of death, accurately and mercilessly slaying every soldier ant that dared to venture forth. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with a mountain of iron-armored ant corpses. This relentless onslaught continued for a full quarter of an hour until, at last, no iron-armored ant dared to show its face at the entrance. Yet, Yu Qianan, with his remarkably keen senses, detected the presence of dozens of formidable auras still lingering within the burrow. His gaze sharpened, and he whispered to Qin Shu, "Fatty, prepare yourself. They are about to emerge." Qin Shu nodded, his focus unwavering as he fixated on the burrow's entrance. These auras undoubtedly emanated from the guard ants surrounding the ant queen. However, it seemed these guard ants possessed a measure of intelligence, refraining from rushing out of their lair. They appeared to be biding their time for the opportune moment. Suddenly, Yu Qianan sensed an intensifying threat emanating from the tunnel. His heart raced as he shouted, "Fatty, retreat quickly." Upon hearing this, though uncertain of the situation, Qin Shu obeyed Yu Qianan's command without hesitation, swiftly backing away. Meanwhile, Yu Qianan and Xiaobai nimbly positioned themselves to the side of the entrance. Almost the moment they had retreated, several jets of caustic, foul-smelling liquid shot out from the burrow. These liquids traveled with astonishing speed, striking a nearby large tree in an instant. Sizzle, with a spine-chilling sound, a large hole was immediately corroded into the tree trunk. The corrosive liquid continued to eat away at the wood, and in mere moments, the entire tree succumbed to decay and collapse. Ant acid. Yu Qianan frowned slightly. "Fatty, since they refuse to come out, we shall force them." Understanding his intent, Qin Shu's face broke into a cunning smile. He pressed his hands against the ant nest. Enchanted earth escape technique. As his voice fell, countless sharp earthen spikes erupted from within the nest. The guard ants, previously hiding within, were thrown into disarray, scrambling in panic. Although these spikes could not penetrate their hard exoskeletons, the confined space within the nest left the guard ants with no escape, trapping them within the passage. Some unfortunate guard ants were even impaled directly into the ant acid spout. Just then, a series of piercing screeches erupted, infuriating the guard ants. They began to violently batter against the surrounding spikes, desperately attempting to break free and charge toward the entrance. Yu Qianan and Xiaobai braced themselves for battle, their eyes fixed intently on the tunnel's opening. Squeak! In an instant, a guard ant surged forth from the burrow, lunging at the enemy before it. Basic spear technique. Yu Qianan bellowed, his spear transforming into a flash of lightning, thrusting forward. This strike, simple yet powerful, carried boundless might. Thud, the spear tip pierced through the iron armor of the guard ant, the raging spiritual energy within obliterating its head. At that moment, two more iron-armored guard ants charged out from the entrance. Roar! Xiaobai let out a tiger's roar, its 2-meter-long body pouncing forward, its massive paws crashing down upon the heads of the two iron-armored guard ants. Boom! The simultaneous sounds of explosion echoed as the two iron-armored guard ants' heads shattered, green liquid splattering everywhere. Just then, several more iron-armored ants emerged from the entrance, brandishing their claws with ferocity. Without hesitation, Yu Qianan and Xiaobai launched another assault. Simultaneously, Qin Shu swiftly invoked his earth-based abilities to provide cover for them. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Earth escape pit." As his words fell, the ground suddenly caved in, forming a large pit. The three iron-armored ants, caught off guard, plummeted into the abyss. With remarkable speed, Yu Qianan seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear 3 times, each strike precisely hitting the vital spots of the iron-armored ants. The 3 iron-armored ants fell lifelessly, their lives extinguished. However, the remaining iron-armored ants did not retreat. Instead, they became increasingly frenzied in their assault. They spewed forth streams of green ant acid toward Yu Qianan and Xiaobai. Yu Qianan and Xiaobai dodged rapidly, yet some of the ant acid splattered upon them, corroding holes into their clothing. Earth Shield. Qin Shu, witnessing this, immediately unleashed his abilities. With a flourish of his hands, the surrounding earth and rock were swiftly controlled, coalescing into 2 sturdy shields before Yu Qianan and Xiaobai. The streams of ant acid were halted by the earthen shields, unable to inflict further harm. Yu Qianan cast a glance of appreciation toward Qin Shu, then swiftly maneuvered to confront several iron-armored ants head-on. His spear transformed into a streak of white lightning, swiftly piercing through the bodies of several iron-armored ants. They let out wails of agony as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaobai displayed its agility, deftly evading the attacks of the iron-armored ants while continuously reaping their lives with its sharp claws. Through the seamless cooperation of Yu Qianan and Xiaobai, alongside Qin Shu's support, an ever-increasing number of iron-armored ants were vanquished. A potent odor of acid filled the air outside the burrow. Soon, all the iron-armored guard ants were eradicated, and no more iron-armored ants appeared at the entrance. At this moment, Qin Shu plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. His strength was still too feeble. His spiritual energy had been entirely depleted. Yu Qianan and Xiaobai, on the other hand, were merely slightly fatigued. Yu Qianan then glanced at the number of system coins he had accumulated. 12,300. How could there be so many? How many iron-armored ants did Xiaobai's initial roar kill? Estimating from the start of blocking the entrance until now, Yu Qianan reckoned he could have earned around 6,000 system coins at most. Subtracting the previous sum of over 1,000, Xiaobai's roar must have netted him at least 4,000 coins. Activating his senses, Yu Qianan carefully observed the movements within the ant nest. With his current strength, he could clearly perceive any activity within a 30-meter radius. Soon, he detected the presence of a profound spiritual aura approximately 20 meters underground. That must be the iron-armored ant queen. With no other iron-armored ants to disrupt him, Yu Qianan was able to pinpoint the queen's location directly. Chapter 35 of the Divine Sphere. At this moment, deep within the ant nest, the iron-armored ant queen was consumed by terror and fury. Yet, her subjects and guards had been nearly annihilated, leaving her in a state of profound unease. Despite her intense feelings of wrath and fear, the iron-armored ant queen dared not to leave her nest. Was she truly so afraid of death that she would not emerge? Yu Qianan stood vigil at the entrance, intently observing every move made by the ant queen. "Fatty, let us depart," he suddenly proclaimed. "Ha! Brother Qianan, what about the ant queen? Shall we simply abandon her?" "There is no choice. Your spiritual energy is utterly depleted, and we lack the time to excavate this 20-meter deep nest. The numerous carcasses of the iron-armored ants will undoubtedly attract the attention of nocturnal beasts. We must withdraw for now," Yu Qianan calmly analyzed. "All right." Fatty nodded in agreement. Immediately, Xiaobai transformed back into her feline form and gracefully leaped onto Yu Qianan's shoulder. The trio swiftly departed from the area. Not long after Yu Qianan and his companions left, a shadow descended beside the iron-armored ant nest, standing silently like a specter. His gaze fell upon the iron-armored ant corpses strewn across the ground, his eyes flickering with contemplation. "Interesting, so many iron-armored ant corpses left behind, exhibiting such decisiveness," the shadow murmured, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He held a profound appreciation for Yu Qianan's actions. Although these iron-armored ants were merely second-tier beasts, their sheer numbers could yield a substantial profit if sold. Yet, Yu Qianan had unhesitatingly abandoned the corpses, demonstrating extraordinary character and resolve. Such decisiveness is crucial in combat, enabling one to make the right decisions at critical moments and avoid peril. With exceptional talent, a mature disposition, a seasoned approach, and a combat awareness that even seasoned veterans might envy, he was truly a natural-born soldier. The shadow mused inwardly, a spark of excitement igniting within him, as if he were witnessing a brilliant pearl poised to radiate its dazzling light. His heart surged with fervor. He envisioned Yu Qianan as a future leader on the battlefield. He firmly believed that with proper training and guidance, Yu Qianan would undoubtedly become an outstanding soldier, achieving great feats for his country and people. No wonder the old man placed such importance on this young lad. In comparison, I feel rather ashamed, the shadow sighed, reflecting on his youthful experiences. He realized that, in contrast to Yu Qianan, he still had many shortcomings. Had there been anyone nearby to hear the shadow's musings, they would have been utterly astonished. This shadow was, after all, the youngest powerhouse of the 9th layer of the Saint Emperor realm in Huaxia, possessing an S-grade talent for supernatural abilities, renowned throughout the Blue Star as a pinnacle of strength, the Golden Flash. Such a figure expressing inferiority to a mere fledgling of supernatural abilities? Nevertheless, these were the fruits of their labor. It would be wise to gather them first. The shadow sighed lightly, then raised his right hand and gently waved it. In an instant, countless brilliant golden bolts of lightning shot forth from his hand, enveloping all the iron-armored ant corpses in the blink of an eye. The moment the golden lightning struck the corpses, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted. Soon, the iron-armored ant bodies were reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air, leaving behind hundreds of walnut-sized, radiant spirit nuclei. The shadow surveyed the ground littered with spirit nuclei, nodding in satisfaction. He waved his hand once more, collecting all the nuclei into his possession. Turning his gaze toward the immense ant nest nearby, a hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. The iron-armored ants could reach only the Xianling realm. They could serve as training targets for other practitioners. With this thought, the shadow resolved to preserve the ant nest, for it might prove useful in the future. After securing the spirit nuclei, the shadow glanced in the direction Yu Qianan and his companions had departed, musing to himself, "This young lad's strength is likely to increase again. It seems I must maintain a greater distance." Since he began covertly tracking Yu Qianan, the shadow had distinctly sensed that he had been discovered several times. Especially in recent times, he could feel Yu Qianan's awareness of his surroundings intensifying, each movement becoming increasingly cautious, clearly aware of someone observing him from the shadows. To avoid detection, the shadow had kept a distance of approximately 100 meters from Yu Qianan ever since he separated from Chen Yiling. This ensured he remained unnoticed while still fulfilling his protective role. The shadow then transformed into a beam of golden light, pursuing the direction in which Yu Qianan had vanished. In a concealed cave, Yu Qianan concluded his meditation. 12,300 system coins, finally gathered, he exclaimed internally, brimming with excitement. He promptly opened the system marketplace, locating the product he had long since decided upon. System, purchase the Divine Sphere. Success, the Divine Sphere has been purchased, deducting 10,000 system coins, the remaining balance is 2,300 coins. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yu Qianan winced at the loss. After painstakingly accumulating over 10,000 coins, he had just made a purchase and was now back to square one. Just as Yu Qianan was lamenting his misfortune, the system's voice chimed again. First-time purchase of the Divine Sphere detected. A divine bracelet has been gifted, it has been issued alongside the Divine Sphere to the system space. Upon receiving this news, Yu Qianan instantly felt his spirits lift. A benevolent system indeed. He quickly retrieved both the Divine Sphere and the Divine Bracelet. The Divine Sphere was adorned with a vividly lifelike image of a white tiger, as if it were poised to leap from the sphere at any moment. The entire sphere appeared to be crafted from mysterious celestial materials, radiating a resplendent golden light, smooth as a mirror and breathtakingly beautiful. The Divine Bracelet was equally striking, featuring an open design with 5 circular indentations. Just 5 indentations? Yu Qianan pondered as he donned the bracelet on his left wrist. Well, I currently have only Xiaobai. 5 will be surplus. With that, Yu Qianan grasped the Divine Sphere, which was about the size of an apple. Xiaobai, enter the sphere, he instructed, mimicking a pose from an animated series as he tossed the Divine Sphere toward the resting Xiaobai. Bang! Meow! The Divine Sphere struck Xiaobai's head with a thud, causing her to puff up in surprise and cry out in pain. Why did you hit me? That hurt. My mistake. Yu Qianan exclaimed, embarrassment washing over him as he hastily picked up the Divine Sphere and inquired about its usage. System, isn't this how it's used? The system, witnessing Yu Qianan's blunder, could only respond with exasperation. Host, you merely need to press the button on the Divine Sphere and then communicate mentally with the summoned beast. Oh. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yu Qianan pressed the button on the Divine Sphere. It opened to reveal a swirling mass of colorful light within. He then mentally communicated with Xiaobai. Come inside. Meow. At that moment, Xiaobai, still nursing her head, transformed into a streak of white light and was drawn into the Divine Sphere. Chapter 36 The Men in Black. Upon witnessing the capture of Xiaobai into the Divine Sphere, Yu Qianan was immediately filled with exhilaration. I have tamed the white tiger, he exclaimed, quickly adopting the signature pose of Ji. At that moment, Qin Shu, who was nearby, was interrupted in his recovery by Yu Qianan's commotion. Qianan, what is this? Where did Xiaobai go? He inquired curiously, gazing at the object in Yu Qianan's hand. His eyes sparkled with golden light as he stared enviously at the Divine Sphere in Yu Qianan's grasp. Qianan, this is astonishingly amazing. Qin Shu exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent, his speech interspersed with peculiar accents. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was oblivious to the romantic sentiments of human males, it was solely concerned with the location from which it had just been taken. Meow, what was that place? Let me go back. Xiaobai cried incessantly, yearning to return to the ethereal realm within the Divine Sphere. Hearing Xiaobai's pleas, Yu Qianan became intrigued and communicated with it telepathically. Xiaobai, what is it like inside the Divine Sphere? Meow, it is the perfect world of my dreams, an enormous cat climbing frame. A supremely comfortable bed, an abundance of catnip, everything I adore is there, let me in. Xiaobai grew increasingly animated, wrapping its paws around Yu Qianan's leg. Boss, I beg you, just let me in one more time, just once. Noticing Xiaobai on the verge of tears, Yu Qianan could surmise the nature of the space within the Divine Sphere. Look at your pitiful state. Come on in. With that, he once again captured Xiaobai into the Beast Sphere. Under Qin Shu's eager gaze, upon re-entering the Divine Sphere, Xiaobai dove into the catnip field, rolling ecstatically in the fragrant greenery. Outside the Divine Sphere, Yu Qianan gently placed it atop his Divine Bracelet, which promptly shrank to the size of a pearl and adhered seamlessly to the engraved groove on the bracelet's surface. He trusted Yu Qianan's every word unreservedly. This is so cool, how wonderful it would be if I could awaken as a Beastmaster too. Qin Shu said excitedly, his eyes reflecting his desire. Don't be foolish. Your powers are impressive as well, your earth manipulation is extraordinary, and I envy it. True enough, Qin Shu replied sheepishly, scratching his head with an endearing smile. Now, recover quickly, after this battle, you're not far from the 4th layer of Spirit Realm. All right. Qin Shu nodded, his demeanor turning serious. With Yu Qianan having broken through to the 8th layer of Spirit Realm, and him still at the 3rd layer, Qin Shu felt a renewed sense of urgency that he fell silent and silently began his training. Yu Qianan observed his training companion with a satisfied smile. Fear not, brother, I am a man with a system, stick with me, and even a waste can be forged into a formidable powerhouse. As he contemplated the treasures within the system shop, confidence surged within him. With enough system currency, he could cultivate those around him into emperors, or even gods, yet, the thought of system currency brought him a twinge of discomfort. The hard-earned 10,000 system coins barely sufficed for a single divine sphere. The road ahead was long. Oh well, I've only just awakened my powers, I will take my time. System, provide me with an introduction to the divine sphere and the divine bracelet. Divine sphere. A vessel for storing tamed beasts, bound to the host, cannot be used by non-bound individuals, cannot be harmed by non-divine realm powers, contains its own space that expands with the beast master's strength. The environment within adapts to the preferences of the tamed beasts, capable of restoring the spiritual energy and ailments of the beasts, with recovery time depending on the severity of their injuries. Divine bracelet, a storage item for the divine sphere, bound to the host, cannot be used by non-bound individuals, cannot be harmed by non-divine realm powers, possesses transformation capabilities, morphing into forms as desired by the beast. Note, the divine bracelet and divine sphere are unaffected by spatial distance. As long as the host summons them with intent, they will return to the system space immediately. After listening to the system's introduction, Yu Qianan was thoroughly pleased with these treasures. What a splendid acquisition! This 10,000 system coins were well spent. He brimmed with anticipation for the other system commodities. I must hasten to elevate my strength, the rate of acquiring system coins is far too slow. Acquisition of system coins. Spirit Realm Layer 1 10 coins, Spirit Realm Layer 2 hours 90 minutes coins, Spirit Realm Layer 3 900 coins, Spirit Realm Layer 4 9 000 coins, Transcendent Realm 100 000 coins, King Realm 1 000 coins, Saint Emperor Realm 10 000 coins, Emperor Realm 100 000 coins. As he contemplated the rules for acquiring system coins, Yu Qianan felt a surge of excitement. If he could eliminate a powerful Emperor Realm being, he would truly amass a fortune. Suddenly, he shook his head. Whoa, I was getting ahead of myself. I'm only at the 8th layer of Spirit Realm. An Emperor could end me with a mere glance. Training. He promptly began his cultivation, the divine martial transformation scripture commencing its operation. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, a dozen men clad in black were stealthily approaching the cave under the cover of night. My lord, it's merely a kid who has just awakened his powers. Why has headquarters dispatched you as well? Isn't this overkill? One of the subordinates beside the leader could not help but voice his complaint in hushed tones. What do you know? The first SSS level power user has emerged. It will undoubtedly attract the attention of the upper echelons of Huaxia, and there may very well be strong protectors lurking in the shadows. The leader of the black-clad figures replied gravely, his tone serious. However, I heard that the talent he awakened is that of a beast master. The outside world claims he is a useless power user. A useless power user? Have you ever seen a high-level power user with a useless ability? But aren't beast tamers incapable of subduing beasts? What can a beast master do without beasts? Shut your mouth. The leader of the black-clad figures clearly grew impatient with his subordinate's words and shot him a glare. Since headquarters has issued the task, we are to complete it without question. Now, move swiftly. Understood, my lord. The subordinate, startled, ceased his objections. Before long, the group clad in black arrived at the lair of the iron-armored ants. My lord, according to our investigations, these iron-armored ants died no more than 2 hours ago. Moreover, their bodies have been reduced to ashes, and even their spiritual cores have vanished without a trace. One of the black-clad men reported. After examining the scene meticulously, however, the leader appeared perplexed. Through his mask, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. The one capable of this must possess strength no lower than the profound spirit realm, yet that fellow has only just awakened his powers. What on earth is going on? At that moment, another black-clad figure suddenly reminded him, my lord, did you forget? That fellow has an older sister, a formidable power user with dual SSS-level abilities. She must have accompanied him for training, which explains their ease in exterminating the iron-armored ants. Upon hearing his subordinate's reminder, the leader of the black-clad figures brightened. Ah, this operation may yield unexpected gains. If I can capture both of these prodigies, that would be a tremendous feat. Headquarters will undoubtedly reward me with that precious item, allowing me to break through to an even higher realm. My lord is truly blessed. It seems the heavens themselves are aiding you when you rise to greatness. Do not forget about us little ones. Rest assured, once this mission is complete and headquarters rewards me, I will certainly remember you all. The leader of the black-clad figures was in high spirits, and his earlier doubts dissipated. Men, they likely haven't gone far. Disperse and search, notify me immediately upon locating them. Understood. The black-clad figures scattered in all directions to search, while the leader proceeded towards one specific direction, the direction of Yu Qianan and his companion's cave. Chapter 37 Encounter. 150 meters away from the cave, an ancient tree stood tall. Lord Gu, reclining leisurely against a branch, was enjoying a moment of rest, a blade of grass nestled between his lips. It had been quite some time since he felt so comfortable. How delightful it was to engage in such a task. Lord Gu sighed contentedly. At that moment, his demeanor abruptly shifted, his brow furrowing in concentration. What is happening? Has someone entered the range of my mental web, and an extraordinary being at that? As it turned out, Lord Gu had been able to closely follow Yu Qian due to his unique ability known as the mental web. This skill, forged from his own lightning powers, was truly his exclusive technique. The principle of the mental web was rather straightforward. It utilized barely perceptible static electricity to envelop a certain area around him. Any living creature that ventured into this zone would trigger the static, thus alerting him. However, the mental web was not invincible. Should an opponent possess sufficient strength or special abilities, they might discover and dismantle it. Nevertheless, for Lord Gu, this was more than adequate. After all, he was a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, and with the aid of the mental web, he could easily overpower the vast majority of adversaries. Moreover, he could discern the realm of the creatures within his web, allowing him to gauge the strength of his opponents in advance and prepare accordingly. At that moment, the extraordinary individual was none other than the cloaked figure sent to capture Yu Qian. Unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen under the gaze of Lord Gu's mental web. The mysterious figure was advancing towards Yu Qian's location, completely oblivious to being tracked by Lord Gu. Finally, some action. Lord Gu chuckled darkly, excitement flickering in his eyes. He had been discreetly guarding Yu Qian for over 10 days, yet had not encountered a situation that required his direct intervention. Now that a formidable opponent had arrived, he certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. An extraordinary being, you say? How intriguing. Let us see what you are made of, Lord Gu murmured, before leaping down from the tree with silent grace, stealthily pursuing the cloaked figure. He resolved to follow quietly, keen to uncover the intentions of this extraordinary individual. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he vanished into the embrace of the night. Before long, the cloaked figure arrived near the cave. At this very moment, Yu Qian was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, yet he keenly sensed a slight disturbance outside the cave. Someone there. Yu Qian fully activated his perception abilities, carefully probing the surroundings, only to discover that the intruder was not a beast, but a living human. Realizing this, Yu Qian sprang into action. He refrained from waking the meditating Qin Chu and instead moved cautiously out of the cave, his movements light and swift. Following this, he cleverly concealed the cave's entrance with nearby foliage. At that moment, the enigmatic cloaked figure had drawn within 30 meters of the cave. Due to the distance and obstructed view, Yu Qian could not discern the figure's appearance, and thus could not utilize his all-seeing eye to glean specific information about the individual. Faced with the sudden appearance of a human, Yu Qian felt a surge of caution. After all, this was the perilous Blackshaw Forest, starkly contrasting the bustling city. Here, acts of murder and robbery were all too common. Hence, the wisest course of action was to devise a means to lure the figure away. With this thought in mind, Yu Qian stealthily approached the cloaked figure. Meanwhile, Lord Gu, observing from 100 meters away atop a tree, watched the cloaked figure's movements with meticulous care. What a clever lad, his perception abilities have indeed sharpened, and his reflexes are impressive. Upon witnessing Yu Qian emerge from the cave, Lord Gu's face broke into a smile of admiration. Simultaneously, Yu Qian maneuvered to the opposite side of the cave. He carefully surveyed the surroundings to ensure he would not be detected. Then, he intentionally created a slight sound to capture the cloaked figure's attention. Following this, he swiftly fled the scene, hoping to draw the cloaked figure away and safeguard Qin Chu's safety. Who goes there? The cloaked figure immediately sensed the anomaly, his expression turning cold as he scanned the surroundings warily. Upon spotting a silhouette fleeing in the distance, he wasted no time in pursuing. What? I cannot perceive this fellow's realm. He must be at least above the earth spirit realm. Yu Qian felt a pang of astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable foe on the outskirts of the Blackshaw Forest. Stop right there, you little brat. I have questions for you, the cloaked figure bellowed, his voice laced with authority and intimidation. However, Yu Qian chose to ignore his words, continuing to run with all his might, intent on evading the pursuer. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind to divert the cloaked figure and ensure Qin Chu's safety. "You little rascal, did you not hear me tell you to stop?" The cloaked figure, incensed at Yu Qian's disregard for his command, quickened his pace, his speed surging like a tempest as he closed the gap. Seeing this, Yu Qian halted, a forced smile plastered on his face. "Esteemed senior, I am merely a novice at the 8th level of the spirit realm, without any valuable possessions. Why do you persist in pursuing me? You insolent brat, I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Who said anything about robbing you? Not a robbery, then why did you not say so earlier? Please, feel free to ask your questions, I shall answer honestly." Noticing Yu Qian's ingratiating demeanor, the cloaked figure relaxed slightly. "Have you recently encountered a few students aged 18 or 19 in the Black Sha?" 18 or 19-year-old students, Yu Qian's heart raced at the inquiry, but he quickly devised a response. "Indeed, I have encountered them. They appeared to be students from Magic City University. A few days ago, I encountered them while hunting. They were rather helpful, assisting me in slaying a beast." "Who asked you about their character?" "Oh, my apologies, esteemed senior, I spoke out of turn. I ask you, were there any named Yu Qian or Qin Yiling among them?" "So they are indeed here for me and Sister Yiling." A murderous intent flickered in Yu Qian's heart, yet his face remained a mask of feigned innocence. "Yes, they are truly a match made in heaven. I have never seen such a handsome young man and such a beautiful maiden." Yu Qian's expression was exaggerated, as if he genuinely admired them. The cloaked figure's face, obscured by the mask, darkened ominously. "Mad, speak another word, and I shall end your life." Instantly, Yu Qian displayed a fearful countenance. "I beg your pardon, esteemed senior, please do not kill me." Where did they go afterward?" "They mentioned a school task and ventured into the depths of the Black Sha forest. They must have reached the depths by now." Yu Qian realized that his only option was to lead the cloaked figure deeper into the Black Sha forest, then swiftly contact Magic City University to summon reinforcements. Upon hearing Yu Qian's words, the cloaked figure appeared skeptical. "Are you certain you are not lying? They are merely students. How could they possibly venture into the depths of the Black Sha forest? Moreover, those iron-armored ants were clearly slain only a few hours ago, unless it was not Yu Qian and his companions who eradicated them." "Senior, how could I dare deceive you? Look, this was given to me by that young lady." With that, Yu Qian retrieved a chunk of meat from the red-faced tiger from his backpack. The cloaked figure gazed at the icy meat in Yu Qian's hand, his suspicions dissipating. The power of ice. That Chen Yiling is indeed a dual-element psychic with ice and fire abilities. The iron-armored ants must have been exterminated by other adventurers. With this revelation, the cloaked figure's mood brightened. However, a glint of murderous intent lingered in his eyes, as he regarded Yu Qian with ill intent. "Since I have obtained the information, it is time to send you on your way." Chapter 38. A desperate situation. Damn it, that old scoundrel had indeed harbored malicious intent. Upon witnessing the black-clad figure's murderous intent, Yu Qian's heart sank. He immediately resolved to abandon his concealment and take the initiative. The severing offspring gun, the white tiger divine spear, materialized in Yu Qian's grasp in an instant. Firmly clutching the weapon, he summoned all his spiritual energy, pouring it into the spear in an unending stream. The weapon gleamed with a dazzling light, reminiscent of a ferocious white tiger poised to pounce upon its foe in the blink of an eye. Yu Qian's movements were as swift as lightning, thrusting towards the black-clad man's groin. The black-clad figure was evidently caught off guard, unable to fathom that a mere ant, at the 8th level of the spiritual realm, would dare to strike first. In that moment of haste, the black-clad man had no time to react. With a dull thud, the white tiger divine spear mercilessly pierced through the black-clad man's groin. Instantly, he felt a searing pain surge through him, eliciting an involuntary cry of anguish. Simultaneously, Yu Qian swiftly withdrew the spear and decisively turned to flee. Blood began to spurt wildly from the black-clad man's wound, staining the ground crimson. Reflexively, he clutched his groin, his body trembling violently, his face contorted in agony beneath the mask. The entire sequence transpired with such rapidity that it left one breathless, yet, in that fleeting moment, Yu Qian unleashed his utmost speed, darting away like an arrow released from its bow. In the distance, old Master Gu, witnessing the black-clad man's plight, couldn't help but gasp in shock. He instinctively shielded his own groin. This kid truly strikes with a ferocity that is appalling. Just thinking about it is painful. It was only then that the black-clad man regained his composure, hastily attempting to staunch the bleeding, his face twisted in rage as he cursed, "Damn it! That accursed ant, I will kill you!" At this point, the black-clad man was consumed by a fit of furious madness. As a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, being rendered impotent by an insignificant ant was an utter disgrace. In an instant, the black-clad man ceased to conceal his aura, unleashing his full power as a 9th level extraordinary being. His figure shot forth like lightning, brimming with boundless murderous intent and rage, hurtling towards the direction Yu Qian had fled. Good grief, a 9th level extraordinary being, how am I supposed to contend with this? Overwhelmed by the terrifying aura of the black-clad man, Yu Qian couldn't help but curse vehemently. The 4-tier gap in realms made it abundantly clear that he had no chance of victory. Damn it, I must fight with all I have. Yu Qian once again pushed his physical limits, his speed surging dramatically. However, the velocity of a 9th level extraordinary being far surpassed that of Yu Qian, who was merely at the 8th level of the spiritual realm. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad man had closed the distance to within 10 meters of Yu Qian. You little bastard, today I shall make you wish you were never born. Sensing the imminent threat behind him, Yu Qian's heart raced with urgency. There was no way out, he had to gamble everything. Little White, merge with me. He swiftly removed the divine sphere, releasing Little White from within. The moment Little White appeared, it transformed into a streak of light, darting into the white tiger divine spear. Instantly, Yu Qian felt a tremendous surge of power. First shot of the 9 spears, surging swallow. He abruptly halted, pivoting to confront the oncoming black-clad man. Upon seeing Yu Qian daring to retaliate, a cruel smile flickered across the black-clad man's face. You overestimate your abilities. You're merely courting death. At this juncture, the black-clad man had lost all semblance of rationality. In response to Yu Qian's all-out strike, he fearlessly unleashed a punch and returned. Boom! The white tiger divine spear collided with the black-clad man's fist, producing a thunderous sound akin to 2 meteors colliding. A terrifying energy storm erupted, spiraling outward like a powerful whirlwind, obliterating everything in its path, be it dense underbrush or towering trees, into mere fragments. The collision lasted but half a second, yet that brief moment felt as if time had frozen. Yu Qian felt an irresistible force emanating from the white tiger divine spear, nearly wrenching his arm from its socket. In the next instant, he, along with the spear, was mercilessly hurled away. Bang, bang, bang! Yu Qian's body crashed against 3 sturdy trees in succession, each impact sending violent tremors through the ground. Ultimately, he landed heavily on the earth, a cloud of dust swirling around him. Pfft! Blood erupted from Yu Qian's mouth, tracing a vivid arc through the air. His complexion paled to a ghostly white, clearly indicating that this blow had inflicted severe injury. Cough, cough, struggling to breathe, Yu Qian leaned against the white tiger divine spear, slowly rising from the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on the approaching black-clad man, filled with fury and defiance. You little beast, why aren't you running anymore? Ha ha ha! The black-clad man sneered, advancing slowly towards Yu Qian. His gaze shimmered with malice and cruelty, as if he could already envision Yu Qian being subjected to unspeakable torments. At that moment, the black-clad man began to fantasize about the myriad tortures he would inflict upon Yu Qian, ensuring that his suffering would be beyond comprehension. Yu Qian's pallid face reflected a flicker of despair, yet his eyes radiated unwavering determination. As he watched the black-clad man draw nearer, a chill surged through him, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. He understood that this could very well be the end of his life, but he refused to succumb so easily. Would this life truly conclude in such a manner? Countless thoughts raced through Yu Qian's mind. The gentle yet resolute visage of Sister Yiling, the kind smile of Grandfather Dean, the honest face of Fatty, and the playful figure of Sister Lily, all these individuals were pivotal in his life, imparting strength and courage. Especially Sister Yiling's vibrant presence, deeply imprinted within the depths of his soul. No, I cannot falter here. I will become strong, protect my family and friends, and safeguard Sister Yiling. A fierce conviction ignited within Yu Qian's heart as he gripped the white tiger divine spear tightly, his eyes gleaming with indomitable resolve. It seemed that Little White within the spear also sensed its master's determination, trembling slightly as if responding to Yu Qian's call. A faint smile graced Yu Qian's lips, an overwhelming surge of fighting spirit welling up within him. He resolved not to evade any longer but to confront the enemy before him head-on. Regardless of life or death, he would fight to the bitter end, defending his dignity and beliefs. Very well. Let us engage in a fierce battle today. His voice was low yet resolute, brimming with defiance against fate. In an instant, Yu Qian's aura surged dramatically. Boom! 9th level of the spiritual realm. The Little White had merged with the white tiger divine spear. Sensing Yu Qian's will, it rapidly refined the spiritual energy stored within its body. He immediately broke through to the 9th level of the spiritual realm, and even continued to ascend. The black-clad man, observing Yu Qian's breakthrough, was momentarily taken aback, yet remained dismissive. Breakthrough, even if you ascend to the extraordinary realm today, you shall still die. In a flash, the black-clad man lunged forward, extending his hand towards Yu Qian. Chapter 39 An unexpected second uncle. As the figure clad in black approached menacingly, a flicker of solemnity crossed Yu Qian's face, but he swiftly regained his composure. He promptly assumed a combat stance, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Just as the black-clad assailant was about to make contact with Yu Qianan, a sudden, thunderous shot pierced the air. Do you so relish bullying the weak? Begone! In the wake of that furious exclamation, a golden flash streaked across the sky like a meteor, materializing before Yu Qianan into a towering and formidable figure. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. With a mere extension of a finger, a bolt of golden lightning erupted forth, surging from his fingertip like a mighty dragon, roaring towards the black-clad assailant. Upon witnessing the emergence of the golden figure, the dark-clad adversary was instantly struck with terror. He felt an overwhelming pressure that instilled a paralyzing fear within him, yet, retreat was no longer an option. The golden lightning struck the black-clad figure in an instant. Sizzle, the powerful lightning, imbued with destructive force, charred the assailant black. With a scream of agony, the figure convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Humph! Pathetic, unable to withstand even a fragment of my golden thunder. The golden figure remarked disdainfully, eyeing the twitching adversary on the ground. At that moment, Yu Qianan gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of this formidable being, who had incapacitated a peak expert with a single blow. However, Yu Qianan was already at the brink of collapse, though he had just broken through to a new realm. His injuries were grievous. He gritted his teeth against the pain, remaining vigilant towards the powerful figure before him. Yet, the figure paid no heed to Yu Qianan's apprehensions. Instead, he turned to face him, his gaze burning with intensity. This look made Yu Qianan feel uneasy, as if he were being scrutinized by a fierce beast. Good heavens, he doesn't have any peculiar inclinations, does he? I'm still a pure and innocent young man. I certainly do not wish to bestow my first experience upon another man. As he observed the unabashed intensity in the stranger's eyes, Yu Qianan hurriedly shielded himself. Senior, please refrain from overstepping. I carry ailments such as gonorrhea, syphilis, and AIDS. Old Master Gu? Upon hearing Yu Qianan's words and witnessing his pitiful demeanor, Old Master Gu was momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth is going on in that head of yours, you little rascal? Ah. Senior, you do not have any such proclivities? Proclivities? I'll proclivity your grandfather. Old Master Gu snapped back to reality, realizing that his earlier gaze had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. Ahem, young man, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Upon hearing Old Master Gu's assurance, Yu Qianan cautiously lowered his hands from his chest and backside, though he still watched him warily. While Yu Qianan activated his all-seeing eye. Ding, detection indicates target strength far exceeds host's capabilities. Unable to ascertain, what the devil, so formidable, even the system's all-seeing eye cannot detect him. Old Master Gu, noticing Yu Qianan's wary expression, was quite pleased. Little one, there is no need for such vigilance. If I wished to kill you, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Yu Qianan thought, TMD, must you be so blunt? I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance, Senior. In the future, should you require my aid, as long as it does not conflict with my principles, I shall do my utmost. Is that so? Old Master Gu inquired, a faint smile playing on his lips. I, Yu Qianan, stand by my word. Yu Qianan declared earnestly, thumping his chest for emphasis. Then join the army. Old Master Gu stated calmly. What? Join the army? Yu Qianan's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, did you not say you would keep your word? I wish for you to enlist. Yu Qianan was momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such a request. Senior, are you affiliated with the military? He asked, perplexed. Not exactly. My father and brother also wish for you to enlist. Your father and brother want me to enlist? Do they know me? Yu Qianan was even more confused. After all this talk, I have yet to introduce myself. I hail from the ancient Gu family of Huaxia. My name is Gu Yunting, and my brother is Gu Yunhai. Gu Yunhai, that name sounds familiar. Yu Qianan furrowed his brow, struggling to recall. He was unaware of the significance of the ancient Gu family, but the name Gu Yunhai resonated with him, though he could not place it at the moment. Seeing Yu Qianan's expression, Old Master Gu anticipated this reaction. There is no need to ponder. You do not need to know too much right now, just remember my name. Oh, by the way, you should be quite familiar with my father. His name is Gu Xinghua. Gu Xinghua, the director of the orphanage. Indeed, my father retired long ago. He is now the director of your orphanage. Old Master Gu's eyes softened with warmth as he spoke. By lineage, you should refer to me as second uncle. Second uncle. The sudden emergence of a second uncle left Yu Qianan utterly bewildered. However, it was not long before joy bubbled within him. The second uncle seems remarkably powerful. Having such a strong person as my second uncle is quite fortuitous. Soon after, Yu Qianan regarded Old Master Gu with a fawning expression. Esteemed second uncle, let us set aside the matter of enlisting for now, as I have only just come of age. That said, given your formidable strength, you must surely possess substantial wealth. Might you grant your dear nephew 100 or 80 billion huaxia coins to spend? What, 100 or 80 billion huaxia coins? Do you take me for a wealthy playboy? Aren't you, wealthy playboy? Yu Qianan's mischievous grin widened, especially as he emphasized the words wealthy playboy. Never had old Master Gu been referred to as a wealthy playboy before, and hearing Yu Qianan call him such filled him with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This far surpassed any titles of the youngest saintly emperor of Golden Lightning. These accolades were more fulfilling. Instantly, a slight flush crept across old Master Gu's face. Ahem, dear nephew, I truly do not possess 100 or 80 billion, but I can offer you 18 million. With that, old Master Gu produced a bank card from his pocket. Here is 10 million. Take it and use it, consider it a gift for our first meeting. Hee, thank you, second uncle. Yu Qianan eagerly tucked the bank card into his waist pouch. At that moment, old Master Gu, somewhat bashful, said, Dear nephew, could you call me that once more? Goodness, do all strong individuals possess peculiar quirks? Wealthy playboy. Oh, the wealthy playboy. Second uncle is the wealthy playboy. Yu Qianan's repeated exclamations of wealthy playboy brought immense satisfaction to old Master Gu. Good nephew, seeing you so gravely injured, I have some healing potions, allow me to bestow them upon you. With that, old Master Gu retrieved a multitude of potions from his storage ring. Chapter 40 of the second level of the Mysterious Spirit Realm, 6th grade Healing Potion Super Restoration Liquid 7th grade Recovery Potion Royal Essence 6th grade Healing Ointment Black Jade Elixir 8th grade Healing Pill Holy Spirit Pill. Upon beholding the plethora of high-grade potions before him, Yu Qianan's eyes sparkled like stars. Wow, this is simply extravagant, truly a display of opulence. Thank you, second uncle. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qianan seized a bottle of 6th grade Super Restoration Liquid, uncapped it, and downed it in one go. What, you drank it all? Gu Yunting, witnessing Yu Qianan consume the entire 6th grade healing potion in one breath, was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. TSK, it's a bit bitter, not very palatable. Yu Qianan smacked his lips, clearly dissatisfied with the potion's taste. What's wrong, second uncle? Didn't you say you'd give it all to me? Are you having second thoughts? Yu Qianan hastily clutched the remaining healing potions to his chest, as if fearing that Gu Yunting might snatch them away. Observing Yu Qianan's avaricious demeanor, Gu Yunting found himself both amused and exasperated. Am I truly such a miser? This is a 6th grade potion, and you, merely a fledgling in the spirit realm, dare to consume it so recklessly? Are you not afraid of bursting? Upon hearing this, Yu Qianan's eyes widened in alarm. Just then, a surge of potent medicinal energy surged through his body like a tidal wave. Why Yu Qianan felt an intense heat enveloping him, as if a fire had ignited within. In the blink of an eye, his injuries began to heal rapidly, and his previously weakened body pulsed with newfound strength. However, a vast amount of unrefined medicinal energy still roamed within him, rampaging like a wild stallion. Damn, why didn't you warn me earlier, second uncle? Feeling as though his body might explode from the pressure, Yu Qianan dared not hesitate further. He quickly sat cross-legged, channeling the divine martial transformation technique with all his might, attempting to refine the overwhelming medicinal energy. Is this my fault? It's merely because you were too greedy. Though Gu Yunting found himself speechless, he worried for Yu Qianan's safety. He promptly released a surge of pure spiritual energy, infusing it into Yu Qianan's body to assist in refining the medicinal power. Why is there so much? At my current stage, I can't possibly refine it all, Yu Qianan thought anxiously, having evaded death at the hands of an enemy, only to be overwhelmed by medicinal energy now. The divine martial transformation technique spun within him like a frenzied vortex, continuously drawing in the medicinal energy. Each strand of energy was meticulously refined and absorbed by Yu Qianan, becoming part of his cultivation. As time passed, Yu Qianan's aura grew increasingly formidable, and his cultivation level began to experience a breakthrough. His realm ascended steadily, soon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit realm. Then, a powerful force erupted from within him, breaking through the boundaries of his realm. He entered the 1st level of the mysterious spirit realm. What kind of cultivation technique is this lad practicing? It is utterly terrifying. Even able to absorb medicinal energy, Gu Yunting was astounded by the scene before him. Though he was curious about Yu Qianan's technique, he understood that everyone had their secrets and would not pry further. However, Gu Yunting suddenly realized a pressing concern. No, this boy has only recently awakened his extraordinary abilities. Such rapid elevation in realm will undoubtedly jeopardize his foundation. Thus, he resolved to intervene, halting Yu Qianan from absorbing any more medicinal energy. Gu Yunting exerted his immense power, attempting to suppress Yu Qian'an's body, striving to expel the excess medicinal energy. While Yu Qian'an's body gradually became scorching, as if it were being cooked, and a dense mist began to emanate from his skin. This mist enveloped the air, creating a hazy spectacle. With Gu Yunting's efforts, the surplus medicinal energy was finally expelled from Yu Qian'an's body. While Yu Qian'an's condition stabilized, no longer in a state of violent turmoil. His breathing became steady, and his complexion returned to normal. Yet, Yu Qian'an had experienced another breakthrough, now reaching the second level of the mysterious spirit realm. Having concluded the refinement, Yu Qian'an felt a wave of refreshing relief wash over him. Rising to stretch his limbs, he reveled in the formidable power coursing through him, feeling elated. Is this what the mysterious spirit realm feels like? I believe that now, if I were to encounter that crimson-faced tiger, I could certainly vanquish it single-handedly. However, Yu Qian'an also sensed that his newfound strength felt somewhat unstable. You reckless lad, do you truly fear no consequences? Gu Yunting admonished Yu Qian'an with a stern expression. Isn't it because you, second uncle, are here? This time, I turned misfortune into fortune, but you, young man, are quite capable. Had it been anyone else, they would have exploded by now. Nevertheless, Gu Yunting's expression grew solemn as he continued. Your rapid elevation in realm has left your foundation visibly unstable. You must take time to consolidate your strength and refrain from further increases in cultivation. Rest assured, second uncle, I understand what I must do. You truly possess a remarkable composure. At times, I even wonder if you are truly just a newly adult child, as if you were an old soul with decades of experience. Gu Yunting fixed his gaze intently on Yu Qian'an, as if seeking to peer into his very essence. Feeling the weight of Gu Yunting's stare, Yu Qian'an's heart raced. Could it be that second uncle possesses a psychic ability, capable of reading my thoughts? At that moment, Gu Yunting's hearty laughter rang out. Ha, you are the one the old master has nurtured. Your identity is beyond reproach. At this juncture, Gu Yunting found himself increasingly fond of Yu Qian'an. A prodigious talent with a mature and steady disposition, his character has earned the old master's approval. He is truly a rare gem. With proper honing, he will undoubtedly rise to become a top-tier powerhouse in the Blue Star, perhaps even lead Huaxia to its pinnacle. Yu Qian'an regarded Gu Yunting with newfound respect. Although their time together had been brief, he felt no malice emanating from Gu Yunting. Ouch, that hurts. At this moment, a voice echoed. Both Yu Qian'an and Gu Yunting turned to see the black-clad figure, who had previously been electrocuted to the ground, awakening. Well, quite the resilient spirit. Not dead yet. Gu Yunting observed the struggling figure on the ground with a hint of amusement. Not dead is fortunate. I have a few questions to ask. Without delay, Gu Yunting summoned lightning to bind the fallen black-clad man. Seeing this, the man began to thrash in fear. As he struggled, the lightning coursing through him caused him to cry out in pain. Stay still, the more you struggle, the more it hurts. Upon hearing Gu Yunting's words, the black-clad man ceased his movements immediately. Senior, I was wrong. Let us not interfere with one another. Just consider me a mere nuisance and release me. Release you, as a fallen one? How many heinous deeds have you committed? Do you think you can leave here alive today? Gu Yunting's tone was icy, his killing intent palpable. Realizing his identity had been uncovered, the black-clad man felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Fallen one, Yu Qian'an furrowed his brow at Gu Yunting's words. Clearly, he had heard of the Fallen before. Chapter 41. The Fallen. Uncle, how did you come to know he is a Fallen? Ah, you still don't realize it, do you? You are now the most renowned figure in all of Huaxia, the National College Entrance Examination top scorer, the first in the Blue Star to possess an SSS-level ability, the first beast master to wield such powers. Everyone is watching you, even the capital of our Huaxia has been stirred. Yu Qian'an had anticipated that he would receive some attention, but he never imagined it would be to such an extent. If it weren't for the controversy surrounding your beast master ability, you would have already been brought back to the capital. Really? I merely awakened an SSS-level ability. Don't we have others like that in Huaxia? Upon hearing Yu Qian'an's nonchalant remarks, Gu Yunting felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. You little rascal, what do you understand? The significance of an SSS-level ability is immense. However, just as he was about to elaborate, Gu Yunting abruptly halted, as if recalling something, his expression growing somewhat complex. Never mind, you are still too weak. There is no need for you to know too much. Yu Qian'an muttered to himself, another excuse. What, can the weak not have the right to know? He felt a surge of indignation, yet reason told him that Gu Yunting must have his reasons. Nevertheless, he secretly resolved to uncover the truth through his own strength. Gu Yunting continued solemnly, you have already attracted the officials' high attention, and you have also become a target for those notorious Fallen from other nations in the Blue Star. They may stop at nothing to uncover the secrets you possess, and might even pose a threat to you. So, kid, you must exercise caution in the future. I can't always be by your side to protect you. You mustn't let them capture you. Gu Yunting's tone was grave, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. At this moment, Yu Qianan profoundly recognized the severity of the situation. His current predicament was indeed perilous. You need not worry too much. I will remain by your side throughout the summer. Once school begins, as long as you stay within the campus, no one will dare to harm you. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianan's face lit up with joy. With such a formidable presence as Uncle Gu guarding him, who would dare to harbor ill intentions, it was just the right time for him to refine his skills without the worry of his secrets being exposed. Uncle, that might not be appropriate. Could it affect you? Observing Yu Qianan's ingratiating smile, Gu Yunting couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Could you please restrain that insufferable expression of yours when you say that? Cough at 1T affect me. This is a command from the old man himself. The old man's command? Indeed, ever since you awakened your abilities, the old man was eager to gather me and your elder brother for a meeting. Upon learning that you were coming here for training, he directly dispatched me to protect you in secret. As Gu Yunting spoke, a wave of sourness welled up within him. Hey, the old man never cared this much for his own son. How is it that he is so invested in a distant relative? It's as if he cares more for you than for his own son. The old man even arranged for someone to protect me. All the years I've dutifully honored him have not been in vain. Upon hearing Yu Qianan's words, Gu Yunting immediately seized upon the key information. What did I just hear? Duty-bound books. The old man actually has a penchant for those. It seems I've stumbled upon a little secret of the old man. Well, old man, if you dare kick my backside again, don't blame me for disregarding our familial bond. Seeing Gu Yunting's mischievous smile, Yu Qianan quickly realized he had let something slip. Since Uncle Gu is the old man's son, it wouldn't be such a big deal for him to know, right? Forget it, even if the news leaks, I'll just deny it. At that moment, the man in black watched these two scheming individuals, feeling utterly distressed. Are you going to kill me or what? Just give me a clear answer. At this moment, the man in black was on the verge of breaking down and cough. Soon, the two returned their focus. So, what scheme do you Fallen have in mind this time? Senior, I cannot disclose that. If I do, I'll be dead when I return. You still think you can go back alive? If you speak, I can grant you a swift death. If not, I'll have to take you back and torture you slowly. The man in black thought to himself, so it seems I'm destined to die anyway. But at that moment, the man in black seemed to think of something and quickly said, Senior, I'll tell everything, and I also know a significant secret, one that concerns the entire Blue Star. Concerning the entire Blue Star? Upon hearing the man in black's words, both Yu Qianan and Gu Yunting furrowed their brows, their expressions growing serious. Speak, we are listening. I will share, but you must promise to let me go once I finish. At this moment, the man in black, desperate to save his life, was compelled to betray the fallen organization. If need be, I shall never return. I can live incognito. Yu Qianan and Gu Yunting exchanged glances before turning their attention back to the man in black. Fine, I agree. As long as what you say is true, I will grant you your life. Upon hearing this, the man in black was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior. Please, go ahead. Then, the man in black recounted the details of the operation truthfully, including the significant matter at hand. Senior, here is the situation. Upon learning that a person with an SSS level ability had appeared in Huaxia, namely your nephew, the organization issued an order to capture him. As I happen to be a steward responsible for the Magic City, I came here to the Black Evil Forest to find him based on the intelligence provided. Just before this, when we discovered the battle traces near the Iron Armored Ant's nest, I instructed my subordinates to search separately, while I pursued a lead in one direction. What followed was what just transpired. Hearing this, Yu Qianan felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, one must not be too ostentatious. This is merely an SSS level ability. If my divine level powers were exposed, I'd likely not survive 3 days. How many of you are there? What is your strength? There are 18 of us in total, aside from me, who is at the Extraordinary Realm. The others are at the Mystic Spirit Realm. I was sent to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. As he spoke, the man in black couldn't help but lament, this is not just an unforeseen circumstance. It's a catastrophe. Mystic Spirit Realm, is it perfect for me to hone my skills? At this moment, Yu Qianan felt a surge of anger. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? 17 Mystic Spirit Realm Fallen, just wait until I catch you. When I do, you will surely learn why the flowers bloom so red. Chapter 42, Slaying the 9th level of the Extraordinary Realm. Continue, came the slightly impatient urging voice of Gu Yunting. The man in black felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and hurriedly continued, Senior, to speak candidly, I have merely heard whispers regarding this matter. As for the veracity of these rumors, I cannot guarantee their truth. After uttering these trembling words, the man in black cautiously raised his eyes to meet Gu Yunting's gaze. At that moment, Gu Yunting's already stern countenance grew even darker. Coldly, he replied, Are you suggesting that you have fabricated this rumor in an attempt to deceive me? As soon as the words left his lips, an unsettling aura of murderous intent emanated from Gu Yunting once more. Feeling the weight of this terrifying presence, the man in black trembled, beads of sweat uncontrollably sliding down his forehead. And no, Senior, you misunderstand me. Even if I had the audacity, I would never dare to deceive you. Although he acknowledged that this matter was merely a rumor, the man in black insisted, however, from what I know, the Fallen Alliance is indeed scheming something nefarious in secrecy. He stammered, his body quaking with intense fear. Noticing that Gu Yunting had yet to strike, the man in black felt a slight relief, and nevertheless, he understood that the current situation remained dire. If he could not convince Gu Yunting of his words, he would likely face death today. Thus, the man in black took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He then began to divulge all the information he possessed without reservation. Recently, the Fallen Alliance has been covertly gathering various beast blood. Regardless of the type, they aim to collect 100 portions of blood from every species of beast. Since different types of beasts exist across Blue Star, I too received this task. On one occasion, I inadvertently overheard a conversation among the higher-ups, and they seemed to mention something about a god-making project. The god-making project? Gu Yunting's expression turned grave. While he was unsure of the existence of gods, the deities in Chinese mythology were considered immensely powerful. 500 years ago, when the spiritual energy of Blue Star suddenly revived, beasts emerged, and humanity awakened their supernatural abilities, thus entering the era of high martial arts. It was as if myth had become reality. Consequently, hearing the man in black mention the god-making project left Gu Yunting in shock. If the news were true, and the Fallen Alliance succeeded in creating a god, the entire Blue Star would plunge into an era of darkness. This matter required utmost caution, and it must be reported to the Chinese authorities without delay. Meanwhile, Yu Qianan was equally astonished. The Fallen Alliance was aware of the existence of gods. Without my system, it would be impossible to fathom the existence of beings beyond the Emperor level. At this juncture, Yu Qianan was filled with curiosity about the Fallen Alliance, as well as heightened vigilance. Since they recognized the existence of gods, he needed to proceed with utmost caution. His SSS-level supernatural ability had already drawn the attention of the Fallen. If he were to reveal anything related to gods, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. The man in black observed the two in contemplation, internally lamenting. Senior? Ahem. Hearing the man in black address him, Gu Yunting snapped back to attention. Senior, I have conveyed all that I know. May I now be released? Gu Yunting furrowed his brow. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. I am merely a mid-level member, my knowledge is limited. The man in black spoke with a tone of bitterness, yet he truly had no further information. The hierarchy within the Fallen Alliance was strict, and even peers concealed their true identities. Only during task exchanges would there be brief interactions. Gu Yunting was well aware of this. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy, the invasion of beasts, and the awakening of supernatural abilities, Blue Star had descended into a chaotic era, giving rise to the Fallen Alliance. These individuals were extremists who believed that the resurgence of spiritual energy was a divine gift of redemption, enabling them to cultivate, alter their lives, and pursue their desires. Thus, in the early years of the era of high martial arts, humanity faced not only the invasion of beasts but also internal strife instigated by these extremists. Eventually, the pioneers of humanity grew stronger through their efforts, successfully repelling the beasts and reclaiming lost territory, while also suppressing these extremist factions, leading to a stabilizing of the world. However, human nature is complex. The surviving extremists began secretly spreading their radical ideologies, forming factions. Consequently, the Fallen Alliance was established, yet, due to the strength of the righteous factions, the Fallen Alliance could only develop in secrecy. Gradually, it evolved into an independent faction on Blue Star, standing alongside humanity and beasts as one of the three major camps. Yet, as humanity had largely expelled and suppressed the beasts, the threat they posed was now minimal. Defensive lines were erected worldwide, requiring constant vigilance against beast uprisings. Therefore, the Fallen could not openly launch terror attacks. All their operations were conducted covertly. Seeing that no useful information could be extracted, Gu Yunting's gaze towards the man in black grew progressively colder. The man in black sensed this chilling aura and was instantly terrified. Senior, you promised that as long as I divulged the matter, you would spare me. I did say I would spare you, but my nephew made no such promise. Gu Yunting replied with a cold smile directed at the man in black. At this moment, Yu Qianan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stared at the man in black. The 9th level of the extraordinary realm would equate to 900,000 system coins. Wow! I'm about to strike it rich. It's all thanks to my second uncle. Following him around makes earning system coins a breeze. Fear not, little treasure, I am quite gentle. Yu Qianan grinned mischievously as he approached the man in black, brandishing the white tiger divine slayer spear. The man in black, witnessing Yu Qianan's advance, felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. No, please, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Despite being a member of the Fallen, he was still a living human. The reason for joining the Fallen was to indulge in their desires and unleash their extreme natures, thus, they cherished their lives even more, for living meant the opportunity to pursue their ambitions. At this moment, the man in black was gripped by profound fear, an acrid scent mingling with the stench of blood emanating from him. Nephew, hurry and act, this guy is revolting. Gu Yunting remarked, covering his nose in disdain as he looked at the man in black. Revolting? It has simply the scent of wealth, 900,000 system coins. How many beasts must I slay to earn that? Yu Qianan, consumed by avarice, was unabashedly a money grubber. System coins, here I come. Without hesitation, Yu Qianan summoned his spiritual energy and infused it into the white tiger divine slayer spear. At that moment, Little White remained in its spiritual attachment state, and this strike's power exceeded even Yu Qianan's previous full-force attack. Ah, you are devils, I will. With a piercing sound, the tip of the white tiger divine slayer spear penetrated the man in black's skull. Chapter 43 A Bountiful Harvest. Ding, having slain a transcendent 9th level spiritual energy practitioner, I have garnered 900,000 system coins. The system's notification sound echoed in the air. What a thrill! Upon hearing the system announcement, Yu Qian felt an overwhelming surge of joy within it. For the time being, he need not worry about system coins anymore. Yu Qian forcefully withdrew the white tiger divine slayer spear from his grasp. With a swift motion of his arm, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, instantly enveloping the spear's tip. The red and white matter adhering to the point of the spear was violently shaken off by the impact of the spiritual energy. Second uncle, it's done! Yu Qian exclaimed with a relaxed smile, turning to look at Gu Yunting, who stood a short distance away. However, Gu Yunting was taken aback, gazing at Yu Qian in surprise. After all, this was the first time Yu Qian had taken a life, yet, he appeared not to have a shred of adverse reaction. Instead, he seemed extraordinarily exhilarated. Could it be that this lad was inherently cold-blooded and merciless, or did he possess some undisclosed perverse proclivity? As this thought crossed his mind, a sense of foreboding washed over Gu Yunting. Originally, he had orchestrated this operation with the intention of providing Yu Qian with an opportunity to hone his character, gradually acclimating him to the brutal reality of taking lives. After all, should he choose to enlist in the military in the future, such scenes would be commonplace. However, he had not anticipated Yu Qian's reaction to be so utterly unexpected. Nephew, you just personally killed a man. Do you not feel even the slightest sense of unease? Gu Yunting inquired, struggling to suppress his astonishment. A sense of unease? Not at all, I only feel an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. There's only one word to describe it, thrilling. Yu Qian replied, lifting his chin with an air of exuberance. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunting nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, inwardly cursing, damn, could it be that my dear nephew is truly a psychologically twisted maniac? No, he absolutely could not allow this to continue. Otherwise, not only would he fail to serve his country, but he might ultimately become a pariah despised by all. With this thought, Gu Yunting resolved to assist Yu Qian in correcting this dangerous mentality. Nephew, taking lives is not a commendable act. We must not cultivate such a penchant. Upon hearing Gu Yunting's words, Yu Qian was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend. Second uncle, did you not urge me to take action? Gu Yunting, caught off guard by the question, displayed a hint of embarrassment, rendered speechless. Realizing this, Yu Qian quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that his second uncle feared he harbored some abnormal bloodlust. Second uncle, you don't actually believe I possess some perverse desire to kill, do you? Is it not so? Yu Qian stared at Gu Yunting's doubtful expression, rendered speechless. Do I really come across as a deranged killer? My second uncle has watched me grow up, surely he knows whether I possess such undesirable tendencies. Furthermore, did Gu Yunting not mention any concerns regarding such issues? Gu Yunting pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Well, he has indeed never brought it up. Then that settles it. The reason I did not exhibit any abnormal reactions earlier is not due to a penchant for killing or any peculiar inclinations, rather, it is because I am acutely aware that the individual deserved to die. Thus, I acted without hesitation to eliminate him, preventing him from causing further harm to innocents. At this point, Yu Qian's gaze sharpened, and his tone grew resolute and powerful. Hearing Yu Qian's words, Gu Yunting felt a wave of relief wash over him. Well said. Truly, you are my nephew. This mindset is what a strong individual ought to possess. I was merely overthinking it, my dear nephew, I nearly misjudged you. The rapid shift in Gu Yunting's demeanor was apparent. Although Yu Qian understood that Gu Yunting's intentions were for his benefit, the notion of being mistaken for a psychopathic killer was intolerable. He had to seize this opportunity for a bit of exploitation. Oh, my most esteemed second uncle, to think you believe me to be a deranged killer. My heart aches. As he spoke, Yu Qian dramatically shed tears, resembling a deeply wronged child. Gu Yunting was momentarily taken aback by Yu Qian's sudden change in demeanor. Wait, we just recognized each other not long ago, and from the moment we first met, I felt an overwhelming sense of kinship with you. Moreover, you offered me money, tended to my wounds, and sought to train me. You are even dearer to me than my biological uncle. Yet, the very second uncle who made me feel such warmth now suspects me of being a twisted killer. My heart is heavy with grievance. Yu Qian's performance was so convincing that Gu Yunting found himself in a daze, overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt. He thought, how could I be so foolish? To doubt my beloved nephew as a deranged killer, I am truly a fool. Gu Yunting quickly transformed into a benevolent elder. Nephew, it was my mistake, please do not take it to heart. Let us pretend I never said anything. Well, who am I but a poor and weak junior? Since you insist, I shall quietly endure. Yu Qian lamented, emphasizing the words poor and weak loudly. Who dares say my nephew is poor and weak? He possesses the potential of a great emperor. Gu Yunting, evidently unaccustomed to such theatrics, was completely taken in by Yu Qian's performance. Soon after, Gu Yunting retrieved a multitude of items from his storage ring. Nephew, this ring contains the spiritual cores of the armored ants you previously hunted. The other items comprise various techniques. Feel free to take whichever you desire. Consider it compensation from your second uncle, enabling you to grow stronger swiftly. Yu Qian gazed at the heap of treasures and the storage ring in Gu Yunting's hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ha ha! A bountiful harvest indeed. Transcendent level movement technique, wine treading step, transcendent level spear technique, sun chasing thunder spear, imperial level technique in nine heavens thunder control. There is even an imperial level technique. However, Yu Qian did not choose any of them, for his divine martial transformation scripture was already a divine level technique, and it allowed for dual cultivation of both spiritual energy and physical body. What he liked most were movement and attack techniques. Thus, he opted for the wind treading step and sun chasing thunder spear, as they were the most fitting for his current needs. After all, one cannot be too greedy, and there would be opportunities to purchase more advanced techniques in the system marketplace later on. Consequently, Yu Qian took the storage ring containing the armored ant's spiritual cores along with the two techniques. Thank you, second uncle. I shall not hold a grudge over the earlier incident, he. Once he acquired the items, Yu Qian dropped the act, joyfully slipping the storage ring onto his finger and examining it. Gu Yunting, Chapter 44 of The Threat in the Shadows. You little rascal, how dare you play such tricks with me? Though he had realized he had been deceived by Yu Qian, there was not a trace of anger in his tone. Instead, he spoke with a hint of amusement. However, I must admit, this little fellow is quite perceptive, understanding the wisdom of not overreaching and attempting to seize all my treasures at once. To be honest, it is not that Yu Qian is unwilling to take more spiritual techniques, rather, most of the techniques collected by Gu Yunting are of the lightning attribute, which do not align with his own cultivation methods. Nevertheless, even so, Gu Yunting could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. After all, imperial-level techniques are the pinnacle of existence on Blue Star today, yet here stands this young man, unperturbed in the face of such an extraordinary skill. Hey, my dear nephew, look at this. This is a genuine imperial-level technique. Are you truly not the slightest bit tempted to claim it for yourself? As he spoke, Gu Yunting deliberately waved the imperial-level technique in front of Yu Qian, seemingly attempting to pique his interest. Yu Qian, however, calmly shook his head and replied nonchalantly, I already possess a technique that suits me better. This one is not suitable for my USE.AT. These words, Gu Yunting's eyes widened in disbelief. What, you little brat, what kind of exceptional technique could you possibly have? Could it truly rival the ancestral techniques of our Gu family? It was evident to Gu Yunting that Yu Qian's indifference towards this imperial-level technique stemmed from his ignorance of the immense and terrifying power it represented. Thus, he felt it necessary to enlighten him. In truth, my SSS-level Beast Master ability is rather unique. It not only comes with certain powers but also grants me the inherited techniques of a Beast Master. Thus, other techniques are of no use to me. cultivating the inherited technique suffices. After all, as a beast master, I can speak as I wish. Why Yu Qian mused internally, maintaining a calm demeanor that betrayed no signs of unease. This only served to astonish Gu Yunting further. You mean to say your ability inherently carries inherited techniques? Gu Yunting's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Yu Qian, his voice quivering with excitement. Indeed, upon hearing this response, Gu Yunting found himself momentarily stunned, his mind blank for several seconds before he regained his composure. This is astonishing, truly astonishing, he muttered to himself, the shock within him surging like a tempestuous tide. Gu Yunting could not help but cast another fiery glance at Yu Qian. This time, his gaze was imbued with fervent intensity, as if he sought to peer into the very essence of this young man. My incredible nephew, with such extraordinary talent, coupled with this miraculous ability, what does the future hold? It is beyond imagination. The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through Gu Yunting. He understood that with Yu Qian's innate gifts and potential, given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to become an unparalleled powerhouse. When that day comes, the entirety of Huaxia might very well usher in an era of unparalleled glory because of him. No, my dear nephew must not encounter any unforeseen mishaps. Gu Yunting silently vowed to exert every effort to ensure Yu Qian's safety. It was time for the Gu family to reclaim its former glory, allowing the world to feel the awe-inspiring presence of the ancient clan. However, upon further reflection, he realized that excessive protection may not serve Yu Qian's growth well. After all, only through the baptism of blood and fire can one truly mature into a formidable force. After much contemplation, Gu Yunting swiftly made a decision. Very well, I shall leave this matter for my elder brother to ponder. I will simply return to my old profession and continue as a brawler, he muttered to himself, a hint of relief gracing his features. Then, taking a deep breath to compose himself, he turned his serious gaze towards Yu Qian. My dear nephew, as a beast master, while it is relatively easy to conceal ordinary abilities, the matter of inherited techniques must never be disclosed to outsiders. Should anyone inquire, simply state that it was passed down to you by the old master. Do you understand? Gu Yunting regarded Yu Qian with utmost gravity. Understood, Yu Qian responded, observing the profound seriousness on Gu Yunting's face, a flicker of confusion and surprise stirring within him that he had believed he. At that moment, Yu Qian began to realize that the world was perhaps not as simple and straightforward as he had previously imagined. My dear nephew, typically, you would only begin to truly grasp the realities of this world upon entering university. However, due to your unique status, you have already drawn the attention of many, which is why I must urgently inform you of these circumstances. Gu Yunting continued earnestly. Indeed, what I have known thus far is merely a minuscule fragment of the vast information concerning this world. Realizing this, Yu Qian could no longer afford to be complacent, fully concentrating on every word Gu Yunting was about to impart. You likely have some understanding of Blue Star's history. Although it may appear that Blue Star has entered a relatively stable phase, the reality is that the situation remains exceedingly intricate and chaotic. Gu Yunting's expression turned grave. He paused briefly before continuing. Presently, Blue Star is broadly divided into three factions: humans, beasts, and the fallen. Each faction harbors its own complex dynamics and conflicts. Take humans, for instance. Fierce competition and strife often arise among various nations. As for the beasts, their inherent racial characteristics lead to incessant discord among themselves. However, for you at this stage, knowing too much may not be particularly beneficial. The true threats you must remain vigilant against come from the fallen and potential dangers posed by other nations. It is no exaggeration to say they will undoubtedly conspire against you in the shadows. At this point, Gu Yunting's expression grew increasingly solemn. Therefore, in the days to come, you must exercise utmost caution. Even in the seemingly secure environment of Magic City University, you cannot guarantee absolute safety. Be especially wary of spies and traitors lurking in the shadows. They often excel at disguising themselves, hiding so profoundly that even the authorities struggle to apprehend and eliminate them entirely. Upon hearing Gu Yunting's words, Yu Qian felt a headache coming on. Goodness, I once believed that with my system, I could achieve great feats in this world, yet now, it seems that merely surviving has become a daunting challenge. Chapter 45 The Devil Training. Yet, on Yu Qian's face, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, it revealed a hint of stubbornness and defiance. Gu Yunting gazed silently at the young man before him, a look of growing satisfaction emerging at the corners of his mouth. Truly, this little fellow is held in high esteem by the old master. Such a temperament is indeed beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. If he can safely navigate this difficult period, his future achievements will undoubtedly be boundless. He shall surely rise with great strength, becoming an existence unmatched by any. With this thought, Gu Yunting stepped forward and patted Yu Qian's shoulder. My dear nephew, you need not worry excessively. The Gu family will steadfastly stand behind you, providing you with unwavering support. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Gu Yunting, his icy gaze capable of freezing one's very soul in an instant. Should anyone dare to bring you harm, the Gu family will ensure they pay a grievous price. Upon hearing Gu Yunting's words, a warm current surged within Yu Qian. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. I alone shall govern my destiny. This proclamation resonated like thunder in the air. What a magnificent declaration, my dear nephew. During this period, I shall personally guide you in your training. We must show those who underestimate you what true strength looks like. Real warriors never fear any challenge. Gu Yunting resolved to forge Yu Qian's foundation into one as solid as rock, reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Thank you, second uncle. A surge of joy welled up within Yu Qian. Having a formidable Saint Emperor personally guide him would undoubtedly allow him to avoid numerous pitfalls. Let us depart. Your companion must be waiting anxiously. I almost forgot about the chubby one. With that, Gu Yunting unleashed a bolt of golden thunder, incinerating the corpse of the black-clad man entirely. The two then made their way toward the cave they had previously occupied. Brother Qian, is that you? Sensing the commotion outside the cave, Qin Shu looked warily toward the entrance. At that moment, the figures of Yu Qian and Gu Yunting appeared within the cave. It is me, Brother Qian. You're safe? How wonderful. Just now, I heard an explosion from afar and feared the worst. I'm fine. I merely stepped out for a moment. The explosion was likely due to the battle with the otherworldly beasts. Yu Qian chose not to disclose the matter of the fallen ones to Qin Shu, wishing to keep him uninvolved. However, noticing the tattered state of Yu Qian's clothing, Qin Shu understood that the recent explosion must be related to him. Yet, since Brother Qian chose not to elaborate, it implied that the situation had been resolved. At that moment, Qin Shu also noticed Gu Yunting. Brother Qian, who is this uncle? I forgot to introduce him. Second uncle, this is my brother, Qin Shu. Chubby, he is my second uncle. You may also address him as second uncle. Second uncle, Qin Shu was taken aback. Brother Qian, weren't you an orphan? How do you suddenly have a second uncle? My second uncle is the son of the esteemed director, so he is naturally my second uncle. Upon hearing Yu Qian's explanation, Qin Shu immediately understood and promptly greeted Gu Yunting with warmth. Second uncle, hello, you may call me Little Qin. Indeed, since you've addressed me as second uncle, I must present you with a token of our meeting. With that, Gu Yunting produced a tome of spiritual techniques and handed it to Qin Shu. Oh, how could I accept such a generous gift, second uncle? You are far too kind, Qin Shu protested verbally, yet his hands eagerly accepted the tome. Transcendent technique. This is truly a remarkable gift, and it's a defensive spiritual technique. Upon receiving the tome, Qin Shu noticed the annotations within indestructible body of the diamond. Second uncle, this gift is far too precious, you should take it back. Although Qin Shu was covetous of the gift, he understood its weight and value. Chubby, you can't refuse the goodwill of second uncle. Quickly, put it away. Before Gu Yunting could interject, Yu Qian called out loudly to Qin Shu, his eyes repeatedly signaling him to comply. Understanding the implicit message, Qin Shu relented. Well, since it is second uncle's goodwill, I shall accept it. Thank you, second uncle. He promptly tucked the tome into his clothing, beaming at Gu Yunting. Gu Yunting observed the two youngsters, amusement dancing in his eyes. You little rascal, do you truly think I am so petty as to reclaim a gift once given as second uncle? You are indeed magnanimous. Seeing the two young men wearing such mischievous expressions, it was no wonder they had become brothers. Now, rest for the night. Training will commence tomorrow. Training? Qin Shu echoed, a hint of confusion in his voice. Chubby, you are fortunate. Our second uncle is immensely powerful, far surpassing even the instructors at Magic City University. Is that true? Second uncle is that strong? Qin Shu exclaimed, looking at Gu Yunting with admiration. However, what lay ahead for them was training of a truly devilish nature. 3 days later, Qin Shu defeated a 6th-tier otherworldly beast, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Get up. You've only slain a few and are already lying down. Oh, my second uncle, only a few. In these 3 days, I've slain over 100 otherworldly beasts. Please, allow me a moment's respite. Only 100? Yu Qian has dispatched no fewer than 100 9th-tier beasts. What do you have to complain about? Brother Qian is a monster. Comparing myself to him is akin to seeking punishment. Humph, to become a strong warrior, one must have a goal, and Yu Qian is that goal for you. Gu Yunting stood there with an expression of indifference, paying no heed to Qin Shu's tearful lament. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, and a dazzling bolt of lightning cleaved through the air, targeting Qin Shu's rear. With a cry of anguish, Qin Shu was struck by the powerful current, his body involuntarily propelled upward. The sudden jolt of electricity coursed through him, causing excruciating pain, as if all his bones were about to shatter. Second uncle, why do you keep shocking me? Qin Shu whined, rubbing his sore rear with a look of grievance. Gu Yunting snorted coldly, his gaze piercing as he addressed Qin Shu. If you wish to continue following Yu Qian, then you must adhere strictly to my instructions, otherwise, do not waste time here. Hurry back home, for Yu Qian does not need a useless brother like you. Gu Yunting's merciless words struck Qin Shu like a thunderclap, crashing down upon his heart. For a moment, he felt as though his heart was being sliced, drowning in anguish. However, moments later, Qin Shu bit his lip, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes. I want to follow Brother Qian, I must become stronger, I cannot be a burden to him. Qianshu gazed skyward, summoning all his strength to shout, releasing the pent-up frustration and resolve within him. At that moment, his once wavering heart regained its unwavering resolve. Subsequently, Qianshu swiftly retrieved a vial of potent restorative elixir from his pocket, uncorked it, and instantly, a refreshing and powerful energy surged down his throat, spreading throughout his body like a tidal wave. The spiritual energy that had been nearly depleted now rushed back in, flooding every meridian within him. Second uncle, where is the next target? Qianshu clenched his fists, feeling the vibrant power within him, eagerly inquiring of Gu Yunting. Seeing Qianshu's renewed fighting spirit, Gu Yunting's face broke into a satisfied smile. His strict training of Qianshu was also aimed at crafting a reliable and formidable partner for Yu Qian. Follow me. With that, Gu Yunting led Qianshu toward their next target. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, beneath a waterfall, Yu Qian practiced his marksmanship, his torso exposed to the elements. Chapter 46, The Departure of Gu Yunting. After 3 days of meticulous guidance and rigorous training under Gu Yunting, Yu Qian finally succeeded in mastering the wind-treading step and the sun-chasing thunder spear to a rudimentary level. It is worth noting that both techniques share a common characteristic or speed. Consequently, Gu Yunting specially arranged for Yu Qian to train beneath a waterfall. Although this method proved less effective than a formal gravity training room, it was more than sufficient for Yu Qian at this stage. Amidst the immense pressure of the waterfall, each movement and action of Yu Qian's spear encountered unprecedented resistance. Within a mere hour, his stamina was utterly depleted. He was forcefully thrust into the depths of the pool below by the waterfall's force. Before long, Yu Qian resurfaced, languidly floating on the water's surface, gasping for breath. At that moment, a rich influx of spiritual energy began to surge into his body, yet he distinctly felt every cell within him awakening under the nourishing flow of energy. What a refreshing sensation! Although the intense training over the past 3 days had left Yu Qian fatigued, he felt that with each bout of exhaustion, his body grew stronger, and his spiritual power became increasingly refined. His once tenuous realm was gradually solidifying. However, Yu Qian remained somewhat dissatisfied with his current strength. He deemed himself too weak, able to endure only an hour beneath the waterfall's might. No, he resolved to continue training. Yu Qian retrieved a restorative potion and downed it in one gulp. With a swift motion, he propelled himself back to the waterfall's base to resume his practice. If his peers were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be incredulous. You still consider yourself weak? The pressure of this waterfall could easily crush a truck. If a monster like you can endure for an hour, how could anyone else survive? In the era of high martial arts, there are 9 known realms. The body-tempering realm is merely 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. The spirit entry, mystic spirit, earth spirit, and heaven spirit realms still represent the life stages of mortals. Even the mightiest heaven spirit cannot withstand the force of a nuclear bomb, merely extending their lifespan by 200 years. Only upon reaching the transcendence realm does one experience a metamorphosis in the essence of life, with a lifespan surpassing a millennium. Nevertheless, nuclear weapons still pose a threat to their existence. Only upon attaining the Sovereign King realm can one truly contend with technological might and achieve monumental feats. The Holy Emperor realm represents the pinnacle of strength in the Blue Planet, with nations ranked by the number of Holy Emperor experts they possess. The final Imperial realm is so rare that there are only a handful in the entire Blue Planet. However, those who attain the Imperial realm seldom engage with the world, as their power is too fearsome. Should an Imperial expert unleash their might, the consequences could range from altering landscapes to catastrophic destruction. As time quietly passed, the day agreed upon with Chen Yiling and the others drew near. Indeed, in just 20 days of specialized training, your foundation has reached its zenith. In the cave, Yu Qian, Gu Yunting, and Qianshu gathered around a fire, enjoying roasted meat, with Gu Yunting regarding Yu Qian with satisfaction. This is largely thanks to the guidance of my second uncle. Without it, I could not have solidified my foundation so swiftly. Yu Qian then picked up a can of beer. Fatty, come, let us toast to my second uncle. Hee, all right. Qianshu exclaimed, hastily putting down his meat to raise his beer. Thank you, second uncle, for your diligent guidance these days. Allow me to toast to you. Ha, splendid, cheers. Gu Yunting beamed at the 2 youngsters, lifting his beer to join in their celebration. Cheers. The 3 of them drained their cans of beer in one go. Refreshing. It had been too long since I indulged in such hearty feasting and drinking. Thanks to you 2 youngsters, I get to enjoy this moment. Gu Yunting felt particularly elated. As the second master of the Gu family and a formidable holy emperor, it had been ages since he last experienced such unrestrained revelry. My dear nephew, while the Blue Planet is indeed vibrant, dangers lurk everywhere. You must exercise caution and restraint before acquiring the strength to protect yourself. Do you understand? Observing Gu Yunting's concern, a warm current surged in Yu Qian's heart. Rest assured, second uncle, I will take good care of myself. Good. That is reassuring. At that moment, Gu Yunting's eyes shimmered with reluctance. Over these days, he had come to regard Yu Qian as his own child. However, after recently conveying matters to his elder brother, Gu Yunhai swiftly made a decision to leverage the Gu family's influence to eliminate threats against Yu Qian. This was the reason for Yu Qian's peaceful training over the past 20 days, yet, just a few days ago, Gu Yunhai had contacted Gu Yunting, urging him to return to the Gu family promptly. The family's recent actions had sparked public discontent, necessitating Gu Yunting's return to restore order. As such, after tonight, Gu Yunting would have to part ways with Yu Qian and hurry back to the Gu family. At this moment, Gu Yunting's expression turned serious. My dear nephew, while I instruct you to exercise restraint, we cannot allow ourselves to be at the mercy of others. When the time comes to strike, you must act decisively, and if trouble arises, your second uncle will shield you. Hearing Gu Yunting's words, Yu Qian felt deeply moved. Ha ha! With my second uncle's assurance, I can boldly engage in any endeavor. Then let us proceed. Gu Yunting assumed Yu Qian was jesting and took it lightly. However, he would later be genuinely astonished by Yu Qian's audacity. The actions Yu Qian undertook consistently left Gu Yunting in awe, but that is a tale for another time. For now, Gu Yunting remained confident. After 20 days of training, Yu Qian had not only solidified his realm but also laid a strong foundation. He had even mastered the wind-treading step and the sun-chasing thunder spear to a proficient level. Yu Qian's explosive speed now rendered him undetectable even to beasts of the earth spirit realm. Meanwhile, Qin Chu's strength had similarly surged. He had reached the 7th level of the spirit entry realm. With his foundation remarkably solid, his indestructible body had also attained proficiency. Combined with Qin Chu's earth-based abilities, he could withstand attacks from the 9th level of the mystic spirit realm. Alright, you two shall continue training with my dear niece tomorrow. I shall take my leave for now. Ah! Second uncle, you are leaving? Qin Chu exclaimed in surprise, having hoped to train alongside Gu Yunting for a while longer. What, you haven't had enough of being electrocuted and wish to experience my lightning again? Ah, no, no. I never want to be shocked again. Suddenly, memories of his harrowing experiences over the past days flooded Qin Chu's mind, causing him to tremble. Ha, with your foundations now firmly established, even without my guidance, you only need to progress steadily. At this moment, a glimmer of realization crossed Yu Qian's brow. His second uncle was originally here to protect him, and now he was leaving, indicating that the Gu family must be facing a significant issue that required his return. Moreover, it likely concerned him, as the tranquility of these past 20 days was undoubtedly due to the Gu family's assistance. No, I must take action. I cannot allow my second uncle to bear this burden alone. The holy grade potion, spirit-shaping liquid, awarded by the system, has yet to be given to the old man. Although I am unaware of the old man's previous realm before his dantian was damaged, it surely was not low. If the old man can restore his realm, the Gu family will certainly find things easier. With this thought, Yu Qian resolved to seek an opportunity to present the spirit-shaping liquid to the old man upon his return. Chapter 47 of the encounter between Li Li and the second uncle. The three of them indulged in a feast of barbecued meat and beer, without employing any spiritual energy to resist the effects of alcohol. Consequently, they drank to the point of inebriation, with Qin Chu being the first to succumb, collapsing into a deep slumber. Due to Gu Yunting deliberately emanating his aura, not a single beast dared to approach the cave that night. By around 8 o'clock the next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows within the cave. Yu Qian gradually awakened, feeling a slight dizziness and rubbing his throbbing head. To his astonishment, the second uncle possessed such a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, he found himself unable to match even a fraction of it across 2 lifetimes. As he mumbled to himself, he endeavored to recall the events of the previous night. He stood unsteadily, surveying the surroundings. The cave was in utter disarray, strewn with empty beer cans and debris. The once crackling campfire had long since extinguished, leaving only a pile of ashes. Qin Chu, meanwhile, was curled around a large rock, sleeping soundly with drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. As the second uncle already departed, Yu Qian furrowed his brows, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. He then approached Qin Chu and gently kicked him on the rear. "Fatty, it's time to rise. Don't touch me, I can still drink." Qin Chu mumbled incoherently in his sleep, flipping over to continue his deep slumber. "Wake up, now!" Yu Qian exclaimed, Bang! Qin Chu was propelled against the cave wall, leaving an imprint of his form. Only after being kicked by Yu Qian did Qin Chu slowly awaken, bewildered by the sudden pain in his rear. Upon seeing Yu Qian before him, he finally came to his senses. "Good morning, Qian, has the second uncle left?" "Of course, hurry up and tidy up, Sister Yi Ling and the others should be arriving soon." "Okay." With that, Qin Shu shook off his drunkenness and began to freshen up.
Qian, did you miss me?
A melodious voice echoed as Chen Yiling and her companions entered the cave. Lili, her face alight with excitement, dashed forward in a single bound, embracing Yu Qian without a moment's hesitation. She alternately patted his head and gently pinched his cheeks, playfully toying with him.
Oh my, after just a few days, my dear Qian seems even more handsome.
Stop it, Lili.
Let go of me.
Yu Qian stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment, internally lamenting his plight. Brother Qian, you're not going to believe this, but I've reached the Earth Spirit realm now.
You should be grateful for my affection.
Lili exclaimed, her exuberance unabated. During these past 20 days, Chen Yiling and the others had all made significant progress in their abilities. It was entirely normal for Lili, who had previously been at the 9th level of the mysterious spirit realm, to break through to the Earth Spirit realm.
Not necessarily.
Yu Qian replied with a charming smile, suddenly exuding an aura that enveloped him. I am now at the 2nd level of the mysterious spirit realm. Upon sensing the energy radiating from Yu Qian, Lili and the others were taken aback. Even Chen Yiling gazed at him in astonishment.
Heh, I'm not the only one. I am here too.
At this moment, Qin Shu, eager to showcase his newfound power, revealed his aura, signifying he had reached the 7th level of the spirit realm. Little fatty has made such progress. Although Qin Shu's advancement was not as dramatic as Yu Qian's, achieving such growth within a month as a newly awakened ability user was still an impressive feat. Qian, how have you both advanced so rapidly? Chen Yiling's expression bore a hint of concern. She feared that Yu Qian's haste in elevating his realm might compromise his foundation. Hearing Chen Yiling's inquiry, Yu Qian understood her worries. Don't worry, Sister Yiling, our foundations are solid, and there won't be any issues.
Indeed.
We trained alongside the second uncle for the past 20 days, so there is no cause for concern.
Qin Shu proudly added. Second uncle.
The others looked at each other in surprise.
Who's second uncle?
Chen Yiling inquired, directing her gaze at Yu Qian. Not wishing to conceal anything, Yu Qian explained, albeit with some modifications. Well, the second uncle Qin Shu mentioned is actually the son of the esteemed elder of our academy. We encountered him during our training and discovered our connection. Later, he offered to guide us in our cultivation. He mentioned he had to leave early last night due to family matters. After hearing Yu Qian's explanation, Chen Yiling appeared puzzled.
Does Elder Gu have a son? I've never heard him mention it.
Meanwhile, Lili's expression turned incredulous.
Brother Qian, is your second uncle named Gu Yunting? You know the second uncle? Yu Qian was taken aback by her direct mention of his name.
Ha! I don't know him, I was just guessing. Realizing her slip, Lili hurriedly waved her hands in denial.
Guessing?
Yu Qian felt certain that Lili was hiding something from everyone. Sensing his scrutinizing gaze, Lili feigned calmness and explained, well, the elder's surname is Gu, and I happened to hear someone mention Gu Yunting, so I thought I'd jest with you. The more Lili explained, the more she stumbled over her words, prompting her to change the subject. Ah, regardless of whether I know him or not, do tell us how you trained to achieve such remarkable progress. With Lili's words, everyone's attention shifted back to Yu Qian and Qin Shu. Only Yu Qian and Chen Yiling exchanged knowing glances, aware that Lili's identity was far from ordinary, as evidenced by her acquaintance with someone as formidable as Gu Yunting. However, since Lili was unwilling to divulge more, they, as friends, would not press her. Sharing a silent understanding with Chen Yiling, Yu Qian decided not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Qin Shu seized the opportunity to take the floor, animatedly recounting the intense training he had undergone during this period. Chapter 48, The Psion Guild. Subsequently, everyone began to share their experiences from the past 20 days. After a day's rest, Yu Qianan and his companions prepared to complete the remaining collection tasks, followed by some additional training. With merely 3 days left until the commencement of school, Yu Qianan and his group successfully concluded their summer training. As they re-entered the familiar human city, an indescribable sense of warmth surged within each of them. The air in the city is so refreshing, Lili exclaimed, arms wide open, inhaling deeply the cool, fragrant air. It is worth noting that for nearly 2 months, they had been entrenched in the perilous Blackshaw forest, enduring their training amidst an atmosphere thick with the acrid scent of blood and the nauseating odors emitted by the strange beasts. Not to mention the foul stench arising from the droppings of those creatures scattered about. At this moment, Chen Yiling turned to Yu Qianan, her gaze soft and affectionate. Qianan, you and Qin Shu should head home first. Lili and I need to return to school to submit the tasks we've completed during this period.
Yu Qianan smiled and nodded in agreement.
All right, then I shall return home to prepare a sumptuous dinner.
We must celebrate tonight.
With that, he shifted his gaze towards Li Li and Zhang Jiwen. Seniors, you must come tonight, we should all enjoy a meal together.
Certainly. Zhang Jiwen and the others nodded in cheerful affirmation. He, even if you don't invite me, I have already decided to crash this feast. Li Li interjected, unabashedly.
It seemed he was quite accustomed to the idea of mooching meals, exuding an air of nonchalance.
Ah, after 2 whole months of barbecued meat, my taste buds are nearly numb.
Qianan, you must prepare several delectable dishes for us to savor tonight. I know, it's just you who has a voracious appetite. What about you, fatty, are you heading home first, or coming back with me? At this point, Yu Qianan turned to Qin Chu with a questioning look. I need to stop by home first to see my parents. After 2 months of arduous training, Qin Chu's once youthful visage now bore an air of maturity and resolve. At that moment, pride radiated from his face, as he could hardly contain his eagerness to return home and share the experiences and achievements he had garnered. Why Yu Qianan understood Qin Chu's sentiments.
Alright, remember to come for dinner tonight. Okay, brother Qianan. Soon after, Chen Yiling and the others departed, and Yu Qianan headed towards the market. After purchasing ingredients, he noted that the day was still young and decided to visit the Psion Guild. Having amassed a considerable amount of materials during this training session, he intended to sell them and update his Psion information. Resolutely, Yu Qianan made his way to the Psion Guild in the Magic City. In no time, he arrived at a building exuding a futuristic, sci-fi aesthetic. The structure gleamed with a silver-gray luminescence, its lines smooth and dynamic. The 5 characters spelling out Psion Guild atop the building shone brilliantly, seemingly imbued with boundless mysterious power. At that moment, the area in front of the Psion Guild was bustling with a diverse crowd, some hurrying along while others engaged in animated conversations. Some donned resplendent robes, their hands emanating a peculiar glow, others were clad in heavy battle armor, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Yu Qianan promptly entered the lobby of the Psion Guild. Just as he prepared to queue for assistance, a staff member in uniform swiftly approached him. Hello, you must be Yu Qianan.
The staff member greeted him with a smile, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment and respect.
Yu Qianan paused momentarily, a flicker of caution crossing his features. How do you know me? In response to Yu Qianan's inquiry, the staff member maintained their graceful smile and calmly explained, Mr.
Yu, ever since you successfully awakened your abilities, our guild leader has specifically instructed us to remember your appearance. We were told that upon your arrival at the guild, we must promptly greet you and provide you with priority service.
Upon hearing this, Yu Qianan couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety.
Wow, I didn't realize I had become so well known. Surely they must have my photo. A sense of urgency washed over him. It appears I must purchase that item, otherwise, I might not be able to step outside at all. Determined, Yu Qianan thought of the item's price and winced at the prospect. Thank you, I would like to sell some materials and update my Psion information today.
Of course, Mr. please follow me.
The staff member led Yu Qianan away from the lobby to the VIP reception room.
Mr.
Yu, please make yourself comfortable here for a moment while I call the manager. However, as Yu Qianan surveyed the luxurious reception room before him, he could not help but feel astonished. Even though his talents were exceptional, surely the Psion Guild would not go to such lengths to host him.
Wait, are you certain I'm in the right room?
Absolutely. Our guild leader stated that you are a distinguished client at the Radiant Gold level, and we must accommodate you according to that standard.
Radiant Gold. My goodness, am I truly that esteemed?
In the Psion Guild, the VIP levels ranged from yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Dark Gold, Purple Gold, Radiant Gold, to the highest tier, Colorful Gold. To attain VIP status in the Psion Guild, one must possess corresponding abilities. At below Purple Gold, one could achieve membership simply through strength. However, Purple Gold and above required not only strength but also significant status and identity. It was utterly bewildering that Yu Qianan, a mere novice who had just awakened his abilities, had become a member at the Radiant Gold level. At this moment, Yu Qianan was perplexed as to why the Psion Guild placed such importance on him. It could not merely be due to his psionic talent.
Mr.
I understand you may have many questions, but I am merely a reception staff member and do not know the reasons behind this.
Once I summon the manager, you can direct your inquiries to them.
Alright. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Yu Qianan responded calmly. After the staff member departed, Yu Qianan reclined in the armchair and took a spirit fruit to munch on. Wow, this chair even has a massage function. At that moment, as the chair massaged him, Yu Qianan felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. Not only was it a simple massage, but he sensed a gentle flow of spiritual energy from the chair entering his body, soothing his meridians.
Whatever, if there's an opportunity, one must seize it. Chapter 49.
Adventurer. As Yu Qian luxuriated in the amenities of the Golden Tier reception room, a middle-aged man clad in formal attire entered.
Mr.Yu, I apologize for the wait. I am Hua Tian, the general manager of the Magic City Espers Guild. You wish to sell some materials and update your Esper information, correct? Indeed.
Very well, as a Golden Tier VIP, you are entitled to trade your items at prices equivalent to market value at our guild, and when purchasing from us, you will enjoy a 50% discount. Hua Tian regarded the youthful man before him with unwavering respect, maintaining a warm smile throughout their exchange.
At this moment, Yu Qian could no longer contain his curiosity. Manager Hua, may I inquire why your esteemed guild extends such generous treatment to me?
Upon hearing Yu Qian's question, Hua Tian's expression shifted to one of discomfort.
Mr.
Yu, I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. However, the fact that the Espers Guild has made this decision indicates that you undoubtedly possess the qualifications to be a Golden Tier member.
Observing Hua Tian's demeanor, Yu Qian pondered the implications. Could it be related to the Gu family? What manner of influence does the Gu family wield to command such respect? Initially, Yu Qian had thought that Gu Yunting's encouragement to pursue his endeavors was merely a gesture of familial concern. Yet now, he began to suspect that Gu Yunting spoke with sincerity, and that the Gu family's power was indeed formidable. Furthermore, during the month following Gu Yunting's departure, Yu Qian had encountered no peril, likely owing to the Gu family's protective efforts on his behalf. This realization sparked Yu Qian's curiosity about the Gu family. It seemed he should seek out the old man for further insights. However, for now, he decided to prioritize the matters at hand. Mr. Yu, let us begin by updating your Esper information.
Hua Tian promptly produced a testing crystal. Without hesitation, Yu Qian placed his hand upon the crystal. Soon, the crystal displayed Yu Qian's third level of the profound spirit realm.
Hua Tian gasped in astonishment at the reading. How can this be? Is the testing crystal malfunctioning?
He clearly found it hard to believe that Yu Qian could have achieved such a remarkable advancement in just 2 months.
Is there a problem? Yu Qian inquired, sensing Hua Tian's surprise. No. I am merely astonished. Mr.Yu, your talent is truly extraordinary.
At that moment, Hua Tian comprehended why the Gu family held Yu Qian in such high regard. With his prodigious talent and astonishing cultivation speed, it was no wonder the Gu family had made significant efforts to support him. Hua Tian's demeanor towards Yu Qian grew even more cordial as he swiftly began to update his information. Shortly thereafter, he handed Yu Qian a new identity badge.
Mr.Yu, your information has been successfully updated. Here is your new identity badge. The previous one has been deactivated.
In Hua Tian's palm lay a circular badge radiating a golden hue, intricately engraved with a golden dragon. Yu Qian accepted the badge, and as he did, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into it, causing a data screen to materialize. Named Yu Qian. Genders male. Race human. Huaxia. Date of birth April 14th, 482 of the High Martial Era. Spiritual energy SSS Beast Master, 3rd level of the Profound Spirit Realm. Adventurer rank Tier 3, 3 stars. Registered guild Magic City Espers Guild, Golden Tier VIP. The identity badge registered with the Espers Guild does not serve as an identification card but rather as a certification of an adventurer's status. Previously, to venture beyond the city for training, Yu Qian had registered as an adventurer. In the wake of the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star and the emergence of otherworldly beasts, humanity's major cities constructed fortifications to fend off these threats. Therefore, Espers wishing to hunt these beasts must register as adventurers with the guild. In addition to adventurers, the guild also accommodates mercenary groups, as they frequently post missions that are often beyond the capacity of a single individual. Consequently, mercenary groups came into existence to fulfill these demands. However, both adventurers and mercenary groups are subject to the guild's oversight to prevent any threats to national security. After verifying that the information was correct, Yu Qian stored the adventurer badge. He then took out the materials he had accumulated over the past few days. Upon seeing Yu Qian wield a storage ring, Hua Tian expressed his astonishment. The Gu family truly possesses great wealth to bestow such a luxury upon a newly awakened descendant. After all, only spatial-type espers can craft storage rings, and there are few such espers in all of Huashan. Moreover, these spatial espers are considered national treasures, with their abilities primarily serving the state. Thus, the number of storage rings available on the market is exceedingly scarce. Despite his surprise, Hua Tian proceeded to appraise the materials Yu Qian presented. Soon, he compiled a comprehensive price list. Mr. Yu, the total value of your materials, based on market rates, amounts to 34,200,000 Huaxia coins. Yu Qian had initially anticipated a sale in the range of 10 million, so he was taken aback by the substantial sum.
Would you like to verify the amount once more?
No, this is more than sufficient.
Please transfer the funds directly to me. Understood. Hua Tian accepted Yu Qian's bank card and initiated the transfer. Moments later, Yu Qian received a notification on his phone confirming the transaction. 35 million? Indeed, Mr. Yu.as, a golden tier VIP and a first-time seller with our guild. We have included a rounding bonus for you. Very well, thank you.
You are too kind, Mr. Yu. With our business concluded,
There is no need for you to escort me.
It would be rather unbecoming for the esteemed general manager of the Espers Guild to accompany a young man such as himself, which would surely attract undue attention. Given his sensitive status, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Very well, Mr. Yu, safe travels, and we welcome your next visit.
With that, Yu Qian departed from the Espers Guild, making his way home.
Meanwhile, at the top floor of the guild's building, Hua Tian stood respectfully behind a middle-aged man. President, your foresight is impeccable. This young man's talent is nothing short of monstrous. The middle-aged man remained composed, gazing out the window in the direction Yu Qian had departed. For the Gu family to go to such lengths for him, he must be extraordinary. Regardless of his future path, forging an alliance with him will undoubtedly yield more benefits than risks.
Indeed, President. Chapter 50 of the Illusory Divine Mask System, open my personal panel. Named Yu Qian in Realm 3rd level of Xianling Realm Ability Talent.
Divine Level Beast Mastery Ability SSS Beasts, White Tiger Cultivation Technique 3rd layer of the Divine Martial Transformation Scripture Equipment Pinnacle Spiritual Weapon White Tiger Slaying Spear, Beast Master Bracelet, Storage Ring, 100 cubic meters, Skills. Tactical Combat, Perfect Level, Wind Treading Step, Perfect Level, Sunchasing Thunder Spear, Perfect Level, Godslaying 9 Spears, First 2 Spears, Beast Inheritance Skill White Tiger Hull System Currency 1, 609, 300 Upon returning home, Yu Qian reclined in the bathtub, soaking in the warm water. As he gazed at his information panel, he felt a sense of satisfaction.
System, why are my basic gun techniques and elusive steps not displayed? Returning host, they have been overridden by higher-level spiritual techniques.
During his training alongside Chen Yiling and the others, Yu Qian had successfully cultivated the Wind Treading Step and Sun-Chasing Thunder Spear to perfection. He had also grasped the second spear of the God-Slaying 9 Spears, elevating his realm once more. While training, he had also hunted several extraordinary beasts. The higher his realm, the quicker he acquired system currency. Now, Yu Qian possessed over 1 million system coins. System, purchase the Illusory Divine Mask. Ding, purchase of the Illusory Divine Mask successful, deducting 1,500,000 system coins.
Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yu Qian felt a pang of regret.
Nearly 2 months of effort, and he was on the brink of bankruptcy. Nevertheless, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. The Illusory Divine Mask was indeed a treasure he desperately needed. Illusory Divine Mask. No rank, the user can freely alter their appearance and physique. Note, when wearing the Illusory Divine Mask, one's true appearance cannot be discerned by anyone below the Divine Realm. When Yu Qian first read the description of the Illusory Divine Mask, he was utterly astonished. Such a miraculous effect, priced at merely 1,500,000 system coins, was simply too valuable. His face lit up with excitement as he eagerly retrieved the enigmatic mask from the system space. In his hand appeared a translucent human face mask, resembling a delicate work of art, almost entirely transparent, as if formed from condensed air. Under the soft glow of the lights, the surface of the mask shimmered with a dreamlike, multicolored radiance.
Let us test its effect. With a mere thought, Yu Qian unhesitatingly donned the Illusory Divine Mask.
Simultaneously, he silently envisioned the appearance he wished to transform into. In that instant, as he adorned the mask, a peculiar force began to surge within him. A wondrous scene unfolded. Yu Qian's appearance began to undergo astonishing changes at a visible pace. First, his neatly cropped hair gradually lengthened and softened, cascading down his shoulders like a dark waterfall. Next, his towering figure, standing at 185 centimeters, began to shrink, becoming slender and petite. In no time, Yu Qian had completely transformed, metamorphosing into a graceful woman. Moreover, she was undeniably female. Yu Qian instinctively lowered his gaze, and upon encountering the sudden swell of soft, white curves at his chest, he was left utterly stunned. Those two soft, ample forms, partially concealed by foam, exuded an indescribable allure. In an instant, Yu Qian felt a rush of warmth in his nostrils. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Indeed, the image he had conjured in his mind was that of Chen Yiling. Instinctively, Yu Qian reached to touch his chest. Oh, so soft. Instantly, blood spurted forth once more. Before long, the entire bathtub was stained crimson. The shocking amount of blood caused Yu Qianan to feel faint.
No! I must revert. Immediately, he envisioned his original appearance. In a short while, he returned to his former self. At that moment, the heat within Yu Qianan's heart finally began to cool.
Wow, I never expected the illusory divine mask could even alter gender characteristics. I nearly bled to death. Though Yu Qianan was astounded by the mask's capabilities, the earlier scene continued to replay in his mind. He could still sense the lingering touch. Yu Qianan shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the images swirling in his thoughts. After some time, he finally regained his composure. Next time, I must wear clothes during the transformation, otherwise, the aftermath is too overwhelming. System, listen to yourself, you old lecher. However, with the illusory divine mask, he no longer needed to worry about being recognized when going out. Yu Qianan was quite pleased with the mask's effect. Although his hard-earned system currency had nearly been depleted once more, it was undeniably worth it. Currently, the illusory divine mask had seamlessly integrated with Yu Qianan's visage, and he felt no hint of discomfort. Thus, he decided to keep it on, allowing him to alter his appearance at will. Glancing at the blood-red bathtub, Yu Qianan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hurriedly drained the water and meticulously cleaned the bathroom. After rinsing off the bloodstains, he exited the bathroom. The clock indicated it was now 4 in the afternoon. Yu Qianan returned to his bedroom to change into casual attire. Next, he prepared for the upcoming school term and planned to visit the orphanage the following day. Having organized his plans, Yu Qianan made his way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He also summoned Xiaobai from the divine beast sphere.
Meow, why did you bring me out? Let me go back. As soon as Xiaobai emerged, he was visibly irritated, clinging to Yu Qianan's pant leg in protest. Look at your current state. You resemble a junkie.
Despite Xiaobai's anger, his expression was decidedly lewd, clearly a side effect of having indulged in catnip.
Meow meow, I don't care, this is animal abuse, let me back in. Seeing Xiaobai's current demeanor, Yu Qianan felt a flicker of annoyance. Keep it up, and you 1T get back in.
Upon hearing Yu Qianan's stern reprimand, Xiaobai immediately perked up, releasing Yu Qianan's pant leg, his face shifting to one of ingratiation.
Hee, boss, please don't be angry. Just tell me what you need, and I shall comply. Yu Qianan was taken aback by the speed of Xiaobai's change in demeanor. Stay in the living room and let them in when Qin Chu and the others arrive.
Yes, sir. Xiaobai responded with a standard military salute before swiftly darting to the living room to begin his task.
This little rascal had been cooped up in the divine beast sphere since acquiring it. He would only come out when Yiling was around. He hadn't even bothered to train. Had it not been for the ample spirit cores in his possession, Yu Qianan would have certainly made him experience the meaning of encouragement through love. Never mind, I'll cook first. Yiling and the others will be back soon.
With that, Yu Qianan entered the kitchen and began preparing dinner. Chapter 51 of The Identity of Gu Xinghua. At 7 o'clock in the evening, within the villa, Yu Qianan, Chen Yiling, and Li Li were gathered around the dining table. Their 2-month training expedition had come to a successful conclusion, and they were also here to express their gratitude to Qianan for preparing a sumptuous feast. Cheers, cheers! Everyone raised their glasses of red wine and clinked them together in celebration. Let us eat. Li Li eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork and popped it into his mouth. Delicious! His eyes sparkled with delight as he began to devour the dishes laid out before him. The sight of Li Li's enthusiasm brought smiles to the faces of everyone present. All right, let us all dig in. At this moment, Yu Qianan signaled for everyone to start eating and glanced toward Li Yuanquan and Zhang Wen. Seniors, please don't stand on ceremony. Treat this as your own home and savor my cooking. Thank you, Junior. The warmth of Yu Qianan's hospitality encouraged them to indulge without further pretense, as they each took a bite of the food. Delicious. Li Yuanquan was instantly captivated by Yu Qianan's culinary skills and began to feast heartily. Junior Qianan, you are truly remarkable, not only handsome and talented, but also an excellent cook. Even the shy Zhangwen could not help but praise Yu Qianan at this moment. As long as it's tasty, do eat more, senior. Certainly. Zhangwen then joined in relishing the lavish spread. Yiling, you should eat as well. You seem to have lost some weight over these past 2 months. Yu Qianan placed a piece of braised pork into Chen Yiling's bowl. Although she often served herself, being in front of so many friends made Chen Yiling feel slightly self-conscious. Thank you, she replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Oh, after living together for so long, you still say thank you. Hearing Li Li's playful teasing, Chen Yiling felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation.
You talk too much. Just eat. She promptly shoved a chicken leg into Lily's mouth. Delicious. Lily intended to retort but, upon tasting the chicken's exquisite flavor, fell silent and continued to feast. What sort of complications? Yu Qianan was puzzled by Zhang Jiwen's remark. It's because of the significant attention that this top student is receiving. Lily chimed in enthusiastically. You are now quite the celebrity. Ever since you awakened your abilities, the instructors at Magic City University have been in a heated debate over who will be assigned to guide you. Even now, they have yet to reach a consensus. When we returned today, Yiling was surrounded by those instructors, all vying to curry favor with her in hopes that she might speak well of them. The scene was quite something. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Lily's words, Yu Qianan turned his gaze towards Chen Yiling. Rest assured, I have not promised them anything. You may choose whichever mentor you prefer. Sensing Yu Qianan's earnest gaze, Chen Yiling gently replied, however, some of the mentors hold rather special identities, so you may encounter some difficulties in your choices. Understanding Chen Yiling's explanation, Yu Qianan grasped the complications Zhang Jiwen had alluded to. What difficulties could there be? Worst case, I'll just choose Yiling's mentor. That seems reasonable. They surely won't cause me any trouble over that. That is true. After all, in university, you only need a mentor during your freshman year. Subsequent growth is up to you. The University of Ability Awakeners is distinct from regular universities. Its purpose is to cultivate elite individuals with extraordinary powers for the nation. Combating beasts, maintaining national security, and acquiring resources all necessitate formidable warriors. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, many paradisiacal realms have emerged across Blue Star, providing even cultivation resources. The competition between nations revolves around these elements. The more strong individuals a nation possesses, the greater their influence and resource competition. Thus, the University of Ability Awakeners was established. During their time at the university, the freshman year is paramount. Newly awakened individuals must learn a plethora of foundational knowledge regarding their powers, combat techniques, and battle awareness. As they advance to their second and third years, students can begin to train independently and grow freely. By the fourth year, they must decide on their future career paths, whether to join the military, enter politics, or pursue business ventures. Seeing that Yu Qianan was unconcerned, this topic came to a close, and the group resumed their meal and conversation. Brother Qianan, we shall take our leave now. See you at the start of the semester. Alright, take care on your way home. The banquet continued until the early hours of the morning, with Qin Shu, Zhang Jiwu, and others bidding farewell to Yu Qianan and Chen Yiling. Junior Qianan, we are off now. See you at the start of the semester. Okay. Soon after, everyone departed the villa, returning to their respective homes. Meanwhile, Lily, naturally, lingered in the villa, leaving Yu Qianan helpless against her presence. It was indeed challenging to enjoy a moment of intimacy, having indulged in wine during the banquet. Especially Lily, who decided to stay the night, soon found herself intoxicated. At this time, Chen Yiling was assisting her to the bedroom. Yiling, do you need my help? No need, it's getting late. You should rest as well. With that, Chen Yiling guided Lily back to the bedroom. Observing this, Yu Qianan returned to the dining area, washed the dishes, and then retired to his room for the night. The next day, Yu Qianan arose early, prepared breakfast, and then stepped out. At the orphanage, Gu Xingguo was seated in the courtyard, listening to a gentle tune. As the morning was still young, the children in the orphanage had yet to awaken, leaving Gu Xingguo alone in the courtyard. Yu Qianan stealthily approached him from behind. Old man, there's a black silk. Black silk, where is it? Gu Xingguo immediately sprang up, eagerly searching for the elusive black silk. Upon realizing that Yu Qianan was watching him with a teasing expression, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. You little rascal! Have you become so mischievous? TSK, at your age, why are you still so lecherous? You don't understand, you old coot, I'm merely appreciating. Do you comprehend the concept of appreciation? Alright. If you say it's appreciation, then it's appreciation. With that, Gu Xingguo regained his composure and reclined back onto the rocking chair. Has your training concluded? Yes, I returned yesterday. I missed you, so I came to see you right away. You little brat, always so glib. Gu Xingguo felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing Yu Qianan's words. Though not his biological grandson, Yu Qianan was far superior to his own two sons. He always had to initiate contact before those two would deign to visit him. These past 2 months must have been arduous. Did you encounter any dangers? Danger? Do you not already know whether there was danger? Do you think I would hide such matters from you? With a father in the realm of the Holy Emperor, do you think I would face any real danger? Realizing that his identity had been exposed, Gu Xinghua quickly shifted the topic. Have you met Yun Ting? Yes, I have been training intensively with second uncle recently. At this point, Yu Qian'an's expression turned serious as he regarded Gu Xinghua. Old man, do you still intend to keep your identity from me? Upon hearing Yu Qian'an's words, Gu Xinghua's expression also grew grave. Very well, you have now earned the right to know. Follow me to the study. With that, Gu Xinghua rose and made his way to the study, with Yu Qian'an curiously trailing behind. Chapter 52. Do you believe I am the Thunder Emperor? Upon entering the study, Gu Xinghua stood solemnly by the window, hands clasped behind his back. You little rascal, have you ever heard of the Thunder Emperor, hailed as the greatest war god of Huaxia? The moment those words left Gu Xinghua's lips, the legends of the Thunder Emperor flooded Yu Qian's mind. The Thunder Emperor, a Huaxia native. At the tender age of 18, he awakened his SSS-level lightning abilities. By 22, he had achieved a breakthrough to the celestial spirit realm and chose to enlist in the military. Within just a year, he had established a formidable reputation within the army, becoming the youngest major general in Huaxia's history. In his 5th year of service, he reached yet another pinnacle, ascending to the monarch realm, thus becoming the youngest monarch-level powerhouse ever recorded. At 37, he achieved yet another breakthrough, attaining the status of the youngest Saint Emperor in history. Freshly crowned as a Saint Emperor, the Thunder Emperor showcased his extraordinary talent and might during a contest for a celestial domain, battling against 10 Saint Emperors and securing Huaxia's dominance over that territory. At that time, the Thunder Emperor's name echoed throughout the Blue Star, instilling fear in all major nations in the Fallen Alliance. Following that fierce battle, he was officially recognized as a Huaxia general and was celebrated as the supreme war god. As a Saint Emperor, he roamed the Blue Star, amassing countless victories through his unparalleled strength. At 60, the Thunder Emperor once again proved his might. He broke through to become the pinnacle of combat prowess, the Emperor Ancestor realm. Whether it was pride or a desire to claim more benefits for Huaxia, the Thunder Emperor spent a year mastering the power of an emperor before boldly declaring war against the 4 emperors of the Eagle Nation, the Bear Nation, Gaul, and Zhan Nation. Upon learning that Huaxia possessed 2 emperors, the 4 great nations rejoiced at the Thunder Emperor's declaration of war. They had been yearning for an opportunity to weaken Huaxia's strength, and the Thunder Emperor's proclamation provided them with the perfect pretext. Thus, under the gaze of the entire world, the Thunder Emperor clashed with the 4 emperors in an unprecedented battle across the Pacific Ocean. The confrontation among 5 emperor-level powerhouses was nothing short of terrifying. The battle unleashed tsunamis that directly impacted the surrounding lands, especially the country of the Foot Basin Chicken, which nearly faced obliteration. This battle marked the Thunder Emperor's final stand. In that clash, he fought valiantly against the 4 emperors, severely injuring 3 of them and ultimately sacrificing himself to take down one of the emperors from Zhan Nation. Through this ultimate sacrifice, the Thunder Emperor secured Huaxia's title as the strongest nation on the Blue Star. His legend became enshrined in Huaxia's textbooks, inspiring every citizen. At this moment, as Gu Xinghua spoke of the Thunder Emperor, Yu Qian found himself momentarily bewildered. Observing Yu Qian's perplexed expression, a hint of nostalgia emerged on Gu Xinghua's weathered face. What if I told you I am the Thunder Emperor, would you believe me? His voice, though soft and warm, struck Yu Qian like a thunderclap. Old man, don't jest. There must be limits to boasting. The Thunder Emperor has long perished. Previously, with his omniscient gaze, Yu Qian had gleaned information about Gu Xinghua. Although Gu Xinghua possessed lightning abilities, the entire Blue Star knew that the Thunder Emperor had fallen. Yu Qian considered that while the old man might have had some prowess in the past, he could not possibly be the Thunder Emperor. Hey, what if the news of the Thunder Emperor's demise was deliberately released? Would you believe that? Deliberately? A bold thought flashed through Yu Qian's mind. Could it be that the old man truly was the Thunder Emperor, but right now, he appeared to be merely a lecherous old man with a ruined dantian? Old man, do not make such jokes. Look at you. You insist I reveal my true identity, and when I do, you refuse to believe me. You must provide something credible for me to accept your claim of being the Thunder Emperor. Even a kindergarten child would scoff at that. Yu Qian, wholly unconvinced by Gu Xinghua's declaration, sought to uncover the true nature of the Gu family. Furthermore, he pondered whether he could extract some valuable items from the old man. Old man, stop bragging. Which emperor, at your age, still indulges in children's books and ogles at women's behinds? Upon hearing Yu Qian's teasing, Gu Xinghua's irritation flared, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could deliver a good thrashing. Humph! You little brat, were it not for an incident in the past that ruined my dantian, I would have made you cry for your mother. Yu Qian couldn't help but smirk at that. Oh, the old man is flustered. Here, have a bottle of drink to cool your temper. He offered a bottle of Erguo2.as. Gu Xingwa caught sight of the liquor, his eyes lit up. You little rascal, don't you usually forbid me from drinking? Why the generosity today? Without hesitation, Gu Xingwa snatched the bottle, eagerly uncapping it to savor the aroma. Why does this liquor lack the usual scent, instead carrying a medicinal fragrance? Of course, that's because it's a new medicinal wine I recently acquired. Yu Qian would never divulge that the bottle contained a special potion he had concocted for Gu Xingwa. The medicinal brew was beneficial for health, and if it got him intoxicated, he could extract the truth from him. You little brat, I am willing to confess my identity, yet you still doubt me. Gu Xingwa, fixated solely on the liquor, had already revealed his identity, and whether Yu Qian believed it was of no concern to him. He then proceeded to gulp down the contents of the bottle. This isn't liquor. Realizing something was amiss, Gu Xingwa instinctively halted, but a fiery warmth surged within him, a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his limbs. Even his damaged dantian began to show signs of activity. What on earth had this little rascal given him to produce such effects? Feeling the changes within, Gu Xingwa downed the potion in one go. Kid, what on earth did you make me drink? The effects are astounding, I feel invigorated. He, old man, that's just the beginning of something extraordinary. A knowing smile graced Yu Qian's lips. It was not medicinal wine but rather the sacred potion of spiritual enhancement produced by the system. With other effects potentially at play, Gu Xingwa's eyes sparkled, believing that the outcome Yu Qian spoke of would restore his vigor and reveal his true manly essence. However, shock soon washed over him. My dantian. At that moment, the effects of the spiritual enhancement potion began to manifest. An abundance of medicinal energy surged into Gu Xingwa's dantian, initiating its repair. Stunned by the changes within, Gu Xingwa turned to Yu Qian. Qian, how did you acquire such a treasure? Yet Yu Qian only responded with a mysterious smile. Let's not dwell on that. You should focus on yourself. Upon hearing Yu Qian's words, Gu Xingwa sensed the transformation occurring within him, and his expression turned grave. Kid, you should leave now. With that, Gu Xingwa uttered a single sentence before a bookshelf in the study shifted, revealing a passage leading underground. He then vanished into the passageway. You need not seek me for a while, I will come to find you later. As Gu Xingwa's voice echoed from within the passage, the bookshelf resumed its original position. Wow! The old man's study has a hidden underground chamber. Yu Qian stood there, utterly dumbfounded by Gu Xingwa's sudden maneuver. By the time he regained his senses, Gu Xingwa had already disappeared from the study. Geez. The old man drinks my spiritual enhancement potion and doesn't even offer me any benefits. Yu Qian vented his frustrations at the bookshelf. I had planned to extract the old man's identity and then trade some valuable items for the spiritual enhancement potion. Yet, this old man pulled a fast one on me. Yu Qian felt he had been thoroughly outsmarted. Chapter 53 The beginning of a new term. Well, at present, I find myself lacking in nothing particularly essential. I shall consider this as a means to repay the venerable elder for his nurturing kindness. After all, without the diligent care and guidance of the old man over the years, it is likely that I would not have survived to this day. Moreover, I am filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding the true strength that he will display upon the restoration of his dantian. It is noteworthy that Gu Yuntian is a formidable figure of the Saint Emperor realm. As the progenitor of such a powerful being, he surely cannot be overly inferior. The thought of the various potential threats I am about to face looms large. If I could possess such a powerful and reliable ally, it would undoubtedly bolster my confidence and security. Thus, no matter the cost, I must dedicate myself fully to assisting the old man in recovering his dantian. Upon returning home, I shall prepare thoroughly to embrace university life in this new world. A confident and composed smile graced Yu Qian's lips as he turned to leave the study, striding away with a light-hearted gait. As he stepped out of the orphanage, a remarkable transformation overtook Yu Qian's appearance. At that moment, he had metamorphosed into an entirely unfamiliar figure, boldly striding towards the direction of his family's villa. On September 1, 500 of the High Martial Era, the campus of Magic City University was a veritable sea of humanity, brimming with youthful vigor and exuberance. At the sports center of the university, many freshmen busied themselves with enrollment procedures. Brother Qianan, there are so many people! Exclaimed Qin Chu as she and Yu Qianan arrived at the bustling plaza of the sports center. Indeed, let us join the queue for registration. He replied, all right, Brother Qianan. Originally, Chen Yiling and her companions intended to accompany Yu Qianan,
but the school had summoned them unexpectedly, leaving Yu Qianan and Qin Chu to handle their enrollment alone. "Brother Qianan, there's a shorter line over there, let us go," said Qin Chu, spotting a less crowded queue and waving at Yu Qianan before dashing off. "Hey, look, that junior is so handsome." At that moment, a sweet-faced girl, as if discovering treasure, exclaimed to her companion with sparkling eyes, "Handsome, where?" queried a girl named Tian Tian, excitement evident as she followed her friend's finger. "Wow, he really is handsome. Quick, before those other girls notice, let us hurry over." "Show Rong Rong, keep your voice down, there are so many people." "Never mind, let us go." Rong Rong impatiently tugged at Tian Tian as they rushed toward Yu Qianan. "Hey, classmate," Rong Rong and Tian Tian stealthily approached Yu Qianan from behind, suddenly tapping him on the shoulder. Why Yu Qianan, preparing to queue, turned around at the sound. Before him stood two beautiful young ladies clad in JK uniforms, their faces beaming with smiles. "Hello, how may I assist you?" "Junior, we are your seniors. I'm Wang Rongrong, and this is Lin Tian Tian." "Oh, greetings, seniors." Yu Qianan found himself momentarily bewildered by their enthusiastic welcome. "Junior, are you in line for enrollment?" "Yes, perfect. We are specifically responsible for new student registrations, and we can assist you right here." "Really? No need to queue?" "Queue, with your striking looks, your exceptional talent, you needn't wait in line at all." "Now, may I ask your name, height, weight, and what on earth is a green bubble?" Wang Rongrong and Lin Tian Tian were brimming with excitement as they prepared to jot down Yu Qianan's information. While the queries regarding name, height, and weight seemed reasonable, the inquiry about the green bubble puzzled Yu Qianan nonetheless. He mused that the seniors must know what they were doing. "My name is Yu Qianan. I stand at 185 centimeters tall and weigh 80 kilograms. Why Yu Qianan, height 185. Just as Yu Qianan was about to provide more details, both girls exclaimed in unison, their surprise evident. However, they quickly covered their mouths, glancing nervously around. Once they realized no one was paying attention to them, they breathed a sigh of relief, yet their astonishment remained, and their gazes toward Yu Qianan shifted from fervent to adoring. "Is your name truly Yu Qianan, the very same Yu Qianan who awakened the first instance of the SSS Beast Master ability and became the national champion?" Upon witnessing the reaction from the two seniors, Yu Qianan anticipated such a response. "If there are no other individuals bearing the name Yu Qianan, I must indeed be the one you refer to." Instantly, the two girls grew even more animated. Encountering the national champion and being entrusted with his enrollment registration was beyond their wildest dreams. "Junior, could you please give me your autograph?" The two girls, abandoning any notion of flirting with Yu Qianan, understood that such a figure was beyond their reach. Securing an autograph from the champion was already an immense delight. Feeling a bit shy in the face of their enthusiasm, Yu Qianan, having lived two lives, was experiencing such fervor from girls for the first time. "Alright," with that, Yu Qianan signed his name for the two seniors. "Yay, we've received the championess signature. Our peers will be utterly envious of us." The girls gazed at their prized signatures, their imaginations already racing with visions of boasting to their friends. Seniors, regarding the enrollment." Upon hearing Yu Qianan's words, the two quickly composed themselves, their excitement giving way to focus. "Junior, there is no need for you to handle the enrollment. The school has already arranged everything for you." "Really?" "Yes, allow me to check for you." Wang Rongrong promptly accessed the new student registration system to verify Yu Qianan's details. Found it. "Yu Qianan, department undecided, class undecided, and your dormitory is Villa number 1. After reviewing Yu Qianan's information, both girls displayed expressions of astonishment. The department and class were still undecided, and Villa number 1 was indeed an exceptional accommodation. Upon hearing that his class was not yet determined, Yu Qianan felt curious. "Seniors, what does undecided mean?" "Oh, it means you can select your department and class later. For now, we can show you around the school and then take you to your dormitory to familiarize yourself with the route." "Actually, I have a friend who is still handling enrollment. I would prefer to wait for him, but no problem. We can wait with you. I've actually visited the school many times. I'm quite familiar with the routes, so there is no need to trouble you both." The two girls sensed the subtle dismissal in Yu Qianan's tone, and their spirits visibly dampened. "Very well, we shan't impose any longer. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask us." "Okay, thank you, seniors. Goodbye, junior." With a lingering glance at Yu Qianan, the two girls departed. Phew, sometimes, being so popular with the ladies can be quite troublesome. Chapter 54. A youngster, would you like to join our brother Wang? Before long, Qin Chu had also completed his enrollment registration. He exclaimed with delight, "Brother Qian, I've been assigned to Class S of the Elemental Department." Holding his enrollment information, Qin Chu was brimming with excitement. "Not bad," replied Qian. The Magic City University comprises 3 major departments: the Elemental Department, the Super Ability Department, and the Beast Transformation Department. Each department is further divided into 4 classes: Hesitant Face, A, B, and C. Notably, an SSS class is rarely established, as it only appears once a year, if at all. Chen Yiling is also in Class S, where they study foundational knowledge, with training provided by dedicated instructors. Each department has only one Class S, but every year it remains a challenge to fill all 30 slots. Classes A, B, and C are more numerous, especially Class C, which often accommodates dozens of classes annually. The minimum admission requirement for Magic City University is possessing a C-level supernatural ability.
Brother Qian, you mentioned your enrollment information is already in order?
Yes, 2 senior sisters helped me check, and it's definitely completed.
By the way, your supernatural ability should belong to the super ability department, right? You haven't been assigned there, have you?
No, both the department and class are marked as pending.
Pending?
Xin Chu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he remarked, it must be that Brother Qian is too outstanding.
The teachers are unsure how to classify you. Alright, stop flattering me. Where is your dormitory? My dormitory is in Villa number 2 of the Tian Division. Xin Chu was equally thrilled at such high accommodations. Villa number 2 of the Tian Division is second only to Villa number 1. What about you? I'm in Villa number 1, right next door. Let us go take a look.
Xin Chu's assignment to Villa number 2 was likely due to Yu Qian, who was pleased with the school's arrangement.
Let us go. I can hardly wait to see what the legendary Tian Division villas of Magic City are like. With that, Xin Chu took the lead, sprinting towards the student dormitory villa area at Magic City University.
Yu Qian was also curious, as the previous occupants of Villa number 1 were Chen Yiling and Lili, and due to Yu Qian's influence, Chen Yiling had hardly ever stayed there. The university's education is quite strict, only freshmen enjoy free accommodation in these dormitories. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-year students must venture out for tasks and training, and thus, the school no longer provides free housing for them. They must rely on completing tasks to earn points for renting training rooms. Without points, they can only reside off campus. This strictness is intended to foster students' motivation. To become formidable, one must exert greater effort. Before long, Yu Qian and Xin Chu arrived at the villa area, where students had already begun to enter. At that moment, a group of audacious individuals swaggered towards Yu Qian and Xin Chu.
Hey, you must be freshmen too. How about joining our brother Wang?
One of the lean, yellow-haired individuals addressed them arrogantly.
Bah, what kind of trash is this brother Wang? He doesn't deserve it.
Upon hearing the yellow-haired fellow's words, Xin Chu immediately displayed disdain. The group was furious at Xin Chu's ignorance of their brother Wang and even his insult. The leader was particularly incensed.
Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? I don't care who you are. If you don't want to get angry, just scram. You. The leader's fury escalated. Ever since his birth, he had always been the center of attention. On the first day of school, he had intended to recruit some underlings to savor college life, but unexpectedly encountered resistance right at the start, and such insult. His followers, incited by his ire, were eager to step forward and teach Xin Chu a lesson. Name Wang Tang ability talent Western Dragoness ability level 9th layer of spirit realm identity a 4th generation heir of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families in China. Through the all-knowing eye, Yu Qian discerned the identity of the leading youth. Moreover, he had now discovered a flaw in the all-knowing EYE. As long as it did not involve highly confidential information, he could obtain the aforementioned types of information without having to pay system currency. He also scanned the others' information. Although they were all S-level ability users, their identities were rather ordinary, and their strength hovered around the 4th or 5th layer of the spirit realm, making them no match for Xin Chu. Their choice to be Wang Tang's subordinates likely stemmed from a desire to leverage his influence for greater resources. Interesting, an S-level beast transformation ability, and a top-tier one at that, the Western Dragon. Watching the youth on the verge of losing control due to Xin Chu's provocation, a smile crept across Yu Qian's face. Just then, Wang Tang's followers charged at Xin Chu, intending to teach this insolent youth a lesson. To act like a petty thug while being a supernatural user is a disgrace to the identity of a supernatural practitioner. Get lost. With a thunderous shout, Xin Chu unleashed his aura at the 9th layer of the spirit realm. Utilizing the surrounding dust, he sent the group reeling backward. Thud, they fell to the ground, disoriented. You're also a 9th layer spirit realm user. Wang Tang stared in disbelief at the aura emanating from Xin Chu. Why can't I be at the 9th layer of the spirit realm? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wang Tang was evidently struck by a significant blow. What gives you the right? I am the scion of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families in China, with access to the best resources, which is how I achieved the 9th layer of the spirit realm. How can you do the same?
Wang Tang's eyes were filled with rage, clearly unable to accept that someone could reach the same heights he had. Seeing this, Qin Shu looked down upon him.
He. It seems you're merely a conceited young scion. You think someone like you can recruit me and my boss as your underlings? Bah!
Qin Shu held nothing but contempt for those who bully others with their status, which is also why Yu Qian was willing to associate with him in the first place.
Alright, fatty, there is no point in dealing with such people. We have important matters to attend to.
Upon hearing Yu Qian's words, Qin Shu's expression instantly shifted back to one of joy.
Okay, brother Qian. With that, Yu Qian turned towards Villa Number 1. Witnessing Yu Qian stride towards Villa Number 1, Wang Tang's incredulity deepened. Impossible, even someone with my status can't enter Villa Number 1, how can he?
At that moment, Wang Tang's followers picked themselves up and returned to his side, disgruntled. The lean man, seeing Wang Tang's frenzied demeanor, spoke with malice, "Boss, they're definitely just putting on a show. I'm sure they'll be kicked out in no time."
Exactly, boss. I've heard that there are 3 formidable individuals inside Villa Number 1. Upon hearing his followers' words, Wang Tang's expression softened somewhat. I hope you're right about them putting on a show. If they really do get kicked out, I will make sure they pay.
Chapter 55. A future roommate. Under the fierce, predatory gazes of Wang Tang and his companions, Yu Qian and Qin Shu slowly approached the entrance of Villa Number 1. Ding dong, the melodious chime of the doorbell rang out. With movements as fluid as water, Qin Shu deftly pressed the doorbell. At that moment, a deep and hearty voice emanated from within the villa.
Coming.
Accompanied by this response, the heavy door of the villa slowly creaked open, revealing a towering figure over 2 meters tall. Staring at the giant before them, Yu Qian and Qin Shu were taken aback with astonishment. The man's imposing stature was reminiscent of a moving hill. His extraordinarily muscular arms and broad, robust shoulders showcased defined muscles brimming with strength, resembling a human beast. Ahem, Yu Qian cleared his throat, regaining his composure before speaking.
Hello, fellow student. I am Yu Qian, and if my information is correct, I should be your roommate. You are Yu Qian? Upon hearing Yu Qian's introduction, the burly man's face instantly registered surprise.
Then, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, he excitedly shouted towards the interior of the villa, "Boss, second brother, quick, come here, the legendary top scholar has arrived at our dorm."
After shouting, the giant turned back to Yu Qian, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and delight. Hey, big guy, why not let Qian inside first?
Qin Shu said, noticing that the giant was blocking the entire doorway.
Ha! Oh, my apologies, please, come in.
The giant, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head sheepishly and stepped aside. As Yu Qian and Qin Shu entered Villa Number 1, a junior exclaimed in disbelief, "They actually got in?"
Meanwhile, Wang Tang's expression darkened further. What? Did you not say they would surely be thrown out?
Wang Tang roared, grabbing the collar of a slender man next to him. The slender man instantly panicked, beads of cold sweat forming.
Boss, I really don't know. At that moment, the slender man seemed to have an epiphany. Wait, boss, could it be that the big guy didn't want anyone to see him fight, so he let them in and plans to act inside the villa? You're talking nonsense. Do you think they are fools? It's the beginning of the school year, how could they dare to fight? Ah, boss, should we wait and see, perhaps there will be a change.
The slender man, clearly reluctant to face punishment, clung to the hope of a shift in events. At that moment, Wang Tang was also filled with resentment. He could not bear the thought of anyone being stronger than him. I, Wang Tang, possess the talent of an emperor. I will undoubtedly become the first to break through the limits of innate ability. No one can surpass me. Wang Tang seethed inwardly. Thus, driven by vanity, he released the slender man and fixed his gaze intently on the entrance of Villa Number 1.
Meanwhile, inside Villa Number 1. You are Yu Qian?
3 men stood before Yu Qian and Qin Shu. Aside from the burly man, the other 2 were a stout fellow, even plumper than Qin Shu, and a slender individual. The stark contrast between them was evident, and all 3 were visibly excited to meet Yu Qian.
Hello, I am Yu Qian. Upon hearing Yu Qian's reply, the trio began to scrutinize him with newfound curiosity. The national top scholar, the first in the world to awaken the SSS level ability. Moreover, having just awakened, he effortlessly dominates S-level beast transformation practitioners of the same rank. Finally, we meet the legend.
As the trio showered Yu Qian with flattery, he felt a tinge of embarrassment.
Indeed, I, Qian,
Simultaneously, Yu Qianan used his omniscient gaze to probe into the trio's information. Yang Chen, SSS level Lord of the Forest, energy level the first stage of mysterious spirit realm, identity of the fourth generation heir of the Yang family, one of the four prominent families of China. Wang Zhengyang, S level Savage Monarch, energy level 9th stage of Spirit Awakening realm, identity the son of the leader of the Savage King Mercenary Corps. Zhou Yi, S level Stormlord, energy level 9th stage of Spirit Awakening realm, identity. The sole heir of a construction tycoon, the stout fellow was Yang Chen, the burly man was Wang Zhengyang, and Zhou Yi was the slender individual. Upon seeing their profiles, Yu Qianan understood why they could reside in Villa Number 1. Yang Chen's strength and background surprised Yu Qianan. He had not anticipated that this stout fellow was an SSS level practitioner with such a formidable lineage. It seemed that his university life would be quite interesting.
A knowing smile crept across Yu Qianan's lips. Yu Qianan, which month were you born in?
Me, April, Yu Qianan replied candidly to Wang Zhengyang's inquiry.
Ha, what a coincidence, you are the youngest and also the last to arrive, so you shall be our little brother. Lil brother? Yu Qianan was momentarily taken aback. I'm the youngest in April? At that moment, Yang Chen hurriedly interjected to halt Wang Zhengyang's bluntness. Big guy, don't say that. Yu Qianan isn't aware of the situation yet.
Oh, sorry. Wang Zhengyang chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Yang Chen then explained to Yu Qianan, here's the deal, before you arrived, the three of us agreed to rank ourselves by age. I was born in January, Zhou Yi in February, and the big guy here in March. However, if you feel uncomfortable with this arrangement, we can simply treat each other as friends.
Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yu Qianan had no objections. Although Yang Chen possessed remarkable talent and a significant background, Yu Qianan did not sense any superiority in his demeanor.
We are all from prominent families, but Yang Chen is significantly more amiable than that fool outside. No worries, after all, we will be spending a lot of time together. Such matters can help foster our relationships.
Hee, I knew our little brother would agree. Wang Zhengyang exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Yu Qianan's acceptance.
Alright, then Yu Qianan can temporarily be our little brother.
Once we all get acquainted, we can reassess. What about me, what rank do I hold?
Qin Shu, feeling slightly dissatisfied about being relegated to the status of someone else's younger brother, chose to respect Yu Qianan's decision nonetheless.
Qin Shu, are you also in our dorm? No, I'm in the neighboring Villa Number 2. Oh.
Wang Zhengyang was momentarily at a loss for words.
Alright, Qin Shu, why don't you head back to your dorm? Okay, fine. With that, Qin Shu left, a bit disheartened.
Watching Qin Shu's disappointed figure, Yang Chen and the others felt a twinge of awkwardness.
Little brother, why not bring him along?
No need, that guy is like this, just ignore him.
Alright.
Subsequently, the group began to converse, gradually growing more familiar with one another. Chapter 56, The disheartened Wang Tong outside the villa. Upon seeing Qin Shu emerge, Wang Tong and his companions were filled with excitement.
Boss, look, they've come out. Why is only that plump fellow coming out? Where's the other one?
Wang Tang had assumed that Qin Shu was the resident of Villa Number 1, while Yu Qian was merely his subordinate, yet now, only Qin Shu had appeared. Could it be that Yu Qian was, not as Wang Tang pondered this, a voice from one of his subordinates interrupted him.
Boss, look at that fatso's expression, they must have been taught a lesson. Indeed.
That person must have stayed behind to shield the fat one and is likely getting beaten up inside. Is that really the case? Though Wang Tang found his subordinate's reasoning somewhat plausible, he still sensed that something was amiss. Just as they were about to step forward to mock Qin Shu, they observed that the previously dejected Qin Shu had suddenly regained his enthusiasm and was heading towards the adjacent Villa Number 2.
Wait, boss, why is he walking towards your dormitory? Could that fatso be your roommate? At this moment, Wang Tang's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it, that fatso was actually my roommate, what terrible luck.
However, a sinister smile soon crept across Wang Tang's face. Fatso, I've been looking for a chance to settle the score with you, and the other two are also my people. Just as Wang Tang was preparing to lead his subordinates to teach Qin Shu a lesson, a figure suddenly appeared before them.
Whoa! A ghost!
The sudden appearance of the figure startled Wang Tang.
Who the hell is this old geezer blocking my path, scram?
The figure, taken aback at being reprimanded by a mere youth, felt a surge of anger. Slap, a crisp sound resonated as the subordinate was sent flying.
Are today's students so lacking in manners?
The icy voice sent chills down Wang Tang and his companion's spines. They hadn't even seen the person make a move before witnessing their companion being thrown aside. Now, the unfortunate subordinate lay on the ground convulsing, his bloodied teeth scattered about.
I ask you, are all the residents of Villa Number 1 gathered?
Upon hearing the question from the figure before them, the subordinates were too frightened to utter a word, while Wang Tang shot a dark look at the stranger.
Who are you? I am the legitimate son of the Wang family. Oh, you are Wang Zhantian's son? Humph, since you are aware of my identity, why not take your leave?
Seeing that the person recognized his status, Wang Tang regained some confidence, his demeanor growing haughty once more.
The figure, however, regarded Wang Tang with disdain.
Kid, don't think that just because your father is Wang Zhantian, I wouldn't dare to slap him if he stood here. A chill ran down Wang Tang's spine as he realized he might truly be facing a formidable figure. Prior to entering school, his father had warned him to remain low-key, especially around those seemingly elderly teachers at Magic City University, who were all powerful beings of the Sacred Emperor realm. Sacred Emperor realm beings, not stepping out of the Imperial realm, represented the pinnacle of combat strength in Blue Star. Even the Wang family had to treat them with utmost respect. Realizing the individual before him was likely a Sacred Emperor, Wang Tang quickly forced a smile.
Hee, senior, all 4 new students of Villa Number 1 have just arrived. They are currently inside. Upon hearing Wang Tang's words, the elder's expression brightened. Hee, those old geezers still care about face at this age.
I shall not hold back. The elder was evidently there for Yu Qian, harboring some ulterior motive.
All right, I understand now, you may leave.
Yes, senior, we shall take our leave.
Wang Tang quickly fled the scene, even forgetting to head to Villa Number 2.
He thought to himself, this old man is definitely a Sacred Emperor. If he finds out I've been bullying my classmates, I'll be the one lying on the ground convulsing.
Seeing their boss retreat, the other subordinates hurriedly followed suit.
Boss, wait for us. Though they still had some camaraderie, they didn't forget to carry their companion who had been struck away as they fled.
Watching Wang Tang and his group retreat, disappointment flickered across the elder's face.
Just a few hundred years, and these young ones have begun to grow arrogant. Sigh. The elder sighed slightly before his gaze heated up as he looked towards Villa Number 1.
It's not every day one encounters such a promising talent.
I must cultivate him well, Huaxia cannot decline.
With that, the elder swiftly arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 1. Ding dong. Who could it be? Aren't we all gathered here? Wang Zhengyang, hearing the doorbell ring again, felt puzzled but rose to answer it.
Yu Qian, however, wore a serious expression as he glanced towards the door.
A strong presence.
Ever since encountering the formidable Gu Yunting, Yu Qian had developed a keen sensitivity to powerful individuals.
Old man, what brings you here? Upon seeing Wang Zhengyang's honest and polite demeanor, the elder felt a wave of comfort.
It seems there are still more good children.
Young lad, no, strong lad, is Yu Qian available?
The elder instinctively began to call Wang Zhengyang young lad but quickly corrected himself upon noticing Wang Zhengyang's imposing stature.
Are you looking for the 4th?
Although Wang Zhengyang felt somewhat puzzled, he instinctively called out into the house, 4th, your grandpa is here to see you.
Inside, Yu Qian was taken aback. My grandpa is here? Has the old man recovered?
Wait, this doesn't feel like the old man's presence.
Yang Chen and Xiaoyi also noted Yu Qian's expression. What is wrong, 4th, isn't it your grandpa? I'm an orphan. Where would I get a grandpa?
Yu Qian had no intention of revealing the matter regarding Gu Xingwe to them. It was his trump card.
Sorry, 4th, we didn't know you were. It's fine. I am used to it.
Yang Chen and Xiaoyi felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing Yu Qian's words.
All right, let us go take a look. With that, Yu Qian and the 2 others made their way to the door. Strong lad, are you really going to make me stand at the door? You invite me in to sit? All right, apologies, Grandpa, please come in and have a seat.
Wang Zhengyang stepped aside, allowing the elder to enter the villa. As soon as they entered, the elder spotted Yu Qian and the other 2 approaching.
Yang Chen, upon seeing the elder, exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa Li, what brings you here?
Yu Qian, Xiaoyi, and Wang Zhengyang were momentarily dumbfounded. So this elder is Yang Chen's grandpa, especially Wang Zheng.
A scandalous discovery, caught in the act? Hey, young Master Yang, what brings you here? Upon hearing Grandpa Li's words, Yang Chen's face darkened instantly. Grandpa Li, how many times must I tell you not to call me young Master Yang? My name is Yang Chen. Furthermore, didn't my father inform you that I would be attending Magic City University? Oh, did your father mention that to me? Grandpa Li scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. Well, today I'm here to find that little rascal Yu Qian. Young Master Yang, you may amuse yourself for now. At this point, Yang Chen was utterly speechless in the presence of Grandpa Li. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Wang Zhenyang were already in fits of laughter. Even Yu Qian regarded Yang Chen with a knowing smile. Young Master Yang, tsk tisk. Yang Chen glared at the trio, his teeth grinding in frustration. Once Grandpa Li departed, should he silence these three? At that moment, the elderly man, referred to as Grandpa Li by Yang Chen, gazed at Yu Qian with fervent eyes. Young lad, would you consider taking me as your master? Take you as my master? The other three gasped in astonishment at Grandpa Li's proposition. Yu Qian, however, sensed a familiar intensity in Grandpa Li's gaze. Indeed, Gu Yunting had previously looked at him with the same fervor. Suddenly, Yu Qian recalled the troubles that Zhang Jiwen and Sister Yi Ling had discussed with him during a recent banquet. He had anticipated that, upon merely enrolling, these instructors would come seeking him. Noticing Yu Qian's lack of response, Grandpa Li grew anxious. Young lad, I am a formidable figure at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Choosing me as your master would undoubtedly be the wisest decision. 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm? Zhou Yi and Wang Zhenyang were taken aback, unable to fathom that such an unassuming elder was, in fact, a powerful being. Their gazes towards Yu Qian brimmed with envy. After all, they could only learn under their mentors and were unable to seek additional masters. As for Yang Chen, he was not surprised by the elder's words, given their prior acquaintance. Moreover, with Yu Qian's talent, he was indeed qualified to take on an apprenticeship. Young lad, do you not comprehend the immense power possessed by a 9th level Saint Emperor? Seeing Yu Qian remain unresponsive, Grandpa Li was increasingly flustered. At this juncture, Yu Qian hesitantly replied, Esteemed elder, since Yang Chen refers to you as Grandpa Li, I shall do the same. I am well aware of what a 9th level Saint Emperor represents, but, upon hearing Yu Qian's words, Grandpa Li mistakenly assumed that Yu Qian was inquiring about the benefits of apprenticing under him. Young lad, since you address me as Grandpa Li, rest assured I will not treat you poorly. Here's the deal, if you take me as your master, I shall not only waive the customary apprenticeship fee, but I will also grant you a sacred level cultivation technique, 3 extraordinary skills, and an extraordinary weapon. Once Grandpa Li laid out his offerings, he adopted a demeanor of casual confidence. Instantly, the atmosphere turned silent. Zhou Yi and Wang Zhenyang were rendered speechless. Yang Chen, too, was somewhat astonished, for it was evident that Grandpa Li intended to cultivate Yu Qian as his successor. Yet, Yu Qian appeared utterly indifferent, showing no interest in the elder's propositions. As for techniques, I utilize divine level ones. I possess a wealth of spiritual skills, including divine marksmanship and As for weapons, I wield a peak heavenly grade white tiger divine spear, which is also a growth type personal equipment. While Grandpa Li was lost in his own fantasies, Yang Chen and the others noticed Yu Qian's unperturbed demeanor. Is our fourth brother truly this composed? He remains unfazed. No wonder he is the top scholar. His composure is remarkable. It seems we ought to learn from him. His calmness is truly impressive. At this moment, Yu Qian found himself at a loss for words. If he were to express disdain for such offerings, it would be akin to slapping Grandpa Li's face. However, if he claimed to have already chosen a master, it could offend a 9th level Saint Emperor. Initially, Yu Qian had assumed that all the instructors would come seeking him, yet only Grandpa Li had arrived, leaving him at an impasse. The situation had reached a stalemate. Grandpa Li believed Yu Qian was deliberating, while Yang Chen and the others thought Yu Qian was trying to negotiate for better terms. Meanwhile, Yu Qian felt increasingly perplexed about how to respond. Is this lad still deliberating? Have I not offered enough? What more does he desire? Should I be direct with Grandpa Li? Surely he wouldn't take offense? Inside the villa, 5 individuals harbored 3 conflicting thoughts. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Wang Zhengyang felt as though a weight had been lifted, hastening to answer the door. Brother Zhengyang, is Brother Qian still in the villa? It's you, Brother Qian. Yes, the 4th lad is here. That's great. I happened to run into a few elders, and they are also looking for Brother Qian. Before Wang Zhengyang could react, Qin Shu ushered several elderly individuals into the villa. Old Manly, what brings you here? Instantly, several furious voices erupted within the villa. The crowd collectively gasped upon hearing those familiar voices. Old Manly was taken aback. What are you all doing here? Humph, if we hadn't come, your schemes would have succeeded. 7 elders standing beside Qin Shu glared at Old Manly, their teeth gritted in indignation. What scheme? Do not slander me. Old man Li, realizing his plot had been exposed, was flustered but still refused to confess. How could you, old man Li? I treated you well, yet you betray me by stealing disciples. This is utterly disappointing. One of the elderly women among the 8 stepped forward, gripping old man Li's ear and scolding him fiercely. Ouch, be gentle. Old man Li winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. Ah Lian, must you speak so harshly? I merely wished to take on a disciple. Humph, as if we aren't interested, you are indeed stealing disciples. Old man Li fell silent, staring at his old rival. Momentarily, the other elders looked on, amused by the unfolding drama, yet, old man Li's actions today were indeed outrageous, secretly attempting to take on a disciple alone. Such behavior was simply disgraceful. Hence, when the woman named Lian reprimanded old man Li, the others chose not to interject. Go ahead and steal disciples, prepare to kneel on the washboard when you return. At that moment, Yu Qian and his companions were left utterly shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Especially Qin Chu, who was utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Stealing disciples, who did he steal? They came looking for Brother Qian. Could it be that the old man is referring to Brother Qian? What was unfolding before them was a real-time scandal. My, what a shocking revelation. Chapter 58. The 9 great holy emperors compete for disciples. Oh dear, stop pulling, if you tug any harder, my ears might come off. Now you feel the pain, but where was your fear when you were stealing from others? Old Li lamented, especially in front of a few younger generations, feeling utterly humiliated, yet, who was it pulling his ears but the very woman he was pursuing? At this moment, Old Li glanced at the other 7 elders, seeking assistance. However, the 7 elders merely looked at him with expressions of schadenfreude, showing no desire to intervene boldly. You were the one who acted unkindly first, do not blame us for our lack of mercy after all these years of camaraderie. You 7 old codgers, reveling in misfortune, are you? Very well, we shall see how this unfolds. Ouch, just as Old Li exchanged glances with the 7 elders, a sharp pain shot through his ear again. At that instant, Yang Chen hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Grandma Zhou, you have misunderstood Grandpa Li. How could he possibly steal from anyone? Moreover, how could there be any women here? You young scamp from the Yang family, this is none of your business. This old fool deserves a good lesson, and today I shall ensure he remembers it. Yang Chen was at a loss for words, turning towards the 7 elders for help. Grandpa Zhao, Grandpa Qian, why don't you both speak to Grandma Zhou? Clear's throat, the 7 elders, realizing the younger generation had also interjected, felt a bit embarrassed to let the farce continue. One elder, with an ethereal presence, spoke up. Alright, Alien, there are younger ones present. Let us not allow them to witness such a spectacle. Save your reprimand for later. Old Li, thank you, old Zhao, I truly appreciate it. Indeed, Alien, we will have ample time to discipline him later. If need be, we can assist you, chuckled another elder, who appeared somewhat portly and kind-hearted. Boldly, thank you as well, old Chen. Yang Chen and the others felt quite embarrassed, realizing how playful these venerable elders could be. Meanwhile, Yu Qian began to grasp the intentions of the group and understood what Grandma Zhou meant by stealing. Grandma Zhou, please release Grandpa Li for now that I understand your intentions. Let us sit down and discuss this calmly, shall we? Upon hearing Yu Qian's words, the elders regained their formidable demeanor. Grandma Zhou, now smiling, released Old Li and took Yu Qian's hand, leading him to the sofa. Alright, since young Qian has spoken, I shall not pursue matters with that old rascal for the moment. Grandma Zhou said with a smile, casting a look at Old Li that seemed to say, just wait. She then regarded Yu Qian with affectionate admiration. Feeling the warmth of Grandma Zhou's gaze, Yu Qian was taken aback. At this moment, the other elders also took their seats beside Yu Qian, their eyes reflecting the same admiration as that of the second master earlier. Yu Qian thought to himself, what a misfortune. In novels, the protagonist is surrounded by beauties, yet here I am, surrounded by elderly folks. Old Li, aware of his fault, could only sit across from them with a sense of resignation. Yang Chen and the others stood by, observing this somewhat bizarre scene. Cough, cough. Grandpa Zhao, Grandma Zhou, could you refrain from touching me? Oh, my apologies, young one, I couldn't help myself for a moment. Zhao and Zhou, seated on either side of Yu Qian, realized their indiscretion and quickly withdrew their hands. Young Qian, since you are aware of our intentions, we shall not beat around the bush. Indeed, we all wish to take you as our disciple. Take on a disciple, not steal someone? At this moment, Qin Chu realized she had nearly wronged Qian. Upon hearing Grandpa Zhao's words, Yu Qian's expression grew somewhat conflicted. Observing Yuqian's turmoil, the elders assumed he was simply overwhelmed by such a grand occasion, which was entirely understandable. However, this was also a ripe opportunity. They only needed to stoke the flames of his understanding of their capabilities to surely sway him. "You young rascal from the Yang family, introduce our esteemed elders to young Qian." "Ah, yes, of course." Hearing old Zhao's command, Yang Chen began to introduce the elders to Yu Qian. Due to his status and maturity in handling affairs, Yang Chen often accompanied his family elders to various gatherings, thus he was acquainted with these venerable figures. This was precisely why he had chosen to attend Magic City University. As for Wang Tang, he was merely a frivolous playboy, having never encountered such powerful beings, hence, he had failed to recognize Old Li earlier. Old Fourth, seated to your left is Grandpa Zhao, whose real name is Zhao Jinghua. A powerhouse of the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, possessing the S-class ability, Shishao 9 Swords, an offensive type ability, Grandma Zhou, whose real name is Zhou Lian, is also a powerhouse of the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, endowed with the S-class ability, Tianshan Snow Lotus, a healing type ability. Grandpa Qian, whose real name is Qian Wanfeng, is a powerhouse of the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, wielding the S-class ability, Golden Saint Buddha, an offensive type ability. Grandpa Sun, whose real name is Sun Ji, is a powerhouse of the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, gifted with the S-class ability, Dozhan Sheng Yuan, a beast transformation ability. Dozhan Shengfua, could it be the great sage from the mythological tales? Upon hearing Yang Chen introduce the fourth elder, Jin Chu immediately became excited, her eyes sparkling. Wang Zhangyang and Xiao Yi also looked at Grandpa Sun with eager eyes. The great sage holds an unparalleled reverence in the hearts of all Huaxia people. At this moment, feeling the gaze of the young ones, Grandpa Sun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. While our strengths may be comparable, in terms of popularity, I am undoubtedly number one. Grandpa Sun even contemplated transforming on the spot to showcase his prowess. The other elders cast disdainful glances at him. Grandpa Li, whose real name is Li Zhengong, is a powerhouse of the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, possessing the S-class ability, Undying Golden Body, a defensive type ability. Grandpa Zhou, whose real name is Zhou Tianyi, is also a powerhouse of the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, endowed with the S-class ability, Universal Gravitation, a control-type offensive ability. Grandpa Wu, whose real name is Wu Guanqing, is a powerhouse of the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, wielding the S-class ability, Psychic Storm, a superpower ability. Grandpa Zheng, whose real name is Zheng Tianxi, is a powerhouse of the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, gifted with the S-class ability, Immortal Holy Wood, a nature-type ability. Grandpa Wang, whose real name is Wang Zhengliang, is a powerhouse of the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, possessing the S-class ability, Holy Heavenly Dragon Emperor, a beast transformation ability. After Yang Chen concluded his introductions, he paused for a moment, casting a respectful gaze towards the elders. Dear elders, although you are revered as formidable powerhouses in the eyes of everyone, you are also among the greatest pioneers of our... Even Yuqian was moved. Pioneers are those who have endured the tumultuous beast disaster period and made significant contributions to humanity's advancement. Little did they expect that the 9 grandfathers and grandmothers before them were indeed pioneers. Chapter 59 of the Pioneers. The young man from Huaxia, Yu Qianan, respectfully greeted the esteemed pioneers. I pay my respects to the venerable pioneers Xiao Yi, Wang Zhengyang, and Qin Chu. With profound reverence, Yu Qianan rose and offered the highest gestures of respect, emblematic of Huaxia's traditions, to the 9 venerable pioneers. Xiao Yi and his companions also joined in this homage to the distinguished elders. Excellent, you are all commendable youths. Zhou Lian observed the group with a sense of satisfaction. Similarly, the elders Zhao and his peers expressed their approval of the young ones. With promising successors like you, all our efforts have not been in vain. We are aging, and the future of Huaxia will depend on your guardianship. Old Wu gazed kindly at the vibrant youths before him and spoke slowly. Although his voice was gentle, it resonated profoundly within each heart, akin to a hammer striking with certainty. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room turned somber, particularly for Yang Chen, who was acutely aware of the frail conditions of these pioneers. Despite their seemingly robust demeanor at present, the hidden injuries within their bodies had long since burrowed deep, akin to a malignant affliction. Should anyone witness their bodies stripped of garments, the grotesque scars that marred their forms would undoubtedly evoke horror. Grandpa Wu, what are you saying? With esteemed elders like you, there is no need for us. Yang Chen interjected urgently, his face awash with concern. Young lad from the Yang family, there is no need to console us. We are well aware of our own conditions. Old Wu chuckled heartily, a glimmer of acceptance and relief flashing in his eyes. Indeed, we have grown old, otherwise, we wouldn't be in... Yang Chen bit his lip, filled with a sense of unwillingness. He understood the immense toil and sacrifice these elders had endured for the prosperity of Huaxia, often at the cost of their very lives.
Witnessing their gradual decline and suffering, while feeling utterly powerless, was a burden that weighed heavily on his heart. Dear grandfathers and grandmothers, our Huaxia is thriving more than ever. I firmly believe that one day, we will develop a miraculous remedy to heal your hidden injuries. Yang Chen declared, his gaze resolute as he addressed the elders with unwavering conviction. Hidden injuries? Upon hearing these words, Yu Qianan instantly grasped the underlying truth of the matter. He activated the all-knowing eye, initiating a comprehensive scan of the bodies of the venerable pioneers before him. Beep, this scan requires 9,000 system coins. Do you wish to proceed? Scan. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qianan decisively issued the command. Moments later, the hidden injuries of the 9 pioneers were meticulously revealed through the scan. Yu Qianan's heart grew heavier and more sorrowful as he scrutinized the detailed information regarding the hidden injuries of the 9 pioneers displayed on the system panel. The sight of Grandpa Zhao, with an overwhelming number of hidden injuries numbering over 100, twisted his heart in anguish. It was unimaginable that, without their profound cultivation to endure, an ordinary person would have succumbed to such excruciating pain long ago. However, what pained Yu Qianan even more than the injuries themselves was the system's revelation of the remaining lifespans of each pioneer. He was astounded to discover that Grandpa Zhao had merely a year left. Among the others, even Grandpa Sun, who had the longest lifespan, was limited to just over 5 years. Predecessors have elevated my ambitions, how could I disregard their plight? Yu Qianan implored the system anxiously, his voice trembling as if grasping at the last shred of hope. Sensing Yu Qianan's intense emotional turmoil, the system swiftly responded to his request, presenting a list of potential remedies. Divine Body Restoration Pill, capable of repairing all hidden injuries below the Emperor Realm. Emperor Grade Blood Pill, restores physical vitality, extending lifespan by 10 years in the Emperor Realm and by a century in the Holy Emperor Realm. Divine Youth Pill, preserves youthful appearance, mending all external scars. As he gazed upon the array of remedies, at least there was a way, as long as there was hope. Yet upon examining the prices, he felt a headache looming. The minimum cost for a divine grade remedy was 1 million system coins, while emperor grade remedies soared to a staggering 10 million. With only a few 100,000 system coins at his disposal, he couldn't even afford the cheapest option. System, is there truly no other quicker method to acquire system coins? Given the current delicate situation and his own limited strength, obtaining system coins had become exceedingly challenging. Beep. Recognizing the host's fervent righteousness, the system shall initiate an upgrade to better assist the host. Wow, I merely voiced a complaint, and the system actually responded. Yu Qianan exclaimed joyfully. Ha, the system is incredible. I adore it. If the upgraded system could indeed provide alternative avenues for acquiring system coins, then his growth rate could once again surge exponentially. System upgrading, progress at 0.1%. Observing the upgrade progress, Yu Qianan regained his composure. At this rate, it would likely take a day to complete. The elders could persist for a while longer. There was no need to rush. Thus, Yu Qianan withdrew from the realm of consciousness. Ha, splendid. Let us old fellows hold on a bit longer. The elders, not wishing to unduly worry the youngsters, responded optimistically. Then, the elders turned their attention back to Yu Qianan. Qianan, you have seen our condition. Hence, we are eagerly seeking a disciple to inherit our legacy. You, with your exceptional aptitude, have even drawn the attention of the ancient clan. At the mention of the ancient clan, the elders visibly stirred but quickly masked their emotions. Thus, you are undoubtedly the finest candidate for us to take as a disciple. Grandpa Zhao's expression turned earnest as he regarded Yu Qianan. Therefore, today, we 9 will leave the choice to you. No matter whom you select, we shall not oppose or hinder you. Indeed, Grandpa Zhao is right. Rest assured, young Qianan, even if you choose oldly, we shall not complicate matters for you. Grandma Zhou, now with a more open mindset, recognized Yu Qianan's excellence and respected his choice. Hearing the words of the venerable elders, Yu Qianan found himself caught in a dilemma. Grandparents, Chapter 60 Amutongbing. At this moment, Yang Chen and Qin Shu observed Yu Qian's troubled expression and found themselves at a loss for words. After all, this was their first encounter with the concept of beast masters and their extraordinary abilities. They were uncertain about the specifics and thus could not offer any meaningful suggestions. They could only allow Yu Qian to make his own choice. The elders present did not rush him either, patiently waiting for his decision. Meanwhile, a melodious voice echoed from outside. Qian, I'm here. It seemed to be Sister Li Li. I'll go open the door. Qin Shu joyfully exclaimed upon hearing the voice and hurried to the entrance.
The others in the villa turned their gazes towards the door as well. When Qin Shu opened it, she was greeted by the sight of Chen Yiling and Lili, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman. "This is Teacher Mu, Yiling's mentor, whom I mentioned to you before. Where is Qian, is he not here?" Before Qin Shu could respond, Lili took Chen Yiling and Teacher Mu by the hand and entered the villa. "Qian." As Lili was about to call out to Yu Qian, she caught sight of the 9 elderly figures seated in the living room. "The Li family girl is here too. Come here, dear." "All right, Grandma Zhou." Lili felt a pang of discomfort. She was not fond of being around elders, especially 9 of them who were several generations older than her. She cast a pleading glance at Chen Yiling, but Yiling merely directed her attention to the elders. Lili felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her. "Come here, dear." Grandma Zhou warmly beckoned again, and with a wry smile, Lili made her way over. As soon as she sat beside Grandma Zhou, she was showered with affection. "You seem to have lost weight over the past 2 months. Have you been on a diet again?" Feeling the gentle touches on her hands, face, and waist from Grandma Zhou, Lili thought the sky had truly fallen. "Not at all, Grandma Zhou. I've been training with Yiling and the others for the past 2 months. Good, at last, you are taking your cultivation seriously." At this moment, Chen Yiling and Teacher Mu were also greeting the elderly figures. "I have met all the esteemed directors," Teacher Mu declared. "Greetings, esteemed grandfathers and grandmothers," Chen Yiling added. All right. No need for such formalities among familiar faces. Please, have a seat." Following this, Qin Shu and the others swiftly brought over several chairs from the dining room for their guests to sit. Chen Yiling then turned her gaze towards Yu Qian, who in turn looked back at her. "Is it time for me to take you as my disciple?" "Yes, but I'm at a loss as to what to do." "My dear little brother, you still don't know what to do." Dear sister, please don't mock me. Think of a solution quickly." "I can help you, but you must agree to one condition." "One condition? I would agree to 100. Then it's settled, I will assist you this once." Though their exchange was merely through glances, the understanding between them was profound, and they completed their agreement with just their eyes. At that moment, Chen Yiling suddenly tugged at Mu Tongbing's sleeve. Sensing Yiling's cue, Mu Tongbing's expression turned troubled. She whispered, "This matter is complicated. You didn't inform me that the esteemed directors would be present." "Oh, master, please assist your disciple. I trust you have a solution. This isn't merely a matter of assistance. Didn't we agree to discreetly accept your brother as a disciple and report later? Now that they are right here, am I to compete with them for a disciple? Well, if that cannot be arranged, then master, could you at least help Qian choose a mentor? Let me choose." "How can I?" At this moment, an idea suddenly struck Mu Tongbing. "I have an idea, just follow my lead." I knew master would come through." "Stop the flattery. Were it not for him being your brother, I wouldn't bother to help." After their discussion, Mu Tongbing composed herself. "Li family girl, you're of age. Would you like grandma to introduce you to a suitor?" "Yes, dearly family girl, I think Yang Chen is quite a suitable candidate." Cough. Yang Chen was suddenly caught off guard, feeling embarrassed. Meanwhile, Lili appeared despondent. "Grandpa Zhao, please refrain from matchmaking. I'm only 19, not of legal marriage age yet." "Oh, let us cultivate some feelings first, there is no rush on marriage." Lili. "Yang Chen, what is going on? That kid Yang Chen is almost as big as I am times 3, I have no interest." "My esteemed grandparents, given Miss Li's temperament, I'd prefer to live a few more years." Though they were acquainted, it was precisely this familiarity that allowed them to understand each other so well, and neither was suitable in the other's eyes. At this juncture, Lili cast a pleading glance at Mu Tongbing, overwhelmed by the elder's affection. Mu Tongbing recognized that Lili was nearly at her breaking point and swiftly intervened. "Ahem, esteemed directors, I believe you are here today primarily concerning Yu Qian, am I correct?" Upon hearing Mu Tongbing's words, the 9 elders' expressions turned serious. "Indeed, we await the young lad's decision." At that moment, all 9 elders fixed their gazes upon Yu Qian, who felt an immense pressure under their scrutiny. "Ahem, I have a proposal that could resolve Yu Qian's dilemma regarding choosing a mentor, though I am unsure whether to voice it." "Oh?" The 9 elders turned their curious gazes toward Mu Tongbing. "Please, do share. This solution may be somewhat difficult for the esteemed directors to accept, but it is the best I could conceive." Mu Tongbing straightened her posture, speaking earnestly. "In truth, Yu Qian's extraordinary abilities do not align with the legacies of any of you esteemed directors.
However, as pioneers with vast experience, if you were to collectively mentor him, I am certain you could unlock his potential. At this point, Mutongbing paused momentarily. The 9 pioneers exchanged glances, their expressions brightening with interest, though they soon appeared conflicted. They understood the implication behind Mutongbing's words. Thus, my proposal is that Yu Qian simultaneously accepts all 9 directors as his mentors, allowing you to instruct him together. With Mutongbing's declaration, the atmosphere fell silent. The 9 elders found themselves in a quandary, while Yu Qian and Chen Yiling admired Mutongbing's ingenuity, especially Yu Qian and Chen Yiling, who had not anticipated that Mutongbing would conceive such a solution. If this approach were indeed feasible, Yu Qian would no longer be burdened by indecision. In fact, he would gain 9 mentors, each possessing the profound capabilities of the 9th level of the Sacred Emperor realm. Chapter 61:9 Esteemed Masters, upon observing the 9 venerable elders deep in contemplation, Mutongbing ceased her discourse, affording them the necessary time for reflection. The situation underwent a dramatic reversal. Initially, it was Yu Qian who found himself in a quandary, deliberating on which master to choose, but now the 9 elders were embroiled in their own dilemma. Should they collectively mentor Yu Qian's master? Having surpassed the remarkable age of 500, they were well within the lifespan of a formidable Saint Emperor, anticipated to endure for several millennia longer. Nevertheless, the numerous battles they had previously engaged in, coupled with their self-directed cultivation, had left them with numerous hidden injuries and latent dangers. Throughout the years, many promising talents had emerged, yet they had only been imparted knowledge without formally taking any as disciples. Their physical conditions had deteriorated significantly, and the emergence of Yu Qian sparked within them the desire to accept a disciple. Whether driven by their waning lifespans or the extraordinarily rare talent of Yu Qian, they now fervently wished to take him as their inheritor. Yet, they found themselves entangled in a quandary. Should they insist on allowing Yu Qian to select one master, or should they instruct him collectively? Collective mentorship, undoubtedly, would better serve Yu Qian's future. However, it would preclude him from being the sole disciple of any one of them. As pioneers of Huaxia, they swiftly reached a resolution.
My old comrades, I concur with Mu's approach.
Elder Zhao was the first to take a stand, his profound gaze sweeping across his fellow elders. Sensing the determination in Elder Zhao's eyes, the others promptly followed suit.
I, Old Qian, also agree. I, Sun Xiaosheng, too. I, Li Jingang, am in accord. I concur. So do I. Agreed. The 7 elders unanimously expressed their agreement, leaving only Grandma Zhou and Grandpa Li. Grandpa Li awkwardly glanced at Grandma Zhou. What are you looking at me for? Although I may be aged, my heart remains youthful. If these old fellows have consented, how could I lag behind? I, Zhou Lian, also agree. Ah, that's not what I meant.
Realizing that his Lian had misunderstood him, Old Li quickly raised his hand to express his agreement.
I, Old Li, also concur.
Old Li remarked, Lian, I merely wished to spare you any embarrassment.
If you had disagreed, I would certainly have sided with you. You're making it seem as if I, boldly, am a befuddled old man. Ha, splendid, it appears my old comrades have not forgotten our mission. Let us strive together to nurture an unparalleled powerhouse for Huaxia.
Simultaneously, the assembly was profoundly moved by the magnanimity of the 9 elders, looking upon these pioneers who had devoted their lives to the prosperity of Huaxia with respect and admiration.
At this juncture, the 9 elders turned their attention to Yu Qian.
Young Qian, do you wish to take us 9 as your masters, inheriting our legacy and bearing our will to strive for the prosperity of Huaxia?
I am willing.
Although Yu Qian was not a paragon of virtue, he was well aware of the principle that the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Born as a Huaxia person, he would die as a Huaxia soul. He had no regrets in joining Huaxia and vowed to defend it with his life. However, as our disciple, you must regard the prosperity of Huaxia as your own duty. When Huaxia calls upon you, you must rise to the occasion. Should we discover any misconduct on your part, should you engage in malevolent deeds, oppressing the virtuous, or act in ways detrimental to Huaxia, then, even at the cost of our lives, we shall ensure your demise. Elder Zhao's gaze was fierce and unwavering, locking onto Yu Qian with the intensity of a tiger, as if to say that should Yu Qian dare to act otherwise, Zhao would surely take his life. Upon hearing this, Yu Qian did not hesitate for a moment and promptly knelt. Disciple Yu Qian pays respects to the 9 esteemed masters. He then performed the ritual of 3 bows and 9 kowtows with utmost reverence.
Ha ha! Excellent! The 9 pioneering elders, witnessing Yu Qian's resoluteness, erupted into joyous laughter. Good disciple, rise, rise!
Zhou Lian, her face beaming with affection, hurried forward to assist Yu Qian to his feet.
Thank you, master.
This is wonderful, Brother Qian has masters now, exclaimed Qin Shu excitedly from the side, as if it were he who had taken the vows of apprenticeship. Meanwhile, Chen Yiling gazed at Yu Qian with tenderness in her eyes. Lili, entwining his arm with Mu Tongbing's, shared in the joy for Yu Qian. Yang Chen, Shou Yi, and Wang Zhengyang felt a tinge of bitter sweetness, yet their hearts swelled with happiness for Yu Qian. At this moment, Elder Zhao looked somewhat bashful as he regarded Yu Qian. Disciple, I came in such haste that I have not brought any gifts for you. After you complete the opening ceremony, we shall make it up to you. It's no trouble, Master Zhao.
I do not mind.
That simply won't do. You are now the disciple of us 9 old fellows. If word gets out, others may think us miserly. Indeed, disciple, we may be quite affluent, and I shall ensure they treat you generously. Old Li chimed in, casting a mischievous glance at the others.
Humph.
You ignored me earlier. I'll make sure you pay dearly for that.
All right then.
In truth, Yu Qian was not lacking in anything at present. He possessed sufficient martial arts techniques and spiritual skills for his needs. As for weapons, he had his own specialized equipment and was indifferent to others. Once the system update occurred and more sources of system currency became available, he could exchange for other exclusive gear. However, what he truly needed now was a beast companion. While Xiaobai was a reward from the system, he had no idea where to find additional beast companions. The system store did not offer them, and the low-tier beasts on Blue Star did not appeal to him. The powerful ones, even with the assistance of his masters, he feared he would not be able to control. Thus, he found himself in quite a predicament. How about this, disciple? We are not yet familiar with your beast mastery abilities.
Please provide us with an overview of your situation so that we may prepare some gifts accordingly. What do you think?
Upon hearing Elder Zhao's words, Yu Qian's eyes lit up. His esteemed masters were all formidable beings at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm and, as pioneers of Huaxia, could undoubtedly assist him in identifying his shortcomings. Then I shall trouble you, masters. Subsequently, Yu Qian began to recount his abilities to the 9 masters. However, he did not mention anything regarding the system, attributing all the system functions to his beast mastery abilities. Observing this, Mu Tongbing, Chen Yiling, and others discreetly exited the villa to chat in the courtyard. Chapter 62 The Mysterious Beast Egg Within the Villa. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. After Yu Qian elaborated on his current situation, the 9 esteemed masters seated on the sofa initially displayed expressions of profound shock. However, this astonishment lasted but a moment, soon giving way to a heartfelt sigh of admiration. They marveled at the extraordinary prowess and remarkable potential of the beast tamer, simultaneously reveling in Yu Qian's astonishing talent. Yet, this elation was fleeting. The 9 masters quickly furrowed their brows, descending into deep contemplation. Faced with such an exceptional disciple, they began to worry about how best to provide suitable guidance. After all, the ancient clan had already bestowed upon him an imperial-level supreme technique in terms of cultivation. In regards to weapons and equipment, they had generously provided a pinnacle divine weapon of celestial grade. As for physical strength, this lad was nothing short of a prodigy. His defensive capabilities even surpassed those of specialized defenders, leaving them utterly astounded. Upon careful reflection, the 9 masters found that their only viable. With this realization, they resolved to focus first on spiritual techniques, meticulously selecting some appropriate gifts to present to Yu Qian. This lad had never practiced any defensive spiritual techniques, yet his physical form remained terrifyingly formidable. Should he acquire a powerful defensive spiritual technique, his defensive prowess might truly become unparalleled, not only in defense, but in terms of offensive capabilities. Yu Qian currently possessed only single-target attack skills. He still needed to hone his area of effect in melee attacks. They would need to select a few for him. When it came to beast taming, the situation suddenly became more complex. Despite being seasoned pioneers, they found it challenging to pinpoint the most suitable solution in this domain. After a period of intense brainstorming, the 9 of them gradually formulated a rough idea and direction. However, at that moment, they were once again beset by questions related to beast taming. Each one wore a furrowed brow, racking their brains in an attempt to overcome this hurdle. Observing the masters deep in thought, Yu Qian dared not interrupt, instead sitting quietly to the side. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of anticipation regarding how his 9 masters intended to guide him.
Ah, old Wang, I recall you received a beast egg over 400 years ago, didn't you?
At this juncture, Li Zhanggang seemed to recall something, addressing Wang Zhenliang.
Is that so? Wang Zhenliang, upon hearing Li Zhenggang's inquiry, momentarily struggled to recollect. Have you forgotten? During our expedition to Antarctica, didn't you discover a beast egg within a dormant volcano?
Li Zhenggong's words instantly brightened the expressions of Zhao Lao and the others. Indeed, old Wang, you even mentioned feeling a summons from that egg, and that your abilities were somewhat uncontrollable.
Upon hearing their remarks, Wang Lao's long-buried memories began to resurface. I remember. That did happen, but what became of the egg? Since you brought it back, we haven't heard you mention it again. The egg, I think I might have tossed it into my spirit cave. You tossed the egg into your spirit cave?
Yes, while I did feel a summons from the egg at that time, after bringing it back, I attempted to hatch it through various methods. However, none were successful given how busy I was then. I simply placed it in the spirit cave to hatch on its own. Over time, I completely forgot about that egg.
Upon hearing Wang Lao's words, Zhao Lao and the others expressed disappointment.
After all, if even Wang Lao could not hatch the egg, it was unlikely that Yu Qianan would succeed. Meanwhile, upon hearing the discussions of the masters, Yu Qianan felt a surge of curiosity. A beast egg, one that even Master Wang could sense a summons from and which was exceedingly difficult to hatch. This egg must be extraordinary, perhaps it truly held a connection to him. Forget it, let us consider other methods to procure a few beasts for my beloved disciple.
Wait, Master.
Just as Zhao Lao was about to abandon the idea of the egg, Yu Qianan hurriedly interjected.
What's the matter, disciple? Do you desire this egg?
Indeed, hearing Master Wang's words has piqued my curiosity. Who knows, it might indeed be connected to me.
Upon hearing Yu Qianan's statement, Li Lao expressed skepticism.
Disciple, while I too wish to take advantage of old Wang, this egg seems rather unreliable.
I advise you not to waste time on such uncertain matters.
Yes, disciple, your focus should not be squandered on hatching an egg whose benefits to you remain unclear.
At this moment, Wang Lao also counseled.
The other masters echoed similar sentiments. Observing their advice, Yu Qianan grew increasingly resolute in his decision. Masters, it is merely a matter of hatching an egg. If worst comes to worst, I can simply place it in the beast taming space and allow it to hatch on its own.
Rest assured, it will not hinder my cultivation.
Very well then, since you are so determined, I shall retrieve that egg for you upon my return. However, given the time that has passed, I cannot guarantee that the egg will exhibit any signs of life. If it has gone bad, it matters not. I am merely curious. Since that is settled, we shall not intrude upon your time with your new companions any longer. We will take our leave, allowing you to select some suitable gifts for your initiation, along with crafting a tailored cultivation plan for you. With that, Zhao Lao and the others rose, preparing to depart.
Seeing this, Yu Qianan did not dare to delay, hastily standing up as well.
Very well, I shall respectfully see off my 9 masters. Excellent, when the time comes, we shall publicly announce the bond between you and us, solidifying your status as our disciple. Thus, we can thwart any ill intentions from those with ulterior motives.
With hands clasped in salute, Yu Qianan bowed deeply, speaking earnestly, "Thank you, masters.
However, disciple, even so, you must not let complacency take root in your heart. Always maintain a heightened sense of vigilance. Concurrently, strive to elevate your strength with every passing moment. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can you firmly seize the trajectory of your own destiny."
Yu Qianan's expression grew solemn as he nodded in agreement.
I shall heed the teachings of my masters. Very well, we shall take our leave now. Once you have settled your enrollment matters, we shall meet again.
Understood, master. Yu Qianan responded promptly, hastening to the door of the villa to open it.
Masters, please. At that moment, the individuals chatting in the courtyard noticed the villa door opening and rose to approach.
The 9 elders then exited the villa.
All right, dear disciple, no need to see us off, you all continue your conversation. Zhou said, taking Yu Qianan's hand, her face radiating a loving smile. Very well, master, I shall not see you off. Please travel safely.
Indeed.
At this time, the 9 elders turned their gaze towards Mutongbing. Young lady, you should accompany us as well, there are some matters at the school that require your attention.
Of course, Dean. With that, Mutongbing waved goodbye to everyone and followed the 9 elders as they departed.
Safe travels, masters.
Farewell, Teacher Mu. Take care, esteemed elders. Goodbye, Teacher Mu.
Chapter 63, The Ceremony of New Beginnings. After Zhao Lao and the others departed, Lily felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. Finally, they are gone. I could barely hold my composure any longer. Let us go. Let this be the time for us young people. Lily eagerly pulled Chen Yiling towards the villa, while Yu Qianan and the others also returned to the villa.
Oh dear, our top scholar has indeed become a person of considerable stature now, Yu Qianan exclaimed. Qianan, congratulations. At that moment, Chen Yiling looked at Yu Qianan with a warm smile, offering her heartfelt congratulations. Thank you, Sister Yiling. Their eyes met, and the unspoken affection between them was palpable. The atmosphere began to take on a more enchanting quality. Ahem, there are still others present. What are you doing? Lili's light cough abruptly shattered the ambience. While Yu Qianan and Chen Yiling exchanged somewhat awkward glances, retracting their gazes, Chen Yiling cast a shy glare at Lili, who playfully stuck out his tongue in response. Hee, today is a splendid occasion, we must celebrate it well. Lili, you're not thinking of going to Brother Qianan's house to mooch off a meal again, are you? Qin Chua's remark immediately left Lili feeling somewhat embarrassed. Little fatty, if you can't speak properly, just keep your mouth shut. Humph, can't one speak the truth without being reprimanded? Qin Chu pouted, murmuring under his breath, little fatty, you really deserve a beating. Lili raised her little fist, ready to pounce on Qin Chu. Help, murder. Subsequently, the two engaged in a comical chase around the villa. Aren't you going to intervene? Wang Zhengyang looked at Yu Qianan and the others, who remained unmoved, feeling somewhat at a loss. That no need to bother with them, this is how they are. Very well. Seeing Yu Qianan speak up, Wang Zhengyang could only choose to be a bystander, chuckling to himself. Qianan, you haven't forgotten the enrollment process I mentioned earlier, have you? Not at all. Today we'll head to the school's sports plaza to complete the enrollment registration and obtain our admission information. Then tomorrow, we'll participate in the new student ceremony and officially commence our studies. Just as long as you remember. By the way, Sister Yiling, allow me to introduce my roommates. Yu Qianan then proceeded to introduce Chen Yiling to his university roommates. This is our dormitory leader, Yang Chen. Hello, senior. This is our second dorm mate, Xiu Yi. Hello, senior. And this is our third dorm mate, Wang Zhengyang. Hello, senior. Hello, everyone. At this moment, Yang Chen and the others gazed at Chen Yiling with admiration. The Ice Flame Goddess, Chen Yiling, is a name known to almost every student. Many new students this year chose Magic City University precisely because of her. Xiu Yi and Wang Zhengyang were no exceptions. They were eager to meet this legendary goddess. With the goddess standing before them and being the sister of their own roommate, they could hardly contain their excitement. Previously, a few seniors were present, so they had to suppress their enthusiasm. Now, their emotions were indescribably heightened. As senior, could I trouble you for an autograph? Although Wang Zhengyang appeared robust and honest, he harbored great respect for the strong. Thus, he blushed and shyly approached Chen Yiling. Chen Yiling was momentarily taken aback by his request. Cough. What are you doing? Third, Yang Chen, sensing the awkwardness, quickly interjected. Leader, didn't you also want senior's autograph earlier? Yang Chen in a heartbeat. Both Yu Qianan and Chen Yiling turned their gazes towards Yang Chen. You are the scion of the Yang family, gifted beyond measure. Why are you acting like a starstruck fan? Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Yang Chen felt as though he could dig his toes into the ground out of embarrassment. He hastily redirected the conversation. Third, you're not foolish. Since senior is fourth's sister, that makes her our sister too. As long as fourth is around, we get to see senior often. Why would we need an autograph? Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Wang Zhengyang's eyes sparkled with clarity. Oh right, if fourth's sister is also our sister, then at this moment, both Yu Qianan and Chen Yiling couldn't help but burst into laughter at Wang Zhengyang's remark. Well then, since everyone is acquainted, we are all friends now. While we may indulge in merriment and jest, we must prioritize our own strengths and strive together. Agreed. At that moment, Lili and Qin Chu ceased their playful antics, and Lili cheerfully approached Chen Yiling. I propose that to welcome our junior classmates and to congratulate classmate Yu Qianan for having 9 formidable mentors. Furthermore, since we've all met, let us host a celebratory party at Yu Qianan's house tonight, shall we? TCH, you just want to mooch a meal, don't you? Die, fatty, you can go die. Qin Chu, here we go again. In an instant, Lili unleashed her abilities, and Qin Chu fell victim. He stood there, foolishly grinning and drooling. Take that, you. Following that, Lili delivered a swift kick to Qin Chu's backside. Yu Qianan and the others. At this point, Yu Qianan felt it was indeed time for a meal together. Today is a day worth celebrating. Let us all gather at my house for dinner tonight. Oh, can we really? Wang Zhengyang, upon hearing of a grand feast, felt elated but still asked bashfully. Of course, but I eat a lot. My father often tells me, eat. All the money I earn through hard work goes to you. Hearing Wang Zhengyang's animated description, Yu Qianan and the others couldn't help but laugh. No worries, tonight you can eat to your heart's content. That is wonderful. Fourth, from now on, you're my brother, and with me around, no one will dare bully you. Alright. Wang Zhengyang's sincerity, though it sounded rather childish, genuinely conveyed his heartfelt intentions to everyone. Subsequently, the group engaged in lively conversation within the villa. At this moment, due to the influx of new students, Yu Qianan and the others decided against dining at the school cafeteria, opting instead for a simple meal. By evening, they returned to the villa off campus, preparing for the party. The next day, Yu Qianan and his companions arrived at school early. The sports field at Magic City University was teeming with people. Qianan, Lili, and I will head backstage first. You all go participate in the new student ceremony. Alright, good luck, little brother. I look forward to your performance at the ceremony. Now hurry along. With that, Chen Yiling pulled Lili away. As Yu Qianan watched them depart, curiosity peaked within him. Performance? What kind of performance? Could there be additional activities at the new student ceremony? Chapter 64 of the Freshman Rankings. On the spacious and expansive playground of Magic City University, the sunlight cascades down, illuminating the lush green grass. At this moment, tens of thousands of freshmen are lined up in neat rows, their youthful and vibrant faces radiating an uncontrollable excitement. All eyes are intently fixed on the podium ahead, as if it conceals endless mysteries and surprises. Just then, a dozen figures stride gracefully and confidently onto the stage. The moment these figures appear, they instantly incite a wave of commotion among the crowd. Cheers erupt from the audience. It's Teacher Mu. Teacher Mu has arrived. Teacher Mu is so beautiful. I love you, Teacher Mu. The cheers surge, crashing like tumultuous waves upon the shore. Upon closer inspection, each of these figures exudes extraordinary charisma, especially the woman at the forefront. She is tall and slender, her skin is fair as snow, and her long, lustrous black hair dances in the wind, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. She is none other than Chen Yiling's mentor, Mu Tongbing. However, Mu Tongbing's prominence is not solely attributed to her stunning appearance. As one of the most renowned mentors at Magic City University, she possesses the SSS great ability of Nether Cold Fire. At the age of 36, she has already reached the 9th level of the Sovereign King realm, although this does not quite compare to the legendary Gu Yunting, who broke through to the Saint Emperor realm at the same age. Given her current pace of cultivation and potential, she is very likely to surpass the record set by the Thunder Emperor in the future. Today, Mu Tongbing is clad in professional attire, accentuating her perfect figure and adding an alluring charm. Her breathtaking beauty, combined with her aloof demeanor, makes her a striking focal point on the podium. At this moment, standing on the stage, Mu Tongbing smiles and waves to the enthusiastic students below. Every gesture she makes radiates a unique magnetism that is simply irresistible. The freshmen respond with even more fervent cheers for their idolized mentor. The entire playground transforms into a sea of joy at Teacher Mu, Teacher Mu, Teacher Mu. Silence. A commanding voice suddenly reverberates across the playground. Instantly, the atmosphere falls into silence. The voice belongs to a middle-aged male mentor standing beside Mu Tongbing. He is known as the strictest mentor at Magic City University, Ma Bagua, affectionately nicknamed Violent Toilet. Once the crowd quiets down, Ma Bagua scowls and snorts, choosing not to speak further. Mu Tongbing, accustomed to her colleague's teaching style, smiles and gazes at the thousands of freshmen below. Hello everyone, I am Mu Tongbing. Today, I will be your host for this year's freshman ceremony. Immediately, the playground erupts with thunderous applause and cheers. Seeing this, Mu Tongbing also smiles and raises her hands, signaling for everyone to be quiet. First of all, on behalf of Magic City University and all the faculty members, I welcome you to our esteemed institution. Also, congratulations to each and every one of you for successfully awakening your abilities and becoming a part of the spiritual energy practitioners. As Mu Tongbing's words resonate, the crowd once again bursts into roaring applause and cheers. This freshman ceremony aims to provide everyone with a comprehensive understanding of Magic City University and the university life that awaits you. Next, please join me in welcoming the principal to deliver a speech. With that, first, I would like to thank you for recognizing and choosing our university, and we equally welcome your presence. Following this, he embarks on a lengthy address. Xin Shu, I feel so drowsy. At this moment, below the stage, Xin Shu listens to the principal's speech and instantly Yu Qian, overhearing Xin Shu's remark, can't help but smirk. Leaning closer to Xin Shu's ear, he whispers, "Here comes Granny Wang." Granny Wang. In an instant, Xin Shu shakes off his drowsiness, standing upright, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ha ha. Not sleepy now, are you? At this moment, Xin Shu realizes and breathes a sigh of relief. Qian, you scared me again. Look at you, how long has it been, and you're still afraid of Granny Wang? How can I not be afraid? She is my childhood nightmare. As if recalling some unpleasant memories, Xin Shu shivers and instinctively covers his backside. Whenever I dozed off in class, Granny Wang would jab my behind with a needle. Meanwhile, Zhuge Lantian finishes his speech and hands the microphone back to Mu Tongbing. Well then, allow me to introduce Magic City University. As Mu Tongbing's voice rings out, the previously drowsy freshmen perk up once more. First, Magic City University. At this point, Yu Qian and the others begin to listen attentively.
After introducing Magic City University, Mu Tongbing delves into matters concerning the curriculum. During the first year at Magic City University, courses are divided into theoretical classes and practical training sessions. Each day, alongside learning theoretical knowledge in class under the guidance of their mentors, students must also engage in training sessions. The training involves practical exercises of the theoretical knowledge learned that day, such as how spiritual practitioners cultivate spiritual energy, utilize spiritual techniques, and enhance their physical attributes, among other things. Moreover, Magic City University has an organization akin to a practitioners' guild, the Magic City University Spiritual Practitioners Association. However, unlike the practitioners' guild that conducts transactions in Huaxia currency, the Magic City University Spiritual Practitioners Association operates on a point system. Points can be exchanged for common cultivation resources within the association, though some are quite rare. However, generally, new students cannot afford the latter. In addition to cultivation resources, the Spiritual Practitioners Association provides various training rooms to facilitate students' practice. Yet, access still requires points. Points can be earned by completing various tasks assigned by the university or through academic performance. Academic performance is determined by several rankings. These rankings include the freshman ranking, the sophomore points ranking, and the junior level ranking. The freshman ranking is based on the strength of the new students. After the initial ranking, every month, for 3 days at the end of the month, freshmen can challenge each other to improve their rankings. However, there are rules governing these challenges. Within the 3 days, a single freshman can only accept a maximum of 15 challenges. Points are awarded based on the rankings, distributed monthly. Those ranked beyond 10,000 can receive 1,000 points each month. Those from the 10,000th to the 1,000th position receive increasing amounts of points, with every 1,000 ranks granting an additional 1,000 points. Students ranked within the top 1,000 can earn 15,000 points per month. Those in the top 100 can receive 30,000 points, the top 10 students can gain 50,000 points, the third place earns 60,000, the second place 80,000, and the first place a whopping 100,000. Although the gap between the first and last place in points is substantial, it vividly illustrates the intensity of competition. Only through relentless effort can one acquire more resources. While 1,000 points may seem modest, it is sufficient to meet the minimum monthly cultivation requirements for an average practitioner. Of course, lacking talent can also be supplemented through work-study opportunities to earn points. Additionally, points are tradable. If you have an influential friend, you might even brazenly borrow some. The sophomore points ranking is based on the points students earn through tasks, while the junior level ranking is determined by the student's cultivation realm. Chapter 65 of the Freshman Competition. Soon, Mu Tongbing concluded her exposition on the educational approach of Magic City University. The once cheerful demeanor of the freshmen faded, replaced by expressions akin to wilted eggplants, their hearts filled with despair. However, those with exceptional talents, like Yu Qian and Yang Chen, remained unfazed, their countenances serene and devoid of worry. Observing the disheartened state of the new students, Mu Tongbing found it unsurprising. After all, these freshmen had only recently awakened their powers and were yet unaware of the fierce competition that characterized the world of psychics. It is through competition that motivation is born. Only by continually strengthening oneself can one pursue their aspirations in this new era. For this reason, Mu Tongbing refrained from uttering any motivational words, understanding that only through experience could their fighting spirit be ignited. At that moment, Mu Tongbing's next statement left all the freshmen in utter astonishment. The freshman ranking challenge would commence immediately. Her words elicited expressions of disbelief among the students. What, the freshman ranking challenge is starting now? Isn't it supposed to take place at the end of the first month after enrollment? Why is it beginning today? Indeed, I have only just entered the first level of the spiritual realm, and I haven't even learned a single spiritual skill. Panic ensued among countless freshmen. Many had chosen to indulge themselves during the summer break, with only a handful utilizing that time to enhance their abilities. Yet, now Mu Tongbing announced the challenge would begin today. How could they compete without any preparation? However, amidst the cries of despair, Yu Qian was filled with excitement. Brother Qian, did you hear? The freshman ranking challenge starts today. Qin Chu exclaimed, exhilaration evident in his voice. After 2 months of hard work, he finally had the chance to showcase his abilities. At that moment, Yu Qian wore a knowing smile. So, Sister Lili was looking forward to my performance for this. The freshman ranking, is it, that first place shall be mine? Hearing Yu Qian's confident declaration, Qin Chu was equally thrilled. Brother Qian's strength will surely secure him the first position effortlessly. At that point, I will be the little brother of the freshman rankings first. Qin Chu and Wang Zhengyang had no doubts about Yu Qian's prowess, yet, Yang Chen and Xiu Yi appeared somewhat anxious. Last night, they had learned of Yu Qian's strength, which had already surpassed theirs. Initially, the two had planned to train diligently during the first month and challenge Yu Qian at the month's end, but now, their plans were disrupted, particularly for Qiu Yi, who was already contemplating giving up. However, Yang Chen's gaze soon turned resolute. The essence of cultivation is to dare to challenge. Even if I cannot triumph this time, at least I will understand the gap between us. Moreover, who is to say who will win or lose? Old 4, I also wish to contend for the first place in the freshman ranking. As Yang Chen's words echoed, the expressions of Qin Chu and the others froze momentarily. Yet, as Yu Qian observed Yang Chen's earnest expression, a smile crept onto his lips. Very well, let us meet on the arena. Indeed, ha ha. The two exchanged knowing glances, their intentions unspoken yet clear. Watching the two, Qin Chu and the others were left bewildered. Brother Qin, what do you think is going on between the boss and Old 4? They can't possibly be serious about fighting, can they? You ask me? I have no idea. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed that my resolve was still weak. The boss could persevere, yet I was contemplating surrender. Just then, two hands clapped onto his shoulders. Zhou Yi looked up to find Yu Qian and Yang Chen standing on either side of him. Old 2, let me take this one. If I lose, you can help me take down Old 4 next time. Hey, I'm still here. Is this how you treat me? What can we do? You're the Old 4 who is stronger than us, so you're the target. Ha ha. Bring it on, who's afraid of you? The banter from Yu Qian and Yang Chen filled Qiu Yi with warmth, dispelling his earlier gloom and replacing it with a smile. Alright. Next time, I'll take on Old 4. Seeing Qiu Yi regain his spirits, Yu Qian and Yang Chen exchanged relieved smiles, each delivering a playful punch to Qiu Yi's chest. Although Qin Chu and Wang Zhenyang were unclear about the situation, the spirited atmosphere ignited their enthusiasm, prompting them to join the trio's side. Qin Chu proudly declared, my brother Qian is the strongest. Even if you all team up, you won't be able to defeat him. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Qin Chu's words, Yang Chen and the others burst into laughter. They could easily discern the bond between Qin Chu and Yu Qian. Today, let us engage in a fierce battle and showcase the prowess of our villa number 1. At that moment, Yang Chen extended his fist, and the others followed suit, their fists colliding together. Let the battle begin. At this juncture, the camaraderie among them deepened once more. Though Yang Chen and the others had only known each other for a day, their character had already earned Yu Qian's respect that he was eager to forge a friendship with Yang Chen and the others. Thus, the freshman ranking challenge officially commenced. Mu Tongbing's voice resonated across the entire playground once more. As Mu Tongbing's words faded, the stage above began to transform. In a matter of moments, it morphed into a colossal arena, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Within this grand arena, 100 smaller platforms began to rise, each adorned with numbers ranging from 1 to 100. Simultaneously, 100 crystal testing stations appeared below the massive arena. Mu Tongbing then made her way to the central platform. Gazing down at the panicked freshman, a smile graced Mu Tongbing's lips. Please line up for the psychic energy level test. The first round of rankings will be determined based on your levels as psychics. In this round, among students of the same level, the rankings will be ordered alphabetically by the initials of their surnames. However, this is merely the first round. The second round will involve challenges on the arena. The first to commence will be the 100-strong ranking arena competition, where the top 100 may challenge each other, and those below them may also engage in challenges. The contests will continue until there is no one left to challenge, after which the rankings for other positions will commence. Upon hearing Mu Tongbing's explanation of the rules, the freshmen began to stir with excitement. Although the announcement of the freshman ranking had come rather abruptly, it was evident that there was no time for further preparation. Thus, they could only brace themselves and dive in headfirst. Now, let us begin the first round of ranking tests. Please proceed in an orderly manner to the crystal testing stations. As Mu Tongbing concluded her statement, the freshmen began to line up for their psychic energy level assessments. Since Yu Qian and his companions were at the end of the line, they could only wait patiently. Chapter 66, the arena competition commences. 100 crystal testing platforms simultaneously record the results, and within an hour, they have already evaluated 6,000 to 7,000 individuals among the newly tested students. Some are filled with joy while others are engulfed in sorrow. The elated students revel in their relatively high levels compared to their peers, while the disheartened lament their own inferior rankings. However, the majority of those with elevated abilities boast commendable levels. Soon, it is the turn of Yu Qian and his companions. Qin Chu, 9th level of the spirit realm, Wang Zhenyang,
ninth level of the spirit realm, Xiuyi, ninth level of the spirit realm. The results of the trio elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding newcomers. What, all of them at the ninth level of the spirit realm? Remarkable, in just 2 months, they have ascended to the ninth level. Their talent must be extraordinary. Envy, they are surely among the top 3. At that moment, further exclamations erupted from other crystal testing devices. Wang Tong, ninth level of the spirit realm, Wu Wanqing, ninth level of the spirit realm. Hui Yunqing, ninth level of the spirit realm, Xin Wanchuan, ninth level of the spirit realm, Ling Xiao, ninth level of the spirit realm. Another 5 newcomers at the ninth level of the spirit realm appeared, drawing off from those nearby. Wang Teng cast a challenging glance at Yu Qianan and his group, as if to say, "You lot better brace yourselves, I will ensure you experience the consequences of provoking me." Subsequently, Wang Tong and his 3 companions arrogantly departed the testing platform. Among them were Xin Wanchuan and Ling Xiao, who exchanged wary glances towards Yu Qianan. "Humph, mere clowns," Qin Shu scoffed, thinking, "With such talent, I could defeat 3 of them single-handedly." Yu Qianan dismissed Wang Teng's provocation entirely and proceeded with the testing alongside Yang Chen. "Yang Chen, first level of the profound spirit realm." "What, the profound spirit realm? How is this possible? In just 2 months, how could one possibly break through an entire major realm?" Incredible, he must have some sort of cheat. As the surrounding newcomers were left in shock, Yu Qianan began his own test. He placed his hand upon the red crystal and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. Instantly, a voice emanated from the machine. "Why, Yu Qianan, third level of the profound spirit realm, what the heck?" At once, the surrounding newcomers let out a collective, thunderous exclamation. A bunch of unworldly folks, so easily astonished by Brother Qianan's prowess? At this moment, Qin Shu looked disdainfully at the newcomers. If only they knew that Brother Qianan could single-handedly take on a first-level earth beast, their jaws would surely drop. Yang Chen, Xiuyi, and Wang Zhengyang single-handedly take on a first-level earth beast? Although Qin Shu's voice was not loud, those standing, "I'm not interested in you." Yang Chen and Xiuyi, however, disregarded Qin Shu's remark and exchanged glances. Qin Shu would not lie, their 4th member must have truly faced such a... Approaching a major realm in battle, their 4th member is that formidable. Do you still wish to challenge him? Why would I? That would be akin to seeking punishment. No, their 4th member is a monster. We cannot compare. It would be better to aim for 2nd place instead. If I cannot surpass our 4th member, surely I can outshine the others, right? Thus, Yang Chen and Xiuyi turned their gazes towards Yu Qianan, who at that moment appeared to them as an unparalleled freak of nature. What else with the looks? We need to prepare for the arena competition. At this point, Yu Qianan stepped forward from the odd gazes surrounding him. "Hee, Brother Qianan, today feels exhilarating. There are many formidable opponents this year." "Sure thing, Brother Qianan." With that, Qin Shu and Wang Zhengyang followed closely behind Yu Qianan. "Hey, what are you 2 doing? Hurry up." Coming." At that moment, Yang Chen and Xiuyi also shook off their astonishment and joined the group. Meanwhile, the surrounding newcomers gazed at the departing figures with a mix of awe and reverence. These individuals know each other. It seems that true geniuses congregate together. They are surely destined to be among the top 10 newcomers. Before long, the level testing concluded, and the rankings for the first round were announced. First place was undoubtedly Yu Qianan in his 2nd place, Yang Chen 3rd place, Hui Yunqing 4th place, Ling Xiao 5th place, Xiuyi 6th place, Qin Shu 7th place, Xin Wanchuan 8th place, Wang Zhengyang 9th place, Wu Wanqing 10th place, Wang Tong. What a ridiculous machine, how could I only be in 10th place? Wang Teng bellowed, his expression contorted with rage as he gazed at the newcomer rankings displayed on the large screen. The 3 companions beside Wang Tong wore equally grim expressions. Initially, they had intended to stand up for him, not only due to their shared living quarters but also because of Wang Teng's status, which warranted their alliance. However, Wang Teng's opponents turned out to be far stronger than anticipated. They had expected Yu Qianan to be merely at the 9th level of the spirit realm, akin to Qin Shu. Yet, he was actually at the 3rd level of the profound spirit realm, which left them at a loss for how to assist. Even if they combined their efforts, they might not prevail. Exchanging glances, the trio resolved to assist. They had already chosen their side. After all, however, they certainly could not charge in recklessly. Merely going through the motions would suffice to show their support. If they were unable to win, they could not be blamed, considering Yu Qianan's overwhelming level. At that moment, sunlight cascaded onto the arena, illuminating the striking figure of Mu Tongbing. The rankings for the first round of the newcomers had concluded successfully, and the final battle for the rankings was about to commence. Mu Tongbing's melodious voice resonated throughout the venue, as enchanting as a nightingale's song. As her words fell, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience, surging like a tidal wave, seemingly engulfing the entire arena simultaneously. Yu Qianan and the other 99 students strode resolutely towards their respective arenas.
Yu Qianan ascended to Arena 1, preparing to face the forthcoming fierce challenges. However, in this tense moment, two striking figures suddenly entered his line of sight. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Chen Yiling and Li Li, appearing at the rear of the main stage.
Li Li beamed with a radiant smile, joyfully waving at Yu Qianan like a lively, charming little bird. Meanwhile, Chen Yiling wore a gentle smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation for Yu Qianan.
Upon seeing these two lovely ladies, a faint smile unconsciously crept across Yu Qianan's lips, a warm sensation blossoming in his heart, but in an instant, his expression hardened, exuding a formidable aura akin to a lion awakening from slumber. The overwhelming power radiated outward, causing the surrounding air to quiver. Simultaneously, the aura of the third level of the profound spirit realm manifested. Come on, my path to invincibility officially begins this very moment. His voice brimmed with confidence and ambition, resonating throughout the entire arena. Chapter 67 Instant Kill. The words of Yu Qian immediately drew the attention of all the new students present. Even the mentors seated at the podium turned to gaze at him in astonishment. They had certainly taken note of this national top scholar and possessed some understanding of him. Although he was the first in the country to possess the SSS level ability, the unique powers of a beast master elicited mixed feelings among them. However, at this moment, not only did Yu Qian demonstrate an astonishing speed of cultivation, but his willpower was also remarkably resilient. The path to invincibility was something even the former Thunder Emperor could not achieve.
Wow, Brother Qian is incredibly handsome. Li Li gazed at Yu Qian on the stage, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yiling, if you don't make your move soon, I might just take action myself. At this moment, Li Li playfully remarked to Chen Yiling. Not in a way. Chen Yiling's gaze towards Yu Qian also rippled with emotion. Upon hearing Li Li's words, she instinctively replied, "Oh, some people usually act so aloof, yet now they too have begun to swoon." At this realization, a rare blush appeared on Chen Yiling's face. "I haven't I'm just teasing you. You're my good sister, how could I possibly compete for a man with you?" Knowing Chen Yiling's character, Li Li chose not to press further. However, you really should tighten your grip. After today, Brother Qian is bound to attract a multitude of girls. If you don't act fast, some other little vixen will surely snatch him away. I can already picture you heartbroken and crying in secret, Li Li half-joked while subtly warning her. Upon hearing Li Li's words, Chen Yiling felt a surge of urgency within her. Her heart was already occupied by Yu Qian, and she naturally did not wish for him to belong to anyone else. My Xiao heir must be mine, the demands made earlier must be fulfilled tonight. At this moment, Chen Yiling's gaze grew resolute, and she silently resolved to take action. Meanwhile, the arena competition officially commenced. The first challenger was Wang Teng. "You brat, I challenge you." Wang Teng's challenge elicited gasps from the crowd, all astonished by his audacity. A master at the third level of the Xianling realm dares to challenge someone at the entry level of the Ling realm? Whose son is this, to be so valiant? Yu Qian regarded Wang Teng with a calm demeanor, a hint of surprise flickering within him. He had already displayed his rank, yet this fellow still dared to challenge him. Intriguing. Let me observe the differences between battling a spirit user and a beast. Humph, you brat, prepare to witness my might. With a bellow, Wang Teng's eyes suddenly sparkled with a chilling light. Without hesitation, he unleashed his unique ability. Instantly, Wang Teng's body began to swell at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, the formerly normal-sized Wang Teng had vanished, replaced by a towering figure standing 3 meters tall. In this moment, Wang Teng sported 2 dragon horns that gleamed with a dark luster akin to obsidian. His mouth revealed a row of razor-sharp fangs, glinting menacingly. His entire body was cloaked in a layer of scales as hard as steel, tightly interlocked to form an impenetrable armor. Simultaneously, his hands and feet had transformed entirely into dragon claws, each claw extraordinarily sharp. Most striking of all was his thick, scaled tail. As it whipped through the air, it produced a fierce wind, striking the arena with force and leaving deep marks, showcasing its dominance and strength. The emergence of Wang Teng's half-dragon form immediately provoked waves of astonishment from the audience below. No wonder this fellow dared to challenge beyond his level, he possesses such terrifying beast transformation abilities. His beast transformation seems to resemble a Western dragon, that is one of the most powerful abilities in the beast transformation category. The crowd erupted into murmurs, all taken aback by Wang Teng's formidable strength. Meanwhile, those on other platforms turned their gazes toward platform number 1. What bravery, to challenge Brother Qian at the 9th level of the Ling realm. At that moment, Qin Shu, observing the beastified Wang Teng, couldn't help but mock him. At the same time, Yu Qian looked at the half-dragon before him, excitement evident on his face. Beast transformation, just the opportunity to test my physical strength. With a slight smirk, Yu Qian provocatively beckoned Wang Teng with a casual motion of his finger. This action was an unabashed provocation. Feeling the blatant challenge from Yu Qian, Wang Teng's rage ignited instantly. His eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets, as he bellowed in fury, "Damn it, die, you bastard!" In an instant, Wang Teng propelled himself off the arena, his massive half-dragon form soaring through the air like a cannonball,
hurtling towards Yu Qian with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, one of his dragon claws shimmered with a blinding light, infused with a terrifying energy, striking towards Yu Qian with ferocity. In the face of Wang Tang's thunderous assault, Yu Qian remained unfazed, his eyes flashing with exhilaration. Bring it on! At this moment, Yu Qian stood firmly in place, his feet anchored deep into the ground like two stout. His muscles bulged with explosive power. Just as Wang Tang's enormous dragon claw was about to make contact with Yu Qian, he subtly shifted his upper body, and then, with lightning speed, his right arm tensed, delivering a punch that struck like a bolt. A resounding boom echoed, deafening. The collision of claw and fist created a forceful shockwave, sweeping across the arena and triggering a violent tremor. The entire platform shook as if it might collapse at any moment. The shockwave tore through the surrounding air, raising clouds of dust that obscured the view of the battle. What the heck? Starting off so fiercely, what is happening? Why isn't the dust settling? As the crowd anxiously awaited clarity on the situation, the dust gradually began to dissipate, and as it cleared, the audience erupted in astonished gasps. This is simply unbelievable. There stood Yu Qian firmly in place, while Wang Tang's dragon claw trembled before it flopped down limply. Ah, my hand! A piercing scream erupted from Wang Tang's lips. Chapter 68 Dragon Rider. With but a single strike, Yu Qian's physical prowess utterly overwhelmed the half-beastified Wang Tang. Weak, utterly feeble, observing Wang Tang, who knelt in anguish while clutching his arm and emitting a wretched howl, Yu Qian felt a wave of dissatisfaction. If this is the extent of your abilities, then you ought to withdraw post-haste. His words sliced through the air like a razor-sharp dagger, piercing Wang Tang's heart mercilessly. Upon hearing such humiliating remarks, the flames of wrath ignited within Wang Tang, shattering his reason entirely. His eyes blazed a furious crimson, veins coursing with feral rage, resembling a beast driven to madness. Sty, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. You are not but a lowly insect. How could you ever be compared to me, the young master? As Wang Tang's frenzied roar echoed, an overwhelming surge of terrifying energy erupted from within him. In the next moment, he radiated a blinding brilliance, his form undergoing a miraculous transformation. The half-dragon he once was swelled dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he morphed into a colossal western dragon, stretching 10 meters in length. Simultaneously, his previously injured arm healed instantly, restored to its pristine state. Following this, the enormous dragon wings on his back unfurled with force, sending a gale sweeping through the arena as his massive form ascended into the sky. At that moment, Wang Tang loomed above Yu Qian, his dragon eyes glinting with a savage and cruel aura, fixated upon Yu Qian's figure, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Below, the newly admitted students gazed in terror at the fully beastified Wang Tang. Is this the might of an S-class beast metamorph? How formidable? Does he harbor a grudge against Yu Qian? It is merely a competition, yet Wang Tang clearly intends to kill Yu Qian. This Wang Tang is evidently a spoiled brat. Even in his complete beast form, he cannot surpass Yu Qian. Though Wang Tang's display of power astonished the new students, his earlier insult had clearly sparked discontent among the majority. Why Yu Qian? Take him down, yes, let him see our worth, crush him. Strike, hit him. Hearing the chorus of condemnation from the audience, Wang Tang's fury surged even higher. Silence, you lowly insects. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar erupted from Wang Tang's mouth, yet, instead of silencing the new students, his warning only incited a greater uproar. Let me at him, I will make him pay. Are you certain you can defeat him? Well, can someone stop me? Then, Wang Tang's antics also attracted the ire of several mentors, particularly Mutongbing and Mabagua. These scions of prestigious families are insufferably arrogant. Such scum do not deserve to be at our academy. Indeed, once the orientation ceremony concludes, we must discuss this with the board. Mutongbing observed Wang Tang atop the first arena, her beautiful eyes glinting with coldness. Meanwhile, Yu Qian regarded the dragon in the sky, his gaze emanating a murderous intent. The existence of such filth is a blight upon Huaxia. However, as it is within the academy, I cannot take a life. Nevertheless, I can certainly teach this wretch a lesson. With this thought, a cruel smile slowly crept across Yu Qian's face, reminiscent of a specter from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, Wang Tang inexplicably felt a piercing chill traverse his back, akin to a venomous serpent coiled and ready to strike. Yet, consumed by the inferno of rage within, he paid no heed to the peculiar change in Yu Qian's expression. You despicable wretch, perish! With that, Wang Tang unleashed a furious roar, opening his mouth wide. A searing plume of dragon fire, radiant as the sun, erupted forth. This flame, imbued with cataclysmic power, surged towards Yu Qian with unstoppable force. As the dragon fire threatened to engulf him, a thunderous bellow erupted from Yu Qian. Annihilate! Accompanied by this earth-shattering cry, a similarly formidable shockwave surged forth, sweeping across the arena with devastating force. In an instant, the swirling dragon flames dissipated upon encountering this overwhelming soundwave. Impossible, this cannot be, this was my most potent attack. How could this lowly peasant possibly withstand it so effortlessly? Witnessing his full-strength strike so easily neutralized by Yu Qian'an, disbelief and astonishment filled Wang Tang's dragon-like eyes, yet, before Wang Tang could process this, Yu Qian'an propelled himself forward with a powerful push, appearing before Wang Tang in the blink of an eye. Wang Tang, Yu Qian'an revealed a cruel smile and delivered a devastating punch to Wang Tang's face. Instantly, Wang Tang's colossal dragon form was sent crashing to the arena floor, raising clouds of dust. At that moment, Yu Qian'an vanished once more. From within the dust, anguished cries resounded. Amidst the haze, Yu Qian'an perched upon Wang Tang's neck, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists and feet upon him. Each strike inflicted excruciating pain upon Wang Tang. The agony extinguished his will to fight, forcing him to shield his head with his dragon wings. You relish being above others, do you? Ah, you enjoy calling me a peasant, do you? Today, I shall let you savor this experience. The arena, already shrouded in dust, grew denser as Wang Tang's dragon wings flapped vigorously, the cries emanating from the haze instilled terror among the new students below. Is Yu Qian'an truly this ruthless? While it is gratifying to hear, surely he cannot be allowed to eliminate him. Simultaneously, the mentors on the podium grew anxious, eager to intervene, yet Mu Tongbing restrained them. Mentor Mu, what are you doing? If we do not act now, something terrible may occur. No, I trust Yu Qian'an, he will not resort to lethal force, but Wang Tang is a member of the Wang family. And what of it? Can the rules of Magic City University be dictated by a mere Wang family? Upon hearing the mentor's remarks, Ma Baogui immediately retorted, Humph. Whether he is from the Wang family or not, even if the King of Heaven himself arrived, as long as we adhere to the rules, they cannot hope to stop us. Chapter 69. Why are you looking at me? As the teachers listened to Ma Baogui's words, they all ceased their intentions to rescue Wang Tang. In truth, they had also been angered by Wang Tang's earlier remarks, but upon hearing his agonized cries, they feared that a genuine mishap might occur, which would undoubtedly prompt the Wang family to seek retribution. However, the words of Mu Tongbing and Ma Baogui restored their composure. Indeed, as long as Yu Qian did not kill Wang Tang, it would adhere to the rules of the arena competition. The Wang family would have no justification for confronting Magic City University. Furthermore, it was inconceivable that the Wang family could challenge such an esteemed institution. Even the 9 venerable pioneers were formidable enough to intimidate them. Go on, keep fighting. Qian, give him a good beating. A loud cheer erupted from the back of the podium, where Li Li was excitedly waving her arms. The mentors cast disapproving glances at her, their expressions dark. Chen Yiling, noticing this, quickly tugged at Li Li's sleeve, urging her to be more discreet. Yiling, don't pull me, can't you see I'm cheering for Brother Qian? I've long found the Wang family insufferable, and Brother Qian is doing splendidly. Ahem, the mentors are all watching you. Ha! Upon realizing this, Li Li swiftly turned to the podium, only to find all the mentors glaring at her. Hello, esteemed mentors. The mentors shook their heads at Li Li's antics. She was truly a handful. They gestured for her to quiet down before turning away. With a playful grimace directed at the mentors, Li Li resumed her enthusiastic watch of the arena. Meanwhile, the cries of Wang Tang continued to echo, though they were noticeably diminishing. Amidst the smoke and dust, Yu Qian observed Wang Tang, whose body was battered and bruised beneath him, and paused his assault. This time, I shall teach you a lesson. Should you dare to challenge me again, I won't hesitate to end your life. With that, Yu Qian leapt back onto the stage. At this moment, Wang Tang had reverted to his human form, but his body was covered in contusions, and his head was so battered that it was nearly unrecognizable. The smoke dissipated, revealing the aftermath. Is it over? Who won? Is that even a question? Can't you see Yu Qian standing unscathed on the stage? And what about Wang Tang? Don't tell me that pig lying on the ground is Wang Tang. If no one has switched places, then that pig indeed must be Wang Tang. Wow, did Yu Qian really hit him that hard? As they beheld Wang Tang, now resembling a pig, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. At that moment, a mentor, prompted by Mu Tongbing, rushed onto the stage. Fortunately, he still breathes. After a thorough examination, the mentor confirmed that Wang Tang was merely unconscious from the beating. However, Yu Qian's strikes had been undeniably vicious. Wang Tang would likely be bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month. Nevertheless, it feels remarkably satisfying. While the mentor felt a sense of relief, he hastily announced the verdict. Wang Tang, ranked 10th on the freshman list, has lost his combat capability and thus forfeits the challenge. Yu Qian remains the top contender. Due to Wang Tang's inability to continue, he would not retain his ranking on the freshman list. The mentor then ordered Wang Tang to be taken off the stage for medical attention. Haha, splendid. Well done, Yu Qian. The new students erupted into applause, cheering for him. Among them, the most elated was the freshman ranked 101st, as Wang Tang's loss meant he would now enter the top 100. Wang Tang's defeat served as a lesson for the new students. While rankings are important, one must also gauge their own abilities. Those who, like Wang Tang, not only fail in challenges but also lose their combat capability are at an enormous disadvantage. Yu Qian, however, paid no heed to the cheers, feeling rather disappointed. There was no challenge in this, far less than the previous encounters with the black-clad individuals. The combat instincts of these new students were far too immature. Originally, he had hoped to test his physical strength against Wang Tang, but the latter's lack of combat awareness led only to mindless attacks, failing to unleash his full potential. Had Wang Tang been adept in utilizing his strength, though he would still lose, he certainly would not have had his arm broken. The techniques of leveraging force and deflecting attacks, if executed skillfully, could allow one to exchange blows even against a stronger opponent. Yet, it was evident that Wang Tang had no understanding of such strategies. Yu Qian surveyed the group of freshmen, feeling a sense of helplessness. However, his gaze soon brightened as it landed on the second arena, where Yang Chen stood. At that moment, Yang Chen felt a fiery gaze upon him, sending chills down his spine. When he finally discerned the source of that gaze, his expression darkened immediately. "What do you want?" Yu Qian, with a mischievous grin, provoked, "Why are you looking at me?" Yang Chen shivered involuntarily. "Just leave me alone. I have no intention of fighting you." He turned his back on Yu Qian, ignoring his eager stare. Seeing Yang Chen's indifference, Yu Qian was momentarily taken aback. "What is going on? Didn't you say you wanted to challenge? What does this mean? No fight? Come on, as the leader, you can't go back on your word. Hurry up and challenge me. I'm eager to take a beating." Yet, Yang Chen remained resolute, turning his back to Yu Qian, closing his eyes to meditate. How boring. After the exhilarating and breathtaking match between Yu Qian and Wang Tang, the arena fell into a momentary silence. However, the competition did not cease. The other freshmen were itching to begin their challenges, yet, having witnessed the fierce confrontation between Wang Tang and Yu Qian, the once eager newcomers now hesitated, filled with trepidation, unwilling to step forward and face the challenge. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the 100 freshmen on the stage was lively, with challenges being issued left and right. Meanwhile, Qin Shu was beaming with excitement, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Xiao, who stood on the fourth arena. The second ranked on the freshman list was Yang Chen, followed by a female student in third place. Despite the battlefield ideally being free of gender distinctions, Qin Shu had previously observed Ling Xiao accompanying Wang Tang. As the saying goes, enemies meeting each other, their eyes ablaze. Now that Yu Qian had successfully reduced Wang Tang to a pitiful state, he too could not afford to lag behind. Ling Xiao presented an excellent opportunity for practice. With that thought, Qin Shu dashed towards the fourth arena without hesitation. Simultaneously, on the other side, Wang Zhengyang was also on the move. He swiftly appeared before the eighth arena, his eyes gleaming with determination as he focused on Shen Wanchuan. Like Qin Shu, Wang Zhengyang sought to teach a lesson to these arrogant rascals. As for Qiu Yi, after careful consideration, he ultimately chose Gui Yunqing on the third guest arena as his opponent. Despite lacking knowledge of Gui Yunqing's true capabilities, Qiu Yi held a confidence born from years of diligent training. With Qin Shu, Wang Zhengyang, and Qiu Yi stepping onto their chosen arenas, the much-anticipated 100-strong arena tournament finally reached its climax. Chapter 70. A first on the newcomer rankings. As YQN sat idly on the arena, he observed that no one dared to challenge him. Gu Yinqing, 18 years old, ability S-Class Phantom Shadow, spiritual energy level 9th layer of the Spirit Realm. Ling Xiao, 18 years old, ability S-Class Nightmare Sword Saint, spiritual energy level 9th layer of the Spirit Realm. SHNW Qian, 18 years old, ability S-Class Diamond Tycoon, spiritual energy level 9th layer of the Spirit Realm. WWN Qing, 18 years old, ability S-Class Fairy Queen, spiritual energy level 9th layer of the Spirit Realm. He couldn't help but feel envious of their dazzling abilities. YQN utilized his all-seeing eye to scan the information of the four, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. After all, in his previous life as a seasoned recluse, he had Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he was not lacking. Once he gathered 5 exclusive pieces of equipment, he would undoubtedly exude an unparalleled charm. Sitting atop the arena, YQN began to envision a future where he donned divine beast armaments, commanding the Blue Star with authority. Meanwhile, the battles across the various arenas escalated to a fever pitch. On Arena 4, QNCH wore a smirk, his eyes fixed with a hint of mockery upon Ling Xiao, whose gaze was wild with madness. At that moment, Ling Xiao appeared utterly terrifying, as if he had succumbed to utter insanity. His long hair stood on end, and his once handsome visage had twisted into a grotesque mask, resembling a fiend that had crawled from the depths of hell. With a frenzied grip on his long sword, Ling Xiao launched a relentless barrage of attacks against QNCH. Each swing unleashed a fierce gust of sword energy that sliced through the air with a chilling whistle. This was the essence of Ling Xiao's ability. Whenever he fell into slumber, he could activate this special power known as the nightmare form. In this state, both his strength and speed would double. Yet, despite such formidable enhancements, Ling Xiao's assaults were unable to breach the impenetrable earth shield that stood before QNCH. How utterly uninspired, compared to those ferocious beasts, your feeble attacks are woefully inadequate. QNCH shook his head in apparent amusement, having seen through Ling Xiao's abilities long ago, realizing that Ling Xiao possessed no other impressive techniques beyond his seemingly fierce but ultimately harmless swordplay. QNCH gradually lost interest in continuing the bout. With a subtle movement of his hands, he maintained the earth shield at his side while initiating a counterattack with his own powers. Earth shield, a prison of the earth. In an instant, the previously tranquil air erupted with countless visible yellowish glimmers. These lights swiftly converged, coalescing into an enormous, formidable cage in the blink of an eye. Of the prison, composed entirely of pure earth elements, exuded an ancient and heavy aura, effectively sealing off and confining the entire space before Ling Xiao. Constrict. With this whispered command, the colossal earthen cage began to contract rapidly. Sturdy earth pillars collided against one another, producing a series of thunderous roars. In no time, the cage had shrunk to a size sufficient to ensnare Ling Xiao tightly within its grasp. Yet, even as he was bound, Ling Xiao continued to swing his sword with reckless abandon. Kill, 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 escape, escape. Still unable to control your own powers, how pathetic. Observing the still raving Ling Xiao, QNCH felt a deep disdain. Sleep away. With that, QNCH conjured a massive earthen hammer and brought it down heavily upon Ling Xiao's head.